Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1509 to Chapter 1577. The atmosphere had completely changed. The situation had been reversed. The arrogant seventh prince and the people of Great Cloud Empire were now ashen-faced, itching to find a hole to hide in. Even though they were incomparably angry, they couldn't say a word because there was nothing they could say. Just now, they were even more arrogant than the people of Dan Prefecture, but the other party didn't say anything. It's very disadvantageous for us to have such a peerless genius in Great Qian Empire. Yun Kanglin whispered to the seventh prince. In any case, they had already lost their face, but it wasn't a good thing for Great Cloud Empire to have such a genius like Jiang Chen in Great Qian Empire. I will kill him sooner or later. The seventh prince swore inwardly. He had many reasons to kill Jiang Chen. Putting aside the fact that the flame on Jiang Chen's body had a fatal attraction to him, Jiang Chen's performance alone had given him enough reasons to get rid of him. This was the first time he saw someone concoct a 10th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Moreover, it was concocted by a half-step immortal king. This was something that he couldn't even imagine even in his dreams. He could see that it was absolutely not a coincidence that Jiang Chen could concoct a 10th-grade pill. That kind of heaven-defying concoction technique and the three supreme flames all indicated that Jiang Chen had real capabilities. The 10th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't a fluke. Even if Jiang Chen was allowed to refine it again, he would still be able to concoct a 10th-grade pill. The existence of such a genius in Great Qian Empire was a potential threat to them. The dignified seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire has been defeated by a nobody like me. I wonder if the seventh prince is convinced of this. If not, we can compete again. I will accompany the seventh prince to the end of whatever pill you want to concoct. Jiang Chen came to the front of the seventh prince and issued a provocation. He knew that everyone in Genius Prefecture was in a state of excitement. Seeing the expression of the seventh prince and the others, who looked like they couldn't take a shit, made everyone feel incomparably happy. After all, the seventh prince was too arrogant just now, which had aroused the disgust of everyone, especially the people of Dan Prefecture. Since they were happy, then Jiang Chen would make them even happier. The seventh prince came prepared to embarrass the Pill Palace. Since that was the case, then Jiang Chen would make the seventh prince lose all his face. Humph. The seventh prince harumphed coldly, his eyes glaring at Jiang Chen as if he was going to eat him alive. He had the impulse to kill Jiang Chen. At such a close distance, he had enough confidence to pinch a half-step immortal king to death, but his remaining rationality stopped him from doing so. He knew his situation very well. After all, this was the Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. If he really killed someone here, he would surely die here today. Even with an expert like Yun Kanglin following him, he still wouldn't be able to reach his destination. Humph? What do you mean? If you're not convinced, then fight again. Or has the seventh prince been scared silly by me and doesn't dare to fight anymore? Jiang Chen spoke in a strange tone. He had never been a kind person. Today, no matter what, he would make this seventh prince lose all his face and leave with his tail between his legs. Haha. Scared? The seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire is known as the #1 alchemist of the young generation of the empire. I have never thought that there would be a time when he is scared. That's for sure. This shows that the seventh prince is very self-aware. He knows that he's no match for Jiang Chen. No matter how they compete, he's bound to lose. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to challenge Jiang Chen either, because that's not just his own face, but the face of the entire empire. That's for sure. Let's not talk anymore. If the seventh prince commits suicide out of shame, we won't be able to explain it to him. Jiang Chen's alchemy skills are world-shaking. Not everyone dares to fight him. That's right. The people of Dan Prefecture usually looked aloof and didn't like to talk, but no one had expected that they would be so vicious at the critical moment. Every word of these humiliating words was like a steel needle stabbing into the seventh prince's heart. The seventh prince was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. He almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it was in the past, if someone dared to provoke him like this, he would certainly stand up and fight with the opponent. But now, despite his anger, he shouldn't continue to accept Jiang Chen's challenge. As the saying went, one could tell at a glance whether one was an expert or not. As an expert alchemist, the seventh prince knew that he was absolutely no match for Xianxia just by looking at Xianxia's alchemy skills. No matter how they fought, the outcome would be the same. Even if he was unwilling, he had to accept the fact that he was defeated by a half-step immortal king. Seventh prince, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then hurry up and leave. Is staying here to continue to be humiliated a different kind of enjoyment? Xianxia completely ignored the seventh prince's anger and continued to speak impolitely. ****. No matter how good the seventh prince's self-restraint was, he was now infuriated. A powerful qi surged out of his body. He didn't conceal his killing intent towards Xianxia at all. Humph. Yun Zhangxiao, do you dare to fight in Genius Prefecture? I'm here to fight you. A powerful qi rose all of a sudden. Yang Bufan had made his move. He appeared beside Xianxia like a ghost. He was worried about Xianxia's safety. Although he didn't know alchemy, he would absolutely accompany Xianxia to the end if Xianxia wanted to fight. If the seventh prince wants to fight today, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to walk out of here. Dongfang Yuling spoke. His mood was very high now. The way he looked at Xianxia was as though he was looking at a treasure. This was a rare treasure. With such a talent in Dan Prefecture, there was no need to worry that Dan Prefecture wouldn't rise. Whoever dared to attack Xianxia at this time, he would be the first one to object. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Yun Kanglin hastily stood out. Seventh Prince, today's situation has exceeded our expectation. Let's retreat. There will be a chance for revenge in the future. Yun Kanglin spoke. He was afraid that the seventh prince was too young and impetuous. Once he attacked, the nature of the situation would change completely. At that time, he was afraid that just like what Dong Fengyu said, none of them would be able to escape. Humph. Xianxia, just you wait. I'll remember today's matter. The seventh prince harumphed coldly, uttered a harsh word at Xianxia, then left with the people of Great Cloud Empire. This group of people had come in high spirits, but now, they had to leave with their tails between their legs. All of their plans had been disrupted by Xianxia alone. It was imaginable how angry they were feeling right now. Seventh Prince, remember this clearly. The feeling of being remembered by others isn't bad. Xianxia's words came from behind. The seventh prince staggered and nearly fell from the sky. Haha, the seventh prince had disappeared. After returning this time, he would probably be bedridden for a month. He had lost a lot of face this time. Initially, he had a plan to humiliate Great Qian Empire. Given the seventh prince's means, he had already defeated Xianzhong. His goal was about to be achieved, but who would have thought that a half-step immortal king like Xianxia would appear and defeat the seventh prince, leaving him with a swollen nose and a swollen face, and was even scolded in public. It could be said that he had lost his face all the way to his grandmother's house. It could be said that he had lost all his face. Moreover, after this matter was spread out, the seventh prince would become the laughingstock of the entire Great Cloud Empire. One should know that Great Cloud Empire, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in eastern Xuanyu. The competition between the princes was equally fierce. The seventh prince originally wanted to use this opportunity to boost his popularity and status in Great Cloud Empire, but he didn't expect that it would backfire on him. Therefore, the person that the seventh prince hated the most was Xianxia. He had never hated someone so much before. If he was given the chance, he would certainly shred Xianxia into 1,000 pieces without showing any mercy. That's right. The atmosphere in Dan Prefecture had completely changed. Whether it was the disciples of Dan Prefecture or Genius Prefecture, all of them were in high spirits. It was a psychological sense of superiority. From Dongfengyu to the ordinary outer prefecture disciples, everyone had a great sense of superiority, because Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire had been fighting each other for so many years. Both sides wanted to suppress the other. Although today's victory couldn't be said to be elated, it could be considered as a great victory. And the hero of this great victory was undoubtedly Xianxia. The way everyone looked at Xianxia had changed. There were envy, jealousy, worship and all kinds of complicated emotions, but everyone knew that after today's incident, Xianxia had become completely famous in the entire Genius Prefecture. Brat, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Even I don't know about you. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his face full of arrogance. Although the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't concocted by him, Jiang Chen was after all a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Plus, everyone in Genius Prefecture knew that Jiang Chen was a peerless genius that was unearthed by him. Jiang Chen. Dongfang Yu called out and walked to Jiang Chen with a group of elders of Dan Prefecture. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the way these people looked at him was completely different from before. Each of their eyes was filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen could understand this kind of gratitude very well. If it wasn't for him today, Dan Prefecture would have lost a lot of face, which would have a tremendous impact on the reputation of Dan Prefecture in the future. Elder Lu had a smile on his face. This kind of smile had never disappeared since the day Jiang Chen concocted the 10th grade pill. There was no longer any contempt for Jiang Chen. When he recalled Jiang Chen's concoction technique, even an intermediate immortal emperor like him had to prostrate himself in admiration. Master. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution today. Plus, your concoction technique is so shocking that even I have never seen it before. I would like to invite you to join Dan Prefecture. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Dongfang Yu asked with a smile. He purposely used the word invite, which was enough to show how much he valued and cared about Jiang Chen. Amazing. Master Dongfang has even invited him directly. This is considered an exception. The assessment of Dan Prefecture is coming soon. Dan Prefecture will only recruit one disciple at a time, but the disciples who want to join Dan Prefecture have to go through a very strict assessment. It's really the first time for someone like Jiang Chen to be directly invited by Master Dongfang. That's for sure. Senior brother Jiang Chen is qualified to do so. Putting aside the others, just the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill alone, who in the entire Dan Prefecture can concoct it. Even Master Dongfang has said that he could only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill if he tried his best. If it's me, I will also directly invite such a peerless genius. That's right. Today, Jiang Chen has made a great contribution to Genius Prefecture and severely damaged the 7th prince's face. It's expected that he would be invited to Dan Prefecture. Not only that, I guess Master Dongfang will also give him a great reward. Many disciples were envious. Jiang Chen was the first person to be personally invited by Dongfang Yu, but no one felt that this was abnormal. Being invited was based on one's strength. Obviously, Jiang Chen had great strength as his foundation. Yu Hao and Yang Ji's faces turned ashen and incomparably unsightly. They had been in seclusion for a long time just for the assessment of Dan Prefecture. They had never thought that it would end up like this. They were very clear about the rules of Dan Prefecture. They would only recruit one disciple every time. Now that Jiang Chen had been invited, there was nothing left for them to do. This was really depressing. One should know that in the past, even if they failed in the end, they would at least be tested. But now, there wasn't even a test. This made them hate Jiang Chen even more even though they were already enemies. Little Chenzi, you are awesome. You are the first disciple in the history of Dan Prefecture to be personally invited by Master. This is a great honor. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Now that Jiang Chen had joined Dan Prefecture, the power of King Fan Prefecture was destined to grow bigger and bigger. Alright. I, Jiang Chen, am willing to join Dan Prefecture and serve the Empire. Jiang Chen clasped his fists and spoke in a clear voice. He had seen the resources of Dan Prefecture very clearly. Such favorable cultivation conditions were exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Haha. Jiang Chen, I hope you won't take it to heart if I have offended you with my words. I, Old Lu, am an upright man. Your alchemy skill is astounding and I admire it very much. In the future, we will be on the same side. We can exchange pointers in alchemy when we have nothing to do. Elder Lu laughed heartily. Elder Lu laughed heartily. Such a scene looked very discordant. A dignified alchemy master, a supreme intermediate immortal emperor, was being so polite to a half-step immortal king, and even said that he wanted to exchange pointers with this half-step immortal king. This was something that should never happen, but when it came out from Elder Lu's mouth, it didn't feel strange at all. No one felt that this was degrading himself. Putting aside his cultivation base, Xianxia was absolutely a grandmaster in alchemy. Even in Dan Prefecture where experts were as numerous as the clouds, he would still be an expert. What are you talking about, Elder Lu? This disciple will still need Elder Lu's guidance in the future. Elder Lu nodded secretly. His impression of Xianxia had changed dramatically in an instant. Xianxia was now very pleasing to the eye. A peerless genius like Xianxia was generally aloof and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. If it was someone else who could concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at such a young age, that person might not even care about Elder Lu. However, Xianxia behaved very humbly and showed great respect to Elder Lu, which was very rare. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. If it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't be able to raise my head in Genius Prefecture in the future. I, Xianzhong, still have to thank you. Xianzhong said with a smile. It could be seen that he was a very upright person who wouldn't beat around the bush. His gratitude to Xianxia came from the bottom of his heart. He was very clear about today's situation. After his failure, the entire Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture had been ridiculed by the 7th Prince and Great Cloud Empire. If it wasn't for Xianxia's timely action to save his face, even if Dong Fengyu and the fellow disciples of Dan Prefecture didn't blame him, he wouldn't be able to get over it. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful to Xianxia. What are you talking about, senior brother Xianzhong? Your alchemy skill isn't inferior to the 7th Prince at all. He obviously came prepared and had a good understanding of the people of Dan Prefecture in advance. That's why he challenged you to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which has an extremely harsh requirement on the flame. Therefore, senior brother Xianzhong doesn't need to take today's matter to heart. Jiangchen said with a smile. These words weren't entirely to comfort Xianzhong. What he said was also the truth. He had seen the competition between Xianzhong and the 7th Prince clearly. In terms of alchemy, Xianzhong didn't lose at all. He lost because of the flame. Master, since you have invited Xianxia, what about the assessment that will take place a few days later? Elder Lu suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but ask. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the Pill Palace. Because the standards set by Dong Fengyu were very strict, every time a disciple was selected, they had to pass a strict assessment. Even if they were a member of the royal family, they couldn't rely on their connections to get in through the back door because Dong Fengyu didn't care at all. The Pill Palace would never accept those who couldn't pass his standards. The rules can't be changed. This test will be cancelled, but the next test can be set for a month later. Dong Fengyu said coldly. His voice wasn't soft and directly spread out. At this moment, the people of Genius Prefecture were everywhere in Dan Prefecture. It was hard not to hear it. Dong Fengyu had a dignified look on his face. In the Pill Palace, he was the absolute authority. His words were everything. Nothing could challenge Dong Fengyu's authority. As soon as this was said, many disciples revealed looks of disappointment on their faces, especially Yu Hao and Yang Ji. They were already extremely nervous to begin with. Now that they heard this news, they rolled their eyes and almost fainted. For this examination, they had already made ample preparations. Who would have thought that something like this would happen just as the examination was about to begin? That damned Jiang. Yu Hao couldn't help but curse. In his point of view, all of this was because of Jiang. If it wasn't for Jiang, he believed that he would definitely be able to enter Dan Prefecture with his own ability. Jiang is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. It seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will be a great threat to King Ping in the future. Yang Ji's eyes flickered with cold light. His killing intent towards Jiang had already been unconsciously revealed. Senior brother Yang Ji, I think this is a good thing. After all, the assessment has only been delayed for a month. It's not really cancelled. Senior brother can make more preparations in this 1 month's time. Besides, if Jiangchen doesn't take action today, he will be the biggest threat. A disciple of King Ping Prefecture spoke. Yang Ji couldn't help but nod his head. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Jiangchen's alchemy skill was far above his. If it wasn't for the seventh prince, he would definitely encounter Jiang Chen in the assessment of Dan Prefecture a few days later. At that time, with Jiang Chen as a stumbling block, he might not be able to enter Dan Prefecture successfully. Now that Jiang Chen had directly entered Dan Prefecture, there would be one less powerful competitor in the assessment a month later. This was indeed a good thing. After announcing the postponement of the assessment, Dong Fangyu's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. A smile emerged on his face. He was holding the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill that Jiang Chen had just concocted. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of desire. Although he had concealed it very well, Jiang Chen still caught it accurately. However, Jiang Chen also expressed his understanding. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was after all a venerable grade pill. Such a pill was of vital importance to Dong Fangyu. Currently, Dong Fangyu's cultivation base was at the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. If he could get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he might be able to make a breakthrough and reach the half-step immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen, you have made a great contribution to Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture today. I want to reward you. Since you have concocted this pill, I will give it to you as a reward, Dong Fangyu said and handed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Jiang Chen. Dong Fangyu said, then passed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Jiang Chen. Although he really wanted to get the Holy Flame Emperor pill, this pill was still given to Jiang Chen as a reward. From this point alone, Dong Fangyu's temperament had already reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. Such a precious reward immediately caused an uproar. Everyone knew the value of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill had already reached the venerable grade, and it wouldn't be any weaker among the venerable grade pills. Such a pill couldn't be seen normally. Now that this pill was given to Jiang Chen, it was truly a great reward. It's really enviable. Some people clicked their tongues. Although they were envious, that was all. No one said anything. Of course, the reward was generous, but everyone thought that Jiang Chen deserved it. After all, this pill was concocted by Jiang Chen. Thank you, Master. Jiang Chen immediately received the pill. He wasn't a pretentious person. He knew the preciousness of this pill better than anyone else. If he obtained it, his cultivation base would make another breakthrough, rushing straight to the early immortal king realm. Although he knew how to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it was impossible for him to get the required herbs. In other words, if it wasn't for Dan Prefecture providing him with the herbs, he wouldn't be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill no matter how amazing he was. Good. Jiang Chen, from now on, you are a disciple of Dan Prefecture. You can enter Dan Prefecture to cultivate and have your own independent cultivation place. In Dan Prefecture, Dong Fangyu was the controller and the one who gave the orders. He was responsible for setting the rules of the assessment, but he would never come forward to observe the assessment of the disciples. Jiang Chen had made an exception. From the time he personally invited Jiang Chen to enter Dan Prefecture to the time he announced that Jiang Chen would become a member of Dan Prefecture, this was the first time. This should have been unexpected, but now, no one felt the slightest bit surprised, because they knew very well that this was what Jiang Chen deserved. Today, Jiang Chen's contribution was enough to be recorded in the history of Dan Prefecture. Yes, Master. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dong Fangyu. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He had never thought of using this method to enter Dan Prefecture, but it was obvious that this method was many times better than directly passing the assessment. It had directly established his position in Dan Prefecture. Most importantly, he had obtained a supreme grade pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Jiang Chen still had to thank the seventh prince. If it wasn't for the seventh prince, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. In order to join Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen had to pass the assessment a few days later. Elder Liu, arrange a place for Jiang Chen to stay and cultivate. The others are dismissed. Dong Fangyu made the arrangement to Elder Liu, then looked around and waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to leave. Dan Prefecture wasn't a place that anyone could visit. Today, it was because of the seventh prince's provocation that a precedent had been set. Dong Fangyu vanished with a slight sway. At his level, he could come and go as he pleased. As a late immortal emperor, His control of spatial force had already reached an incomparably skilled level. The excitement was over. The disciples of Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture began to leave Dan Prefecture in an orderly manner. They left in groups of 3 to 5. They didn't forget to discuss on the way. It could be seen that what happened today wouldn't be peaceful for many days. Additionally, this matter would spread to the entire empire and East Xuanyu, because this was something that could bring shame to Great Cloud Empire. Naturally, Great Qian Empire wouldn't miss this opportunity to strike their opponent's morale. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen's name to spread across the entire Eastern Profound Domain. He would become a real celebrity. A young alchemist with great talent was supposed to have a great reputation. Little Chenzi, you are going to be famous this time, but your current situation has aroused the jealousy of many people. Whether it's Genius Prefecture, Great Qian Empire or the entire East Xuanyu, there are competitions everywhere. So you have to be careful. Of course, Dan Prefecture is the safest place for you. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. He could see the value and potential of Jiang Chen. Such a genius was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. Similarly, Yang Bufan felt very comfortable to see his brother grow so fast. Don't worry. There have always been many people who want to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. Jiang Chen smiled. These words weren't false at all. There had always been too many people who wanted to kill him, but all of them had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. All right. I'll take my leave first. Find me if you need anything. Yang Bufan turned and left. Dan Prefecture was an important place of Genius Prefecture. Even with his identity as King Fan, he couldn't stay here for too long. Everyone had left. The Dan Palace seemed to have become a sealed space. Everywhere was quiet. This place was filled with the fragrance of medicine and the dense immortal energy of heaven and earth. It was really suitable for cultivation. Even a pig would be able to achieve a certain level of success if it were to cultivate here. Jiang Chen, this old man will now bring you to the place where you live and cultivate. Elder Lu's face was full of smiles. Thank you. Jiang Chen said. Along the way, Elder Lu kept introducing the situation of Dan Prefecture to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen listened with a smile while pulling Da Huang Dog's ear. This guy's eyes were shining in all directions. His face was filled with greed as he stared at those spiritual herbs with saliva spurting out from his mouth. His behavior was really unbearable. One had to admit that the treatment of the disciples of Dan Prefecture was really good. Every disciple of Dan Prefecture had their own cultivation place and independent courtyard. Each courtyard was connected to the spiritual vein of Genius Prefecture to ensure the supply of cultivation resources. Of course, although there were only a few disciples in Dan Prefecture, every one of them was an expert. Apart from their superb alchemy skills, their cultivation base was at least at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. Very soon, under the lead of Elder Lu, Jiang Chen arrived at his cultivation place. This was also a secluded and unique courtyard. On the surface, it looked similar to the Outer Prefecture, but in fact, it was much worse. The heaven and earth immortal chi here was much denser than the Outer Prefecture. Moreover, there were a lot of spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just this courtyard. Every place in the entire Dan Prefecture had spiritual herbs. Every inch of land here was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. There were dozens of kinds of spiritual herbs in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed. Some of them had just been planted not long ago while some had already grown for some years. Jiang Chen, you can distribute these spiritual herbs as you wish. Every disciple who enters Dan Prefecture will have their own spiritual herbs that they can use for concocting pills. Elder Lu pointed to an herb garden and said. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He felt that the treatment of Dan Prefecture was too good. He even had his own herb garden. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that this herb garden alone was priceless. If he sold all the spiritual herbs here, he would certainly get a huge amount of wealth. Of course, only an idiot would sell the spiritual herbs here. Which disciple of Dan Prefecture lacked money? However, Jiang Chen was indeed short of money. He was afraid that he wouldn't have enough immortal meta stones after advancing to the Immortal King realm. At that time, he would have to think about how to get more immortal meta stones. The dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit. He didn't know when it would be filled. The treatment of Dam Prefecture is really good. Xianxia praised sincerely. That's for sure. Our Dam Prefecture is the final department of Deqian Empire. We control the herbs and pills of the entire empire. Don't you think it's amazing? Our people help the empire to nurture outstanding alchemists at all costs. Elder Lu smiled and said, "All right, Xianxia, this old man won't disturb you any longer. You can rest now and familiarize yourself with the environment here. In the future, this old man will personally visit you and discuss alchemy with you." After Elder Lu left, only Xianxia and De Huang Dog were left in the quiet courtyard. De Huang Dog suddenly broke free from Xianxia and pounced towards the herb garden like a dog eating sh*t. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, in the blink of an eye, half of the elixirs in the herb garden were swallowed into his mouth, and he started stuffing his mouth with food. F***ck. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He had an urge to vomit blood on the spot. This damn dog was really too F***ket up. He didn't know how much wealth he had swallowed in one gulp. It was really distressing. Hee, little Chinzi, you can't eat those elixirs from before. Now, all these elixirs belong to us. If you don't eat them, why are you keeping them? De Huang Dog laughed mischievously. He turned around and pounced towards the remaining half of the elixirs. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. He pounced forward and grabbed De Huang Dog's tail, pulling him out of the herb garden. Damn dog, what do you mean it belongs to us? Those are mine. You've already eaten half of them, and you still won't stop? Xianxia had an urge to beat this dog up. He had to teach him a lesson and let him know that these elixirs weren't eaten for nothing. Even though Xianxia tried to stop him in every possible way, the remaining half of the elixirs still couldn't escape the fate of being eaten by the vicious dog. After eating it, De Huang Dog smacked his lips and ran into his room to cultivate in seclusion. This guy had obtained great benefits. He was probably going to level up again. This dog was extremely mystical and terrifying. Leveling up could never be estimated with common sense, because you would never know when he would level up. Looking at the herb garden that was only left with the seedlings of the elixirs, Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. The wealth that he had just obtained was gone just like that. Gone. Ai. Xianxia sighed, but immediately chuckled. The elixirs were gone, but they weren't wasted after all. As long as they could improve the strength of De Huang Dog, it was worth it no matter how many elixirs were eaten. Plus, when De Huang Dog was eating the elixirs, Xianxia didn't intentionally stop him. Otherwise, given Xianxia's ability, De Huang Dog wouldn't even be able to eat a single strand of hair. Xianxia casually struck out a gust of wind, closing the gate of Xianxia's courtyard. Then, he took out the Holy Flame Emperor pill and revealed a smile. This is the biggest harvest of coming to Dam Prefecture. After refining this pill, I will be able to break through to the early Immortal King realm and completely stabilize my cultivation base at the peak of the early Immortal King realm. To Xianxia, the Holy Flame Emperor pill was just too important and timely. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Even if Xianxia had the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it would still be useless if he didn't have the ingredients. If Xianxia were to search for those elixirs, God knows when he would be able to find them. Now that these elixirs were directly provided by Dam Prefecture, Xianxia could easily concoct them. Xianxia struck out a ray of light, forming a restriction, sealing the entire courtyard. He was preparing to break through to the Immortal King realm. De Huang Dog was very likely to advance to the Immortal King realm as well. At that time, it would certainly cause a great commotion. In order not to cause any commotion, Xianxia simply sealed the courtyard. At that time, no matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't be spread out. Xianxia didn't enter the room. He casually found a large blue stone and sat down. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If it was an ordinary immortal king who wanted to refine a venerable grade pill, they would need at least a month to completely refine it. Not only that, they had to refine it bit by bit because they didn't have the strength to refine a venerable grade pill. For someone like Xianxia who directly swallowed the pill, the final outcome would be the explosion of the energy contained in the pill, causing his body to explode. Across the entire world, perhaps only Xianxia dared to do this because he was just too monstrous. The dragon transformation skill was already incomparably monstrous. In addition to that powerful physique of Xianxia, it was enough for him to withstand the endless impact of energy. Kong. The moment the Holy Flame Emperor pill entered his body, its medicinal power overflowed in all directions like tidewater, rushing towards every part of Xianxia's body. The energy was blazing and huge, like a boundless ocean. Despite how monstrous Xianxia was, under the impact of such energy, he couldn't help but let out a moan. The current number of dragon marks in Xianxia's Qi was 1,098,000. He only needed 2,000 more dragon marks to directly break through to the Immortal King realm. At this moment, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense rapidly in his Qi. In just a blink of an eye, 2,000 dragon marks had been completely formed. So fast. Xianxia was ecstatic. He hastily took out a large amount of immortal metastones from the Zulong Tower. These immortal metastones were prepared beforehand. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Immortal King realm. The effect of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was very great. Apart from the huge amount of medicinal power and energy it contained, it could also stimulate one's potential and strengthen one's physique. Xianxia's physique was already very strong. Now that he had been baptized by the Holy Flame Emperor pill, his physique became even more tyrannical. In other words, if Xianxia relied on the Holy Flame Emperor pill to advance, no matter what realm he reached, there wouldn't be any problem at all. It wouldn't affect his foundation. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all and could advance boldly. Kong. An enormous qi suddenly rushed out from Xianxia's body. This was the movement of advancing to the Immortal King realm. If it wasn't for Xianxia sealing the entire courtyard with a restriction, such a movement alone would have alarmed the entire Dan prefecture. 2 rays of bright light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. The power of an Immortal King burst out completely. From half-step Immortal King to true Immortal King, that was a qualitative sublimation. The true Immortal King Xianxia was countless times stronger than before. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 1,000,000. Very quickly, his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the early Immortal King realm. However, the energy and medicinal power of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was still incomparably huge. In addition to the accumulated medicinal power of the Snowjade King ginseng, the impact of the sudden eruption was unimaginable. Therefore, after his cultivation base broke through to the Immortal King realm, the condensation of dragon marks in his Qi didn't stop. Instead, it became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 30,000, in just a few short minutes, more than 30,000 dragon marks had been condensed in his Qi, but there was still no sign of it stopping. By this time, however, Xianxia could already feel that his Qi had expanded a little. Xianxia wasn't a greedy person, so he immediately stopped. As for the remaining medicinal power, it was perfectly stored in Xianxia's body, stored in his limbs and bones. In the future, he could extract it and refine it at any time. Xianxia exhaled a breath. His qi began to stabilize. At this time, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1,13,000,000. His cultivation base had been completely stabilized. There were still 20,000 dragon marks left to reach the intermediate Immortal King realm. This was Xianxia's next goal. 1,13,000,000 dragon marks. How powerful was that? Although Xianxia had retracted his qi, his black hair was still fluttering even though there was no wind. His eyes were glinting with golden light, which gave him an incomparably mystical look. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura. That was the domineering qi of an innate king. When he didn't move, he was like a mountain, but when he moved, he was like a god of war. The current Xianxia's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to before. Given his current cultivation base, he could instantly kill a late Immortal King genius like Fu Wei even if he didn't use his dragon form. If he used his dragon form, he could even kill a half-step Immortal Emperor expert. And this was based on the fact that he was a genius. It would be even easier for him to kill half of the cultivators. In his dragon form, Xianxia was already strong enough to fight an early immortal emperor. Of course, it was still impossible for him to kill an early immortal emperor. After all, there was a huge gap between an immortal emperor and an immortal king. In any case, Xianxia's combat strength had already stepped into the ranks of the immortal emperor realm. Although Xianxia was an early immortal king expert, his combat strength had already stepped into the ranks of immortal emperors. After tidying up his clothes, Xianxia stood up from the big green rock. From the moment he refined the Holy Flame Emperor pill to the moment he advanced to the early immortal king realm, Xianxia had only used less than half an hour. If such a terrifying advancement speed was spread out, countless people would be scared to death. Furthermore, Xianxia hadn't completely refined and absorbed all the medicinal strength in his body. There was still a part of it that he had stored, which could be used at any time. Xianxia turned around and looked at the room, and found that it was extremely quiet. It looked like Big Yellow was still in secluded cultivation. This guy had eaten so many herbs in one go, and he would definitely need some time to digest them. Furthermore, Big Yellow's way of digesting and absorbing the herbs was very abnormal. He would sleep. This was the only one in the entire world who had such an incredible ability. Voila! Xianxia waved his hand and removed the restriction in the sky. The courtyard returned to its tranquility once again. Accompanied by the tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard, Xianxia's heart also seemed to have calmed down. He raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky and suddenly discovered that the moon tonight was really very round. Xianxia leaped up and arrived on the roof. He lazily sat down and raised his head to look at the night sky. The night sky here was very beautiful. It was the most beautiful that Xianxia had ever seen. The full moon and the stars painted an incomparably resplendent picture in the starry sky. Gradually, Xianxia's heart also calmed down. When a person calmed down, he couldn't help but think about some things, think about some people. Looking at the moon and thinking about his hometown, Xianxia somewhat missed his family. "Father, ninth brother, how are you?" Xianxia murmured. Sometimes, the yearning only lasted for a moment. When that moment of emotion came, it was a kind of uncontrollable emotion. It was just like at this moment, the full moon and the stars in the sky had evoked Xianxia's past. The yearning was like a tidal wave that surged into his heart. Yearning, for Xianxia, was a kind of happy feeling. In his previous life, he was alone and had never known what it meant to yearn for someone. Now that he had been reborn, he had everything. He was a real person with flesh and blood. There were many people that he needed to yearn for. Xianxia, the most important person in his life, his only family. Xianxia recalled all the bits and pieces of the fragrant Sky City. He thought about the battle with the Murong family, the Red City, the Misty Rain Tower, and his opponent, the Li family. There were too many things that had happened in the past. Many of them had already turned into dust and smoke. In Red City, Xianxia had De Huang Dog and Yan Xinyu, the two most important people in his life. Leaving Red City, crossing Origin Mountain, Xianxia came to the Qi province and met his mortal enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. All the bits and pieces were like fragments that kept circulating in Xianxia's mind, then they were put together. This was his life, a legend. There were many people that Xianxia could think of. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Nangong Wendian, Wu Lang, there were many people. Xianxia guessed that some of them must have broken free from the shackles of Saint Origin World and ascended to the immortal world like him. It was just that he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Yearning was something that couldn't be controlled. Those people were the greatest wealth of Xianxia's life. Currently, Han Yan's whereabouts were unknown, but Xianxia was very assured about Han Yan because he knew Han Yan's ability. The bloodline of Gu Tianma had destined Han Yan to be extraordinary. Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple, but Xianxia was still at ease. Tyrant had obtained the God-trembling monument, an ancient divine weapon. Moreover, Tyrant was born with a deep affinity with Buddha. He was a rare genius. Xianxia believed that even if he went to White Dragon Temple, he wouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu had been found. She was now cultivating with Old Man Bai Wang and the others in Qingfan Prefecture. Xianxia was also incomparably relieved. What worried Xianxia the most was Yan Xinyu. She had already ascended for a long time, but there was still no news about her. The only news was about the immortal execution order and the immortal burying coffin. Xianxia didn't know the relationship between the woman in the immortal burying coffin and Xianxia, but he was sure that Xianxia must be inextricably linked to her. This was a secret that Xianxia desperately wanted to know, but it wasn't that easy to find out. The process of pursuing the secret was incomparably long. The legendary sovereign realm couldn't be reached by talent alone. However, Xianxia wasn't discouraged. He firmly believed that if Xianxia was related to the daughter of a mortal execution king, at least her life wouldn't be in danger. As for what kind of secret was hidden, Xianxia would find out sooner or later. The most important thing now was his cultivation base. Only by constantly improving his cultivation base could he get closer to that realm and touch the secret faster. Xianxia, you seem to be in a good mood. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Xianxia's thoughts, pulling Xianxia back to reality. Xianxia smiled, then turned to look at the courtyard. He saw Dongfangyu was already there, looking at him with a smile. Xianxia quickly jumped down from the roof and cupped his fists at Dongfangyu. Master. Xianxia had a very good impression of Dongfangyu. May I know why Master has come to visit me in the middle of the night? Asked Xianxia. He knew that a figure like Dongfangyu wouldn't visit him for no reason. Xianxia wouldn't believe that Dongfangyu came to his little disciple in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk. Xianxia, I've come to you because I have something to ask of you. If Master has any matter, you can just instruct me. How is this a request? Xianxia spoke with a smile. If there were two people in Genius Prefecture that he respected, apart from Yang Zanqing, it would be Dongfangyu in front of him. A figure with means would always be powerful. The fact that Dongfangyu had made Dan Prefecture so powerful already showed Dongfangyu's capability. Dongfangyu wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't easy to make a late immortal Emperor Supreme Alchemist so embarrassed that he even stuttered. Master is here to ask me to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, right? Xianxia spoke. Given his intelligence, he could naturally guess the purpose of Dongfangyu's visit. During the day, when Dongfangyu rewarded him with the Holy Flame Emperor pill, Xianxia could already see Dongfangyu's desire for the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Today, Dongfangyu came to ask him for help in the middle of the night. Apart from asking for his help in concocting the pill, Xianxia really couldn't think of any other reason. Dongfangyu possessed the herbs and the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, but the Holy Flame Emperor pill he concocted was only a 9th grade pill. Although there was only a grade difference between 9th grade and 10th grade, the difference in grade was like heaven and earth. One was an Emperor grade pill while the other was a Venerable grade pill. There was an essential difference between them. Given Dongfangyu's current cultivation base, taking a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wouldn't be of much use, but if it was a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he could directly break through to the half-step immortal Venerable realm. This realm wasn't that easy to cross. Dongfangyu had been working hard for this realm for many years. The emergence of Xianxia had given him a chance. Even if he had to sacrifice his face, he had to come and beg Xianxia. Xianxia, you are truly a smart man. In that case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. You are right. The reason why I visited you in the middle of the night is to ask for your help in concocting a Holy Flame Emperor pill. I think you should be able to see it with your eyesight. My current cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal Venerable realm. If I can get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the half-step immortal Venerable realm in a short period of time. Of course, I won't ask you to help me for free. Just tell me what you want. This is a private deal between you and me. It has nothing to do with Dan Prefecture. Dongfangyu spoke. Since Xianxia had already seen through him, there was nothing more to hide. He liked to chat with smart people and also liked to make deals with smart people. Master is being too serious. It's my honor to be able to help Master. Master is being too serious. It's Xianxia's honor to be able to help Master. How would I dare to ask for more? During the day, the Holy Flame Emperor pill was clearly in Master's hand. Master could have taken it for yourself and then given me some other rewards, but Master didn't do so. Xianxia really admired Master's temperament and courage. Master only needs to prepare the herbs for the concoction of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. After Master obtains the Holy Flame Emperor pill, you will advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, adding a supreme expert to Genius Prefecture and the Empire. That's a great thing. Xianxia spoke with a smile. He was willing to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill for Dongfengyu. Just like what he had said, given Dongfengyu's identity and status, there was no need for him to reward him with the Holy Flame Emperor pill during the day, because there were too many rewards in Dan Prefecture. Even the 8th grade pill that Xianzhong had concocted was given to him by Dongfengyu, which eliminated the greed in his heart. To a cultivator, this was very rare. Moreover, concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill was a piece of cake for Jiangchen. Of course, Dongfengyu had to prepare the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill by himself. Those herbs were just too precious and he couldn't afford them. Alright. Jiangchen, you are a straightforward person. I like to be friends with such a person. In that case, I won't be polite with you anymore. Dongfengyu's gaze towards Jiangchen was filled with admiration. Who wouldn't like such a genius? He directly took out the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Even in the entire Dan Prefecture, there weren't many of such herbs, but given Dongfengyu's status, he could still afford it. Master is being too polite. Take a rest first. I will start concocting the pill now. Jiangchen casually waved his hand. More than 10 kinds of herbs flew towards him. His tide-like soul force instantly enveloped all the herbs. 3 types of supreme flames also rushed out, turning into a sea of fire, fusing with his soul force. All the herbs were thrown into the sea of fire and began to extract their essence. Dongfengyu's eyes brightened. Despite having seen Jiangchen's concoction technique once, he still couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Such a technique was simply heaven-defying and shocking. What a good kid. He has actually advanced to the Immortal King realm. It seems like the Holy Flame Emperor pill has given him great benefits. Only now did Dongfengyu notice that Jiangchen's cultivation base was no longer the half-step Immortal King realm, but a true early Immortal King realm. Given his eyesight, he should have already noticed the change in Jiangchen's cultivation base when he came in, but Jiangchen didn't release the slightest bit of qi. Plus, he was preoccupied with concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, so he didn't pay attention to the change in Jiangchen's cultivation base. *Hoo-hoo, waves of fire surged. In just a few minutes, the essence of more than 10 kinds of spiritual herbs had been completely extracted. Such a situation made Dongfengyu shake his head and sigh. There had always been miracles in this world. These miracles couldn't be measured with common sense. Jiangchen was such a miracle. The emergence of this man is the greatest wealth of my Genius Prefecture and Great Qian Empire. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. Plus, it seems like it wasn't a coincidence that he could walk out of that valley. Dongfengyu felt that he was witnessing a miracle. It was the greatest fortune of Genius Prefecture and Great Qian Empire to have such a genius. Bang. More than 10 minutes later, a bang was heard from the sea of fire. Then, a scarlet pill flew out. Dongfengyu's eyes fell on the pill. Immediately, a strange brilliance bloomed in his eyes. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon on the surface of the pill. There was a wriggling saliva inside the pill. The entire pill was full of spirituality, looking extremely mystical. Given Dongfengyu's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the grade of this pill was exactly the same as the one in the daytime. It was a perfect 10th grade pill. Such a situation shocked Dongfengyu, because even if he was the one concocting pills, there would be times when he would make mistakes. Plus, even if he was asked to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he would need at least an hour to complete it. However, Jiangchen only used 20 minutes to complete the concoction of a 10th grade pill. More importantly, Jiangchen had no chance of failure at all. Jiangchen took the Holy Flame Emperor pill, handed it to Dongfengyu, and spoke with a smile. Master, the pill has been concocted. Are you satisfied with it? Satisfied? Of course he was. If he wasn't satisfied with this, what else could he be satisfied with? A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was what Dongfengyu desperately wanted even in his dreams. Dongfang Yu carefully received the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The pill was hot to the touch. The energy inside was extremely dense. Dongfang Yu was almost sure that as long as he refined this pill, he would be able to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm and break the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for many years. Jiangchen, I owe you a favor today. Dongfang Yu left behind a sentence and vanished like a ghost. It seemed like he couldn't wait to refine the Holy Flame Emperor pill. However, such a feeling was understandable. When a person suddenly obtained something that he had been dreaming of, it was only natural for him to be excited and impatient. Although Jiangchen didn't seem to have gained anything from concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill for Dongfang Yu, he had gained a promise and a favor from a half-step immortal venerable. This was the greatest benefit in itself. In the entire Genius Prefecture, perhaps only Dongfang Yu owed a favor to Jiangchen. De Huang Dog's sleep wasn't short. He had slept for 2 days. During this period, Jiangchen had paid attention to De Huang Dog's condition and found out that De Huang Dog might have eaten a spiritual herb that was extremely beneficial to him, allowing the medicinal power to completely fuse with the essence of the immortal execution sword that was stored in his body, allowing all the essence that he hadn't absorbed before to be absorbed at once. Coupled with the support of the powerful medicinal power, it was imaginable what De Huang Dog could obtain. This bastard is really lucky. It seems like he will be able to reach the late immortal king realm when he comes out of seclusion. Jiangchen had a smile on his face. If De Huang Dog could advance to the late immortal king realm, then all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't be eaten in vain. This would be a great leap. 2 days later, an incomparably powerful qi suddenly rushed out of the room. It was a golden qi wave. The power of the qi wave was so strong that it opened a big hole in the roof. Your sister. Jiangchen rolled his eyes and hurriedly set up a restriction to isolate the aura of this place. Every time this guy advanced, he would cause a huge commotion and destroy other people's houses. Wakaka, 10 minutes later, the qi waves vanished. De Huang Dog walked out of the room laughing. Just like what Jiangchen had said, the current De Huang Dog had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. His cultivation base had reached the late immortal king realm or even the peak of the late immortal king realm. For a divine beast with a complete bloodline, such a cultivation base was undoubtedly very terrifying. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it would be very easy for him to kill a half-step immortal emperor. If he used his innate ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an early immortal emperor. Damn dog, you're not bad. Just a little bit of medicine and you're already exploding. Jiangchen teased. Of course. Don't you know who Lord Dog is? Lord Dog is peerless in this world. De Huang Dog shook his head in a narcissistic manner. Upon seeing this, Jiangchen turned and left. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If he allowed this guy to continue showing off, he wouldn't be able to play with him anymore. It was early in the morning. The air on the mountain was very fresh. It could easily make people feel relaxed and happy. As soon as Jiangchen pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he saw a disciple of Dan Prefecture walking over. He was none other than Xianxia. Senior brother Xianxia. Jiangchen greeted. Xianxia had given him a very good impression. He didn't like him, but he absolutely didn't hate him either. Junior brother Jiang, someone is looking for you outside. Xianxia spoke. It seemed like he was here to deliver a message. Given Xianxia's identity, he wouldn't do such a thing. He should be here to express his gratitude. Oh? Who's looking for me? Jiangchen was stunned. He was sure that it wouldn't be Yang Bufan. Even if Dan Prefecture wasn't open to the public, it wouldn't be able to stop a young king like Yang Bufan. I don't know him. He only said that he's your friend. Oh right, he seems to be from Yan City. Xianxia said. This was the first time he heard of a small place like Yan City. Yan City? Could it be Qingqing? Jiangchen thought. Back when he rescued Yan Qingqing from the evil abyss, Jiangchen left One Line Sky and came to East Xuanyu. Since then, the two of them didn't have much contact. Thank you, senior brother Xianxia. I'll go out and have a look. Jiangchen replied casually and strode towards the exit of Dan Prefecture. The people of Yan City would never come looking for him if there wasn't a reason. At this moment, outside Dam Prefecture, an old man was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Jiang Chen, his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. "Young Master Jiang, I've finally found you." The old man's tears almost flowed out. "What happened? How did you know that I'm here?" Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He didn't know the name of this old man, but he knew that this old man was from the prefecture of Yan City. He had seen him before in Yan City. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that this old man was merely a heaven immortal expert. How could he accurately locate him? East Xuanyu was just too big. It wouldn't be easy to find a person. "Young master, save us." A few days ago, an expert called Fu Kuei went to Yan City and killed many people of the prefecture, capturing the city lord and young lady. It was Fu Kuei who told this old man about your location. He asked Old Shi to tell you to go to Fu City personally. Otherwise, the lives of the city lord and young lady will be in danger. The old man spoke anxiously. He couldn't help but shiver in fear when he thought of how powerful Fu Kuei was. He didn't dare to imagine that there was such a terrifying person in the heavens and earth, but he couldn't be blamed. How could a mere Yan City, a place where heaven immortals ruled, understand the terror of an immortal emperor? What? A surge of anger rose from Jiang Chen's back in an instant. Needless to say, he had already understood what had happened and the truth of the matter. He had killed two of Fu Kuei's sons, which must have caused the other party to hold a grudge against him, but since he was in Genius Prefecture, Fu Kuei couldn't find a chance to take revenge. Therefore, he began to investigate Jiang Chen's origin, and then went to capture Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing to threaten him. The old man in front of him was merely a heaven immortal. It would take a few months for a heaven immortal to fly from Yan City to Great Qian Empire, but now, Jiang Chen understood that it was Fu Kuei who brought him here. Moreover, Fu Kuei knew where he was, which was why he asked the old man to tell him the news. "Young master, only you can save city lord and young miss now. I beg you, young master." The elder spoke and was about to kneel down in front of Jiang Chen. It could be seen that this elder was also loyal to Yan family and regarded the lives of Yan Donglu and his daughter as more important than his own. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. "Get up quickly." Jiang Chen pulled the elder's arm. He couldn't bear such a great gesture. He must save Yan Qingqing and Yan Donglu. Putting aside his feelings, the reason why the two of them were captured by Fu Kuei was entirely because of him and those innocent people who died in the hands of Fu Kuei. He didn't kill them, but they died because of him. In other words, it was Jiang Chen who indirectly harmed them. Jiang Chen could imagine that those people in Yan City were as weak as ants in the hands of Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei really shouldn't vent his anger on those innocent people in order to kill Jiang Chen. This had already violated Jiang Chen's bottom line. Jiang Chen certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing about this matter. He had to solve it himself. The grudge between him and Fu Kuei would have to be settled sooner or later. Jiang Chen didn't want to implicate more innocent people. The current Fu Kuei had lost two sons and had turned into a mad dog. He would bite anyone he didn't like. In order to avenge Jiang Chen, he would do anything. Such a person was the scariest. The only way to deal with such a person was to kill him and make him disappear from this world completely. Mother ****. Let's go. Call Yang Bufan. Let's go to Fu City and kill that old bastard. De Huang dog was infuriated. He was a temperamental dog. After hearing the elder's words, he began to get angry. He couldn't wait to fly to Fu City and kill Fu Kuei. This kind of guy who used the people around him as a threat was the most annoying, but it was basically impossible for Fu Kuei to cause any big waves. How could a puny early immortal emperor fight against Great Qian Empire? Given Jiang Chen's current identity and status in Genius Prefecture, it was too easy to kill Fu Kuei. "Young master, that Fu Kuei has said that you are only allowed to go alone. If he sees you bringing any helpers, he will immediately kill City Lord and young Mississippi," the elder hastily said. He could already see that Fu Kuei was a ruthless man. He would certainly do what he said. Plus, he had already known the whole story. Jiang Chen had killed two of his sons, which had caused Fu Kuei to fall into a state of madness. Such a man was the scariest. He wouldn't care about any consequences, not even his own life in his heart. As a matter of fact, it was true. To Fu Kuei, both of his sons were dead. All of his hopes and future had been cut off and deprived. So death wasn't scary to him. His only wish now was to kill Jiang Chen and avenge his sons. "De Huang, let's go and meet this Fu Kuei. Let's see if he has the ability to fight to the death." Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and spoke to De Huang Dog. For the safety of Yan Qingqing and her daughter, he decided not to call De Huang Dog. Plus, the current strength of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was no longer the same as when they were in Futian Manor. In his half-dragon form, Jiang Chen was already strong enough to fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. De Huang Dog was also a late immortal king expert. He could also fight an early immortal emperor with his full strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen had nothing to be afraid of in this trip to Fu City. This time, it wasn't just to save people, but also to end the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. All right. De Huang Dog's face was full of excitement. He was a guy who couldn't stay idle. He liked to fight and do great things the most. This trip to Fu City was just the right time for him to go all out. "Let's go." Jiang Chen grabbed the elder's shoulder, tore the void with his bare hands, and vanished in a blink. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away, far away from Genius Prefecture. Amazing. The elder swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His eyes were filled with awe when he looked at Jiang Chen. That realm was unimaginable to him. Walking inside the spatial zone was even more unbelievable to him. When he first met Jiang Chen in Yan City, Jiang Chen was just a puny earth immortal. Today, Jiang Chen had already grown to a height that he couldn't even reach. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Yan City was tens of thousands of miles. It was too far, but Fu City was much closer. After all, Fu City was in the territory of East Xuanyu. Although it was still some distance away from Genius Prefecture, this distance was nothing compared to the future. "Young master, that Fu Kuei must have laid out an inescapable net in Fu City. You have to be careful. That Fu Kuei is too terrifying. He's a legendary emperor. You can't deal with him at all." The elder spoke with lingering fear in his heart, reminding Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but smile. To the elder, an immortal emperor was a supreme figure in the legends, a high and mighty supreme emperor, a godlike existence that couldn't be fought. This was the difference between realms. Without reaching this realm, one would never understand what was going on. Furthermore, to a heaven immortal, an immortal emperor was indeed a godlike existence, because the gap between them was just too great. "Don't worry. I will personally take action. I will ensure the safety of City Lord and Qingqing," Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed visibly relieved. He knew Jiang Chen very well. This man was incomparably confident and would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Back then in Yan City, he also understood that an immortal emperor like Fu Kuei might be high and mighty in his eyes, but it might be nothing in the eyes of Jiang Chen, because the current Jiang Chen gave the elder the same feeling as Fu Kuei. The place that Fu Kuei was looking for wasn't in Fu City, but in a valley 1,000 miles away from Fu City. He had already laid out an inescapable net in this valley. An altar was built in the middle of the valley, and a black cage was constructed on the altar. Yan Donglu and his daughter were imprisoned in the cage. Both of their faces were pale and unsightly. "Daughter, are you afraid?" Yan Donglu asked with a smile. "Daddy, I'm not afraid. Big brother Jiang will surely come to save us," said Yan Qingqing. Back in the evil abyss, she had already died once. It was Jiang Chen who saved her and gave her a second life. Even if she had to die for Jiang Chen, she was willing to do so. Yan Donglu sighed and didn't speak. He knew his daughter's feelings for Jiang Chen better than anyone else. Plus, Jiang Chen was the benefactor of their prefecture and had saved the entire prefecture. Even if Jiang Chen suffered a catastrophe today, Yan Donglu wouldn't say anything, nor would he have any complaints. The only thing he was worried about now was his daughter. Yan Qingqing was infatuated with Jiang Chen, but the two of them weren't from the same world. Jiang Chen was a peerless genius who would stand at the peak of this world in the future, whereas Yan Qingqing was at most a talent from a small place. Although she had extraordinary beauty, How could she be worthy of a figure like Xianxia? How could Yan Qingqing not know what Yan Donglu was worried about? She knew very well how big the gap between her and Xianxia was, but sometimes, love couldn't be controlled. Since the moment Xianxia walked into her heart, the shadow of Xianxia was destined to linger in her heart. There would never be a second man in her life. Therefore, Yan Qingqing didn't desire to get Xianxia in the end. It was enough for her to have a concern in her heart. At this moment, a large number of experts had besieged the entire valley. The lowest cultivation base of these experts was an immortal king. Their positions were carefully chosen. The void was filled with invisible ripples of seals. It could be seen that a powerful formation had been laid out here. These immortal kings were here to support the formation and provide it with a steady stream of energy. These experts were divided into 6 directions, firmly sealing off the valley. There was a mighty immortal emperor in each direction. Just like Fu Qing, they were all early immortal emperors. As a famous figure in this generation, Fu Qing had considerable strength and made many friends. In order to kill Xianxia this time, he had made great preparations and paid a great price to invite so many experts. After all, this was a major event. Even if they were his friends, he couldn't let them help him for free. Fu Kuei stood at the easternmost position, which was also the most important position of this formation. His face was solemn and his expression was extremely ugly. Thinking of his 2 dead sons, he couldn't help but erupt with anger, wanting to burn this mountain. Brother Fu, I think you're too nervous and making a mountain out of a molehill. Is there a need to make such a big fuss just to kill a mere Xianxia? 6 early immortal emperors? Isn't Brother Fu thinking too highly of that Xianxia? An early immortal emperor elder spoke. That's right. 6 great immortal emperors have to act at the same time just to deal with a puny immortal king. I think that brat probably doesn't dare to come over. He's not a fool. Would he still come if he knew that he would die? In that case, let's see how the status of these 2 immortal kings captured by Brother Fu is in Xianxia's heart. As long as Xianxia comes, he will die for sure. Given our current strength, killing an immortal king is as easy as crushing dust. The few immortal emperors had a relaxed look on their faces, completely disregarding Xianxia. In their point of view, Fu Kuei had already lost his mind after losing his son. It was a complete waste to use such a big force just to deal with a puny immortal king. This time, Fu Kuei had almost exhausted all of his savings by asking them to act, but to these immortal emperors, they had also seen that there was basically no danger in this matter. It could be said to be an easy task. Plus, there were benefits to be gained. So when Fu Kuei came to them, they agreed without hesitation. Humph. Don't underestimate that brat. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He had already inquired about everything about Xianxia. He knew that this young man wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid of Xianxia, but because he didn't want any accidents to happen. Xianxia was in Genius Prefecture. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Now that he had lured him out, he had to make sure that he would be killed in one strike, not giving Xianxia the slightest chance of survival, because once he lost this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find another one. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Brother Fu is eager to avenge his son. We should understand that. If that Xianxia comes, we will certainly help Brother Fu to take him down and let Brother Fu kill that brat personally. An immortal emperor spoke. His tone was incomparably relaxed. It seemed like he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all, but this was also normal. After all, it was an incomparably difficult thing for an immortal emperor to pay attention to an immortal king. Unfortunately, without truly dealing with Xianxia, they would never know how terrifying Xianxia was. That kind of terror wasn't something they could imagine. We have been waiting for so long. Don't tell me that brat won't dare to show up? Some of them had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Big brother Jiang won't come. Just give up. Kill us if you have the ability. Yan Qingqing Linglong spoke. Her face was filled with disgust as she looked at these legendary experts. They only knew how to use despicable means, using the friend of their opponent as a hostage, which was despised by the world. Humph. As long as Xianxia doesn't come today, all of you will be dead. Fu Kuei Linglong spoke, his eyes blazing with anger. You so-called experts are nothing but shameless bastards. You can't defeat Jiang Chen, so you used his friend to threaten us. That's really shameless and despicable. Unfortunately, you have found the wrong person. Us father and daughter aren't that important in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen won't come. You are destined to work in vain. Haha, Yan Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment, he wasn't afraid anymore, because he knew that it was useless to be afraid. They would die either way. Even if Jiang Chen came, he wouldn't be able to save them from the hands of that lunatic. They were now firmly besieged. It would be difficult for Jiang Chen to break through the defense of so many experts to save them. He was afraid that he and Yan Qingqing would be killed by that lunatic before he could break through the defense. Yan Donglio's words made everyone feel embarrassed. After all, what he said was the truth. What they were doing now was more or less disgraceful. It would be shameful if it was spread out. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had arrived. They were hiding in the mountain not far away and had seen the situation clearly. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He couldn't hide his anger, but he didn't act recklessly. Fighting was not his priority this time. Saving people was the most important thing. This scene looks a little tricky. The whole valley has been sealed. It will be difficult for us to break through and save people. De Huang Dog said. De Huang, let's split up. I will confront them head-on, and you will sneak past their formation to save people. This was the most suitable way to deal with the current situation. It just so happened that De Huang Dog had just advanced to the late immortal king realm, which made him much more powerful than before. Any ordinary formation would be useless to him. Moreover, if De Huang Dog erupted, no ordinary early immortal emperor would be able to stop him. If Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog fought together, they wouldn't be afraid of these people, but the most important thing right now was to save Yan Donglu and his daughter. As long as they were rescued, the next step would be to settle the grudge between Jiang Chen and Fu Kuei. Alright, it's settled then. De Huang Dog said, then vanished with a sway like a ghost. His disappearance didn't even cause any ripples in the void. Such a powerful technique stunned the elder. He deeply felt that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. If he didn't come out, he wouldn't know how big this world was. In this vast and boundless East Xuanyu, any random person could already be a hegemon in Yen City and become a supreme expert. Young master, I will leave young lady and city lord to you. The elder said. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to them. Jiang Chen said. Young master, what do I need to do? The elder asked. Stay here and don't move. Don't go out no matter what happens if you don't want to die. Jiang Chen patted the elder's shoulder and said with a smile. The old man blushed with shame. However, he knew his position very well. Given his ability, he would probably be killed instantly if he went out. Celestial immortals were too weak. If he could get close to them, the aura that erupted from their battle would be enough to crush him into powder. If he went out, not only would he not be of any help, he would also become a huge burden. Therefore, what he had to do was to stay here and protect his life. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards the direction of the valley. When he wasn't far from the valley, he unleashed a tremendous chi that soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble as if it was going to be torn apart at any time. Such a powerful aura and movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over at Fu Kuei's side. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen, Fu Kuei's anger couldn't be suppressed. He roared and couldn't wait to rush up and tear him to pieces. It was this person in front of him who killed his two sons and severed all his hope. This hatred made Fu Kuei unable to sleep day and night. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. So he's Jiang Chen, an early immortal king. I never thought that he could release such a powerful chi. Sure enough, he's a peerless genius. No wonder he could kill the two genius sons of Fu Kuei. It seems like he isn't simple. Humph. So what if he's powerful? If he dares to come today, he's dead for sure. He clearly knows that it's a dead end, yet he still appeared. This is a typical case of brainlessness. A brainless person, a reckless person, no matter how much of a genius he is, will still die in the end. What a pity. For many of them, this was the first time they saw Xianxia. They had only heard of him before. Today, they all praised Xianxia for being a dragon and phoenix among men. At the same time, they also felt that it was a pity. They felt that Xianxia was a reckless person. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, he still took the initiative to offer himself. Clearly, he had come to die. In their point of view, the so-called loyalty was nothing but a fool. How could a fool achieve anything great? Xianxia. Big brother Jiang. Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing also saw Xianxia. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Complicated expressions could be seen in their eyes. They were worried and happy at the same time. They were worried about today's situation. Xianxia's arrival was destined to be very dangerous. On the other hand, they were happy that Xianxia had come for them. This indicated that they still had a certain position in Xianxia's heart. Very soon, Xianxia arrived at the valley and stood opposite to Fu Kuei. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He said to Fu Kuei in a cold voice, "Fu Kuei, I thought you were a great figure. Never had I thought that you were also a despicable person. How could you use such despicable means? Now that I'm here, let them go." Xianxia's attitude was incomparably domineering. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. At least, he wanted to delay until the Huang dog rescued them. It was impossible for Fu Kuei to release them personally. Even if he committed suicide in front of Fu Kuei wouldn't let them go. Release them? Haha, Xianxia, you are too naive. Let me tell you, I have already laid out an inescapable net. As long as you dare to come, you will die for sure. Not even the God of heaven can save you. As for these two, it seems that they are very important to you. I have no intention of letting them go. I will kill them in front of you and let you taste the feeling of losing important people. Fu Kuei said ferociously and gnashed his teeth. He had never intended to let them go. Since Xianxia had come, it meant that he had caught the right people. These two people occupied a certain position in Xianxia's heart. It was better to keep them alive. Then, he would kill them in front of Xianxia and let Xianxia taste the pain. Big brother Jiang, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about us. Yan Qingqing said loudly. She was already very satisfied that Xianxia was willing to appear for her. If Xianxia was sacrificed to save her, Yan Qingqing wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if she died. It seems that this woman has a special liking for you. Xianxia, many brothers here have been drooling over her beauty for a long time. Do you want me to let some of my brothers defile her on the spot? Fu Kuei had a hideous look on his face. You dare? Two rays of cold light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. Boundless killing intent burst out from his body. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. It was a great honor. This Fu Kuei had completely infuriated him. Today, he would eliminate Fu Kuei at all costs. This was a madman who could do anything. If he wasn't eliminated now, there would be great troubles in the future, which could be said to be endless. Haha, you don't dare? Xianxia, I will let you experience the pain you have left me 100-fold. Brothers, serve this beautiful girl well. Let Xianxia see the process clearly. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He had already done everything he could. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He had already resorted to all means possible. He didn't care about face or dignity anymore. He only wanted revenge. He wanted to kill everyone around Xianxia that he could kill. He wanted to use all the methods that he could use to make Xianxia feel pain. He wanted Xianxia to regret killing his own son. He wanted Xianxia to know that killing his own son was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. Jia, let me go first. This young lady is as beautiful as a fairy. I have been impatient for a long time. This man seemed to be in his 30s and had a pair of peach blossom eyes. One look and one could tell that he was an unparalleled pervert. From the moment he saw Yan Qingqing, he was completely captivated by this fairy-like girl. There were several times when he wanted to make a move but was stopped by Fu Kuei. Initially, he thought that Fu Kuei was pretending to be a gentleman. But now, it seemed that Fu Kuei was even more sinister than him. Many men on the scene had committed all sorts of evil deeds. Face was nothing but floating clouds to them. Benefits and enjoyment were the most important things to them. This little girl is so beautiful that I'm drooling over her. Why don't you join us? Count me in. This old man has been eyeing her for such a long time. Another two people stood up. The two of them shook their heads and began to discuss one by one. I'll go first. Brothers, I won't stand on ceremony. The first man who came out walked towards Xianxia step by step. This was an immortal king expert. When he stared at Xianxia, his eyes were about to spit out fire. Get lost. Xianxia was anxious. She wasn't afraid of death, but she absolutely wasn't willing to be defiled by others. Facing this devil that was getting closer and closer, Xianxia's emotions were incomparably agitated. She would rather die than to let this man have his way. Bastard! Yan Donglu cursed. He pulled Xianxia into his embrace. If this man wanted to touch his daughter, he would absolutely not agree to it, unless this man wanted to step over his dead body. Kill the old one. Fu Kuei said indifferently. You guys are playing with fire. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold, and his tone was even colder. His tone was so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. What these people had done had seriously crossed his bottom line. Playing with fire? Jiang Chen, are you angry now? However, it's useless. You will die for sure today, but I want you to die in agony. Fu Kuei looked at the anger of Jiang Chen. Only then did he feel better in his heart. The depression that he had been suppressing these days seemed to have been released a little. He will die miserably. Jiang Chen said. Asterisk roar, asterisk right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, a deafening roar suddenly sounded out from above the cage. The sudden movement immediately alerted everyone. Everyone turned to the source of the roar, and what they saw was a majestic big yellow dog appearing out of nowhere. He opened his mouth wide and tried to bite the man who had just escaped from the cage. That person's gaze was still wandering around Xianxin's body. Suddenly, he felt a great sense of crisis. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. His head was swallowed by De Huang Dog in one gulp. With a cracking sound, that person's head was bitten off by De Huang Dog. His blood-curdling scream also stopped abruptly. Wakaka. Lord Dog is here. De Huang Dog laughed arrogantly. Damn it. How did this dog manage to sneak into the formation? Hurry up and kill him. Fu Kuei bellowed. An early immortal emperor struck. He reached out a huge hand and grabbed at De Huang Dog. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog's combat intent surged. Initially, he intended to fight an early immortal emperor, but then he thought that the most important thing right now was to save Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing. Given the cultivation base of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, they would surely die on the spot. I won't play with you first. Two light wings grew out of De Huang Dog's back. He opened his mouth and bit the cage. With a flicker of the light wings, De Huang Dog and the cage vanished with a swoosh, causing the attack of the immortal emperor to miss. Seal the formation. He can't escape. Fu Kuei bellowed once more. Unfortunately, as soon as his voice faded, De Huang Dog appeared next to Jiang Chen. At the same time, Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing appeared as well. Additionally, the cage that imprisoned the two of them had vanished. This proved that no matter how powerful the formation was, it was useless to De Huang Dog. He could enter and exit at will. Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing still had a look of astonishment on their faces. The instantaneous change just now made them feel as though they were dreaming. Given their cultivation base, the means of De Huang Dog was beyond their imagination. However, the two of them regained their senses very quickly. When they saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog beside them, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy. Both of them thought that they were going to die today, but they had never thought that De Huang Dog was so powerful that he could pass through the grand formation and rescue them so easily. If they didn't experience it themselves, how could they be happy? Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. It's all right now. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He knew that Yan Qingqing had suffered a great injustice this time. All of this was because of him. Fortunately, the two of them were safe and sound. If anything happened to them, Xianxia would feel guilty for the rest of his life. On the other side, everyone was shocked. The facial expression of the 6 immortal emperors changed. They had never thought that the formation that they had painstakingly set up would turn out to be useless at the critical moment, but they knew very well that this didn't mean that their formation wasn't powerful enough, but that dog was just too miraculous. His attainments in the field of formation weren't ordinary at all. Damn it. How could this dog be so powerful? We couldn't even detect him when he entered and exited our formation. Someone cursed. Humph. So what? Even if we don't use the formation, they will still die today. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He hadn't expected such a situation. Initially, he wanted to use Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing to provoke Xianxia, but he didn't expect that a powerful dog would appear and rescue them at the critical moment. This made Fu Kuei very angry. Young Master Jiang, thank you for saving us. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The change was just too great and too fast. Back in Yan City, Xianxia was just a puny earth immortal. The current Xianxia had grown to an incomparably terrifying level. The qi radiating from Xianxia made Yan Donglio's soul tremble. There's no need to be so courteous, city lord. All of this happened because of me. I, Xianxia, feel very sorry for all of you who were killed in Yan City. As for those people who were killed in Yan City, I will certainly avenge them and put an end to them today. Xianxia spoke. There was nothing more to say between him and Fu Kuei. It was either you die or I live. Amazing. The elder who was hiding in the distance was dumbfounded. He had been worrying about the safety of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, because it was just too difficult to save them in such a situation. He had never thought that the dog would be so terrifying, saving them so easily. It felt like a dream. Xianxia, so what if you have saved them? All of you will die today. None of you can escape. Xianxia Lunglung smiled. Fu Kuei, don't worry. I won't run away today. It's time to settle the grudge between us. If you want to kill me to avenge your son, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Similarly, the blood of those people in the prefecture can't be spilled in vain. Since he had already come, Xianxia had no intention of leaving just like that. Some things had to be settled eventually, just like the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. It was a kind of irreconcilable enmity. Since there were so many experts here today, it was just the right time for a massacre. Arrogant. Xianxia, I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare an early immortal king say such words? Could it be that you think that you can fight us with just a late immortal king dog? You're too naive. An early immortal emperor spoke. He felt that there was something wrong with Xianxia's brain if he didn't choose to flee immediately after rescuing his son. Even a fool could see the current situation. Staying here would basically mean certain death, unless Xianxia had the strength to fight them. However, this was impossible. Kong, Xianxia ignored that man. With a loud bang, he turned into his dragon form and spoke loudly. I'll give you all a chance now. If you don't want to die, it's still not too late to leave now. If you don't leave now, none of you will be able to leave later. Xianxia was ready to start a massacre. None of these people were good people, especially those who tried to humiliate Yan Qingqing. It was impossible for them to leave. Xianxia would never be polite to those who wanted to kill him. He was now giving them a chance, but if they didn't cherish it, Xianxia would never be polite to them. Haha. Funny. This is too funny. Xianxia, you're just a puny immortal king. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Do you think that you can fight us just because you have some transformation technique? Too naive. Arrogant and ignorant junior. You're still so stubborn even when death is at hand. Since you don't want to escape, only death is waiting for you. Today, not even the heavenly king can save you. Xianxia, no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. It seems like you can't see the situation at all. Sarcastic laughter was heard from the opponent's camp. Everyone felt that Xianxia was just telling a joke, and it was the funniest joke. Even though Xianxia had displayed his transformation technique, no one put him in their eyes. After all, Xianxia's cultivation base was just too weak. The gap between him and an immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. If a fight really broke out, they were afraid that he would die instantly. Jiang Chen, Jiang Huang Dog, Chen, and Jiang Cheat. Chen, Huang Cht Chen, I tit say it. In that case, I'll teach them how to write it. Kill everyone here today. Leave no one alive. Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. The blood-red sword looked like a blood dragon, mystical to the extreme. It emitted a dazzling sword light. The sword whistle soared to the sky like the roar of a dragon. The heavenly saint sword wouldn't appear easily. Once it did, it would drink blood. The fact that Jiang Chen had sent out the heavenly saint sword was the prelude to a massacre. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to these people. Jiang Chen tore a gap on the gate of the Zulong Tower and said to Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, you and your father go in first. It's safe to hide inside. The battle that was about to happen would certainly be incomparably intense. The destructive power and lethality of the battle between immortal emperors would be too shocking. By the time the battle ended, the mountains within a few hundred miles would be destroyed. Given Yan Qingqing and Yan Dongliu's cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to survive such a battle. Even if no one targeted them, the aftermath of the battle was enough to take their lives. All right. Yan Donglu and his daughter nodded. Without any hesitation, they walked into the gap of the Zulong Tower and entered the interior of the Zulong Tower. To them, hiding inside the Zulong Tower was the safest place. There wouldn't be any danger to their lives. Unless Jiangchen died, the Zulong Tower wouldn't collapse. Kill them all. Fu Kuei was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head and roared. Instantly, all the experts released their powerful qi. Several late immortal kings wanted to show off. They were Fu Kuei's subordinates, so they rushed to the front. The powerful qi of a late immortal king was released perfectly. The combat weapons in their hands were raised high, as though they were going to split a hole in the sky. Unfortunately, they were too hot-headed and had forgotten how their young master Fu Wei died. Fu Wei was also a late immortal king, but he was much stronger than them. Even if 100 of them attacked at the same time, they would still die in front of Jiang Chen. De Huang, show them what you're made of. Jiang Chen spoke. He didn't even have the interest to attack such a figure, so he left it to De Huang Dog to deal with. Wakaka. De Huang Dog cackled. He raised his huge head and rammed at the few late immortal emperors. Dead dog. Go to hell. When one of them saw De Huang Dog charging at him, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The long sword in his hand slashed at De Huang Dog's head. In his point of view, if this slash hit the opponent, it wouldn't be a problem to split De Huang Dog's head in half. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the fact proved that the man's long sword had indeed struck De Huang Dog's head accurately. Unfortunately, the scene of the dog's head being split in half didn't happen. After a powerful king weapon collided with De Huang Dog's head, it didn't even leave a scratch on the dog's fur. Instead, a large amount of sparks was produced. Under the strong recoil of De Huang Dog's head, the long sword in the man's hand flew away. He couldn't even hold it tightly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk before the man had the time to be shocked, De Huang Dog's head had already hit his chest. The poor late immortal king didn't even have the time to scream. His entire body was smashed into countless pieces by the dog's head. What? Upon seeing this, the other few late immortal kings exclaimed. Their faces changed dramatically, looking at Big Yellow as though they were looking at a ghost. Such a horrifying and bloody scene had truly stimulated their souls. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow, without saying a word, they turned and ran away. They knew that they had underestimated De Huang Dog. This dog was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Not even a king immortal weapon could leave a mark on the dog's head. That dog's head was just too abnormal. Kaka. Sons of the asterisk cheese, do you still want to run? Big Yellow's head was an indestructible divine weapon. To an ordinary cultivator, the head was the weakest part of the cultivator. It was imaginable what would happen if the heads of those late immortal kings collided with Big Yellow's head. Big Yellow's head was like an invincible divine weapon. His head was the most vulnerable part of the cultivator. Big Yellow's speed was just too fast. After being locked on by him, it was completely impossible to escape. In an instant, Big Yellow's head collided with the late immortal king's head. A loud bang was heard. Before the expert could utter a wail, his head was smashed into pieces by Big Yellow's head. Bang! Big Yellow's head was smashed by Big Yellow. The scene was just too bloody and terrifying. A mighty late immortal king was completely vulnerable in front of De Huang Dog. He was like an ant that could be crushed easily. Roar, De Huang Dog had gone mad from killing. As a divine beast, he was born with ferocious and murderous nature. Blood was the best way to stimulate his nature. After going berserk, De Huang Dog was undoubtedly very scary. Those immortal kings were completely frightened. Now, their intestines had turned green with regret. If they knew that their opponent was so terrifying, they wouldn't have rushed out in such a hurry. Now, it would be hard for them to escape. It was very easy for late immortal kings to escape, because their speed was very fast. They could instantly tear the void apart and escape using the spatial force. Unfortunately, in the face of De Huang Dog, they felt that even a split second was an extravagant hope, because they could clearly feel that all their opportunities had been locked on by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog could kill them in a blink of an eye. Go to hell for Master Dog. De Huang Dog's chi was like a rainbow. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, indestructible and able to tear the void into pieces at any time. Poochie Poochie, shrill cries resounded throughout the valley. All the late immortal king experts were pierced by the light without exception. They had also made an extremely strong defense and used all their strength, but unfortunately, the gap between their strength and De Huang Dog's was just too huge. It was so huge that it was impossible to make up for it. All of their defenses seemed so pale and powerless. In just a blink of an eye, 6 late immortal kings died tragically. The time from the moment they attacked to their deaths was just too fast. It was so fast that even Fu Kuei and the other early immortal emperors couldn't react in time. In the distance, the old man from Yen City saw all of this, and his mouth fell open in horror. He was shocked out of his wits. In the Zulong Tower, Yen Donglu and his daughter were also shocked out of their wits, but they had finally seen how much Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had grown. Seeing how terrifying De Huang Dog was, the worry they had for Jiang Chen lessened a little. They could almost imagine that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were enough to deal with these experts in front of them. Of course, they knew that the experts they thought were not necessarily experts in the eyes of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn it! I'll kill this dog. You guys go and kill Jiang Chen. An early immortal emperor elder cursed. All of a sudden, he reached out a huge palm and enveloped De Huang Dog. Come. Master Dog isn't afraid. De Huang Dog's strength had reached the extreme. After advancing to the late immortal king realm, he now had the strength to kill a half-step immortal emperor. He could even fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. At this moment, in the face of the attack of an early immortal emperor, De Huang Dog unleashed all of his chi. The tide-like divine beast bloodline instantly enveloped his whole body, making De Huang Dog look incomparably divine. It was a kind of power that came from the desolate era, noble and powerful. De Huang Dog's head glowed with dazzling divine light. There were dragon marks flickering on it. As the dragon marks rippled, a light shield enveloped his head. His already indestructible head had become even more unimaginable after adding such a powerful defense. De Huang Dog roared, then rammed his head against the huge palm of the immortal emperor. Humph! I'd like to see how hard this dog's head is. The immortal emperor harumphed coldly. His face revealed a sinister look. The terrifying huge palm slammed down on De Huang Dog's head. Kong Long, the terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor had tremendous power. Instantly, the sky turned dark. Ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. A large expanse of divine light spread across the sky, shrouding the entire body of De Huang Dog. However, such a destructive attack didn't cause any substantial damage to De Huang Dog's head. It only produced a large number of sparks. Wakaka! De Huang Dog cackled. Shaking his majestic body, he lunged at the immortal emperor once more. De Huang Dog didn't even feel dizzy after his head was hit. If they didn't see such an abnormal scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Damn it. What's this dog head made of? The immortal emperor had the urge to spurt out blood. Such a head was simply invincible. He was afraid that only De Huang Dog had such a head in the entire heavens and earth. Kong Long, the immortal emperor and De Huang Dog were locked in a fierce battle. A new battlefield had been opened up. High up in the sky, the void was shattered. On the other side, Fu Kuei and the other 4 immortal emperors had besieged Jiangchen. The rest of the immortal kings were surrounding Jiangchen. Since the formation was useless, they might as well cancel it. Without the formation, those immortal kings seemed to be useless. In such a battlefield, they would only be a burden. If they rushed forward, they would only become cannon fodder and be killed by Jiangchen instantly. 5 immortal emperors really think highly of me. Make your move. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His whole body was filled with soaring combat intent. This was his first time fighting a mighty immortal emperor, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was full of confidence. Arrogant kid, let me test you first. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. An early immortal emperor stood out. The remaining 4, including Fu Kuei, didn't make a move. The 3 of them must have felt that it would be a little embarrassing to attack a puny immortal king at the same time. Fu Kuei probably wanted to see what kind of ability Jiangchen had and what made him capable of killing his 2 sons. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiangchen was the first to strike. With a sway of his body, he casted out the 9 Phantom Wolves. Phantoms of his doppelgangers appeared on the battlefield, stunning the immortal emperor who was about to attack him. For a moment, he couldn't even sense it. Arg! In the next moment, 2 screams were heard at the same time. The phantoms of Jiangchen vanished. 2 human heads were hanging on his long sword. Blood was still dripping down. These 2 were none other than the 2 men who had tried to humiliate Yan Qingqing. Jiangchen had already said that they would be the first to be killed. No one would be able to stop him. Even if there were a few immortal emperors here, they wouldn't be able to stop him. So fast. Everyone was trembling with fear, especially those immortal kings. Each and every one of them retreated hastily. Even those immortal emperors had a face full of shock, because Jiangchen's speed was just too fast. He was even faster than that dog. Jiangchen unleashed the 9 phantom wolves, as well as the dragon wings and flaming wings on his back. With such a powerful boost, his speed was naturally unparalleled. When his opponents were caught off guard, killing 2 of them was a piece of cake for him. The sword chi of the heavenly saint sword vibrated. The 2 heads were crushed and turned into a mist of blood. Their death wasn't unjust. From the moment they decided to attack Yan Qingqing, their fate had already been decided. Those whom Jiangchen wanted to kill had never survived. Courting death. How dare you kill people in front of me? The early immortal emperor was infuriated instantly. He felt that this was an incomparably humiliating thing. Just as he said that he would kill Jiangchen, 2 of them were killed by Jiangchen in front of him. Such a scene made him lose his face and incomparably furious. The expert moved. He flipped his palm. Incomparably massive energy instantly condensed into an illusory mountain. It was a powerful energy mountain that was completely condensed from energy. It was as heavy as billions of caddies. If one was hit by this energy mountain, one would certainly be smashed to death on the spot. Kong Long, the void was shattered by the energy mountain. The terrifying mountain had locked onto Jiangchen's chi, and was hurtling towards Jiangchen. This was the terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor. The chi that it emitted was destructive. Come on. Let me see how powerful an immortal emperor is. Jiangchen's chi was like a rainbow. The wings on his back flapped. The heavenly saint sword in his hand turned into a blood-red fire dragon, slashing at the energy mountain. Kong Long, this was a fierce contest. The energy emitted from the collision was strong and violent. The void was instantly shattered. The heavenly saint sword was worthy of being called a divine sword. Under Jiangchen's full force attack, it slashed the huge mountain of energy and split it into 2 halves. What? This kid is merely an early immortal king. How can he have such a powerful combat strength? He can even destroy the energy mountain that I have conjured. The early immortal emperor was truly shocked this time. He wasn't the only one. Everyone, including Fu Kuei, gaped in astonishment, feeling that they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Without witnessing the power of Xianxia, one would never know how terrifying Xianxia was. Now, they finally understood why Xianxia was able to kill Fu Tian and Fu Wei. This was a peerless monstrous genius that couldn't be judged by common sense. This kid is too powerful. I have never seen such a monstrous genius before. One of them spoke. So, he must be eliminated today. Given his speed of growth, if we let him escape today, it won't be us who will kill him the next time we meet him. Fu Kuei knew that Xianxia was powerful, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would be this powerful. He could actually fight an early immortal emperor with just an early immortal king cultivation base and didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. Initially, Fu Kuei thought that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue, but now it seemed like his decision was correct. If his camp wasn't strong enough, even if he could suppress Xianxia, it wouldn't be easy to kill Xianxia. Just like the others, Fu Kuei finally understood why his two sons died in the hands of Xianxia. Judging from Xianxia's current ability, he indeed had the ability to kill Fu Wei, but the more powerful Xianxia was, the more determined Fu Kuei was to kill him. A monstrous genius like Xianxia was undoubtedly very scary. Plus, his speed of growth was just too fast. Compared to the time when he was in Futian Manor, the changes in Xianxia were simply incomparable. If he didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying talent today, it would be hard to tell who would kill who the next time they met. Raging Storm Wave. The early immortal emperor struck once more. His powerful attack was actually blocked by an early immortal king brat. If this was spread out, it would be too shameful for him to continue living in the future. The immortal emperor exerted all his strength to strike out the ferocious skill that he was proud of. The energy in his body rushed out like a wave, turning into a huge energy tide. These tides were energy pillars. When they rushed out, each pillar turned into an invisible energy dragon, pouncing at Xianxia. An early immortal emperor isn't easy to deal with. Given my current strength, it will be extremely difficult to kill them. Fortunately, these early immortal emperors are very ordinary. I will be able to suppress them with the great divination art in my dragon form. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. His combat intent was boundless. Fighting against such immortal emperors was what he longed for, but today was a life-and-death battle. So, what Xianxia needed to think about was how to get rid of his opponents. Given his current combat strength, he would certainly be no match for an early immortal emperor genius. However, these old bastards in front of him were obviously not geniuses, so they weren't that scary. Xianxia's dragon form was enough to deal with them. If he used the great divination art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely suppress an early immortal emperor. The attack of Raging Storm Wave was an omnidirectional attack. The violent energy formed a terrifying domain, sealing the void and completely locking Xianxia. Fusion of dragon and sword. Xianxia bellowed. In the face of such a powerful attack, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. Under the circulation of the great divination art, he could easily detect the flaws of the opponent's attack. Furthermore, he had cast out the mighty fusion of dragon and sword. His entire being had turned into a true dragon, a blood-red dragon, carrying the chi of desolation. He was no longer the half-human half-dragon existence, but a true mad dragon. Howl, the dragon sword let out a roar. At this moment, the sword was a dragon and the dragon was a sword. There was no distinction between them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, countless sword beams shot out from the heavenly saint sword. Each of the sword beams was an azure dragon, a peerless dragon sword. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, colliding with the raging waves formed by the energy. Kong long, the heavens and earth shook. The void was torn apart. The entire battlefield was crushed into pieces. This was Xianxia's most powerful attack. The fusion of dragon and sword had unleashed an unparalleled power. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the end, the raging storm wave cast by the early immortal emperor was destroyed by the heavenly saint sword. This was the most powerful technique of an early immortal emperor, but it still couldn't do a thing to Xianxia. Instead, it caused the qi and blood of the early immortal emperor to be disrupted. From afar, the elder of Yen City was already dumbfounded by what he saw. If Big Yellow's strength had shocked him previously, then Xianxia's strength had completely subverted his understanding of cultivation. To him, Xianxia's strength was like a legendary existence that could destroy the heavens and earth. Such a scene was something he couldn't even imagine in his dreams. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, the father and daughter were also dumbfounded. Yan Qingqing was still fine, because in her heart, Xianxian was an omnipotent existence. He was like a great hero that no one could surpass. Therefore, no matter how powerful Xianxian became or what kind of miracles he created, Yan Qingqing wouldn't feel too surprised. She only felt proud of the man that she fell in love with. No one would be able to shut their eyes. However, Yan Donglu was different, because he had met Xianxian before. When he saw Xianxian's tremendous progress in such a short period of time, he couldn't accept and believe it at all, because the existence of Xianxian had also subverted his understanding of cultivation. Damn it! How can this bastard be so powerful? Is he really only an early immortal king? The early immortal emperor seemed somewhat exasperated after failing to do anything to Xianxian twice in a row. He didn't even manage to suppress Xianxian. Old Wang, this kid isn't easy to deal with. I think it's better for us to join forces and get rid of him. Fu Kuei spoke. Xianxian's performance had made him somewhat anxious. Such a scene had obviously gone beyond his imagination. So, he couldn't wait to get rid of Xianxian as soon as possible. Only when Xianxian was dead could he feel at ease. This won't do. I must kill this kid with my own hands. All of you, don't interfere. The immortal emperor who was called Old Wang was completely infuriated. He felt that given his cultivation base and strength, it would be an incomparably shameful thing if he couldn't take down a puny immortal king. Clang. Old Wang drew out a combat sword. It was an incomparable combat sword. The body of the sword was engraved with complex sword marks, radiating 7-colored radiance. Xianxian, you are indeed the most powerful genius that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too weak. You are merely an early immortal king. If you are a little stronger, I will certainly not be a match for you. Next, I won't hold back anymore. Be prepared to die. Old Wang spoke sternly. It's still hard to say who will die. Xianxian smiled Ling. He had already tested his combat strength. It was absolutely impossible for an early immortal emperor to kill him. No matter how many early immortal emperors attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Xianxian had a great advantage in fighting an early immortal emperor. Apart from his terrifying means, he wasn't afraid of energy consumption. He had inexhaustible immortal qi. The millions of dragon marks in his qi sea could provide him with endless energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, Xianxian wasn't afraid of energy consumption at all. Falling flower sword, go to hell. Old Wang attacked once again. He casually swung the combat sword in his hand, causing numerous sword flowers to appear in the void. With incredible speed, he slashed toward Xianxian. However, just as his attack was halfway through, Xianxian also attacked. The Heavenly Saint sword accurately pierced the flaw of his sword technique, making it impossible for him to use the rest of his attack. Clang. The two swords collided. The immortal emperor was actually pushed back 3 steps by Xianxian. What? This time, the expert was truly shocked. He had already used his immortal weapon and had exerted all his combat strength, but he was still pushed back by Xianxian. This was simply unbelievable. What shocked him even more was that Xianxian was able to accurately capture the flaw of his combat strength and seize the opportunity to interrupt his attack, causing him to only be able to exert half of his combat strength. That was why he was pushed back. He knew very well that if he could fully exert his attack, he wouldn't be defeated by Xianxian. Naturally, he didn't know that this was the terror of the great divination art. Xianxian had fully circulated the great divination art, allowing him to see through all the flaws of his opponent during the battle. Again, falling flower sword. The immortal emperor attacked once more. In his point of view, Jiang Chen's attack just now was just a coincidence. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk however, the same thing happened again. When the Immortal Emperor's attack was halfway through, Jiang Chen struck again, pushing the Immortal Emperor back with a single slash of his sword. Asterisk clang clang clang, asterisk next, the Immortal Emperor continued to attack, but each of his attacks was blocked by Jiang Chen, making him unable to exert his full combat strength. Such a battle was incomparably frustrating. Not only did it affect his combat strength, but it also affected his mental state. The Immortal Emperor was shocked. If it was luck at the beginning, it definitely wasn't as simple as that now. Jiang Chen had used a terrifying technique that could accurately capture the opponent's flaws. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk chi la. Asterisk Jiang Chen took advantage of the distraction of his opponent and attacked again. This time, his strength was even more terrifying. The opponent's sword was sent flying away from his hand. At the same time, the sharp sword chi left a deep wound on his opponent's chest, causing blood to flow out. Impossible. The expert shook his head violently. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. He couldn't accept such a fact at all. It was just too shocking. He, a dignified early immortal emperor, had been defeated and injured by an immortal king. This was a scene that he had never dreamt of, but it had really happened. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Fu Kuei and the others were also dumbfounded. They had witnessed the whole process of the battle and deeply experienced the scariness of Jiang Chen. Those experts who had looked down on Jiang Chen before had an incomparably ugly expression. They finally knew that this was a young man that they could never underestimate. They also understood that the reason why Jiang Chen didn't choose to escape after rescuing the man wasn't because of his brain, but because of his formidable strength. This kid is too terrifying. Everyone, attack him together. Don't hold back. Fu Kuei didn't dare to delay any longer. Jiang Chen's strength made him very uncomfortable, making him feel that something was about to happen. Fu Kuei suddenly felt that the inescapable net that he had laid out might not be foolproof. It might not be able to take Jiang Chen's life. Not only Fu Kuei, but the other immortal emperors also didn't dare to be negligent. They no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. Including the one who was injured by Jiang Chen's sword chi, 5 early immortal emperors attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. If it was during normal times, given their cultivation base and identity, they would never gang up on an immortal king jr., because it would be a very shameful thing. But now, face was no longer important. Jiang Chen's power had far exceeded their expectations. He was a peerless monstrous genius, the greatest genius they had ever seen. Even an early immortal emperor was defeated by him. Even though they had joined forces, they didn't dare to underestimate or neglect Jiang Chen in the slightest. On the other side, De Huang Dog and the early immortal emperor were also locked in a battle. The immortal emperor was incomparably depressed, and had the urge to cough up blood. There weren't many abnormal geniuses in the world, but they had encountered all of them. Putting aside Jiang Chen, this dog was also extremely ferocious. The immortal emperor knew very well that he absolutely didn't have the ability to kill this De Huang Dog in a one-on-one battle. There was no doubt about this. What he needed to do now was to continue fighting this dog and wait for the other side to finish off Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Then, De Huang Dog wouldn't be far from death. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 5 early immortal emperors, especially when there was an expert like Fu Kuei among them. Compared to the others, Fu Kuei's strength was still stronger. Under such a formation, Jiang Chen would certainly die. At least, that was what he thought. As for the other immortal kings, they were completely useless. They could only stay where they were and become spectators. They couldn't be blamed for this. The battle in front of them wasn't something they could participate in. Once they rushed forward, not only would they be of no help, they would also be killed immediately. No one was willing to take their life as a joke. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk under the lead of Fu Kuei, the 5 experts unleashed their incomparably powerful chi at the same time. The chi of immortal emperors was like a tidal wave. Incomparable light shone. The 5 experts launched powerful attacks at Jiang Chen from 5 different directions. Come on! Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was covered in red light, making him look like an invincible god of war. The dragon wings on his back had completely fused with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. He held the dragon sword upside down and cast out the 9 phantom wolves' art. His true body aimed at one of the experts, wielding the sword like a saber and slashed at him. The one Xianxia was facing wasn't the opponent, but the one who had been injured by him previously. As the saying goes, pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. Facing 5 experts, he had to defeat them one by one. The attacks of the 5 experts were just too powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. Their attacks interweaved into a huge energy net that pressed down on Xianxia, attempting to crush Xianxia to death. However, Xianxia's movement technique was bizarre, his soul power was strong, his senses were keen, and he was proficient in the great divination art. He was always able to avoid the strongest part of the energy net at an extremely fast speed, and then launch his own attack. No matter how powerful an attack was, there would always be a flaw, especially since this was the first time Fu Kuei and the others had cooperated with each other. Their cooperation couldn't be described with the word tacit. Such a disorderly cooperation didn't pose much of a threat to Xianxia. The great divination art could accurately find the flaw of the attack and find a place to hide. Kong long, violent energy waves rushed out of Xianxia's body, resisting the energy attack that was pressing towards him. At the same time, Xianxia's soul power had completely locked on the injured immortal emperor. The dragon sword carried all of Xianxia's energy and slashed down fiercely. Chi La. The immortal emperor had lost the support of his immortal weapon. The immortal skill that he casted was shattered by Xianxia's sword. The long sword slashed down like a heavenly sword, reaping the life of the enemy at any time. Not good. The immortal emperor yelled. It was already too late for him to dodge. He wasn't in a good state right now. He had lost his immortal weapon and was injured. He couldn't exert his combat strength at all. What he didn't expect was that Xianxia could still accurately attack him while being attacked by so many experts at the same time. Chi La. Arg, along with a wail, one of the experts' arms was chopped off by the dragon sword. This was an incomparably shocking and bloody scene. An early immortal king chopped off the arm of an early immortal emperor. Such a scene was like a dream to everyone. The instant the arm of the immortal emperor was chopped off, Xianxia moved again, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. The speed of the heavenly saint sword had reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the expert and slashed down at lightning speed. As for the other 4 experts, their attacks had just ended, and they didn't have the time to launch their second attack, because they had never thought that Xianxia would be able to neutralize their joint attack so easily. Not only that, he was able to defeat them one by one under such an impossible situation, injuring their own men. Save me! The immortal emperor roared. His injuries weren't light. Although he still had a certain amount of combat strength, it depended on who he was dealing with. To Xianxia, this little bit of combat strength made no difference. The expert felt the threat of death. It was a feeling that he had never felt before, but now, it was so clear. As an immortal emperor, he already had a certain level of prediction ability. He knew very well that given his current state, he absolutely couldn't block the terrifying sword of Xianxia. If his companions couldn't quickly block the sword of Xianxia to save him, what awaited him was death. Hurry up and save him. Damn it. Everyone was infuriated. If they still allowed Xianxia to kill one of their own under such circumstances, it would be too humiliating. Fu Kuei was the first to attack. The mace in his hand was radiating black light, lunging at Xianxia at lightning speed. Humph! Xianxia harumphed coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that he turned a blind eye to Fu Kuei's attack. He was very clear about today's situation. He had to kill them one by one. Now that he had the chance, he must kill them at all costs. Xianxia made up his mind, completely ignoring the attack of Fu Kuei. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. 9 phantoms appeared in different places of the battlefield to distract Fu Kuei's attention. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword slashed at the early immortal emperor with an indomitable posture. Fight! Seeing the ferocity of Xianxia's attack, the immortal emperor had no choice but to use his remaining strength to resist. Unfortunately, how could he resist the all-out attack of Xianxia with his current strength? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Arg! Without any surprise, Xianxia's dragon sword slashed down, cutting the immortal emperor into two halves on the spot. Blood mist splashed everywhere. He died instantly. This was a very shocking scene. A mighty immortal emperor was killed so easily by a puny immortal king. Probably, the expert had never dreamed that he would die in such a way one day. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Xianxia didn't feel any better after killing an expert. The mace of Fu Kuei had destroyed all of his doppelgangers. Additionally, the shockwave of the attack had struck his body, sending Xianxia flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Big brother Jiang. Seeing Xianxia getting injured, Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, daughter. Xianxia will be fine. Yan Donglu spoke. He believed in Xianxia's ability. Such an injury was nothing to Xianxia. He was currently in great shock, just like the people outside, because Xianxia had just killed an immortal emperor. Such an unimaginable thing had actually happened. Yan Donglu was right. Such an injury was nothing to Xianxia. With the help of the wood spiritual qi, he could recover in an instant. This was also the reason why Xianxia dared to let Fu Kuei hurt him. The wood spiritual qi was his trump card, his greatest reliance. Damn it. Why is this bastard so abnormal? He killed old Wang. Brother Fu, why didn't you say that this kid is so powerful? Aren't you trying to harm us? Don't say any more. Brother Fu didn't know that he had grown to such an extent. Although old Wang is dead, the four of us can still kill him if we work together. He has already been injured by Brother Fu's mace and won't be able to hold on for long. No one wasn't shocked. The death of an immortal emperor was undoubtedly a great blow to their hearts, because they knew very well that old Wang's ability was on par with theirs. Now that old Wang was dead, it indicated that Xianxia had the strength to kill any one of them. This was completely different from what they thought before. Even though the four of them had joined forces, they still felt uneasy in their hearts, because the person they were going to deal with was much stronger than them. I have already warned you not to underestimate this kid, but don't worry. He has already been injured by me. He will die for sure today. The four of us will definitely exhaust him to death. Plus, the reason why his combat strength is so powerful is because of this transformation technique. This technique can increase his combat strength by 10 times, but such a heaven-defying technique certainly won't last for a long time. Once he can't maintain the transformation technique, he will fall into a period of extreme weakness. At that time, he will just be an ant that we can squash as we please. Fu Kuei Lingling spoke. His idea was excellent and was recognized by everyone. After all, a tenfold increase in combat strength was even more taboo than a taboo art. As immortal emperors, they knew better than anyone about the considerations of a taboo art. Every time such a taboo art was used, a price had to be paid. Xianxia wasn't an exception. However, they had neglected one point: there were many things in this world that they couldn't imagine. They couldn't be guessed and evaluated by common sense, just like Xianxia's transformation technique, because it wasn't a technique at all, but Xianxia himself. Cut the crap. Kill. One of them was brimming with killing intent. The combat sword in his hand emitted unparalleled sword light. The four of them exerted their most powerful combat strength, lunging at Xianxia once more. Asterisk hell. Asterisk Xianxia's combat sword whistled. He had already unleashed the dragon and sword unification, exerting all of his skills to fight against the four immortal emperors. The battle was incomparably intense. Countless divine light sprinkled down, changing the color of the sky. Holes were formed one after another. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles below crumbled and disintegrated, turning into powder. The earth trembled. The entire battlefield was like the end of the world. Infinite destructive energy rolled. The movement here could be felt from thousands of miles away. Every collision was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Those immortal kings were completely petrified. Some of them who were excited to fight Xianxia now felt how ridiculous their idea was. Given their cultivation base, it was a joke for them to participate in this battle. If they were allowed to fight, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from Jiang Chen's sword. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Is he really only an early immortal king? He's fighting 4 early immortal emperors alone, but he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. It seems like none of them is a match for him in a one-on-one battle. He's a peerless genius that can't be seen with the eyes of ordinary people. If such a man isn't eliminated today, he will become a great trouble in the future. We won't have the chance to eliminate him anymore. I think it's going to be very difficult to kill Jiang Chen today. Even the 4 great experts can't do anything to him. Don't worry. That Jiang Chen has consumed a lot of energy. I don't think he can hold on for long. Also, that terrifying transformation skill will disappear very soon. At that time, it will be the time of his death. Everyone was shocked. It was a kind of luck to be able to witness such an unprecedented battle. The fierce battle was still going on. Jiang Chen had completely turned into a peerless dragon, wagging his tail in the center of the battlefield. He had cast the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, which allowed him to fight the 4 early immortal emperors like a fish in the water. So far, there was no sign of him losing. Fu Kuei and the other 3, however, were different. After fighting for a long time, they began to feel somewhat impatient. Their only hope now was that Jiang Chen would run out of energy as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be able to maintain his transformation skill. What made them speechless was that Jiang Chen seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't see any signs of energy exhaustion. Humph. When you are distracted, it will be the time for me to strike back. None of you will be able to escape today. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. He still had a greater trump card, the Qilin Divine Arm. The Qilin Divine Arm could be integrated with the True Dragon combat skill. It was the strongest trump card that Jiang Chen currently had. He wasn't willing to use the Qilin Divine Arm easily, but today's situation made it necessary. Kong Long, the fierce battle was still going on. The 4 immortal emperors had exerted all of their techniques, especially Fu Kuei, who had almost exerted all of his strength. The current scene was very spectacular. The 4 experts stood in different positions, attacking the blood-red dragon in the middle. The dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, sometimes turning into a sharp sword. Its body flickered between light and dark, looking illusory, bursting out with unparalleled desolate force. Even though it was 1 against 4, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. It didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position at all. Mother **Cur. How long can this bastard last? I can't hold on any longer. Someone was so exasperated that he was about to spurt out blood. He had never encountered such a scene before. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. It should be said that the combat strength of an immortal emperor was boundless. They weren't afraid of consumption, especially when the 4 of them joined forces. But now, they were being beaten so badly that their minds were in turmoil. Don't think too much. Continue to attack. We must kill this kid today. Fu Kuei spoke ferociously. Today was his only and last chance. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have another chance. Fu Kuei, I quit this deal. This kid can't be killed. You know this very well. I will return the benefits you have given me. I quit. Someone spoke, seemingly ready to leave. As a mighty immortal emperor expert, he naturally wasn't a fool, because even a fool wouldn't be able to reach this level. This expert could see very clearly that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. Humph. You want to quit now? It's too late. This Jiang Chen is ruthless. He has already remembered all of you. If you don't kill them today, you will be waiting to be killed by him in the future. A peerless genius like him will advance by leaps and bounds. Very soon, he will surpass us. Plus, this man will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have attacked him today, he will surely kill you all in the future. We have no way out now. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. Fu Kuei, *CKU, I've been tricked by you. That person was flustered and exasperated, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he also knew that Fu Kuei's words were not wrong. A person like Jiang Chen was ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Today, they attacked Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's character, there was no doubt that he would never let them go. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay today, they had to eliminate Jiang Chen to avoid future troubles. Now, killing Jiang Chen was not only to avenge the Fu Wei brothers, but also to save their own lives. Haha, although Fu Kuei is stupid, what he said is right. If you all offend him, none of us will be able to live. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, arrogant to the extreme. From the moment he decided to attack, he had already sentenced these people to death. None of the 6 immortal emperors would survive. Kill. The 4 of them were infuriated once more. No one chose to retreat. Just like what Fu Kuei had said, they had no way out. If they escaped today, they would die in the future. Kong Long, terrifying energy wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Mountains crumbled one after another. The earth was broken. 7-colored light flickered constantly in the sky, sending shivers down people's spines. The fierce battle continued for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no winner or loser. Jiang Chen was just too tenacious. He simply couldn't be killed. Despite the joint attack of the 4 experts, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. By this time, the 4 of them had long been distracted. Their attacks were no longer orderly, let alone cooperating with each other. Apart from Fu Kuei, who was still howling with soaring killing intent, the fighting spirit of the other 3 had begun to weaken. The cooperation of these 4 is already disorderly. Their joint combat strength has begun to weaken. Now, it's my turn to attack. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the moment when the 4 of them were distracted. Only then would he be able to destroy them. Roar. Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body curled up, turning into a half-human half-dragon state. At the same time, the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand disappeared, because he was going to use his killer move. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, then he once again unleashed the 9 Phantom Wolves. Such a marvelous movement skill could often play a crucial role in a fight, especially when the opponent was distracted. It could confuse the opponent's senses, and then Jiang Chen could choose to attack them one by one. Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen shouted again. On the thick dragon arm, a cracking sound could be heard. Pieces of golden scales began to cover his arm, and his arm instantly doubled in size. Jiang Chen locked on to one person at lightning speed and attacked that person. Roar. The phantom of the fire Qilin's head flashed, and so did the phantom of the true dragon. When the 2 merged together, it was like the fusion of 2 divine beasts. It was too powerful and earth-shattering. It was a direct enhancement of energy and blessing. Not good. Save me. The immortal emperor felt an extreme sense of danger, and immediately cried for help. Unfortunately, the other 3 were entangled by Jiang Chen's phantom, and couldn't rescue him immediately. Kong Long, the powerful Qilin divine arm smashed heavily on the body of the immortal emperor. The phantom of the Qilin and the true dragon fused together, turning into a primordial beast, and swallowed the immortal emperor with its bloody mouth. Arg, a blood-curdling scream was heard. He was completely caught in the center of the violent energy. It was like the power of a god, wanting to tear his body apart. Even his immortal emperor Qi couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the immortal emperor was covered in blood. This time, he had suffered unimaginable injuries, and was facing death. He spurted out blood continuously, his body trembled, and had completely lost his combat strength. His face was full of horror. The energy just now had made him feel infinite fear. That was the shadow of death. Go to hell. Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the slightest chance to live. The true dragon palm rushed out once again, grabbing the expert's head. With a forceful grip, the expert's head was ripped off. Another early immortal emperor expert had fallen. At the same time, in Nanbei family, a golden-haired young man in a golden robe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably sharp, as though it could pierce through the void. He was currently in a void, or rather, a sealed space, with variegated laws of law lingering around him. I can smell the chi of Qilin, but I'm at the critical moment of comprehending the monarch heaven art. I can't attack now. Young Master Chow. After the youth appeared, he saluted the golden-robed man. Both of them were the top geniuses of Nanbei family. Judging from the surface, their cultivation base was almost the same. Both of them were early immortal Emperor Supreme experts. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men, but the youth who came in was so respectful to the golden-robed youth. It was enough to show the status of the golden-robed youth in Nanbei family. Nanbei too, I sensed the chi of Qilin. It's in the southeast direction. Bring some men to check it out immediately. The golden-robed youth spoke in a commanding tone. Yes, young Master Chow. I'll go right away. Nanbei didn't dare to neglect the golden-robed youth's words. He immediately agreed and vanished from the spatial zone in the blink of an eye. This was a very incomprehensible scene. One should know that Nanbei family, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in eastern Xuanyu. There were countless young disciples under them. The battles between the geniuses who had reached the immortal emperor realm were even fiercer. Two geniuses of the same level were almost equal, just like the crown prince of Great Qian Empire, King Ping and King Fan. Although the crown prince's identity was more distinguished on the surface, in fact, King Fan and King Ping didn't respect him at all. Nanbei Tu's respect for the golden-robed youth was incomprehensible. After Nanbei Tu vanished, the golden-robed youth closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend his divine technique. In the battlefield outside Fu City, Jiang Chen had killed an immortal emperor in a domineering manner, causing the hearts of the remaining 3 experts to sink. They had been bombarding Jiang Chen for so long, but they hadn't even scratched the skin of Jiang Chen's hair. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's first counterattack had already killed one of them. Although it was partly due to the opponent's carelessness, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had killed 2 immortal emperors. How could they remain calm? Not good. This kid still has a powerful trump card. He's too powerful. We are no match for him at all. How can there be such an abnormal person in the world? I have experienced countless battles in my life, but I have never experienced such a stifling battle. The facial expressions of the 2 immortal emperors changed completely. Once again, they had the thought of retreating. At this moment, Fu Kuei was, of course, the one who felt the most depressed was none other than Fu Kuei. He had schemed all of this and traveled thousands of miles to capture Yan Qingqing and her father just to lure Jiang Chen out and kill Jiang Chen to avenge his son. He didn't expect that his foolproof plan would turn out to be like this. Haha. Like I said, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's chi soared to the sky. A violent attack was launched at the other early immortal emperor. As a matter of fact, he still had a powerful trump card, the eternal immortal wind. This kind of wind originated from the immortal world. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the eternal immortal wind would also gradually increase. Due to the environment of the immortal world, it was more suitable to use the immortal wind. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use the eternal immortal wind rashly. He was almost certain that as long as he used the eternal immortal wind, he would immediately draw out the northern and southern dynasties. He had an intuition that even with his current combat strength, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't willing to take the risk. It wasn't the time for him to meet the northern and southern dynasties yet. It was better to let nature take its course. Let's attack together and stop him. Seeing Jiang Chen attacking again, Fu Kuei yelled and raised the mace in his hand, smashing at Jiang Chen. At this time, everyone could see the intention of Jiang Chen. Obviously, he wanted to kill them one by one. If they let Jiang Chen kill one more of them, none of them would be able to leave today. All of them would die here. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk asterisk swoosh, asterisk. Just as Fu Kuei and the other expert were about to strike, Jiang Chen casted out the 9 phantom wolves again. Phantoms of phantoms appeared and blocked the way of the 2 experts. Damn it. It's this move again. Fu Kuei and the other expert cursed. Their minds were in a mess right now. Such a movement technique could play a key role, making them unable to identify the real body of Jiang Chen. Such an abnormal movement technique was too annoying. Helpless, they could only choose to attack from all directions. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk arg, in the blink of an eye, everything was over. Xianxia combined the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat skill, smashing fiercely on the immortal emperor that he had locked onto. The expert let out a wail. Half of his body was smashed. The remaining half of his body hastily tore the void apart, choosing to escape. Stay here. How could Xianxia give his opponent the chance to escape? With a claw, half of the immortal emperor's body was pulled out from the void. Don't, Xianxia. Don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. The immortal emperor's face was full of fear. This time, he was completely terrified. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. It wasn't easy for every immortal emperor to reach where they were today. They had experienced many trials and tribulations to achieve what they had today. How could they be willing to die? It's too late. Xianxia was ruthless and merciless. He would never show the slightest bit of mercy when killing his enemies. He exerted strength in his hand, crushing the body of the immortal emperor, turning it into a mist of blood. After killing another person, Xianxia's killing intent soared. His chi was unparalleled, like a peerless devil. The shadow of the divine beast Qilin could be seen on the tip of the Qilin divine arm. How could this be? How could this be? Apart from Fu Kuei, there was another immortal emperor left. The immortal emperor was completely terrified. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. Escaping for his life was the most important thing. As for whether Xianxia would seek revenge from him in the future, it was no longer important. The most important thing was to leave this place alive. Asterisk Qi La. Asterisk How would the immortal emperor dare to delay any longer? Immediately, he tore the void and flashed into it. 5 elemental sphere, seal the void. Get out. Xianxia casted out the 5 elemental sphere. The powerful energy of the sphere spread out like tidal waves, fusing with the void, forming a large spatial barrier. The immortal emperor who had just flashed into the spatial barrier and was about to escape was forced out by the power of the 5 elemental sphere. Impossible. The immortal emperor's facial expression changed drastically. He finally realized the greatest crisis. He was too shocked. Given his cultivation base and strength, it was fine that he couldn't defeat an immortal king brat, but now, he didn't even have the chance to escape. This was simply unimaginable. I've said it before. No one can escape. You have already lost your will to fight. You can only die in my hands. While speaking, Xianxia attacked. Without any hesitation, the Qilin divine arm crushed the void, pouncing on the immortal emperor like Mount Tai. He didn't pay any attention to Fu Kuei, because he knew that Fu Kuei wouldn't choose to escape. Of course, even if Fu Kuei wanted to escape, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. After displaying all of his trump cards, Xianxia had enough ability to control the situation. Xianxia, I'm going all out with you. Fu Kuei's eyes turned red as he lunged at Xianxia once more. The mace in his hand was about to spurt out flames, leaving a long shadow in the void. He had completely lost his mind and couldn't control his emotions anymore. Xianxia had severely stimulated him. His last hope had been shattered. He had been planning to avenge his son, but he didn't expect that it would all come to nothing in the end. Don't worry. I'll kill you later. Xianxia spoke Lung. As a matter of fact, if Fu Kuei and that immortal emperor joined forces, they would be an incomparably terrifying force. Unfortunately, they had already lost their fighting spirit. A man who had lost his fighting spirit and a lunatic were no longer a threat to Xianxia. Sometimes, a battle didn't necessarily rely on combat strength, especially against an opponent whose combat strength was almost the same. Psychological warfare was often very important. Whoever had a better mental quality would be able to control the situation of the battlefield. Kong Long, Xianxia's work was still faster than Fu Kuei. Before Fu Kuei's attack arrived, the Qilin divine arm had already bombarded the body of the immortal emperor. The combat sword in the expert's hand was sent flying. The energy shield outside his body was also shattered. The destructive power of the Qilin divine arm still affected his body. Just like the previous opponent, half of his body was shattered by the Qilin divine arm die. Xianxia attacked mercilessly. Once again, he cast out a violent energy beam, shattering the immortal emperor. After killing this immortal emperor, he turned to face Fu Kuei. The Qilin arm's might was unparalleled, and the remnant might collided with Fu Kuei's mace, causing Fu Kuei to retreat. On the other side, when the immortal emperor who was locked in battle with De Huang Dog saw that 4 immortal emperors had died in a row, leaving only Fu Kuei, he was already scared out of his wits. He tried his best to abandon De Huang Dog, preparing to escape. If he didn't continue fighting, he would surely die. De Huang Dog was already very difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was even more terrifying. At first, they thought that Jiang Chen's biggest reliance was this dog. Now, it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. Jiang Chen was much more powerful than this dog. He was a super abnormal being. Trying to run? If I let you get away, I won't be able to show my face in the future. Immortal slaying sword. De Huang Dog was extremely domineering. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? Jiang Chen had already killed 4 people in a row. If he couldn't even kill one, he would lose too much face. Hell. The terrifying immortal slaying sword was cast out by De Huang Dog. The current immortal slaying sword was equivalent to a peak emperor-grade immortal weapon, but in terms of true power, it was much more powerful than an ordinary venerable-grade immortal weapon. After all, the immortal slaying sword was the natal immortal weapon of Immortal Slayer King, a true great sovereign weapon. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, he could already exert the power of the immortal slaying sword without falling into a severe state of weakness. The immortal slaying sword was too terrifying. It carried the massive might of a great sovereign. The chi it emitted could make one's soul tremble. The terrifying immortal slaying sword was like a divine light, sprinkling a sword net, enshrouding the expert in an instant and slashing down. Such a powerful trump card was even scarier than Jiang Chen's Qilin arm. The early immortal emperor was already trembling in fear and had lost his will to fight. Now that he was facing the immortal slaying sword, he was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. After killing the expert, De Huang Dog kept the immortal slaying sword. The chi on his body began to weaken. The consumption of forcefully casting the sovereign weapon was too great. Even if De Huang Dog was an abnormal being, he couldn't cast it continuously. Given his current cultivation base, it was already very terrifying to be able to cast it once. At this point, all 5 early immortal emperors were dead. Only Fu Kuei was still alive. The rest of the immortal kings had long been scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Regrettably, these bastards didn't take advantage of the battle just now to escape. It seemed like they still had high hopes for those immortal emperors. De Huang, on the other hand, has killed all of those immortal kings. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen spoke. None of those who appeared in this valley today would be spared. All of them must die. This was Jiang Chen's style of doing things. He had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. What? Jiang Chen's words made those immortal kings recover from their shock. One by one, they began to exclaim. Only now did they realize the crisis. It turned out that this battle wasn't just between immortal emperors and Jiang Chen. Only then did they realize that they were also involved in it. Don't kill us. Someone shouted, but it was too late. With their abilities, there was no way they could withstand Big Yellow's terrifying attack. Big Yellow was ferociously attacking them. It was a complete massacre. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. In just a few breaths of time, all the immortal kings were slaughtered by De Huang Dog. At this time, only Fu Kuei was left on the battlefield. The father and daughter in the ancestral dragon pagoda, as well as the old man in the distance, were shocked speechless. They had never seen a battle like this before. It was a battle between 2 peak experts. It was impossible for such a battle to happen in a small place like Yan City. Fu Kuei, now it's your turn. At this time, do you still want to avenge your son? Jiang Chen sneered at Fu Kuei. Haha, Fu Kuei suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of despair. That's right, it was despair. Looking at the corpses and flesh that covered the mountains and plains, he couldn't speak a word. He felt as though he was dreaming. Jiang Chen, I will still fight you to the death. Fu Kuei moved again, taking the initiative to attack. He infused all his energy into the mace and slashed towards Xianxia. He knew that this might be his last attack. He knew that he wasn't a match for Xianxia. In a one-on-one situation, he would die for sure if he fought against Xianxia. However, Fu Kuei still acted decisively, because he knew very well that Xianxia wouldn't let him go. "Come on, I'll give you face if you die like this." Fu Kuei was courting death. All of his attacks were scattered and couldn't pose any threat to Xianxia. Xianxia struck out the Qilin divine arm and clashed with Fu Kuei's mace. The mace was bounced away. At the same time, the remaining power of the Qilin divine arm didn't diminish and heavily hit Fu Kuei's head. Fu Kuei didn't even have the chance to scream before his head was smashed by Xianxia. He died on the spot. Xianxia didn't torture Fu Kuei. Instead, he gave him a quick death and didn't let him suffer too much pain. To Fu Kuei, if he couldn't kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to take revenge in this life. In that case, killing him would be a kind of relief. Otherwise, he would have to live under the shadow of Xianxia for the rest of his life. Wakaka. Satisfying. Little Chinzi, your current combat strength is just too powerful, especially the fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique. It's simply too abnormal. De Huang Dog came to Xianxia's side. Today, he had finally killed to his heart's content. Fu Kuei's death can be considered as the end of a grudge. Once such a person goes crazy, he will be very scary. If he isn't eliminated, there will be other troubles in the future. Xianxia spoke. Such an enemy must never be left alive. Although Fu Kuei couldn't cause any threat or harm to him, he could still find trouble with the people that he had come into contact with before, just like what happened to Yan Qingqing and Yan Donglu. Such trouble was what Xianxia was most afraid of. Therefore, he must eliminate the root of the problem when cutting the grass. At this moment, 3 tyrannical figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. They were 3 young men, all of whom had imposing appearances and extraordinary bearings. Their faces were filled with arrogance that came from their bones, and they were filled with arrogance from the inside out. More importantly, their cultivation base was at the early immortal emperor realm. Every young immortal emperor was a famous figure in East Xuanyu, because the emergence of a young immortal emperor would always cause some commotion, spreading the news across the entire East Xuanyu at the fastest speed, letting everyone know about it. The other 2 were also half-step immortal emperors. Such figures would be considered as very powerful geniuses even in Genius Prefecture. After the 3 of them appeared, their gazes fell on Xianxia, or rather, on Xianxia's Qilin divine arm. At this moment, Xianxia was still in the state of transformation. He had just killed Fu Kuei, so he didn't even have time to put away the Qilin divine arm. Not good. Xianxia's heart shuddered. Not good. People like him had the sharpest senses. Sometimes, he could tell whether the opponent was a friend or foe just by looking at their eyes. Furthermore, the fact that the 3 of them were paying attention to his Qilin divine arm had already made Xianxia understand something. What he was sure of was that these 3 were absolutely not the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Fu City was within the territory of Great Qian Empire. The geniuses of other major powers wouldn't appear here for no reason. In other words, these 3 were most likely attracted by the previous battle. However, although the battle here was intense, it absolutely couldn't be heard outside of Great Qian Empire. Then, there was only one explanation: the real reason that attracted these 3 was the Qilin divine arm * swoosh. Xianxia kept the Qilin divine arm and the dragon form, returning to his original appearance. He glanced at the 3 of them, then said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, let's go." This place wasn't suitable for detention. He didn't want to clash with the 3 of them. The previous intense battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Plus, the leader of the group was a true early immortal emperor expert. In the face of existences like Crown Prince and Yang Bufan, Xianxia wouldn't be a match for them. There was no doubt about it. After all, geniuses like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince were far from what people like Fu Kuei could compare to. Both of them were on completely different levels. They were existences that could fight intermediate immortal emperors. Not only did they have terrifying combat strength, but they also had extremely powerful trump cards. Stop. As soon as Xianxia turned around, the leading youth spoke. Brother Itu, the technique that kid used just now seems to be the technique of fire qilin. One of them said in a low voice. I know. The youth spoke. He stepped in the air and came to Xianxia's side. Brother, I don't think we know each other, right? Xianxia asked. I'm Nanbei Itu of Nanbei family. I don't care what you have experienced here, but I want to know, where did you get the qilin technique? The youth asked. His tone was incomparably cold. In order to find the fire qilin, Nanbei family had almost searched the entire East Xuanyu, but to no avail. Today, he had to lock on to Xianxia. This is my private matter. I don't think I need to explain it to you, right? No matter how powerful Nanbei family is, they can't control everyone in the world. Besides, this is the territory of Great Qian Empire. Xianxia also spoke coldly. Facing the people of Nanbei family, he really couldn't put on a good face. Not to mention that the other party's expression was also extremely unpleasant. He would not use his hot face to stick to their cold buttocks. Not to mention whether the northern and southern dynasties had anything to do with this Nanbei family, just the fact that Xianxia had crippled the fire qilin of Nanbei family had basically determined the relationship between him and Nanbei family. Sooner or later, they would be hostile. Xianxia just didn't want to go against them now. After all, his cultivation was still weak, and he had indirectly offended Corpsine sect, Huangquan Gate, and Divine Line sect. Although he had Great Qian Empire as his backing, to Xianxia, only his own strength was the most reliable. In this world where only the strong were respected, one should never expect to rely on others. Only oneself could be relied on. Kid, how dare you speak to Brother Itu in such a tone? Are you courting death? Not to mention you, even the crown prince of Great Qian Empire would have to show some respect to our Brother Itu. Who do you think you are? The person beside Nanbei Itu couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Xianxia's nose and scolded. It seems that your Nanbei family is used to being arrogant. But let me warn you, don't point your finger at me. There were people who did it in the past, but they all died in the end. Xianxia looked at that genius with incomparably cold eyes. Nanbei Itu waved his hand, indicating for the people around him to calm down. He looked at Xianxia and said, What's your name? Xianxia. Xianxia said indifferently. He never hid his name because there was nothing to hide. If the other party wanted to kill him, they wouldn't let him go just because he hid his name. Tell me, where is the fire qilin? Release the fire qilin and you can still be saved. Nanbei Itu said. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia had an indifferent expression. Humph. Xianxia, you'd better not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In the entire East Xuanyu, no one dares to touch the fire qilin. I don't know where you get such courage from. Young Master Chao has already sensed the fire qilin's aura, so he gave the location. Therefore, the qilin skill on you must have come from the fire qilin because young Master Chao will never be wrong about it. Whether you admit it or not, the disappearance of the fire qilin is related to you. Nanbei Itu snorted coldly. If it was just based on the qilin skill, he wouldn't dare to directly conclude that the disappearance of the fire qilin was related to Xianxia. After all, the fact that he could use the qilin skill didn't mean that he was the culprit who killed the fire qilin. However, young Master Chao had clearly sensed the fire qilin's aura. No one doubted young Master Chao's ability, not even the entire Nanbei family. Therefore, Nanbei Itu concluded that the qilin skill displayed by Xianxia must have originated from the fire qilin. In other words, the disappearance of the fire qilin must be related to Xianxia. Young Master Chao, this was the first time this title appeared in Xianxia's ears. It made Xianxia's heart skip a beat, because this title reminded him of the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei family, young Master Chao. There wouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. He was now certain that the northern and southern dynasties must be the people of Nanbei family. Perhaps, it was this young Master Chao. From the respect Nanbei Itu had for young Master Chao, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chao's position in Nanbei family was absolutely transcendent. The young Master Chao you mentioned, is he from the northern and southern dynasties? Xianxia asked curiously. Nonsense. The people of Nanbei family are naturally Nanbei. You haven't even heard of young Master Chao, yet you still have the nerve to mingle in East Xuanyu. A person beside Nanbei Yitu said in a mocking tone. If there was anyone in East Xuanyu who didn't know the name of young Master Chao of Nanbei family, then what was the point of mingle in East Xuanyu? Sure enough, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged glances. They had finally found the main character. He absolutely didn't believe that there was a second northern and southern dynasties in this world. The northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were definitely this young Master Chao, the old enemy of Jiang Chen. Back then, when Jiang Chen had just ascended, he had suffered a very serious attack and almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark, he would have died. Now, it seemed that it was undoubtedly this young Master Chao who did it. Moreover, from this person's tone, it wasn't hard to tell that the northern and southern dynasties had a very great reputation in East Xuanyu. Even a character like Nanbei Yitu had to respect him. Jiang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the fire qilin and you may still have a chance to live. Nanbei Yitu spoke again, but deep in his eyes, a strong killing intent was revealed. In his opinion, in the entire East Xuanyu, anyone who dared to touch the sacred beast of Nanbei family would only have one ending, death. Since Jiang Chen had done it, he would definitely die. But now, the most important thing was to find the fire qilin. Therefore, Nanbei Yitu could promise that as long as Jiang Chen handed over the fire qilin, he would let him live. It seems that you won't believe me if I say that I didn't see it. But no matter how arrogant your Nanbei family is, I, Jiang Chen, don't care. You can't threaten me. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was almost nothing more to say. He could feel the killing intent from Nanbei Yitu. Jiang Chen no longer denied the fact that the fire qilin was the culprit, because in his point of view, it didn't matter anymore. Moreover, his qi had already been sensed by the northern and southern dynasties when he used the qilin arm. So it was useless for him to deny it. Jiang Chen knew very well that since he had been targeted by Nanbei family, there was basically no room for reconciliation. Nanbei Yitu wanted to kill him, but he wanted to see the fire qilin first before killing him. That was all. In the eyes of Nanbei family, he was already a dead man. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Nanbei Yitu was infuriated. He felt that he had already given the opponent a chance, but the opponent didn't know how to cherish it. Since the opponent was so stubborn, there was nothing more to say. He had received the order from young Master Chao to find the fire qilin at all costs, which was obviously related to Jiang Chen. Therefore, Nanbei Yitu decided to cripple Jiang Chen first, then capture him and bring him to Nanbei family. Kong, an incomparably powerful qi wave was suddenly released from Nanbei Yitu's body. They were all early immortal emperors, but in terms of qi alone, Fu Kuei and the others were far inferior to Nanbei Yitu. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei and Nanbei Yitu were to fight each other, the former would be killed instantly. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. They were superior to ordinary people not only in talent and cultivation speed, but also in combat strength. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. The void above trembled. Then, a young man in black walked out of the void. The aura he exuded was no weaker than Nanbei Yitu's. Moreover, he had a strong emperor's aura. It was a sign of a superior. His every move, even his ordinary gaze, was filled with a fierce color. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. The visitor was none other than Yang Bufan. Not long after Jiang Chen left, he went to Dan Prefecture to look for Jiang Chen and happened to bump into Xianzhong. Then, he asked the disciple who was guarding the mountain about the direction Jiang Chen had gone to. After all, he was very clear about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Fu Kuei. Yang Bufan couldn't put his mind at ease, so he rushed over and happened to see Nanbei Yitu about to attack Jiang Chen. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't allow it. Yang Bufan's qi collided with Nanbei Yitu's, blasting a large hole in the void. This was just a collision of qi. Naturally, the outcome was a draw. Although Yang Bufan had just advanced to the immortal emperor realm, he was already on par with Crown Prince. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight Nanbei too. Yang Bufan came to Jiang Chen's side. Seeing that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, he felt relieved. His eyes swept across the messy battlefield and the broken corpses. He basically understood what had just happened here. Why didn't you tell me about this? Yang Bufan scolded. Haven't I already solved it myself? Jiang Chen shrugged. He knew that Yang Bufan was worried about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that King Fan of Great Qian Empire is going to intervene in the matter of our Nanbei family? Nanbei spoke. The sudden appearance of Yang Bufan had made his face darken. He could recognize Yang Bufan's identity at first glance. After all, he and Yang Bufan were from the same generation. Although Yang Bufan had disappeared for 10 years, they had already met 10 years ago. Moreover, after Yang Bufan returned, he was conferred the title of King Fan. His name had become very famous. There was basically no one in East Xuanyu who didn't know him. But what Nanbei didn't expect was that Yang Bufan's cultivation base had become so strong. The collision just now was enough to make him understand that Yang Bufan's current cultivation base and combat strength weren't any weaker than his. Furthermore, it seemed that Yang Bufan had appeared especially for Jiang Chen. If King Fan of Great Qian Empire came forward to protect Jiang Chen, it would be a little troublesome. It wouldn't be easy for him to take Jiang Chen away today. Yang Bufan turned to Nanbei and said in a flat tone, Nanbei, I don't care about the matters of your Nanbei family, but Jiang Chen is my brother. I naturally won't allow you to touch my brother. Yang Bufan had made his attitude and purpose very clear. He and Jiang Chen had been through life and death together. They were like brothers. Not to mention Nanbei family, even if the Emperor of Heaven wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he would still step forward to stop him. Jiang Chen has captured the sacred beast of Nanbei family, Fire Qilin. Nanbei family will never let this matter go. I'm afraid that it's impossible for King Fan to protect him. Nanbei said Lung Lung. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan couldn't help but frown. This was what he was most worried about. Jiang Chen had touched the Fire Qilin. What he was most afraid of was being exposed. As a matter of fact, he had already guessed it when Nanbei came to him today. Nanbei family wasn't easy to deal with. This was an ancient family with an extremely powerful foundation that even surpassed Great Qian Empire. The loss of the Fire Qilin of Nanbei family may not necessarily be related to Jiang Chen. Great Qian Empire and Nanbei family have always minded our own business. I hope you won't take this opportunity to stir up trouble. Yang Bufan spoke. He knew the importance of the Fire Qilin to Nanbei family. It was the symbol of Nanbei family's luck. If they were sure that Jiang Chen had captured the Fire Qilin, they would kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Since King Fan has said so, I'll bring Jiang Chen back to the family first. If Jiang Chen didn't capture the Fire Qilin, we won't touch him, said Nanbei. Nanbei spoke. Judging from his look, he didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yang Bufan here. According to his previous plan, he would attack Jiang Chen directly, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen had such a good relationship with Yang Bufan. No, I won't agree. Yang Bufan's attitude was firm. What a joke. If Jiang Chen was brought back to Nanbei family, how could he come back alive? King Fan, I've already given you a lot of face. Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because this is Great Qian Empire. Today, I must bring Jiang Chen away. If you continue to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Nanbei was infuriated. He felt that he had already made a big concession. He had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation of East Xuanyu. Nanbei family had never been afraid of anything. Today, he had to complete the task that young Master Chao had given him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Furthermore, Nanbei was basically sure that the loss of the Fire Qilin was related to Jiang Chen. So what if I'm impolite? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Both Nanbei and Yang Bufan unleashed their powerful qi. The two great geniuses refused to give in to each other. One wanted to capture Jiang Chen and find out the whereabouts of the Fire Qilin, while the other wanted to protect Jiang Chen from getting hurt. Since neither of them was willing to compromise, the result could only be determined with their strength. As the young king of Great Qian Empire, Yang Bufan wasn't afraid of offending Nanbei family. As for Nanbei too, he was a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he wasn't afraid of Yang Bufan either. King Fan of Great Qian Empire. I heard that he has disappeared for 10 years. After he came back, his name has spread far and wide. Now, he has already become an immortal emperor. Today, I would like to see how powerful the young prince of Great Qian Empire is. Nanbei Tu unleashed his powerful combat intent. Let's begin. I also want to see how powerful the first-class genius of Nanbei family is. Yang Bufan's eyes sparkled. Yang Bufan's eyes glittered. The thing he was least afraid of was battle. A man like him was born for battle. Today, he and Nanbei Tu were destined to have a battle. Xianxia was indeed the main reason, but both of them were young and arrogant. Both of them were eager to have a battle with each other. They were on the same level, which was the best way to stimulate their competitive spirit. Once they defeated their opponent, their competitive spirit would be satisfied, which would be of great help to their future cultivation. Little Chinzi, you and De Huang leave this place first. I'm going to fight the genius of Nanbei family today. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His chi had reached the extreme. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. The two of you, take down Jiang Chen. Nanbei Tu spoke to the two behind him, giving an order. In Nanbei Tu's point of view, Jiang Chen was merely an immortal king expert. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? As for the battle just now, he didn't see it with his own eyes. So he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He thought that it would be an incomparably easy task for the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family to take down Jiang Chen. Yes. With a sway, the two geniuses of the Nanbei family instantly blocked the path of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged glances with each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. If they were to fight, he would not mind killing anyone from the Nanbei family. Nanbei Tu, I advise you not to let your men touch Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan kindly reminded. Humph. Yang Bufan, we must take down Jiang Chen today. Since he dares to touch the fire Qilin of our Nanbei family, this will be his ending. Nanbei Tu's attitude was tyrannical. It seemed that he didn't want to give Jiang Chen any chance at all. Sigh. What a pity. Yang Bufan shook his head and glanced at the two geniuses of Nanbei family with pity in his eyes. Nanbei Tu might not know what kind of battle had just taken place here, but Yang Bufan was very clear about it. Besides, he also knew how abnormal Jiang Chen's combat strength was. Even the early immortal emperor Fu Kuei was killed by Jiang Chen. Even though the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family were powerful geniuses, their combat strength was at most the same as Fu Kuei. Since Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Fu Kuei, naturally, he could also kill them. Given Jiang Chen's temperament and style of doing things, he would never show mercy. Therefore, Yang Bufan was almost certain that if these two insisted on attacking Jiang Chen, there would only be one ending for them, death. Cut the crap. Yang Bufan, watch my move. Nanbei Tu took the lead to attack. He struck out a large area of divine light. The reddish-golden divine light was completely condensed from terrifying destructive energy. It carried a power that could sweep away everything, striking at Yang Bufan. The divine light was like a peerless divine sword. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn into two. Its speed was so fast that it reached Yang Bufan in the blink of an eye. Just in time. Yang Bufan's combat intent was boundless. He could feel that Nanbei Tu's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Crown Prince. Nanbei Tu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but Yang Bufan wasn't afraid at all. What he desired the most now was a battle like this. The two of them opened up a battlefield in an instant. Yang Bufan pointed his finger like a sword and struck out a ray of divine light. This was a terrifying finger technique with incomparably shocking lethality. It was much more powerful than Jiang Chen's 9 solar finger. It could be said that they weren't on the same level. Jiang Chen's 9 solar finger was just a combat technique of the lower world, whereas Yang Bufan's nameless finger art was a true immortal technique. They couldn't be compared at all. Kong Long, Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu instantly clashed fiercely. This was the first time these two great geniuses fought each other. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. They represented the two major powers of East Xuanyu. Victory or defeat was no longer just about personal glory. Both of them had the glory of their families. In just a few blinks, Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu had fought for more than a dozen rounds. Naturally, they were evenly matched. It wasn't easy for geniuses like them to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the other side, the two great geniuses of Nanbei family had completely stopped Jiang Chen. Their eyes were cold and fierce, looking at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at their prey. That's right. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was their prey, a target that they must capture. Jiang Chen, you really have the guts to touch the fire Qilin of Nanbei family. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to do so. I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight, so that we brothers don't have to do it. One of the geniuses of Nanbei family, Leng Leng, spoke. The fact that they dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen showed that they didn't understand Jiang Chen at all. Then I'll give you two a piece of advice. You'd better get out of my sight now before I think of killing you. Jiang Chen spoke plainly, not putting the two of them in his heart. Of course, the reason why he dared to say so was because of his great confidence. Humph. What an arrogant man. How dare a puny little immortal king talk to us like this? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The other genius harumphed coldly. He didn't seem to have a good temper. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Jiang Chen. His huge palm clawed the void and crushed it, forming a terrifying palm that reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. One had to admit that the geniuses of Nanbei family were truly powerful. Although they were only half-step immortal emperors, their true combat strength wasn't any weaker than early immortal emperors like Fu Kuei and the others. Roar, Jiang Chen roared wildly, instantly transforming into his dragon form. Today, he had killed Fu Kuei and the others. Now, he was going to fight the geniuses of Nanbei family. It could be said that Jiang Chen was enjoying himself. All of a sudden, he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the palm of the genius. Kong Long, a terrifying bang blasted a large hole in the void. Under such a terrifying force, Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. In this first confrontation, the opponent had gained the upper hand, but such an outcome had shocked the two geniuses of Nanbei family. This bastard is actually so powerful? The two geniuses of Nanbei family were shocked. This was a very normal thing. Anyone who fought with Jiang Chen for the first time would be shocked, because no one in the entire cultivation world had ever reached such an abnormal level. No one could fight an immortal emperor at the early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's existence could be described as a weirdo. They didn't know that the reason why Jiang Chen was forced back was just to test the strength of the genius. If Jiang Chen exerted his full combat strength, it would be impossible for him to repel Jiang Chen. The two great geniuses of Nanbei family were filled with killing intent. They no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Their qi had firmly sealed the void. Although they were shocked, their desire to kill Jiang Chen had become even stronger. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the battle between Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu, then shifted his gaze to the two geniuses of Nanbei family. He knew that the enmity between him and Nanbei family had been completely formed because of his Qilin arm. However, it was only a matter of time before a life-and-death battle. So why should he be polite today? De Huang, how about we each take one? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog with a smile. Gia Gia that's the best, but Master Dog can't use the second attack of the immortal execution sword for the time being. It's still a little difficult to kill one of them. I'll help you entangle one of them while you go and get rid of the other one. De Huang Dog smiled grimly. He liked to do this kind of thing the most, but given his current combat strength, it would still be somewhat difficult to kill such a genius unless he used the immortal execution sword. However, the immortal execution sword had already been used once. With De Huang Dog's current strength, it would be hard for him to use it again in a short period of time. The immortal execution sword was, after all, a powerful great sovereign weapon. If it was an ordinary person, it would be unrealistic to use the slightest power of the immortal execution sword. Very good, that's all. Xianxia smiled knowingly. De Huang Dog's suggestion was indeed the best way to deal with them one by one. As for the powerful Nanbei Yitu, his existence had lost its meaning. It was impossible for him to get past Xianxia to kill him. Others might not know about Yang Bufan's ability, but Xianxia was very clear about it. The ultimate explosive power of the evil lord was unimaginable to ordinary people. The Crown Prince and King Ping were incomparable to Yang Bufan in essence. There was an essential gap between them. This gap wasn't obvious at the moment, but as their cultivation base improved, it would become more and more obvious. Sooner or later, Yang Bufan would leave them behind. Yang Zhanqing saw this essential advantage and potential in Yang Bufan, which was why he valued Yang Bufan so much. He didn't hesitate to give Yang Bufan 2 Snow Jade King ginseng to help him improve his cultivation base. Roar, De Huang Dog let out a deafening roar at one of them. It was a clear provocation. CK. How dare a dog provoke me? Courting death. I'm going to kill this dog first. The genius of Nanbei family was infuriated. What kind of identity did he have? He was a dignified half-step immortal emperor supreme genius. No matter where he went, he would be respected. Who would dare to disrespect him? How dare this dog provoke him? His eyes were filled with disdain. Mother Cur. How could he be despised by a dog? This was too ridiculous. If he didn't slap this dog to death, he would lose all his face. Kong, the anger of the genius soared to the sky. He slapped at De Huang Dog. The power of this slap was enough to crush a mountain. The void was crushed into pieces. However, in the face of such an attack, De Huang Dog's reaction was to face it head-on. Sure enough, a brainless dog. The genius sneered, but he would soon be shocked like those people who had dealt with De Huang Dog in the past. Bang. Terrifying energy collided with each other. The powerful dog head had actually pierced through the palm of the genius. It was incomparably powerful. Wakaka, De Huang Dog let out his signature laugh. His already majestic body instantly doubled in size. A pair of wings sprouted on his back. His whole body was radiating dazzling light as he charged at the genius once more. Mother Cur. This dog is so powerful. The genius cursed. He had the urge to spurt out blood, but he wasn't afraid of De Huang Dog. In his eyes, it was just a dog after all. It would be as easy as flipping his hand to kill it. On the other side, Xianxia struck out his Qilin arm, rushing at another genius like a storm. Sure enough, it's the skill of the fire Qilin. This guy must have captured the fire Qilin and injured it. When the genius saw Xianxia's Qilin arm, he was sure that Xianxia and the fire Qilin were related. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Xianxia's attack was too fierce. It made him feel a sense of danger, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Clang, the genius didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he had encountered a peerless monster. He immediately took out his combat weapon and slashed at the Qilin arm. The Qilin arm alone wasn't that powerful. However, when the Qilin divine arm fused with Xianxia's true dragon palm, it was equivalent to the perfect fusion of the fire Qilin's innate divine ability and the true dragon combat skill. The power of the two was directly superimposed, which made it Xianxia's most terrifying attack. Kong Long, the Qilin divine arm was like an ancient divine arm that could shatter the ages, penetrate everything, and crush the galaxy. At this moment, the Qilin divine arm collided with the combat weapon of the genius of Nanbei family. That part of the void was instantly smashed. Violent energy surged everywhere. If an ordinary late immortal king fell into this place, the energy wave alone would be enough to tear him to pieces. Arg, under such a collision, the genius let out a cry of surprise. His entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he could stabilize himself. The genius suffered a tremendous shock. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale instantly. His chi had also withered. One had to admit that a genius like him was incomparably powerful. Previously, when Xianxia used the Qilin divine arm to fight those early immortal emperors, half of their bodies were smashed and the immortal weapon in their hands were sent flying away. And yet, this genius was still able to stand there unscathed, holding on to his immortal artifact tightly. Just this fact alone was more than enough for him to be proud of. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a terrifying person? The genius kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a result and reality. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked, because this had already exceeded everyone's understanding. He had never seen such a monstrous person. I asked you to scram just now, but you didn't. Now, you don't even have the chance to do so anymore. Xianxia retracted his Qilin arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. There was no longer a need to use the Qilin arm to kill this genius. The fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique would consume a lot of Xianxia's energy every time he used it. This genius of Nanbei family was already seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It would be a piece of cake for Xianxia to kill him. Hell. The heavenly saint's sword let out a roar, and the entire sword transformed into a blood-red dragon. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the genius's head. Its speed was too fast, and in a split second, it was so terrifying that no one could react. Not good. The genius yelled. At this moment, he felt a strong threat of death. This threat made his soul tremble. It was an unprecedented feeling, the qi of death. The genius knew that given his current condition, it was no longer suitable for him to fight Xianxia head-on. If he did, his life would be in danger. With a sway, he tore the void apart and fled far away, trying to avoid Xianxia's sword. Unfortunately, how could it be that easy to avoid Xianxia's sword? The terrifying sword qi had already sealed everything. Even if he hid in the void, he wouldn't be able to escape from the attack of this sword. *Poo. *Arg. Along with a wail, half of the genius's body was chopped off. Blood gushed out. Even his internal organs flew out. The scene looked extremely bloody. The genius's face was full of fear. Such an injury was just too serious, but to a half-step immortal emperor, even having half of his body chopped off wasn't enough to kill him. As long as he could escape, there was still a chance for him to recover in the future. Unfortunately, Xianxia wouldn't give him that chance. *Swoosh. Xianxia slashed out a second time almost at the same time that his opponent's body was chopped off. This time, the genius had no way to dodge and was beheaded on the spot. He was deader than dead. This scene was witnessed by Nanbei too and the other geniuses. They, who were fighting fiercely, were dumbfounded on the spot. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so terrifying. He killed one of their supreme geniuses in such a short time. Bastard. Nanbei bellowed and charged at Xianxia. Apart from shock, he was more furious. He couldn't help but be furious. He was the one who brought that genius here. Now, he had died here. If he couldn't take down Xianxia in the end, he, Nanbei, wouldn't have the face to go back and would be punished by young Master Chao. Thinking of young Master Chao's terrifying means, Nanbei couldn't help but shudder. Nanbei, your opponent is me. We haven't decided the winner yet. Yang Bufan stood in front of Nanbei. How could he give Nanbei the chance to kill Xianxia? As a matter of fact, the scene of Xianxia killing that genius just now had shocked him, especially the power of the Qilin divine arm. It was his first time seeing it. Get lost. Nanbei bellowed and lunged at Yang Bufan. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle in an instant. On the other side, Xianxia simply ignored the threat of Nanbei. His eyes shifted to the other half-step immortal emperor genius, wielding a long sword in his hand, advancing step by step towards him. That genius's facial expression changed dramatically. The way he looked at Xianxia was as though he had seen a ghost. In his eyes, the current Xianxia was a peerless devil king, a supreme killing god. After witnessing the scene of Xianxia killing his companion, he was almost certain that he was no match for Xianxia. There was also a terrifying De Huang dog beside him. If Nanbei didn't come to help him, he was afraid that he would end up like his companion, dying tragically under the sword of Xianxia. Nanbei, leave this place now. Don't fight him head-on. Nanbei reminded. At this time even a fool could see that if Nanbei didn't leave now, there was basically no chance for him to leave. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Xianxia was a cruel and merciless man. He even dared to touch the fire Qilin. So what if he killed 2 geniuses of Nanbei family? Alright. Nanbei nodded. Without any delay, he tore the void with his bare hands and went in. You still want to leave at this time? Too slow. Xianxia kept the heavenly saint sword and cast out the Qilin divine arm once more. At the same time, his body flashed into the interior of the void. Kong long, terrifying energy spread out from the interior of the void. The heavens and earth shattered. A huge hole was created in the void. Then, 2 figures walked out from the interior of the void. One of them was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nanbei? On the opposite side of Nanbei, Xianxia's face was filled with coldness and killing intent. Nanbei's face was extremely unsightly. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all in the beginning, but he didn't expect such an ending. He had been doing very well in Nanbei family. He had reached the half-step immortal emperor realm at a young age. It could be said that his future was boundless. He had great hopes and fantasies about his future. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone that this day would come so quickly and in such a way. Brother Itu, save me! Nanbei yelled at Nanbei Itu. He didn't want to die, nor was he willing to die. In the face of the tiger-like Xianxia, he knew that he had absolutely no hope of escaping. At this time, the only one who could save his life was Nanbei Itu. If even Nanbei Itu couldn't save him, he would die for sure. Stop! Nanbei Itu bellowed. His eyes that were staring at Xianxia were about to spurt out fire. He had never thought that Xianxia could be this powerful. Despite Nanbei's cultivation base, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Yang Bufan, let's forget about today's matter. Let me take Nanbei away. Nanbei Itu compromised. One had to admit that this was a wise choice. He did want to capture Xianxia, but with Yang Bufan here, this wish was basically impossible. Initially, he thought that Nanbei and Yang Bufan were enough to deal with Xianxia, but he didn't expect that one of them would die in the blink of an eye. Now, Nanbei was about to be killed by Xianxia. I can let you take Nanbei away, but I don't know if Xianxia will agree to it or not. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He didn't care about Nanbei's life or death. His appearance this time was just to ensure the safety of Xianxia and ensure that Xianxia wouldn't be killed by Nanbei Itu, but he couldn't control Xianxia. Xianxia had his own means of doing things. He would never listen to anyone. Yang Bufan knew that Nanbei was going to die today. According to Xianxia's style of doing things, he would never leave any chance for his enemy to live. Swish. Nanbei Itu shifted his gaze to Xianxia. Lung said, Xianxia, if you dare to kill Nanbei, you're finished. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. In the face of Nanbei Itu's threat, Xianxia's face was indifferent. He had heard too many of such meaningless threats, and such threats were useless to him. Nanbei Itu, your words are useless to me. Even if I let Nanbei go, you won't let me go either. So whether I kill Nanbei or not, the result will be the same. In that case, why should I spare Nanbei's life? I, Xianxia, will never give my enemy a chance. As Xianxia spoke, the dragon sword appeared in his hand and slashed at Nanbei. The invincible sword chi enveloped Nanbei in an instant. With Nanbei's current condition, he couldn't withstand any attack from Xianxia. If he was hit by this sword head-on, there would be no doubt that Nanbei would die. Bastard! Stop! Upon seeing this, Nanbei Itu flew into a rage. In his opinion, this Xianxia was simply a lunatic. In East Xuanyu, no one had ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family like this. He was an important genius. In the entire East Xuanyu, anyone who heard the name Nanbei family would give way. Xianxia was the first person who dared to go against the Nanbei family so directly. Nanbei Itu's killing intent soared to the sky. He wielded the sword in his hand, wanting to kill Xianxia and relieve Nanbei of the crisis. Unfortunately, with Xianxia here, his wish was destined to fail. Ah, Nanbei Mu let out a blood-curdling screech. Just like the previous genius from Nanbei family, he had become a ghost under Xianxia's sword, leaving his life behind in this valley. Both Nanbei Mu and Xianxia probably wouldn't have dreamt that they would end up like this, nor did they think that they would never return. Their death was a loss to Nanbei family. As long as geniuses like them didn't die, they would become the mainstay of the family sooner or later. This was almost certain. A major power would need to spend a lot of resources to nurture a half-step immortal emperor genius. The death of Nanbei Mu and Xianxia was equivalent to a complete waste of these resources. Nanbei Itu's eyes spewed out flames like a primordial wild beast. It could be seen to what extent his anger had reached. Today, he was ordered by young Master Chao to bring 2 people to capture Xianxia. In the end, not only did he fail to capture Xianxia, but he also failed to find the Fire Qilin. He had lost 2 geniuses in vain. He really didn't know how to explain this to young Master Chao when he returned. He wasn't afraid of the rules and punishments of the family, but the thought of facing young Master Chao made him shudder. Even his soul was trembling. Nanbei Itu, you'd better not provoke me again. Otherwise, you will end up the same way. Xianxia kept the Heavenly Saint's sword, returned to his original appearance, and spoke to Nanbei Itu in an extremely cold tone. Nanbei Itu was about to spurt out blood. He had seen a lot of arrogant and conceited people. He himself was an arrogant person, but it was his first time seeing someone as arrogant and conceited as Xianxia. Xianxia, it seems like you have no idea what you have done. Don't think that a mere king fan can protect you. You are too naive. I, Nanbei Itu, will remember today's score. No one has ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family, and no one has ever dared to offend young Master Chao. There will only be one ending for you, death. Nanbei Itu left a harsh remark, then glared at Yang Bufan before vanishing in a flash. Although Nanbei Itu was infuriated, he was also a smart man. He didn't like to do so many useless things. He was very clear about today's situation. He knew that with Yang Bufan around, he would never be able to kill Xianxia. In that case, he could only wait for the next time. Xianxia didn't do anything about Nanbei Itu's departure. Naturally, Xianxia wanted to get rid of a genius like Nanbei Itu because such a genius was a potential great threat to him. However, Xianxia also understood that it was impossible for them to keep Nanbei Itu here given their current strength, not even with Yang Bufan's help. King Fan, it's all thanks to you today. Xianxia came to Yang Bufan's side and said. Yang Bufan's arrival at the critical moment had indeed helped him a lot. Otherwise, even if he could escape in the end, he wouldn't be able to kill the 2 geniuses of Nanbei family. Little Chinzi, what you did today was a little reckless. You didn't even tell me that Fu Kuei wanted to kill you. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. But you have completely offended Nanbei family. This family has a long history and a strong foundation. It's not easy to deal with them. Even our great Qian Empire isn't willing to provoke this terrifying family. Yang Bufan said. There wasn't too much blame in his words for Xianxia. Instead, his tone was filled with worry. Fu Kuei wasn't scary, but Nanbei family was. Although Nanbei Itu was powerful, he was just a genius of Nanbei family. It doesn't matter. My relationship with Nanbei family will be hostile sooner or later. I'm just showing this relationship in advance. By the way, King Fan, I have one more thing to ask for your help. Xianxia said. Xianxia didn't regret offending Nanbei family at all, because there was nothing to regret about it. Just say it. There's no need to be polite with me. Yang Bufan said. With a swing of his arm, Xianxia tore open the door of Zulong Tower. 2 silhouettes walked out. They were Yan Donglu and his daughter. Yang Bufan looked over at Yan Qingqing. This wasn't the first time he saw her. Back when he was in Evil Abyss, he had seen her once in the city of Sin. Later on, he opened the passageway to Evil Abyss and let her out. King Fan, these are my 2 friends. They have suffered because of me this time. I hope that you can let them enter King Fan Prefecture to cultivate. Given Qingqing's potential, if she can cultivate here, her cultivation base will be able to rise very quickly. Xianxia spoke. According to his previous plan, he was going to send Yan Donglu and his daughter back. After all, it wasn't bad to be an overlord in Yan City. However, if they were to go back, Yan Qingqing's superior potential would be wasted. Yan City was too small and the cultivation resources were limited. She wouldn't be able to achieve much even if she cultivated there for the rest of her life. Now that Yang Bufan was here, it would be a waste if he didn't make use of it. No problem. It's just a small matter. Yang Bufan smiled. To him, it was just a small matter that could be solved with just a word. Greetings, evil lord. Yan Qingqing hastily saluted Yang Bufan. She had seen Yang Bufan before, the terrifying evil lord. He was the most powerful person she had ever seen in her life. She had never thought that she could meet him again. Moreover, it seemed like this young evil lord had already left Evil Abyss. Dad, this is the evil lord that I told you about. He's the one who controls the entire Evil Abyss. Yan Qingqing said to Yan Donglu. When she returned to Yan City, she had told her father about what happened in Evil Abyss. Naturally, this evil lord wasn't part of it. Greetings, evil lord. Yan Donglu didn't dare to show any neglect. To him, facing such a powerful figure was like facing a heavenly god. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. Naturally, he was trembling with fear. Qingqing, Uncle Yan, don't call him evil lord anymore. This is King Fan of Great Qian Empire. You two don't need to go back. I will arrange for you to stay in King Fan Prefecture. Cultivating here will be of great help to your cultivation base. Besides, Qingqing's talent is extraordinary. It's a waste for her to stay in a small place like Yan City. Jiang Chen said. I'll listen to Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing nodded. This was her dream. Jiang Chen had an unshakable position in her heart. Cultivating in King Fan Prefecture meant getting closer to Jiang Chen. This was Yan Qingqing's wish. Yan Donglu took a deep breath. He had seen today's battle clearly. It was the most soul-stirring thing he had ever experienced in his life. At the same time, it also made him realize how big the world was. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yan City. Xianxia was the place where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. One Line Sky was nothing compared to Jiang Chen. A dragon among men like Jiang Chen would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. King Fan, young Master Jiang, thank you for saving my life today. I don't know how to repay your kindness. It's my Yan clan's blessing that my daughter could come here to cultivate. However, I'm already old and my talent is ordinary. It's better for me to return to Yan City. Therefore, I won't be going to King Fan Prefecture with you. Yan Donglu bowed to Jiang Chen and King Fan and spoke. No one didn't want to obtain more resources. No one didn't want to cultivate in a better place. However, Yan Donglu was well aware of his own situation. To him, staying in Yan City was more practical. He didn't have such a great ambition. Besides, he knew his own potential very well. Even if he was given more resources, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. More importantly, there were too many experts here. Even immortal kings weren't a threat to him. The pressure would be too great if he stayed here. Jiang Chen, Yang Bufan, and Yan Qingqing expressed their understanding of Yan Donglio's refusal. After all, it wasn't an easy task to survive in this place. One would need to bear tremendous pressure. They couldn't possibly rely on Jiang Chen and King Fan for everything. Jiang Chen and King Fan had their own matters to attend to, so they couldn't put most of their attention on Yan Donglu. In that case, Uncle Yan, you can go back now. The grudge here has been settled. I believe no one will find trouble with you anymore. This is a king immortal weapon. Take it back with you. Jiang Chen casually took out a combat sword. It was a powerful king weapon and handed it over to Yan Donglu. King immortal weapon. Yan Donglio's facial expression changed slightly. A king immortal weapon might be nothing in East Xianxia, but in Yan City, it was a heaven-defying treasure. It was hard to even see it, let alone obtain it. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from being able to wield a king immortal weapon, but even if he could only exert a trace of its power, it would be enough for him to dominate Yan City. Yan Donglu accepted the king immortal weapon without hesitation. He would never forget the great kindness that Xianxia had done for Yan City. Qingqing, you stay here and cultivate diligently. Yan Donglu looked at Yan Qingqing. He was naturally reluctant to leave her here, but with Xianxia here, he was at ease. Besides, he understood his daughter's thoughts. He also hoped to see his daughter soar to success one day. Xianxia was the man that Yan Qingqing admired. He didn't expect his daughter to catch up to Xianxia's footsteps, because it was impossible. He only hoped that his daughter could constantly improve herself. If she wanted to be Xianxia's woman, how could she be a mediocre woman? Don't worry, Daddy. Your daughter will definitely work hard. Yan Qingqing nodded her head. She had always been working very hard. The gap between her and Xianxia was her biggest motivation. All right. In that case, young Master Jiang, I'll take my leave. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Xianxia and was about to leave. Hold on. Yang Bufan spoke. It's thousands of miles from here to Yan City. Given your cultivation base, you won't be able to fly back in half a year. Plus, if you encounter any danger on the way back, it will be fatal. Follow me back to King Fan Prefecture first. I'll ask Old Man Baiwing to send you back. Yang Bufan's consideration was very thorough. After all, the reason why Yan Donglu and the others could come here was that Fu Kuei had brought them here. It was basically unrealistic for them to go back by themselves. Thank you, King Fan. Yan Qingqing expressed her gratitude. She wouldn't feel at ease if Yan Donglu were to go back like this. If he could be escorted by the experts of King Fan Prefecture, there was basically nothing to worry about. Subsequently, the group left the valley and headed towards King Fan Prefecture. After arriving at King Fan Prefecture, Yang Bufan asked Old Man Baiwing to bring Yan Donglu and the other old man to Yan City. Nanbei family. In the enclosed space where young Master Chow was. Nanbei Yitu stood there, trembling. He had already told young Master Chow everything that had happened in Fu City. He was now waiting for young Master Chow to deal with him. Young Master Chow's eyes were closed. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat without saying a word. Nanbei Yitu stood there quietly, not daring to move, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished. After he came back, he didn't go to the elders of Nanbei family, but went straight to young Master Chow. This made people suspect that young Master Chow's words were the law in Nanbei family. Young Master Chow's silence made Nanbei Yitu sweat trickle down his forehead, but all he could do now was to wait, not daring to disturb young Master Chow's meditation. After a while, young Master Chow finally opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Nanbei Yitu's body like a knife. Just a glance was enough to make Nanbei Yitu's body tremble and his soul almost stopped. Trash. Young Master Chow spoke Leng. An enormous wave of pressure spread out from young Master Chow's body. Nanbei Yitu knelt on the ground as if he had seen the scariest thing in the world. It's my fault this time. I didn't expect that Xianxia would be such an abnormal being. Please punish me, young master. Nanbei Yitu spoke hastily, not daring to defend himself. He knew that young Master Chow didn't like to listen to explanations. Young Master Chow only cared about the results and not the process. This scene was too shocking. One should know that young Master Chow was only an early immortal emperor like Nanbei Yitu. Both of them were rare geniuses of Nanbei family. Logically speaking, they should have the same status and identity. Furthermore, geniuses like Nanbei Yitu were prideful in their bones. Dignity was more important than anything else. It was difficult to make such a person lower his head, let alone kneel down. But now, Nanbei Yitu was kneeling in front of young Master Chow, not even daring to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. You said that Xianxia was only an early immortal emperor, but he was able to kill Nanbei Mu and Nanbei Yitu? Young Master Chow asked, showing great interest in Xianxia. Yes. That Xianxia is indeed only an early immortal king, but he has a powerful transformation skill that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. Plus, his means are incomparably powerful. Nanbei Yitu said, not daring to hide anything. Xianxia? Young Master Chow narrowed his eyes. There weren't many geniuses in the entire immortal world that could interest him. He wouldn't pay attention to a puny immortal king for no reason. However, Xianxia had truly appeared in his line of sight. If what Nanbeitu said was true, then this was an extremely terrifying character, a heaven-defying genius. Because even he wouldn't be able to kill someone that was so many levels higher than him. Young master, I've already investigated. That Xianxia has a close relationship with King Fan of Great Qian Empire. This time, because of Yang Bufan's obstruction, we failed to take him down and even suffered such a great loss. That Xianxia has entered Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire and is highly regarded. Should we go to Great Qian Empire and ask for him to give them pressure? Nanbeitu said. There's no need. The Golden Horizon is about to open. A genius like him will definitely enter it. At that time, killing him will be an incomparably simple matter. There's no need to make things difficult for the Great Qian Empire because of a puny ant. Young Master Chao said. Rest assured, young master. If he dares to go to the Golden Horizon, I will certainly kill him. Nanbeitu gritted his teeth and said. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had done many things that he was proud of. Today's incident could be said to be the shame of his life. Therefore, he must find a chance to wash away his shame. He must kill Xianxia with his own hands. All right, you can leave now. Young Master Chao waved his hand at Nanbeitu. Yes, young master. Nanbeitu felt as though he had been pardoned. He hastily left the spatial zone. The thought of young Master Chao's terror still made him shudder with fear. It was really fortunate for him to be able to walk out unscathed today. Meanwhile, in King Fan Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Xianxia, Yang Bufan and a Huang Dog had gathered together. King Fan, do you know that there's a young Master Chao in Nanbei family? Xianxia asked. He was very interested in the northern and southern dynasties. They were his old enemies. He would meet them sooner or later. From Nanbeitu's words, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chao was a very important figure in Nanbei family and had a high status. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to know more about him. There's indeed such a person. He's very mysterious. He's called the Northern and Southern Dynasties. He rarely appears, but rumor has it that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. That's why he has a pivotal position in Nanbei family. Although I haven't seen this young Master Chao before, I'm sure that he's an incomparably terrifying figure, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. He knew something about the legend of this young Master Chao. The reincarnation of a great sovereign? Xianxia's eyes widened. Obviously, he wasn't mentally prepared. If the Northern and Southern dynasties were really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it would be terrifying. Such a powerful opponent had put too much pressure on Xianxia. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, he knew more and more about the terror of a mighty immortal sovereign. They were simply legendary existences. He had seen the means of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, Venerable Wang Qing. They were already legendary existences, but a great sovereign was even higher than them, the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. It's just a legend. We still don't know whether it's true or not. Perhaps it's just a story that Nanbei family deliberately boasted in order to improve their foundation and deterrence in East Xuanyu, said Yang Bufan. After all, he had never seen this young Master Chao before. Therefore, he was very doubtful about this powerful figure who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Xianxia and a Huang Dog exchanged a glance and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Xianxia might doubt the authenticity of the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but they didn't, because they had dealt with the clones of the Northern and Southern dynasties before. For someone like the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was normal for something unbelievable to happen to him. Xianxia had never paid so much attention to an opponent. Along the way, many of his opponents and enemies had died. Xianxia couldn't even remember many of them, but if you asked Xianxia about the opponents he paid the most attention to, the answer would almost certainly be the Northern and Southern dynasties. King Fan, this man isn't someone to be trifled with. If you meet him in the future, you must be very careful. The Northern and Southern dynasties are full of ambition. With him in East Xuanyu will fall into chaos sooner or later. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just a genius. Plus, the 11 major forces in East Xuanyu are intricate and have always been in chaos. Nanbei family has boasted that young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but not many people have seen that young Master Chao. Even if he has come out, I don't think he'll be that powerful. Come, let's go back to Genius Prefecture. Is there anyone in this world that you, Jiang Chen, are afraid of? Yang Bufan patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Judging from the relaxed look on his face, Jiang Chen didn't put the northern and southern dynasties in his eyes at all, nor did he understand what he meant when he said that East Xuanyu was going to be in chaos. Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't speak a word. After all, Yang Bufan hadn't dealt with the northern and southern dynasties, so it was reasonable for him to have such a thought. However, Jiang Chen couldn't have the same thought. He had to get ready to clash with the northern and southern dynasties at any time. To Jiang Chen, the most important thing at present was to work hard to improve his cultivation base. Only with formidable strength could he gain a foothold in the immortal world. Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog back to his residence in Dan Prefecture. From the time he went out to the time he returned, it had only been half a day. Therefore, no one had guessed what he had done, because it didn't seem like he could do anything in half a day's time. However, it was in this half a day's time that Jiang Chen had done two sensational things. In the next 2 days, Genius Prefecture was calm and tranquil. Nothing major happened. Jiang Chen was very puzzled about this tranquility. He had killed Nanbei Mu and captured the Fire Qilin. According to Nanbei family's way of doing things, they should be furious. Even if they didn't directly come to Great Qian Empire to demand for Jiang Chen's release, they should at least send out a must-kill order. Who would have thought that there would be no news from the must-kill order after 2 days? Especially that Sir Chao. This situation made Jiang Chen feel suspicious. De Huang, don't you think it's abnormal for Nanbei family to be so quiet? Jiang Chen asked. It's indeed abnormal. Yang Bufan said that Nanbei family has a deep foundation and countless experts. The Fire Qilin is their sacred beast. They have been searching for a long time and finally found a clue. You have also killed one of their people. No matter which one it is, Nanbei family should have made their move. At least, they wouldn't be so quiet. This time even I can't guess what's going on. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like Jiang Chen, he was also very confused. Rumble, at this moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately looked towards the palace at the center of Dan Prefecture. They saw a pillar of light piercing through the palace and into the clouds. The thunder in the sky was stirred up by this pillar of light. The pillar of light was incomparably thick and divine to the extreme. It was reddish-gold in color, with complex patterns on its surface. Those were the talismans of the Great Tao, carrying a sense of superiority. Immediately after, a monstrous pressure spread out from the pillar of light. The pressure had almost condensed into a substance, like a vast ocean, covering every corner of Genius Prefecture. Under the pressure, everyone felt their soul trembling, and couldn't help but have the urge to worship it. Even Jiang Chen felt unnatural under such pressure, because it was a pressure that surpassed the immortal emperor realm. What a powerful pressure and qi! It's Dongfeng Yu. He has advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He immediately guessed the source of this pressure. In the entire Genius Prefecture, apart from Dongfeng Yu, there was no one else who could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm at this time. Jiang Chen knew that Dongfeng Yu had come to him not long ago for the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which was why he could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This situation was completely within Jiang Chen's expectation. Dongfeng Yu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the venerable realm. He only needed an opportunity to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, and the Holy Flame Emperor pill was that opportunity. In other words, the emergence of Jiang Chen was Dongfeng Yu's greatest opportunity and luck, because if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Chen, no one in the entire Dan Prefecture would be able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Without the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it was almost impossible for Dongfeng Yu to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so easily. Asterisk powerful silhouettes rushed out, looking at the pillar of light. Look! What a powerful qi! That's the qi of an immortal venerable. Half-step immortal venerable. It's Master Dongfangyu. Dongfangyu has finally broken through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Master Dongfang has been stuck at the peak of immortal emperor realm for quite a long time. Today, he has finally made the breakthrough. Our genius prefecture has one more powerful expert. This is a great event. The commotion it caused is much greater than King Fan's advancement to the immortal emperor realm. I suppose it won't take long for Master of Prefecture and even the Emperor to be alarmed. No one wasn't shocked. The emergence of a peerless half-step venerable and genius prefecture was a matter worthy of celebration. It could be said to be earth-shattering. It was normal for it to even alarm the Emperor of the Empire. More and more people were alarmed. Everyone wanted to see what kind of scene it would be like to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, because this realm was the dream of almost everyone. It was also the goal of everyone. It was a kind of experience for them to be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Haha. Good. Dongfangyu has finally made the breakthrough. A hearty laughter resounded in the sky. Yang Zhanqing stood in the wind. His body was illusory and illusory. This mysterious and powerful master of prefecture rarely appeared in front of people, because there were very few major events that could make this great immortal appear. Today, however, Dongfangyu's advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm was a major event. As the master of prefecture, he couldn't sit still any longer. Kong Long, Dongfangyu's chi was getting stronger and stronger. He was rushing towards the last step and was about to succeed. After that, he would become a true half-step immortal venerable. At that time, the whole empire would surely celebrate. Yang Bufan appeared beside Jiang Chen. As the young king of Great Qian Empire, he had the right to enter any place in Genius Prefecture, including Dan Prefecture. Awesome. I wonder when we will be able to reach this step. Yang Bufan raised his head and looked at the soaring wave of qi in the sky. It was like a true dragon swaying in the sky, piercing through the sky and stirring the clouds. His eyes were blazing and full of longing. Don't worry. You and I will reach this step sooner or later. I believe it won't be too long. Besides, our goal is far from just this step. Jiang Chen said. His goal was far from just reaching the half-step venerable realm. He had seen the scariness of the old liar Shao Wangqing and the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even that level wasn't Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Compared to a great sovereign, it was nothing. Yang Bufan's expression brightened. He couldn't help but reveal a sense of pride. Jiang Chen was right. Their goal was far from this. They would reach this realm sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. The people of Dan Prefecture came out. Seeing Dongfangyu successfully breaking through to the half-step immortal venerable realm, everyone felt incomparably happy. As the master of Dan Prefecture, Dongfangyu's prestige was naturally very high. There was no one in the entire prefecture who didn't admire him. In other words, in the hearts of the elders and disciples of Dan Prefecture, Dongfangyu's position was even higher than Yang Zhanqing's. The day that master has been waiting for has finally come. I have no idea how much effort he has put in for this day. That's right. I'm really happy for him. I hope that after master becomes a half-step immortal venerable, he will be able to achieve the next goal as soon as possible and become a true immortal venerable. In that case, the foundation of Great Qian Empire will be even stronger. It won't be easy. It seems like there's only a step between half-step immortal venerable and true venerable, but in fact, it's thousands of miles apart. This step is very difficult to take, but we believe that master can do it. The people of the Pill Palace were extremely excited, especially some of the elders in the Pill Palace. They all knew Dongfangyu very well. They knew how much effort Dongfangyu had put in to achieve what he had today. Moreover, Dongfangyu's achievements today were great news for the Pill Palace. Not long after Yang Zhanqing appeared, the void above Genius Prefecture trembled all of a sudden. A total of 5 silhouettes appeared at the same time. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe. His facial expression was sharp and dignified. He had a dragon crown on his head. Every movement he made exuded the chi of a superior, making people feel awe. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Just by standing there, even the heavens seemed to be revolving around him. What was even more shocking was the cultivation base of this middle-aged man. The pressure that he radiated was far stronger than Yang Zanqing and Dong Fengyu. He was a truly powerful immortal venerable. Beside him was an old man. This old man was dressed in plain clothes. He looked old and frail, but his eyes were very bright. A single glance from him could penetrate the void. The qi that he radiated was the same as the middle-aged man. Apparently, he was also a powerful immortal venerable expert. The cultivation base of the other three was equally strong. Each of them was an expert among experts. Their bodies were emitting a trace of venerable qi. Just like Yang Zanqing, they were all half-step immortal venerables. The sudden appearance of these 5 people immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Zanqing was the first to fly over and bowed deeply to the middle-aged man in the dragon robe. "Your Majesty. Imperial Father is here." Yang Bufan didn't dare to be negligent. With a leap, he flew into the sky. Along with him were the Crown Prince, King Ping, some other princes, and some higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. All of them had seen the Emperor before. How would they dare to be negligent now that the Emperor had arrived in person? "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed to the middle-aged man at the same time. The scene was incomparably spectacular. This was the prestige of an emperor. Countless eyes below fell upon the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. For many of them, this was the first time they saw the Emperor. The Emperor had a noble status. He wouldn't usually show himself. Wanting to see the Emperor was harder than ascending to the heavens. Today, Dong Fengyu's advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm had attracted the Emperor's attention. It's the Emperor. So he's the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. Sure enough, he looks mighty and extraordinary. He's a true immortal venerable. Sure enough, his casual expression and gaze can make people's soul tremble. This is too terrifying. This is my first time seeing the Emperor, a supreme figure of Great Qian Empire. I didn't expect him to be so mighty. Look, that old man is also an immortal venerable. The other 3 are also half-step immortal venerables. There are already 5 of them here. I didn't expect our Great Qian Empire to have such a profound foundation. No wonder it's one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. No one wasn't shocked. All eyes that were looking at the Emperor were full of fanaticism and worship. To an empire, the Emperor was a godlike existence. No one wouldn't be nervous in the face of their god. The appearance of the Emperor of Great Qian Empire had directly stolen the limelight of Dong Fengyu, but the fact that the Emperor could appear in person also made everyone in Genius Prefecture feel incomparably gratified, because this showed how much importance the Emperor attached to Dong Fengyu. Don't disturb Dong Fengyu's advancement. The Emperor waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down and not to affect Dong Fengyu because of his appearance. This was the most important thing. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the 5 people, especially the Emperor. Based on this alone, he could basically see the true foundation of Great Qian Empire. Compared to Eastern Xuanyu, Great Qian Empire was still incomparably strong, but it was also because he knew the foundation of Great Qian Empire that Jiang Chen began to feel worried. "Are you worried about the heaven-devouring devil ape?" De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask when he saw Jiang Chen's knitted brows. He knew Jiang Chen the best. He could tell what was on Jiang Chen's mind from every expression of Jiang Chen. That's right. The foundation of Great Qian Empire isn't weak, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, it's still too far away. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks out of Senior Yang Juanlong's imprisonment one day, it will be an unimaginable disaster for Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen said. He had seen the power of the heaven-devouring devil ape, an existence that was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm, an existence that could fight against Xiao Wangqing. Once released, the heaven-devouring devil ape could destroy the entire empire with a flick of his finger. That would be a true disaster. 10 minutes later, the qi released by Dong Fengyu gradually disappeared. The sky above Dan Prefecture began to restore its calmness. This also indicated that Dong Fengyu had successfully advanced and become a true half-step immortal venerable, an expert like Yang Zanqing. The void above the palace trembled. A silhouette gradually emerged. It was an old man in alchemy robe. Who else could it be if he wasn't Dong Fengyu? The current Dong Fengyu didn't look any different from before, but if one took a closer look, they would find that he was in high spirits as though he had been reborn. As soon as Dongfang Yu appeared, he immediately noticed the abnormality. When he saw the emperor, his facial expression changed dramatically. Immediately, he came to the emperor's side and bowed. "Long live your majesty. I didn't expect that my movement would attract your majesty. I'm really ashamed. This old man will continue to work hard." Dongfang Yu felt quite flattered. Of the 5 people who appeared here today, any one of them was a figure who could make the great Qian Empire tremble. They were the great Qian Emperor Yang Yu, the Supreme State Master Yi Dingtian, and the Grand State Master Yuan Yi. The other 2 were also highly respected princes, Yang Yu's blood brothers, members of the Yang family. Each of these 5 people had distinguished status. Each of them was the mainstay of Great Qian Empire. They rarely appeared on normal days, or even never, unless something major happened. Dongfang Yu had never thought that the commotion caused by him breaking through to the half-step immortal venerable realm would cause the 5 of them to appear at the same time. How could this not make Dongfang Yu feel flattered? Good. Today is your big day. I'm very happy. Haha, Yang Yu laughed very loudly. It seemed that he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Naturally, he had a reason to be happy. The emergence of every half-step venerable symbolized the addition of a powerful foundation to the empire. Such experts could only be encountered by chance but not sought after. Roping them in was not as good as cultivating them themselves. Dongfang Yu was loyal to him. Yang Yu was sure of this. "Your Majesty, the reason why this old man was able to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly is all because of the help of one person," Dongfang Yu said. "What? Master Dongfang's advancement is all because of the help of one person? Who is this person? You should know that advancing from the peak of Immortal Emperor to the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm isn't something that can be helped by ordinary people. This level requires one's own effort." "That's right, but since Master has said so, it must be true. It doesn't seem like Master Yang Zhanqing. Then, who else in Genius Prefecture can help Master Dongfang Yu break through to the next realm? I really can't guess, but I can imagine that this person must be extraordinary." Dongfang Yu's words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone thought that Dongfang Yu's success today was entirely due to his own effort, but they didn't expect that there was someone secretly helping him. Judging from Dongfang Yu's tone, if it wasn't for that person's help, he wouldn't have been able to advance. "Oh? Who is it?" Yang Yu asked curiously. Apparently, this situation was beyond his expectation, because even he couldn't really help a peak Immortal Emperor to break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm. If he could, the number of half-step Immortal Venerables in Great Qian Empire would be far more than these. It's Jiang Chen. He's the genius disciple who has just joined Genius Prefecture recommended by King Fan. Not only does he have terrifying combat strength, he's also an outstanding alchemist. Previously, the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire came to provoke us by concocting an 8th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, but none of the young geniuses in Dan Prefecture could concoct the pill. In the end, Jiang Chen concocted a 10th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeated the 7th Prince, saving the face of our empire. Dongfang Yu spoke. He was a man who knew how to be grateful. This time, he owed Jiang Chen a huge favor and didn't know how to repay it. He didn't expect that the emperor would appear in person today. He could use this opportunity to introduce Jiang Chen to the emperor. If Jiang Chen could be valued by the emperor, it would undoubtedly be an opportunity for Jiang Chen. He knew Yang Yu's temper very well. After knowing this matter, apart from praising Jiang Chen, Yang Yu would certainly give Jiang Chen some practical rewards. Hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly fell on Jiang Chen. Every single gaze became blazing with admiration, envy, and jealousy. Only now did they know that the reason why Dongfang Yu could advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm so quickly was all because of Jiang Chen. If this happened in the past, they were afraid that no one would believe it, but it was a fact that Jiang Chen had defeated the 7th Prince in alchemy and concocted a 10th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. This matter had almost shaken the entire Genius Prefecture and the Imperial City, but as the emperor, Yang Yu didn't usually ask about these matters, so he wasn't aware of it. Never thought that Jiang Chen would be the one who helped Master Dongfang. This man does have some friendship. That's right. If it wasn't for him, our Dan Prefecture would have lost face. Now that he is helping Master, it's equivalent to helping our damn prefecture. Very good. This bastard is going to be in the limelight again. Damn it. This time, he is doing it in front of the emperor. The people of Dan Prefecture were naturally incomparably grateful and appreciative of Jiang Chen, but some people were different, such as the people of the Crown Prince and King Ping. They had always regarded Jiang Chen as an enemy. Naturally, they couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen being in the limelight, especially in front of the emperor. Not bad, little Chenzi. Master Dongfang is a man of affection and loyalty. He didn't forget you. Yang Bufan's divine sense was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears at once. Then, he said loudly to Jiang Chen, quickly come and greet the emperor. Yang Bufan's posture was high. Naturally, he was incomparably happy and excited that Jiang Chen was able to show his face. After all, he and Jiang Chen were on the same side. Jiang Chen was also a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. He was the one who had recruited Jiang Chen to Genius Prefecture. Jiang Chen hastily flew to the sky and approached Jiang Yu. He cupped his fists and said, Disciple Jiang Chen greets the emperor. Jiang Chen? A mere early immortal King Outer Prefecture disciple is actually able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill? Is there a mistake? Yang Yu revealed a hint of doubt after seeing Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Reporting to your majesty, Jiang Chen indeed has the ability to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu said. That's right, your majesty. The news of Jiang Chen concocting a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeating the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has already spread across the city. I can testify to this. Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi spoke. The incident that day had indeed caused a great sensation. As the Crown Prince, Yuan Yi had naturally heard of this figure, Jiang Chen. However, this was his first time seeing Jiang Chen. His eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen from top to bottom. Father, you have never seen Jiang Chen's concoction technique. It can be described as shocking. Master Dongfang can testify to this, Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi said. That's right. I admire Jiang Chen's concoction technique very much, Dongfang Yu said with a smile. Given his status, the fact that he could say such words was enough to prove that Jiang Chen had the ability. This made Yang Yu couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen carefully. Immediately, he discovered the extraordinariness of Jiang Chen. What a dragon among men. I have never thought that such a capable person would appear in my great Qian Empire. Yang Yu couldn't help but praise. Putting aside how amazing Jiang Chen's concoction technique was, his temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary genius. Standing in front of him and facing so many venerables, Jiang Chen was actually so calm and composed. One should know that if it was any ordinary person, even a mighty immortal emperor would be submissive in front of him. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. How unique was Yang Yu's eyesight? Naturally, his ability to judge people was incomparably accurate. He had seen countless princes and geniuses of great Qian Empire, including his own princes. None of them could be compared to Jiang Chen, because even the crown prince couldn't remain so calm in front of him. This was a kind of transcendent temperament. A person with such a temperament wouldn't be too bad in the future. Your Majesty, this Jiang Chen is indeed not simple. Not only is his alchemy skill astounding, his combat strength is also incomparably terrifying. He had once defeated Yang Ling, who was a half-step immortal emperor, when he was still a half-step immortal king. Now that he has advanced to the true immortal king realm, his combat strength must have become much stronger. Plus, he had entered that forbidden land and stayed there for more than half a month before coming out alive. Yang Zhanqing spoke. In Genius Prefecture, it was the first time that Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu, the two overlords, praised a person in front of the emperor at the same time. Jiang Chen was the only one. One should know that given the pride of Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu, it was hard for them to put ordinary geniuses in their eyes. Those who could be praised by them were even rarer. The only explanation for them praising Jiang Chen today was that Jiang Chen was too heaven-defying and abnormal. The emperor was very clear about this point. Dongfang Yu had already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm with the help of Jiang Chen. Yang Yu didn't expect that even Yang Zhanqing would stand up and praise Jiang Chen. He knew Yang Zhanqing too well. Apart from being a monarch and a minister, they were also friends. He rarely saw Yang Zanqing praise someone like this. Even when Yang Bufan returned, Yang Zanqing only expressed that he was optimistic about Yang Bufan. What? Despite Yang Yu's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim. A half-step immortal king could defeat an ordinary half-step immortal emperor. In his mind, this was impossible. If these words didn't come out of Yang Zanqing's mouth, he would never believe it. What shocked Yang Yu even more was that Jiang Chen was able to walk out of that forbidden land alive. Yang Yu was very clear about that valley. He had once entered it personally to explore it, but in the end, he found nothing. Over the years, many geniuses of Genius Prefecture had died after entering it. In the end, it was listed as a forbidden land. It was undoubtedly a miracle that Jiang Chen could walk out of it alive. Yang Yu's eyes stared at Jiang Chen without blinking, as though trying to see through this young man, but he was disappointed in the end. Jiang Chen's temperament had already reached the point of being indifferent. Even when facing his sharp eyes, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. That wasn't just indifference, but a kind of confidence that came from his bones. It's a pity that Jiang Chen didn't discover the secret in it. It's already very good that he could walk out of it alive. Yang Zanqing sighed. The secret in the valley had always been affecting their hearts. Unfortunately, no one could really find out about it. Damn it. This bastard is going to be in the limelight this time. Even the emperor is paying attention to him. Even Master Yang Zanqing and Master Dongfang Yu think highly of him. This bastard's status will be very high sooner or later. Now, even the emperor is paying attention to him. All the eyes that were looking at Jiang Chen were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yu Hao and Yang Ji were gritting their teeth, itching to rush forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. They were all half-step immortal emperor experts, supreme geniuses of outer prefecture. They had great prospects. Now, all the limelight had been snatched away by Jiang Chen. All the glory and attention had fallen on Jiang Chen. Standing in front of the emperor was something that they could only dream of. This kid must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will become a great trouble. The crown prince's eyes were deep. He had already sensed a trace of crisis. A figure like Jiang Chen couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Otherwise, the crown prince palace would be destroyed in his hands. On the other side, although King Ping didn't speak, one could tell from his unsightly face that he had the same thoughts as the crown prince. Jiang Chen's strength and rapid progress in a short period of time, as well as his current status in Genius Prefecture, had given them a great sense of crisis. Good. Jiang Chen, you must work hard. I have high hopes for you. I hope that you can become the #1 genius of the young generation of Great Qian Empire. This time, you have made a great contribution in helping Dongfang Yu. What kind of reward do you want? Yang Yu praised Jiang Chen. Given his heroic character, he would certainly give Jiang Chen some reward. Reporting to the emperor, it's my honor to be able to help Master Dongfang. How would I dare to ask for anything? Jiang Chen spoke in a clear voice. These words weren't pretentious. Back when he helped Dongfang Yu, he didn't have any illusion. If he wanted any benefits, he would have asked Dongfang Yu directly. King Fan, ask for immortal meta stones on behalf of Jiang Chen. That bastard doesn't have many immortal meta stones left. At this time, De Huang Dog's voice was transmitted into Yang Bufan's ears. In the face of the reward from the emperor, such a great opportunity must never be missed. Jiang Chen was too embarrassed to ask directly, but De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Chen needed the most right now: immortal meta stones, high-grade immortal meta stones. The dragon transformation skill that Jiang Chen cultivated required a large amount of immortal meta stones for every advancement. It was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Currently, the immortal meta stones in Jiang Chen's hand were almost depleted, not enough to support him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. Now that the emperor wanted to reward him, there was no need for him to be polite. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, Yang Bufan clasped his fists and said, "Father, Jiang Chen didn't ask for anything in return for helping Master Dongfang, but his action has indeed made a great contribution. He has helped our great Qian Empire gain a powerful half-step venerable expert. If we don't reward him, it won't be justifiable. I heard that the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen cultivates is very special. Every advancement requires a large amount of immortal metastones. Why don't Father take out some immortal metastones as a reward? We can't make Yang family look stingy. Given Yang Bufan's intelligence, he knew what to do after Big Yellow reminded him. What he said wasn't wrong at all. Not only would it make Yang Yu happy, it would also help Jiangchen get the immortal metastones. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu chuckled and said aloud, Jiangchen has indeed made a great contribution this time. He must be rewarded. Since Jiangchen needs immortal metastones, then reward him with 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal metastones came out from Yang Yu's mouth. Instantly, it caused an uproar in Genius Prefecture. Even Jiangchen himself widened his eyes and was stunned. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Yu would be so generous to offer 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal metastones. My God! The Emperor is too generous. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones. How much wealth is that? It's unimaginable. The Emperor is so generous. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones? That bastard Jiangchen is really lucky, but 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones is nothing to Yang family. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones is nothing. More importantly, the Emperor has begun to value Jiangchen. This is Jiangchen's greatest luck. Countless people exclaimed in admiration. Even to a mighty immortal emperor, 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones was a huge amount of wealth. It was something that they yearned for even in their dreams. However, Jiangchen, who was merely an early immortal king, had obtained 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones so easily. How could they not be envious of him? Jiangchen, aren't you going to thank the Emperor? Yang Bufan nudged Jiangchen with his hand. Disciple Jiangchen thanks the Emperor for his great kindness. Jiangchen hastily clasped his fists to express his gratitude. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones was too important to him, and it came at the right time. Previously, when he advanced to the immortal king realm, he had almost exhausted all his immortal metastones. Obtaining a large number of immortal metastones was what he needed to do next, but with 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones, everything would be solved. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones was enough for him to advance to the immortal emperor realm. Good. Bufan, Jiangchen, both of you can leave now. Zonqing, Dongfengyu, follow me. I have something important to do, said Yang Yu hastily. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the tallest pagoda in Genius Prefecture. Top Imperial Preceptor Yi Dingtian, Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi and the two princes also followed. Yang Zonqing and Dongfengyu exchanged a glance and hastily followed. Little Chenzi, you are in the limelight again today. Father has already valued you, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Today's situation was beyond his imagination. He didn't think that Dongfengyu's advancement was related to Jiangchen. Although there was an element of luck in it, it was also the result of Jiangchen's hard work. I also want to thank King Fan for helping me get 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones. Jiangchen chuckled. This was true. After all, he was too embarrassed to use Dongfengyu as an excuse to ask for immortal metastones. It was best to borrow Yang Bufan's mouth. Therefore, Yang Bufan had done him a great favor. I didn't know that you needed immortal metastones. It was De Huang who reminded me at the critical moment, said Yang Bufan. Jiangchen nodded. The one who understood him was De Huang. He and De Huang Dog were like brothers. The tacit understanding between them had reached a perfect level. De Huang Dog also knew what he needed the most. Humph. It's not a good thing to be in the limelight too much. Although 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones is a lot, you need to be alive to spend it. A cold harumph was heard. The one who spoke was none other than the Crown Prince. He didn't conceal his hostility towards Yang Bufan and Jiangchen at all. If there was a chance, he would certainly kill Jiangchen without mercy. This isn't something for your highness to worry about. Humph. The Crown Prince harumphed coldly, turned and left. King Ping glanced at Jiangchen and Yang Bufan and didn't say anything. He too turned and left, but his killing intent was still sensed by Jiangchen. King Ping is much scarier than the Crown Prince. Looking at the receding back of King Ping, Jiangchen spoke plainly. A shrewd person would always be the most difficult to deal with. Compared to the crown prince, King Ping was indeed much scarier. As for the crown prince, Xianxia had never regarded him as a real opponent. I know. Yang Bufan nodded. The crown prince and King Ping were brothers. No one knew them better than him. Although the crown prince was fierce, he was a straightforward person who would do everything in the open. Compared to the treacherous and shrewd King Ping, the crown prince was indeed much easier to deal with. In the internal space at the top of the pagoda of Genius Prefecture, Yang Yu was sitting on the throne. The others were sitting on his left and right. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu were looking at Yang Yu solemnly. Previously, Yang Yu had said that he had something important to discuss with them. Given that Yang Yu had come personally, it must be a big matter. The Golden Horizon is about to open again. Yang Yu said. At the mention of the Golden Horizon, everyone's face changed slightly. That was a true killing zone that had existed since ancient times. Every time it opened, it would be a major event, not only in East Xuanyu, but also in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Every time it opened, it would be under the control of the immortal court. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. Time really flies. I wonder what's different this time compared to the past? Asked Yang Zhanqing. Just like before, the quota is determined by the immortal court. Our great Qian Empire will get a total of 100 quotas this time. This is the identity brocade bag. You will pick 100 quotas from Genius Prefecture. The Golden Horizon will open 7 days later. Don't forget to tell them about the risks and reports of the Golden Horizon. Yang Yu took out a spatial ring. The dark green ring floated into Yang Zhanqing's hand. It was a storage ring with 100 identity brocade bags inside. These were the quotas allocated by the Immortal Court to enter the Golden Horizon. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely choose carefully. Yang Zhanqing spoke solemnly. He knew better than anyone the importance of entering the Golden Horizon and what kind of place it was. In the past, he had also been to the Golden Horizon and experienced a life and death experience. In other words, those who could walk out of the Golden Horizon wouldn't be too weak. And you and Dongfang Yu have been to the Golden Horizon before, so you should know the situation inside very well. So I won't say much. You two go ahead and settle the quota as soon as possible. Remember, entering the Golden Horizon must be voluntary. You must explain the situation in the Golden Horizon to the disciples. Yang Yu specially instructed. The Golden Horizon would only open once every 5 years. Every time it opened, it would be a major event in the immortal world. It wasn't just Great Qian Empire, but every major power would attach great importance to it. I understand. Yang Zhanqing said. Then, Yang Yu and Yu Dingtian disappeared without a trace as if they had never appeared. The Golden Horizon is going to open again. I wonder how many people are going to die in it this time. AI. After Yang Yu and the others left, Yang Zhanqing sighed at Dongfang Yu. He still couldn't forget the scene of them entering the Golden Horizon together. This is how the immortal world is. The strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive well here and become a true superior, you have to step on piles of white bones. Some will fall, and some will rise. My thinking is different from yours. For those geniuses, life and death are all a matter of luck. The Tao is the law of nature and can't be forced. I hope that a few people from Genius Prefecture who enter the Golden Horizon this time can become famous and rise to the top. Even the Immortal Court will pay attention to them. Dongfang Yu's chi fluctuated. This was the law of survival. He had long understood it very well. It wasn't an easy thing to survive in the immortal world. Every high-ranking expert had experienced countless massacres, countless crises, and countless life and death experiences. They had crawled their way to where they were now. There was no such thing as overnight success. Luck, strength, and talent were indispensable. The Golden Horizon was a test of all these. You're right. How many disciples can you arrange in Dan Prefecture? Yang Zhanqing asked. 10. Give me 10 identity brocade pouches. As for the rest, you can go to the inner prefecture and outer prefecture to arrange them. Dongfang Yu thought for a moment and asked. All right. Yang Zhanqing took out 10 identity brocade pouches from his spatial ring and handed them to Dongfang Yu. Dongfangyu received the brocade pouches and flew towards Dan Prefecture. Late at night, when Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were having fun, Dongfangyu appeared. He came to Jiang Chen's courtyard alone. Now that he had 10 brocade pouches in his hand, the first person he thought of was Jiang Chen. He could have gathered all 10 disciples together and told them about the Golden Horizon at the same time. All the disciples' questions would be answered at once, but Dongfangyu still came to Jiang Chen alone. This showed how much importance he attached to Jiang Chen. Master. Upon seeing Dongfangyu, Jiang Chen hastily saluted. He was still a little doubtful about the arrival of Dongfangyu. Although he had helped Dongfangyu by concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he had already received a generous reward from the Emperor during the day. He had received 1 million Emperor-grade immortal meta stones from the Emperor. Logically speaking, Dongfangyu should be meditating at this time to comprehend the half-step immortal venerable realm. There shouldn't be much time to waste on him. Jiang Chen, it's all thanks to you that I can successfully advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm this time. If it wasn't for your appearance, I'm afraid it would take me at least 5 years to break through this realm. Dongfangyu said with a smile. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen had helped him, Jiang Chen was also a disciple worthy of admiration. He was a peerless genius, an invincible monstrous genius with extraordinary bearing. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he had no reason to dislike such a young man. Master is being too polite. It's Jiang Chen's honor to be able to help Master. Please don't take it to heart, Master. Besides, I have also received a generous reward today. 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones is something that I didn't even dare to think about before. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What he said was true. Today, 1 million Emperor-grade immortal metastones was indeed an accident. That's what you deserve. His Majesty rewarding you shows that he has already valued you. Do you know how many geniuses in the entire Genius Prefecture dream of standing in front of His Majesty and speaking a word? Let alone getting a reward from His Majesty. However, I came here late at night because I have something important to talk to you about. Dongfangyu said. Alchemy again. This was Jiang Chen's first reaction when he heard that Dongfangyu was looking for him. Apart from alchemy, he couldn't think of anything else, but judging from Dongfangyu's expression, it didn't seem to be for alchemy. Jiang Chen, have you heard of the Golden Horizon? Dongfangyu asked. Golden Horizon? Never heard of it. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was indeed his first time hearing about the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen knew relatively little about the immortal world. After all, he was an ascendant and hadn't been here for a long time, especially in a big place like East Xuanyu. Plus, he had spent most of his time in Genius Prefecture, so it was normal that he didn't know many things. Then let me introduce the Golden Horizon to you first. The Golden Horizon is an extraterritorial battlefield. It's a true ancient battlefield that has existed for a very long time. It's said that countless experts have fallen in this ancient battlefield. Countless immortal emperors and immortal venerables of that era have fallen in it. Rumor has it that even great sovereigns have fallen there, but no one knows whether it's true or not. Dongfangyu paused for a moment and continued, a long time ago, the Golden Clan lived in the Golden Horizon. Rumor has it that this clan is the descendant of the divine bird, the Golden Crow, and has the bloodline of the Golden Crow flowing in their veins. However, for some unknown reason, the Golden Horizon has turned into a battlefield. It's also because of this battlefield that the name was changed to Golden Horizon. Countless experts have fallen there. Rumor has it that the clan treasure of the Golden Clan, the Golden Feather Fan, has been left there. Jiang Chen listened very seriously. Almost instantly, he developed a strong interest in the Golden Horizon. Given his intelligence, Dongfangyu had come to him in the middle of the night to talk about the Golden Horizon. It seemed like what was going to happen next must be related to the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen was immersed in Dongfangyu's narration. Dongfangyu was also immersed in his narration. The two of them didn't notice the obvious change in De Huang Dog's expression when he heard about the Golden Horizon. Master, is it related to the Golden Horizon that you have come to me now? Asked Jiang Chen. That's right. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. This time, it will open again. It will be 7 days later. This time, the Immortal Court has given our great Qian Empire 100 slots to enter. I came to you to ask if you are interested in the Golden Horizon. You should know that there are many ancient relics in the Golden Horizon. Every time the Golden Horizon opens, there will be people who will gain great benefits and soar to the sky, becoming famous. However, as an ancient battlefield, the Golden Horizon is also incomparably ferocious. The number of people who die in the Golden Horizon is far more than the number of people who walk out alive after gaining benefits. Dongfang spoke. He had to explain the situation in the Golden Horizon to Jiang Chen. As for whether Jiang Chen was willing to enter the Golden Horizon to gain experience or not, it was up to Jiang Chen. He, Dongfang, wouldn't help Jiang Chen make the decision. Of course, I'm not even afraid of the forbidden land of the valley, let alone the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen was a man who couldn't stay idle. He liked all kinds of exciting challenges. Speaking of danger, he had experienced countless dangers along the way. A true success was destined to experience countless life and death situations, countless dangers, and finally rise to the top. However, Jiang Chen still had a lot of questions about this Golden Horizon. He was ready to ask Dongfang. Good, Jiang Chen. I didn't misjudge you. Seeing that Jiang Chen had agreed, Dongfang immediately praised Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, this was within his expectation. From the first time he saw Jiang Chen, he knew that Jiang Chen must be a dragon among men. As a matter of fact, to the vast Great Qian Empire, the quota of 100 wasn't a lot. There were too many young geniuses. None of them would be willing to be ordinary. Many of them had experienced great storms and waves. Although the Golden Horizon was dangerous, it was an incomparably rare opportunity for countless geniuses. If the opportunity came, almost no one would refuse it, because it was an honor and glory for those who could get the quota. Master, what did you say just now? Immortal Court? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. Judging from Dongfang tone, the Immortal Court seemed to be a very powerful existence that was completely above Great Qian Empire. It seemed that the Golden Horizon was controlled by the Immortal Court, and every quota was given by the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen, you don't even know about the Immortal Court. But I can't blame you for this. The Immortal Court seems to be a very powerful existence, completely above Great Qian Empire. The immortal world is just too vast. It's divided into 9 immortal domains. Each immortal domain is an independent immortal world, separated by a spatial barrier. In each vast immortal domain, there is a powerful immortal court, the supreme ruler of the entire immortal domain. The right to open the Golden Horizon is in the hands of the immortal court. Jiang Chen, don't underestimate the Golden Horizon. It's a major event in the entire immortal world. It's a platform for all the young geniuses of the entire immortal world and even 2 immortal worlds to compete. Do you know the conditions to enter the Golden Horizon? And every time the Golden Horizon opens, do you know how many geniuses will participate in it? Dongfang looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to guess it. He also believed that when he told the result to Jiang Chen would be shocked out of his wits. Jiang Chen's face turned solemn. He thought that Eastern Profound Domain was the center of the immortal world, but now it seemed like he was wrong. The ethereal immortal domain alone was too vast and boundless. Above Great Qian Empire, there was the incomparably powerful immortal court, which was the true ruler. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that he still had a long way to go. The current him was just too insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he still had a long way. He suddenly felt that the opening of the Golden Horizon wasn't as simple as he had imagined. In fact, it was much more complicated. Let me tell you that the condition to enter the Golden Horizon is to be a young genius under the age of 50. Let me tell you, the condition to enter the Golden Horizon is to be a young genius below the age of 50. This age limit limits the number of people who can enter the Golden Horizon. Next, I'll tell you the number of people who can enter the Golden Horizon. Our Great Qian Empire has 100 slots. There are 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain. I believe the other 10 major powers will also have no less than 100 slots. That is to say, in the entire Eastern Profound Domain, there are more than 1,000 young geniuses who are going to enter the Golden Horizon. There are also some medium-sized powers that aren't as powerful as the 11 major powers. The entire ethereal immortal domain is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The quota for the major powers is the same. Dongfangyu said. What? Upon hearing this, even with Jiang Chen's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim. 6,000 people. That was too terrifying. No, Dongfangyu said that it was just ethereal immortal domain. Didn't that mean that there were other major immortal domains participating? Master, according to what you said, could it be that there are people from other immortal domains participating? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. The Golden Horizon is located at the corner of a golden mountain, sandwiched between Ethereal Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain. Every time it opens, it will be jointly opened by the 3 immortal courts. Therefore, not only the geniuses of Ethereal Immortal Domain, but also the geniuses of Miluo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain will be entering the Golden Horizon. Conservatively speaking, the number of geniuses will be at least 20,000. To put it bluntly, this is a grand event for the younger generation of the 3 immortal domains. To put it bluntly, every time the Golden Horizon opens, it's not only for treasure hunting, but also for tempering the disciples. At the same time, it's also a competition between the 3 immortal domains and the major powers. For example, every person who enters the Golden Horizon will carry a brocade pouch that belongs to them. This brocade pouch will play a great role. Dongfangyu spoke. This was a grand event and competition between the younger generation. It was a competition for the throne. It was grand and powerful, with a huge number of people and affected a vast area. 50 years old. This condition was already very harsh. To the cultivators of the immortal world, 100 years old was still considered a young man. Many cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearance. There were some old antiques who had lived for thousands of years, but they still looked like teenagers on the surface. This wasn't strange at all. My God, Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide in horror. He was rarely shocked, especially so greatly shocked, but this time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He knew that he had completely underestimated the Golden Horizon, because this wasn't just a process of treasure hunting and tempering. Just like what Dongfangyu said, this was a grand event. He believed that no one would refuse such a grand event. 20,000 geniuses would gather here. What kind of earth-shattering things would happen? How glorious would it be if one could stand out among these 20,000 geniuses, who didn't have a competitive heart? The most basic characteristic of geniuses was pride. Every prideful person would want to participate in such a grand event. 100 quotas really wasn't a lot. He believed that even if Great Qian Empire was given 500 quotas, there would still be people who would fight for it. There were 11 major powers in Great Qian Empire alone. One immortal domain had 4 major domains, which meant that there would be at least 50 major powers. If the 3 immortal domains were added together, there would be about 150 major powers. In addition to some medium-sized powers, the number of sects and major powers participating in this grand event alone would be at least a few hundred. Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Jiang Chen, this is an identity brocade pouch. As long as you separate a trace of your soul consciousness into the brocade pouch, this brocade pouch will be yours. It will be the proof of your entry into the Golden Horizon. Dongfangyu took out a golden brocade pouch and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen received the brocade pouch. This brocade pouch was only the size of a palm. There were some runes engraved on it. It was soft to the touch and light to the touch. Jiang Chen scanned it with his divine sense and found that there was a huge space inside the brocade pouch. It was 10 miles in radius. It turned out to be a storage treasure. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that this brocade pouch was only used to verify one's identity. One should know that the Qi was the biggest container for those who had cultivated to the immortal king realm. There was no need for any storage treasure at all. Those who were qualified to enter the Golden Horizon were at least half-step immortal emperors. There were only a few late immortal kings. Such a storage space was really useless. However, Jiang Chen felt that there must be a reason why the immortal court would waste so much effort to refine such a brocade pouch. Master, why does this identity brocade pouch have an internal storage space? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Of course it's for your storage. The laws in the Golden Horizon have been modified by the experts of the 3 immortal domains. All the things obtained in there can't be put into the Qi, and can only be put into this identity brocade pouch. There's only one purpose for doing this: to fight. This is a competition between countless geniuses. You can kill anyone in there and this identity brocade pouch won't be destroyed. The treasures inside will belong to you. Plus, the person's luck will also enter the identity brocade pouch. So, if you kill someone, not only will you get the identity brocade pouch, but also the opponent's luck. You should know that luck is illusory. After this identity brocade pouch has integrated with your soul and divine sense, if you die, it will absorb your luck and pass it on to others. Also, don't throw away the identity brocade pouch that you have obtained. If you perform well at that time, you are likely to be valued by the immortal court. If you can enter the immortal court one day, you will truly soar to the sky. Dongfeng Yu explained. He was afraid that he might miss something, so he explained it to Jiangchen in great detail. After listening to Dongfeng Yu's words, Jiangchen couldn't utter a word for a long time. Finally, he squeezed out a word, F***K. Haha. How about it, Jiangchen? It's exciting, isn't it? Dongfeng Yu burst into laughter. Exciting? This was too F***king exciting. This was simply a robbery. Even the luck of others could be seized. Such a battle was truly cruel. Jiangchen's blood had been completely ignited. He liked such battles. Although the rules of the immortal world were cruel, as long as he could walk out of it alive, he would certainly become a superior being. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Alright. Take a good time to digest it. I'm going back to make some preparations. I'm going to summon the chosen ones and give them the identity brocade pouch. Remember, integrate the soul consciousness into the brocade pouch as soon as possible. Dongfeng Yu reminded Jiangchen, then turned and left. For God's sake. Little Chenzi, this trip to the Golden Horizon is going to be awesome. We can go on a killing spree now. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited. He was also a person who couldn't stay idle. When he heard that there was going to be a battle, he couldn't sit still. That's right. The rules set by the Immortal Court are awesome. I like such a place. There were still 7 days left. To Jiangchen, it was just the right time to make some preparations. He knew very well that among the geniuses who were going to enter the Golden Horizon this time, he was afraid that the one with the lowest cultivation base was him. Even if his combat strength was powerful, he definitely wouldn't stand out among the 20,000 geniuses. There were just too many experts that were stronger than him. Putting everything aside, Jiangchen wasn't a match for the early immortal emperors of the major powers. De Huang, do you think that the northern and southern dynasties will appear in the Golden Horizon this time? Jiangchen looked over at De Huang Dog. This is the banquet of the young geniuses. How can that bastard be absent? In his eyes, everyone who entered the Golden Horizon this time is his prey. Perhaps we will have a chance to meet him. I just don't know if he can recognize you. De Huang Dog spoke. Given their understanding of the northern and southern dynasties, he would certainly appear in the Golden Horizon this time. If he didn't show up, it wouldn't be the style of the northern and southern dynasties. He was an ambitious man who regarded everyone as his stepping stone. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog had no idea what kind of scene it would be if they met the northern and southern dynasties again. It was unknown whether the northern and southern dynasties would recognize him. After all, the one they killed in Saint Origin World was just an ordinary clone of the northern and southern dynasties. There was almost no comparison between a clone and the main body. At least they will sense it. In any case, we will be enemies sooner or later. By the way, De Huang, I want to bring Sister Ning with me to the Golden Horizon this time. I have used the great divination art to divine for Sister Ning. Sister Ning herself is a person with great luck, but her luck has always been concealed. Although the Golden Horizon this time is dangerous, it's also a great opportunity for Sister Ning. Jiangchen spoke. This decision was made after much consideration. Previously, he had consulted Dongfeng Yu. Every genius who had the quota to enter the Golden Horizon could bring at least 3 people with him. It was just that these people didn't have the identity brocade pouch, which made it harder for them to enter the Golden Horizon. Wu Ningzhu was merely an early immortal king. Given Wu Ningzhu's strength, entering the Golden Horizon was almost certain death. Any random genius could instantly kill her. To Wu Ningzhu, staying in King Fan Prefecture was the safest, but this wasn't a long-term plan. He had already divined Wu Ningzhu. Xianxia didn't have the right to deprive a person with great luck from her right to choose. Therefore, he decided to bring Wu Ningzhu into the Golden Horizon this time. He believed that with his ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect Wu Ningzhu's safety. It would be best if he could help Wu Ningzhu find a great opportunity. And I think it's doable. There's indeed a trace of luck in Sister Ning's body. It's just that she hasn't shown it before. Now is the time to show it. The Golden Horizon is the place left behind by the ancient Golden Clan. That was a very long time ago. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia were both from that era. The gold feather fan of the Golden Clan hasn't been found yet. This indicates that the inheritance of the Golden Clan still exists in the Golden Horizon. This is an opportunity for anyone. The bloodline of the ancient divine bird, Golden Crow, flows in the body of the Golden Clan. It's very powerful. If Sister Ming's luck can be shown in the Golden Horizon, there might be an unexpected harvest. De Huang Dog spoke. De Huang, you seem to know a lot about the Golden Clan? Xianxia smiled at De Huang Dog. This dog knew too much. There were many things in the immortal world that he knew. You don't have to ask. I will tell you my secret sooner or later, but not now. However, I will certainly go to the Golden Horizon this time. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew that Xianxia was smart and had long sensed that he had a great secret. At this time, De Huang Dog no longer concealed it. It was meaningless to conceal it any longer, as if he was treating Xianxia as a fool. It wasn't good to do this between brothers, but regarding his secret, De Huang Dog felt that it wasn't the right time to tell Xianxia yet. Alright, I'll wait and look forward to it. Xianxia shrugged. He had been looking forward to De Huang Dog's secret for a long time, but that was all. He would wait for De Huang Dog to tell him personally one day. If De Huang Dog wasn't willing to say it, he would never force it. This was someone else's secret. It was useless to force it. The next day, Yang Bufan came. The arrival of Yang Bufan was within Xianxia's expectation. Needless to say, he must have come for the matter of the Golden Horizon. Little Chenzi, you should have gotten the identity brocade pouch, right? Yang Bufan asked the moment he arrived. He seemed to be in high spirits. It seemed like he was very excited about entering the Golden Horizon. And, Master Dongfang has already given me the identity brocade pouch yesterday. I didn't expect that the opening of the Golden Horizon this time would involve so many major powers and geniuses. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Xianxia spoke. He could feel that Yang Bufan had the same feeling as him. Both of them were the kind of people who couldn't stay still. The fact that Yang Bufan was able to leave Great Qian Empire for the Evil Abyss indicated that he was restless. Since he had already gone to the Evil Abyss, there was nothing for him to be afraid of in the Golden Horizon. On the contrary, he was incomparably looking forward to it. This time, countless geniuses will enter the Golden Horizon. In addition to those who will bring some people with them, I'm afraid that the number of people will reach 40 to 50,000. It will involve 3 immortal domains. Being able to participate in such a grand gathering of geniuses in our lifetime doesn't mean that we've lived in vain. However, this trip to the Golden Horizon will be filled with dangers. Apart from the dangers inside the Golden Horizon itself, everyone inside is a danger. The 40 to 50,000 people are all our enemies. This is an opportunity, but also a great challenge and competition. According to what I know, many powerful geniuses in the immortal world will appear this time. Yang Bufan spoke. King Fan, there are so many geniuses who will enter the Golden Horizon. What's the highest cultivation base among them? It shouldn't be just early immortal emperor, right? Xianxia asked curiously. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could you make the best response at the critical moment. Of course not. An early immortal emperor is naturally incomparably powerful, but the foundation of each major power is far beyond this. My Great Qian Empire has an intermediate immortal emperor expert. They rarely appear in public. They are the true geniuses. It's said that there are also supreme sects in other domains whose cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Every major power has its own foundation and hidden geniuses. All of them will appear in the golden horizon this time. With our strength, it's impossible for us to act arrogantly in the golden horizon. As far as I know, there will also be geniuses from the immortal court with unfathomable cultivation base, Yang Bufan said. These words astounded Xianxia once again. What kind of terrifying realm was a late immortal emperor supreme genius? Given his current cultivation base, encountering a late immortal emperor wouldn't be a problem. Many major powers in the immortal world had a long history. Some supreme sects and families had deep foundations and were unimaginably powerful. Plus, there were also supreme geniuses from the immortal court. All of these had aroused great interest in Xianxia. The immortal court was a very mysterious existence in Xianxia's heart. Of course not. Many important figures of major powers will have powerful trump cards in their hands. For example, if the family is worried about their safety, they will let them carry the supreme treasure of the family with them, which will allow them to unleash unparalleled power at the critical moment. Therefore, most of them aren't easy to deal with, but we don't have to be afraid of them. There are plenty of opportunities in the golden horizon. It's a huge ancient battlefield with countless treasures. It's said that in the past, many people had obtained tremendous benefits in the golden horizon and their cultivation base had improved tremendously. Yang Zonqing had risen in the golden horizon back then. We can do the same. As long as our cultivation base can improve continuously in there, we won't be afraid of anyone, Yang Bufan said. Yang Bufan said. His heart was filled with ambition. The golden horizon was full of danger, but this wouldn't hinder them from moving forward. On the contrary, it was a kind of motivation. Being able to survive in such an environment would allow one to obtain a kind of sublimation. This was extremely rare. As the saying goes, if you don't rise in adversity, you will perish in adversity. All the geniuses who entered the golden horizon were hot-blooded and carried the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. I can't wait. Xianxia sighed. The thought of clashing with countless geniuses made him unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. By the way, little Qinzi, are you going to bring someone with you? Yang Bufan asked. I will definitely bring De Huang along. I'm going to bring Sister Ning with me. Xianxia said. Wu Ningzhu? Her cultivation base is only at the early immortal king realm. Although you are also an early immortal king, there's no comparison between the two of you. Bringing her along is equivalent to bringing a burden. The golden horizon is full of dangers. It's easy to encounter life-threatening danger. Yang Bufan was somewhat surprised, not knowing why a smart person like Xianxia would make such a stupid decision. One should know that any immortal king who entered the golden horizon, even a late immortal king expert would die for sure. I have my own plans. King Fan doesn't have to worry about this. Xianxia said with a smile. Wu Ningzhu had the right to exert her luck. Xianxia wouldn't deprive her of this opportunity. After bidding farewell to Yang Bufan, Xianxia left Genius Prefecture for King Fan Prefecture. Wu Ningzhu still didn't know about this matter. King Fan Prefecture was located in the imperial city. It had always been peaceful and stable. Xianxia didn't fly above King Fan Prefecture as he didn't want to be too conspicuous. In front of the gate of King Fan Prefecture, 2 guards saw Xianxia and immediately went to greet him. How did young Master Jiang find the time to come back today? I have some matters to attend to. Xianxia smiled at the guards and strode into King Fan Prefecture. Look, young Master Jiang is talking to us with a smile. He doesn't put on any airs at all. I'm afraid that a peerless genius like him wouldn't even look us in the eye if it was someone else. Young Master Jiang is indeed very kind, but that's because we are on the same side. I heard that young Master Jiang treats his enemies very cruelly. Ever since young Master Jiang came to King Fan Prefecture, he has made great contributions to our prefecture. Although King Fan Prefecture has just been established, it already has a very high status in the imperial city. Our reputation is enough to compete with Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. The 2 guards spoke with a smile, not concealing the praise and respect they had for Xianxia. After Jiangchen returned to Qingfan Prefecture, he went straight to look for Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was still meditating in her room. Seeing Jiangchen pushing the door open, Wu Ningzhu's face revealed a look of surprise. "Little Chenzi, you are back?" Wu Ningzhu stood up from the praying mat. Her current cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal Qing realm. Compared to when she had just arrived in Qingfan Prefecture, her strength had improved a lot. This wasn't just because of the good cultivation environment and rich cultivation resources in Qingfan Prefecture. Most importantly, it was because of Wu Ningzhu's talent. Just like what Jiangchen had said, Wu Ningzhu was a person with great fortune. Such a person shouldn't be ordinary. This trip to Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu to rise. "And, Sister Ning, your cultivation base has improved again." Jiangchen chuckled. "Humph. I have something to ask you. What's going on with Yan Qingqing? Is it because you can't control yourself when Xiaoyu and I aren't around? You have just arrived in the immortal world and you have already found another confidant." Wu Ningzhu went forward and pulled Jiangchen's ear. "It hurts. Sister Ning, let go." Jiangchen grimaced in pain. He had finally witnessed Wu Ningzhu's prowess today. It seemed like his days in the future wouldn't be good. As a dignified man, he couldn't have his ears pulled every day. However, he was really wronged in the matter regarding Yan Qingqing. "It's right that you're in pain. If I don't teach you a lesson, won't you give me a harem in the future?" Wu Ningzhu flipped out. When a tiger flipped out, it would be terrible. Even though Jiangchen was famous and had the title of God of Slaughter, in front of Wu Ningzhu, he was still a docile sheep and could only beg bitterly. This was the saying that everything has its vanquisher. There was also a time when he, Jiangchen, had to bow down to her. I wouldn't dare. I'm really innocent." Jiangchen quickly waved his hand. If outsiders were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. "Sister Ning, I really don't have any thoughts towards Qingqing. I only saved her life before. I swear to the heavens." Jiangchen said solemnly. He swore that he would wash away his grievances. Otherwise, it would be too unjust. This was only a Wu Ningzhu. If Wu Ningzhu were to meet Yan Qingyu one day, wouldn't she tear him apart? "Alright, I already know about your matters. I've already chatted with little sister Qingqing. She has already told me everything. I can tell that Qingqing is infatuated with you. If it's possible, don't let her down. However, elder sister has to remind you today. You're not allowed to do this again." Wu Ningzhu tapped Jiangchen's head with her jade-like hand. She was an open-minded person. She had chatted with Yan Qingqing before. Whether Yan Qingqing's feelings for Jiangchen was real or not, she could tell. At the same time, Wu Ningzhu also understood in her heart that a person as outstanding as Jiangchen would naturally have countless beauties falling in love with him. Back then, she was an example. However, since there was someone who liked him, it also proved that Wu Ningzhu had good eyesight. Love was selfish. Wu Ningzhu also wanted to dominate Jiangchen, but she knew that it was impossible. "Don't worry, Sister Ning. There definitely won't be a next time. Moreover, I didn't say that I must accept Qingqing. In my eyes, Sister Ning is still the most beautiful." Jiangchen spoke. He grabbed Wu Ningzhu's willowy waist and pressed his forehead down, rapidly kissing Wu Ningzhu's red lips. "Rogue." Wu Ningzhu was forcefully kissed. She scolded Jiangchen for being a rogue, but her flushed face didn't show the slightest hint of anger. "Sister Ning, I came back this time because I have something to discuss with you." Jiangchen suddenly stopped joking and said solemnly. Upon seeing this, Wu Ningzhu also realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Jiangchen wouldn't be so solemn. "The Golden Horizon is about to open. I want to bring you along." Jiangchen told Wu Ningzhu everything about the Golden Horizon and told her his thoughts. He believed that this trip to the Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. She should grasp it firmly. "Alright, I'll go with you." Wu Ningzhu didn't even consider and immediately agreed. She knew what Jiangchen said better than anyone else. How could she miss such a great opportunity? Ever since the day she decided to follow Jiangchen, Wu Ningzhu had been full of desire for cultivation. She had been working hard to catch up and had never given up. This was because she didn't want the distance between her and Jiang Chen to widen. She was destined to be Jiang Chen's woman for the rest of her life. She wanted to become Jiang Chen's woman. Even if she couldn't play a great role to Jiang Chen, she must never become a burden to Jiang Chen. Of course, the Golden Horizon was incomparably dangerous, but Wu Ningzhu didn't care about it. It was better than living a stable life in Qingfan Prefecture. The cultivation environment and resources here were very good, but after one's cultivation base had reached the immortal Qing realm, cultivation wouldn't be of much use. One must constantly search for opportunities, and in order to find opportunities, one must rely on one's luck. This trip to the Golden Horizon was a great opportunity. More importantly, as long as she could be with Jiang Chen, not to mention the Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't hesitate even if she had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. And then you better prepare yourself. The Golden Horizon will open 6 days later. Jiang Chen embraced Wu Ningzhu in his arms. He enjoyed such moments very much. In front of his lover, Jiang Chen could always relax easily. To Jiang Chen, such a feeling was an extravagant hope. Sister Ning, how is Qingqing doing here? Is she used to it? Jiang Chen asked. He hadn't met Yan Qingqing since she came to Qingfan Prefecture. He understood her feelings for him, but he really didn't know how to deal with her feelings. That's right, Yan Qingqing. She is very hardworking. She has been cultivating every day. Old man Bai Wing has already accepted her as his disciple. Wu Ningzhu replied. A person who knew how to work hard would never be hated by others. From a certain aspect, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were the same kind of person. Imperial City, Crown Prince Palace. The Crown Prince Palace was located in the central area of the Imperial City, not far from the Imperial Palace. It was bustling with activity. This place itself was a prosperous place. For an empire, the Crown Prince was the heir to the throne. His status was very high. The construction of the Crown Prince Palace was much more magnificent than Qingfan Prefecture and Qingping Prefecture. After the Crown Prince received the identity brocade pouch, he returned to Crown Prince Palace. At this moment, he was sipping tea in a garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. It was rare for him to have such a comfortable life. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the garden silently. The Crown Prince raised his head. When he saw the person, his eyes revealed a trace of disgust. What are you doing here? The Crown Prince said impatiently because the person who came was none other than King Ping. Before Yang Bufan returned, he and King Ping had always been mortal enemies. Now that King Ping personally came to the Crown Prince Palace as a guest, it was as rare as the sun rising from the west. I naturally have something to discuss with you. King Ping didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite the Crown Prince. However, King Ping also knew that the Crown Prince hated him. As a matter of fact, he felt the same. After all, the two of them had been fighting each other for a long time. So, King Ping didn't delay any longer and went straight to the point. Crown Prince, I've come to see you about the matter of getting rid of Jiang Chen and King Fan. At the mention of Jiang Chen and King Fan, the Crown Prince's eyes flickered with cold light. Ever since the humiliation in the king conferring ceremony, he hadn't been in a good mood. Everything that happened in Genius Prefecture had given him a strong killing intent towards Jiang Chen. If there was a chance to get rid of Jiang Chen, he would certainly not hesitate to do so. However, the Crown Prince finally knew the reason why King Ping came to see him. Although King Ping didn't usually take action, he knew very well how dangerous Jiang Chen was. Presumably, King Ping had the same thought as him. Jiang Chen will die sooner or later. I will kill him sooner or later. The Crown Prince spoke viciously. Given his current influence, if he doesn't leave the imperial capital, we won't be able to do anything to him. This man's talent is monstrous and his speed of growth is astonishing. Sooner or later, he will become a great threat to us. This trip to the Golden Horizon is the best opportunity. If you and I can join forces, we will certainly be able to eliminate Jiang Chen and King Fan in the Golden Horizon, said Jiang Chen with a solemn voice. Crown Prince, although you and I are enemies, I hope that we can cooperate once on Jiang Chen. You know better than me how great the threat of Jiang Chen is. This man's growth is just too fast and he's also an incredible alchemist. Now, both Yang Zonqing and Dong Fangyu think highly of him. King Ping spoke. To them, this trip to the Golden Horizon was the best and only chance to get rid of Jiang Chen and King Fan. Whether it was King Ping or the Crown Prince, they had a hunch that if they couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen and the Golden Horizon, they would never have another chance. Perhaps, they would only be killed by Jiang Chen. You're right, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. Hundreds of major powers will gather there. Every major power must be united. Father Emperor and Prefecture Master Yang Zonqing have personally told us about this. If we attack Jiang Chen and King Fan the moment we arrive at the Golden Horizon, it will be very easy for others to get hold of us. When we get out of the Golden Horizon, when Father Emperor blames us, none of us will be able to bear it. The Crown Prince spoke. Although he wasn't as shrewd as King Ping, he absolutely wasn't a fool. He knew what was important. After all, this trip to the Golden Horizon wasn't just a competition between the geniuses of Great Qian Empire, but also a competition between countless major powers in the 3 immortal domains. Therefore, the higher-ups of each major power would require their disciples to ensure basic unity. If they didn't, they would be eaten up by the other major powers. This kind of unity itself was also a kind of honor. A person who didn't pay attention to unity was destined to not have a good end. He would be severely punished. If King Ping and the Crown Prince tried every means possible to kill Jiang Chen and King Fan after entering the Golden Horizon, not only would they be punished by the Emperor, they would also be despised by all the disciples who entered the Golden Horizon. Their reputation would also be tarnished. Neither King Ping nor the Crown Prince could bear this responsibility. I've already thought about this. Naturally, we can't do it ourselves. Only fools will do that. King Ping smiled faintly. Don't forget that Jiang Chen had killed the 2 brothers, Fu Wei and Fu Tian, and the people of the Huangquan Gate. Fu Tian is a disciple of Corpsine sect and Divine Line sect. You should know what the major sects want the most. It's their face. Jiang Chen killing their people is equivalent to slapping their faces, especially for sects like Corpsine sect and Huangquan Gate. Their way of doing things is sinister and cruel. If it wasn't for King Fan's protection, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen entering Genius Prefecture, do you think those 3 major sects would let Jiang Chen go? Therefore, we can make use of them to help us eradicate Jiang Chen and King Fan. King Ping had a sinister smile on his face. In terms of shrewdness, the 2 crown princes couldn't be compared to King Ping. He had always thought of a foolproof plan when he did things. Just like this trip to the Golden Horizon, King Ping had to make good use of it. That's a good idea. Do you have any specific methods? The Crown Prince asked. I've already made up my mind. In the back garden of the Crown Prince's palace, King Ping and the Crown Prince, the 2 old enemies, chatted secretly for 2 hours. No one knew what they talked about. No one even knew that King Ping had come to the Crown Prince's palace because no one thought that these 2 enemies would meet together. This was undoubtedly unprecedented. It wasn't long before the opening of the Golden Horizon. There were only 6 days left. In these 6 days, everyone in Genius Prefecture was making their preparations, especially those disciples who had received the identity brocade bag. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. To them, this was a kind of recognition. It's not easy to get the identity brocade bag. I will certainly cherish this hard-won opportunity. If I can obtain some benefits in the Golden Horizon, my cultivation base will be able to improve again. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to achieve meteoric success. Don't be too excited. The Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. Countless strange creatures have been born in it for countless years. It's very terrifying. It's simply a land of death. Plus, there are geniuses from 3 immortal domains who have entered the Golden Horizon. There are too many of them. There will be battles and killings everywhere. It's already good enough to survive. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, don't go. There are a lot of people who want to go. Just hand over your identity brocade bag and see if others will fight for it. There are countless major powers and all kinds of geniuses in the 3 immortal domains. This is a grand gathering of geniuses. Not everyone can participate in it just because they want to. To be able to participate in this grand gathering and compete with the geniuses of the entire immortal world is an exciting thing. Even if you die, it will be worth it. The path of cultivation has always been going against the heaven, like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't go, others might surpass you. At that time, you will become a stepping stone for others. A true success must experience all kinds of life and death experiences. Do you understand? If you're afraid, just stay here and be an ordinary person. You're the one who wants to be an ordinary person. Who's afraid? I'm just saying. I won't miss such a great opportunity. Everyone in Genius Prefecture was talking about the Golden Horizon. Although they knew that the Golden Horizon was a perilous journey, and they might lose their lives, no one flinched. 100 quotas were far from enough for these arrogant young men. That's right. That's right. Geniuses had their own pride. They were unwilling to be mediocre. They all had great hopes and fantasies for their future. Therefore, this perilous journey was a great opportunity for them to improve themselves. In the next few days, some of the disciples who didn't get the identity brocade bag began to look for those disciples who did, begging them to bring them into the Golden Horizon. Even if they didn't have the identity brocade bag, they would face all kinds of difficulties after entering the Golden Horizon. For example, they wouldn't have a place to store the treasure and could only carry it with their hands. In that case, they would become an obvious target and would be hunted by others. However, most of them couldn't care less. They only wanted to enter the Golden Horizon. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they wouldn't miss it. The time had arrived. Early in the morning, the war drums of Genius Prefecture rang. There was a large square above the ancient tower that was suspended in the void. At this moment, there were at least 200 people standing on the square. Or perhaps it was less than 200, but it wasn't much less. All of them were geniuses of Genius Prefecture. The weakest among them was a late immortal king expert. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement. Today was the day of the opening of the Golden Horizon. They knew that the passageway to the Golden Horizon would be opened from here. They were about to embark on a real journey. The immortal court had only given 100 slots. The rest of the geniuses had entered the Golden Horizon by relying on their relationships. They knew the dangers of this journey, but none of them flinched. They were still full of hope and expectation for the future. Xianxia and Wu Ningxu were also among them. They stood together with King Fan. Currently, there were 7 to 8 people standing beside King Fan. They were the geniuses of King Fan Prefecture. 4 of them were half-step immortal Emperor Supreme geniuses who had recently joined King Fan Prefecture. This time, they had also obtained the slots and successfully obtained the identity brocade bag. The remaining 4 were late immortal king geniuses. Dongfei was one of them. He was originally an intermediate immortal king and had just broken through to the late immortal king realm not long ago. He was also a person who wasn't willing to be mediocre. As such, he decided to follow King Fan and the others into the Golden Horizon. He had already prepared for the worst. These 4 people weren't qualified to obtain the identity brocade bag. All the geniuses who had obtained the identity brocade bag were half-step immortal emperors and immortal emperors. The foundation of Genius Prefecture could be seen from these geniuses who were going to enter the Golden Horizon. Geniuses who didn't usually appear had now appeared. There were more than 10 early immortal emperors among them. It could be said to be terrifying. However, the most eye-catching ones were the 2 young men standing at the front. The chi that they emitted had already surpassed everyone else. Their cultivation base had already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm. Yang Lang and Shan Chong. They are the 2 truly abnormal geniuses of Genius Prefecture. It is said that they had once participated in the Golden Horizon and came out alive. Yang Lang is the son of my 4th uncle. Shan Chong is a true genius cultivated by Genius Prefecture. Both of them are almost 50 years old. This opening of the Golden Horizon will be their last chance. Yang Bufan explained. Although Yang Lang and Shan Chong looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, their actual age was almost 50. They were the most terrifying geniuses of Great Qian Empire who were going to the Golden Horizon this time. It seems like there's something really attractive in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen smiled. Yang Lang and Shan Chong had been there once, and now they were going for the second time. This was enough to show that there were indeed endless benefits in the Golden Horizon, so much so that they disregarded the danger and went in for the second time. Of course, given their cultivation base and realm, they already had the ability to protect themselves. Even in the Golden Horizon, they could still deal with all kinds of crises. After all, not only were they powerful, they also had a certain understanding of the Golden Horizon. Damn it. The camp is just too huge. I have been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but this is the first time I've seen the true foundation of Genius Prefecture. It's truly terrifying. It can't be helped. The temptation of the Golden Horizon is just too great. This is a great opportunity. What we are seeing now is just the camp of Genius Prefecture. When we reach the Golden Horizon, the scene will be truly terrifying. 3 great immortal domains, hundreds of major powers and tens of thousands of geniuses will gather there. What kind of concept is that? It's simply unimaginable. Look, the Master of Prefecture has appeared. It seems like the spatial passageway of the Golden Horizon will be opened soon. The exciting moment is coming. Many people couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At this time, Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu also appeared. Along with them were many higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. For Genius Prefecture, today was a major event. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu glanced at the geniuses below and exchanged glances. Then, Yang Zhanqing spoke, "You should be very clear about everything about the Golden Horizon, but the number of people who want to enter the Golden Horizon has far exceeded the quota allocated by the Immortal Court. I have to give you another piece of advice. Those who don't have the identity brocade pouch will find it extremely difficult and dangerous to enter the Golden Horizon. You may die the moment you enter. If you regret it, you can still stand up now. It's not too late. Once the passageway opens, everything will be too late." As the sound of Yang Zhanqing's voice faded, the crowd was still silent. Everyone remained indifferent. Instead, a fiery light flashed in their eyes. It was very obvious that no one wanted to retreat. If they retreated at this time, they would be looked down upon by others. Seeing that no one chose to stand out at this time, the corner of Yang Zhanqing's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He nodded, seemingly very satisfied with the situation. He hated people who got cold feet the most. It was better not to choose to go in the first place. If there was someone who got cold feet at this time, Yang Zhanqing would certainly drive that person out of Genius Prefecture without hesitation. "Let's begin." Dongfang Yu spoke. Then, he and Yang Zhanqing took out a spiritual talisman at the same time. It was a reddish-gold spiritual talisman, engraved with complicated runes that looked incomparably mystical. Both of these spiritual talismans were exuding a strong spatial qi. They were 2 spatial talismans that were supporting the passageway to the Golden Horizon. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu instilled a large amount of immortal qi into the spiritual talismans. The 2 spiritual talismans immediately vibrated violently. Under the control of the 2 half-step immortal venerables, the 2 spiritual talismans exploded, turning into 2 spatial gates. When the 2 gates closed, there was a deep passageway behind them. No one knew where it led to. The spatial airflow inside was billowing. This was a spatial talisman personally sent by the Immortal Court. It was forged by a supreme expert and was enough to support the geniuses of Genius Prefecture to reach the Golden Horizon safely. The passageway has already been opened. Don't waste any more time. Yang Lang, Xianxia, you 2 go first. The passageway will automatically close in 1 minute. You only have 1 minute. Hurry up and enter. Remember, the Golden Horizon will only be open for a month. There will naturally be a passageway to pick you up, Yang Zhanqing said Lung. As soon as Yang Zhanqing's voice faded, Yang Lang and Shan Chong immediately turned into 2 streams of light and rushed into the spatial gate. They had been to the Golden Horizon before, but this was their second time. Compared to the other geniuses, they could be said to be very familiar with the way. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk after Yang Lang and Shan Chong took the lead and entered the passageway, the others didn't dare to be negligent. Just like what Yang Zhanqing said, the passageway would only be open for a minute. After that, it would automatically close. If they didn't enter the passageway by then, they wouldn't be able to enter again. It turned out that it didn't even take a minute. In less than 10 seconds, all the geniuses had entered the spatial gate. The bustling square suddenly became incomparably quiet. Only the rumbling sound of the spatial gate could be heard. A minute later, the illusory gate disappeared and closed automatically. Yang Zhanqing and Dong Fengyu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they also began to worry. I wonder what will happen to these people after a month. I wonder how many of them will be able to walk out of the Golden Horizon alive. Dong Fengyu said. The fact that half of them managed to come out alive is already quite good. Our mission is complete. Next, it will depend on their luck. Yang Zhanqing said. Inside the spatial passage, nearly 200 geniuses of Genius Prefecture had gathered together in a space that wasn't considered big. The scene was unusually quiet. Everyone was looking at the constantly flickering spatial turbulence around them. It was mottled and colorful. The whole scene gave people a dreamy feeling. No one spoke, and no one moved. They just kept moving forward by relying on the power of spatial teleportation. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Golden Horizon was immeasurable. Even with the help of the spatial passageway, it would take at least 2 hours to reach their destination. The speed of spatial teleportation was just too fast. Even an immortal king expert would feel dizzy if he kept staring at those spatial turbulence. That was a kind of speed that surpassed everything. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone was filled with unprecedented excitement, looking forward to the scene in the Golden Horizon. The one surnamed Liu, what are you looking at? If you look again, I will dig your eyes out. All of a sudden, a voice full of anger resounded, breaking the silence in the spatial passageway. So what if I'm looking at you? Are you not convinced? Let's have a fight then. The genius surnamed Liu naturally wasn't convinced. He glared at the other genius and said. One of them was from Crown Prince Palace, while the other was from Qingping Prefecture. They had often fought with each other and could be said to be sworn enemies. Both of them were late immortal kings. They had long been used to quarreling with each other whenever they met. Now that they were standing together in this spatial zone, a battle would break out just because of a provocative gaze from the other. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That genius said, instantly unleashing his qi. The powerful qi hit the barrier of the spatial passageway, causing the entire passageway to tremble violently. Are you courting death? Right at this moment, a cold shout suddenly resounded out, and the person who spoke was none other than Yang Lang. He walked over with large strides to arrive before the two of them, and he didn't waste his breath before raising his palms to slap the two of them madly. The slaps resounded like raindrops, and it directly caused the two of them to become dizzy. If you two want to die, don't drag us down with you. How dare you fight here? If the spatial passageway is damaged, none of us will survive. If you move again, I will kill you first. Yang Lang spoke in an extremely overbearing manner, Lung Lung. I'm sorry, senior brother Yang. I was wrong. I'm sorry, senior brother Yang. Despite seeing stars after being slapped, the two of them still lowered their heads and apologized. They had already felt Yang Lang's killing intent. They knew very well that if Yang Lang wanted to kill them, he could just blow them to death with a single breath. Their deaths would be in vain. Bastard! Who allowed you to unleash your qi here? Qingping berated the genius of Qingping Prefecture. Even the Crown Prince and Qingping wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of Yang Lang. These two bastards must be tired of living. Humph! Yang Lang snorted coldly. He turned around and walked back to where he was earlier. He closed his eyes and rested, not even sparing a glance at Qingping. With Yang Lang's strength, he didn't care about anyone at all. The Crown Prince and Qingping might be prestigious in front of others, but Yang Lang didn't care about them at all. As the #1 genius of the Great Qian Empire, he had the right to be arrogant. Qingping didn't show any dissatisfaction with Yang Lang's arrogance. Even he didn't dare to provoke Yang Lang. After such a scene, the others looked at the two of them with disgust and disgust. Treating everyone's lives as a joke? These two were simply idiots. As experts who had mastered the space law, they understood the spatial passageway the best. The spatial passageway was the most fragile, especially the long-distance spatial passageway. There must be no accidents. If someone were to fight here, the spatial passageway might be destroyed. If that happened, everyone would be sent to the spatial turbulence and never be able to leave for the rest of their lives. Therefore, what the two of them did was just looking for trouble for themselves. After such a scene, everyone was strangely quiet. No one dared to act rashly. With Yang Lang and Shan Chong here, it was enough to suppress everything. They were all people who had come out of the Golden Horizon and had experienced countless battles. Killing people was never a difficult thing for them. Jiangchen glanced at Yang Lang and couldn't help but nod secretly. This man was domineering and decisive. He didn't even give face to King Ping and the Crown Prince. He even attacked the people of King Ping Mansion and the Crown Prince's palace. This made Jiang Chen's attitude towards Yang Lang very good. 2 hours passed very quickly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of the spatial passageway. The light was getting stronger and stronger. The impact from the spatial turbulence was also getting stronger. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew that they were about to arrive at the Golden Horizon. Everyone, pay attention. There will be a strong spatial storm in a while. Pay attention to stabilizing your body. Don't be blown too far away by the storm when you go out. Yang Lang spoke, kindly reminding everyone. At this time, Shan Chong, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, "Let me tell you something. The Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. The gathering place of the Golden lineage in ancient times is also in it. The spatial zone of the Golden Horizon is millions of miles wide. There are countless regions and all kinds of dangers. Because the ancient battlefield has existed for a very long time, some terrifying creatures have been born in it. You must be extra careful when you come here for the first time. Remember, in the Golden Horizon, the real danger isn't just those terrifying creatures. There are also some dangerous places. You have to pay more attention to the humans who came together with you. Because of the identity brocade pouch, we are prey in the eyes of others. Of course, we can also treat others as prey. You have to be prepared. In the Golden Horizon, the only person you can trust is yourself. You can't trust anyone except yourself. Even your own people might stab you in the back. Of course, there are also plenty of fortunes in the Golden Horizon. Numerous peerless experts of ancient times have fallen here, leaving behind numerous inheritances and forbidden lands. If you are lucky enough to obtain the inheritance, that will be your fortune. Yang Lang spoke. His and Shan Chong's performance immediately won everyone's praise. After all, it was their first time coming to the Golden Horizon. They didn't know anything about the situation inside. If Yang Lang and Shan Chong didn't say anything, they would have to explore it themselves. A spatial zone is already millions of miles wide. Damn it. This Golden Horizon is a little too big. Even tens of thousands of people are nothing in here. Someone sighed. Millions of miles was the size of a large region. There were countless mountains, hills, forbidden lands, and forbidden lands. It was simply a small world. Initially, they thought that tens of thousands of people would encounter all kinds of things in the Golden Horizon. Now, it seemed like it would be very difficult to find them if they were all scattered in different places of the Golden Horizon. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Yang and Senior Brother Shan. Someone apologized to them, expressing his gratitude. Kong Long, they were about to reach the end of the passageway. Everyone held their breath. Some of them had already cast out a defensive barrier made of immortal qi. Yang Lang had already reminded them that the spatial energy of the Golden Horizon was very strong today. If they weren't prepared, they might not be transported far. Kong Long, all of a sudden, a powerful wave of air blew in from the end of the spatial zone. The indestructible spatial passageway made cracking sounds in an instant, and countless cracks appeared. It was a very terrifying scene that made people tremble in fear. Fortunately, they were about to be transported out. Otherwise, who would dare to stay in such a spatial passageway? Bang bang bang, powerful spatial currents began to collide. The experts of Genius Prefecture were transported out one by one. Facing the spatial energy, they didn't dare to resist. They could only endure it silently, using their body's defense to minimize the damage to themselves. Jiangchen grabbed De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Yang Bufan had also grabbed Jiangchen. They knew very well what was going to happen next. There was no pattern to this kind of spatial teleportation. If they didn't support each other, they wouldn't know where they would be transported to. The golden horizon was millions of kilometers in size. The spatial passageway was very likely to send them to different places. The experts of Qingfan Prefecture also consciously supported each other, hoping that they could be together when they entered the golden horizon. After all, they knew nothing about the golden horizon. All their knowledge came from Yang Lang and Shan Chong. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a dangerous place, it would be safer for them to stick together. According to Yang Lang, there was also a guy who had bad luck in the past. As soon as he was transported out of the spatial passageway, he fell into the mouth of a peerless demonic devil and was eaten on the spot. Not even his bones were left. It was really unlucky. A dazzling light flashed. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Innumerable spatial energy cut their bodies like knives, causing bone-piercing pain. Under the influence of such energy, everyone felt like they were about to enter a black hole and fall into a bottomless abyss. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk a loud explosion sounded in the void. One after another, silhouettes shot out from the void. Jiang Chen and the others forcefully stabilized their bodies and slowly descended from the sky. However, those who were weaker didn't have the ability to do so. They fell from the void, smashing a deep pit on the ground, then crawled out from the pit in a sorry state. Check if everyone is alright. Yang Bufan didn't have the time to observe the surroundings as his eyes swept across the people who came out. Currently, there were only 8 of them including De Huang Dog. They were Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog, Dong Fei, and the other 3 were half-step immortal emperors from Qingfan Prefecture. The rest of them had basically been teleported away. The power of spatial teleportation was too powerful. If it wasn't for them supporting each other, it would be almost impossible for them to be teleported to the same place. Out of the 200-man camp of Genius Prefecture, only 8 of them had appeared in this place. Of course, the others would also travel together. King Fan, we are all fine. Dongfei patted the dust off his body and said. The 8 people began to gather together. Is this the Golden Horizon? We don't know where we've been transported to. Yang Bufan looked around. They were now in a bumpy mountain range. The environment here didn't seem much different from the outside world, except that it was a lot gloomier. However, if one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to feel the unusualness of this place. This was an ancient battlefield, and it was unknown how many people had died here. This place was gloomy, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. That smell of blood, even after countless years, could not be completely erased. Sounds of fighting could often be heard here, as if the situation of ancient battles had been left behind until now. This was just an illusion, but many people could often feel it. Have you heard the sounds of fighting? It feels very tragic. One of them asked. His name was Liang Qiao. He had just joined Qingfan Prefecture not long ago. He was a very powerful genius in the outer prefecture, a half-step immortal emperor expert. Everyone, don't deliberately listen to these sounds. The environment here is very powerful, and it has already produced a power that can imperceptibly affect one's state of mind. Once you are deeply affected, you will fall into that ancient battle, and you will become crazy. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably solemn. This was a kind reminder. Jiang Chen had also begun to pay attention to this golden horizon. Although this place looked very ordinary, it was absolutely as extraordinary as the legends said. Everywhere was filled with divinity. Apart from being an ancient battlefield, this place had also given birth to many living beings, or evil spirits. The living beings that were born here were 100 times more ferocious than the demonic devils. Plus, they had many special abilities that could catch people off guard. Therefore, even if there were no battles between geniuses, this place was full of danger. In order to survive here, one must be very careful. Otherwise, this place might become your burial ground at any time. Little Chenzi is right. The environment here has a magical power that can affect the mind of some people. From now on, in this golden horizon, Jiang Chen's words are my words. You all have to listen to him unconditionally. Those who are unwilling to listen can leave on their own. Those who have their own thoughts have the right to seek their own fortune. There's no need to follow us, Yang Bufan said, looking at everyone. Everyone who came to the Golden Horizon had the right to seek their own fortune. He would never deprive anyone of this privilege, but as long as they were around him, they must listen to him and Xianxia unconditionally, because he was King Fan. These were his subordinates. Just like an evil abyss, the evil lord was everything. He was the true king of that place. "We're willing to listen to Xianxia's command," Dongfei spoke immediately. The others were also a little angry. They were very clear about the position of Xianxia in King Fan's heart. Besides, they knew Xianxia's strength even better. Apart from his terrifying combat strength, he was also a powerful alchemist. In the dangerous Golden Horizon, it was their dream to be with an alchemist. In case they encountered danger and suffered a fatal injury, an alchemist could save their lives. As for seeking their own fortune, it wasn't the right time yet. They had just entered the Golden Horizon and were still unclear about everything here. It was better to have someone to accompany them. At least, they could familiarize themselves with the environment here. After all, King Fan was an early immortal emperor expert. His combat strength was obvious to all. Even the crown prince couldn't do anything to him. "Little Chenzi, where do you think we should go next?" Yang Bufan looked over at Xianxia. Everyone observed the terrain of this place. There were undulating mountains everywhere. Some places were terrifyingly barren, but a large forest could be vaguely seen in the distance ahead. That was the only thing that could be seen in this area. Xianxia didn't make a decision. Instead, he shifted his gaze to De Huang Dog. He didn't forget that De Huang Dog had a heaven-defying ability, treasure hunting. Wherever there was a good treasure, it couldn't be hidden from this dog's nose. Big Yellow's eyes were fixed on the huge forest in front of them, then he said, "Let's go to that forest. I can smell the scent of treasure. There must be something good in that forest, but there must be danger as well." Big Yellow nodded his head. Upon hearing the word treasure, Xianxia's eyes lit up instantly. Others might not know much about De Huang Dog, but he knew it all too well. As long as the treasure could be sensed by De Huang Dog, it must be extraordinary. "King Fan, it seems like our luck isn't bad. Benefits have come to us as soon as we entered." Xianxia smiled. "De Huang, why are you so sure that there must be a treasure in that forest?" "I can see that the forest is incomparably gloomy and filled with miasma. It's a place of great danger and evil," said Yang Bufan, looking at the forest. Yang Bufan gazed at the jungle and said. Given his eyesight, he could see the danger in the jungle. Logically speaking, this kind of place shouldn't be entered rashly because it was very likely that he would be killed inside. Furthermore, Yang Bufan couldn't sense the existence of any treasures inside. "That's right. There must be danger in the forest. We'd better not go there. In my opinion, we'd better go to other places first and get to know the environment of this Golden Horizon. Anyway, we're going to stay here for a month. We're not in a hurry." Someone spoke, agreeing with Yang Bufan's words. After all, this was the Golden Horizon. There were dangers everywhere. It would be foolish to enter the forest knowing the dangers. "Humph. You don't have to go. We'll go by ourselves." De Huang Dog harumphed coldly, seeming very angry that someone doubted his ability. "King Fan, listen to De Huang. There won't be a mistake." Xianxia looked over at Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan didn't go, he, De Huang and Wu Ningzhu would go by themselves. He wasn't afraid of danger. Danger was everywhere in the Golden Horizon. It would be a fool's dream to reap great benefits without experiencing some danger. It was completely unrealistic. Now, everyone had to think for themselves. Xianxia naturally did the same. Besides, he was good at acting alone. It was really inconvenient to bring so many people with him. More importantly, De Huang Dog's ability to seek treasures would never be wrong. If Yang Bufan and the others didn't go, Xianxia would go alone. As for the danger inside, Xianxia had never been afraid of it. "Alright, let's go together. Those who don't want to go can go to other places." Yang Bufan no longer hesitated and said. He might not understand the ability of De Huang Dog, but he had absolute trust in Xianxia. Given his arrogance and character, he would never be scared away by danger. He was already prepared to accept all kinds of challenges when he came to this Golden Horizon. "I'll go with senior brother Jiang. In that case, let's go. As he spoke, Xianxia turned and flew towards the forest. De Huangdog and Wu Ningzhu followed him on both sides. No matter where they went, the three of them would always be a single entity. They would never separate unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Bufan and Dong Fei didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. Liang Qiao and the other two looked at the gloomy forest with knitted brows, seemingly struggling. Yang Bufan didn't care about them. Although they were Yang Bufan's subordinates, Yang Bufan had said that everyone was free in this golden horizon. Everyone had the opportunity to pursue their own fortune. Whether they were willing to follow him or not, Yang Bufan would never force them. What should we do? Liang Qiao looked at the other two. What else can we do? Of course, we'll follow them. There are too many dangerous places in the golden horizon. Since we've come in, we shouldn't be afraid. Don't tell me you still want to stay here for a month and get some treasures and benefits like picking up trash? Dream on. That's right. I believe in Jiangchen. He's not a reckless man. Besides, he's safe by following King Fan's side. Besides, we are now the people of King Fan Prefecture, the subordinates of King Fan. Since King Fan has already gone, why should we hesitate? The two of them made their decision in a few words and flew away. Looking at the back of these people going further away, Liang Qiao's eyes revealed a trace of unusual expression. Then, the corner of his mouth revealed an intriguing smile and followed them. There was a distance of 100 miles from where they were just now to the forest. This distance was nothing to a mighty half-step immortal emperor. They could reach it in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths of time, all 8 of them had arrived at the edge of the forest. It had to be said that this jungle was really lush. There were bushes everywhere, towering trees that reached into the clouds, and countless growth rings were engraved on them. This is an ancient tree that has existed for at least thousands of years. It's going to give birth to spiritual intelligence soon. Once it does, it will become a powerful tree demon. De Huangdog said. The ancient battlefield of Golden Horizon has existed for too long. It has given birth to all kinds of living beings. Don't be surprised if you see any strange things here. Even trees can become spirits. I think this forest isn't as simple as it looks. We must be careful. Yang Bufan reminded. De Huang, can you sense the location of the treasure? Jiangchen looked at De Huangdog. At this point, everything depended on De Huangdog. He needed to rely on De Huangdog's senses to sense the direction and gradually approach the treasure. Of course I can feel it. Let's enter the forest first. As De Huangdog spoke, he strode into the forest. Croak croak, as soon as they entered the forest, they heard some sounds. Between the lush foliage above, beasts were constantly flying past. They could see toads with wings and a pair of incomparably sinister eyes. The living beings that were born here were basically evil spirits. They were bloodthirsty by nature and very terrifying. Everyone, be careful. These winged toads are highly poisonous. It's not a joke if you get attacked. This forest is at least thousands of kilometers wide. No one knows how many evil spirits are born in it. We have to be careful everywhere. Jiangchen reminded. I suggest that we stay close to each other so that we can take care of each other in case of an emergency. Liang Qiao said. They didn't advance at a fast speed. After all, they weren't really familiar with the environment here. They had to be careful when they walked. One had to admit that this forest was just too vast. All kinds of plants interweaved with each other in a complicated way. There were only a few paths that they could walk on. However, they were all experts among experts. Under the sweep of their divine sense, they wouldn't get lost. Asterisk croak croak, asterisk the cries of those black toads were incomparably unpleasant. If they were heard too much, it would easily affect their mind and make them restless. Why do these flying toads always follow us? Dong Fei asked curiously. They regard us as their prey. This group of flying toads is observing our strength. Otherwise, they would have attacked us long ago, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. These evil creatures had long developed intelligence and were very smart. They ate human blood, so they naturally treated Jiangchen and the others as prey. This was perfectly normal in the Golden Horizon. Asterisk croak. Asterisk all of a sudden, a flying toad flapped its wings and swooped down, attacking Xianxia's camp. Asterisk paw. Asterisk Xianxia waved his hand and struck out a ray of light. The light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the flying toad, causing its corpse to fall from the sky. Can't even withstand a single blow. That's all you've got? You're courting death. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He didn't put these toads in his eyes at all after killing a black toad so easily. Why did you kill it? Jiangchen glared at Xianxia. What's wrong, senior brother Jiang? Dongfei asked puzzledly. It was just killing an evil spirit. In his opinion, it wasn't a big deal. That flying toad just now was just a probing attack. If we don't kill it, it won't dare to attack us. Such evil spirits live in groups. You killing a flying toad will only arouse the anger of these evil spirits, which will bring us endless trouble. Jiangchen said. He had entered this jungle for the treasures inside. Jiangchen had no interest in these evil spirit flying toads. He didn't want to encounter these flying toads because it was too troublesome. Asterisk hualala, croak, asterisk sure enough, as soon as Jiangchen's words left his mouth, the sound of flapping wings could be heard in the sky above the forest like flowing water. After that, a huge number of flying toads appeared, blotting out the sky and blotting out the sun. They were densely packed together, causing the onlookers to have a headache just by looking at them. Coupled with the extremely unpleasant sounds, it was really annoying. Damn it. Why are there so many of these flying toads? Dongfei couldn't help but curse. There are at least a few thousand of them, and there are even more flying toads flying towards us. This is too terrifying. One of them spoke. Such a scene was just too terrifying. Even with their cultivation base, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. Everyone, pay attention. Never underestimate these flying toads. Although they aren't strong, there are too many of them. Their real danger is that their toxicity is too strong. It can even corrode immortal qi and yuan qi. If you're not careful, even an immortal emperor will be poisoned. Yang Bufan's face turned grim. Despite being the evil lord and having seen countless devils, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. Evil spirits that lived in groups like the flying toads were the hardest to deal with. Encountering such danger as soon as they arrived in Golden Horizon had made everyone tense up. It seemed like the journey to Golden Horizon wouldn't be an easy one. They had no idea what kind of crisis they would encounter in the next month. However, the most urgent matter right now was to deal with these flying toads. Asterisk croak, asterisk innumerable flying toads swooped down and attacked them fearlessly. The sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. They weren't afraid of these flying toads, but there were just too many of them. If they continued to attack like this, there would be times when they were split apart. If they were contaminated by the venom of the flying toads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Attack! Yang Bufan bellowed. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a light barrier that destroyed a large number of flying toads. The others also attacked decisively. The flying toads came from all directions. It seemed like they were really angry and wanted to eliminate these humans no matter what. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk with so many experts attacking at the same time, a large number of flying toads fell to the ground. Their corpses piled up into a small hill. Asterisk croak, asterisk but this was far from the end. More and more flying toads appeared, hovering in the sky. They were like moths darting into the fire, but they weren't afraid at all. Their sharp fangs and venom were spraying everywhere like rockets. The trees in the surroundings died instantly when they were contaminated by the venom. A large area of shrubs had already been corroded. Flying toads were everywhere. This was a disaster. The scene was like the end of the world. Everyone was trembling with fear. No matter how strong one's cultivation base was, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a scene. The impact on their hearts was too great. Countless venom was flying everywhere. The croaking sound that came one after another made people have the impulse to go crazy. Little Chinzi, the essence of these evil spirits are devils, especially this kind of venomous creatures. They are most afraid of fire. Your flame is the biggest nemesis of these evil spirits. De Huang Dog said. All right. Jiangchen nodded. Now wasn't the time to hold back. True dragon fire! Xianxia suddenly shouted. He waved his hand and shot out a large sea of fire, which interweaved into a large flame barrier in the sky. Xianxia's flame could not only be used for defense, it could also be used as an attack. It was a large flame net. Under Xianxia's control, it turned into an invincible sharp weapon and attacked those flying toads. Croak, the originally fearless flying toads began to let out mournful cries. A large number of flying toads were directly burnt to a crisp. Not even ashes were left. After all, Xianxia's flame was too tyrannical. The true dragon fire and the true thunder fire were completely invincible. They were the nemesis of these evil spirits. Rumble, after the first flame attack, Xianxia didn't stop. He continued with the second flame attack. One after another, huge fireballs were shot out in different directions, hitting into the group of flying toads. There were too many flying toads, and they were too densely packed. After the fireballs rushed into the group, they immediately ignited into raging flames. The scene was like firewood coming into contact with raging flames. At this time, these flying toads were like dry firewood. When they came into contact with the raging flames, they immediately caught fire. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In just a few breaths' time, all the flying toads in the sky had turned into raging flames. The scene was spectacular. Croak, the scene was just too spectacular. Let alone Dong Fei and the others, even Yang Bufan was dumbfounded. Such a scene was simply too shocking. Xianxia's flame was just too powerful. Not only did it burn those flying toads to death, but even the venom of the flying toads was also incinerated, leaving no residue behind. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe such a heaven-defying means. Such a situation made everyone heave a sigh of relief. The way they looked at Xianxia was filled with incomparable respect. Their mood had also relaxed. They were no longer afraid of these extremely terrifying flying toads. As long as Xianxia was here, no matter how many flying toads there were, it wouldn't be a problem for Xianxia to kill them alone. Voila! A few minutes later, all the flying toads dispersed and vanished without a trace. Xianxia retracted the flame. The sky became clear again, but this area had been completely destroyed. Large areas of shrubs were destroyed. The air was filled with a rotten smell, which was very unpleasant. However, the crisis had finally been resolved. This time, no one knew how many flying toads had been killed by Xianxia's flame. Even if there were more flying toads, they wouldn't dare to show up again. Amazing! Senior brother Jiang is too terrifying. He killed all the flying toads by himself, scaring the flying toads so much that they don't dare to cause trouble for us anymore. Both of Dong Fei's eyes shone with brilliance. His admiration for Xianxia had deepened. That's right. Xianxia's means is indeed powerful. I'm convinced. A half-step immortal emperor genius spoke. His name was Wang Yi, a famous existence in Outer Prefecture. He had been in seclusion all this while. He had only heard about the legend of Xianxia recently. Today was the first time he met and cooperated with Xianxia. Initially, he was still somewhat unconvinced about this heaven-defying Xianxia, but through the incident just now, he had seen through Xianxia's strength and felt fortunate that he had such a monstrous existence by his side. Just think about it, if Xianxia wasn't here, what would the situation be like? Even if they managed to escape in the end, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. No one knew how many flying toads there were, and these evil creatures were ferocious by nature. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and they could even block the space. Once they were surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. Brother Xianxia really has a good means. I've finally witnessed it today. If it wasn't for you just now, we really wouldn't know how we would be able to escape. Another half-step immortal emperor genius spoke, expressing his heartfelt admiration for Xianxia. Liang Qiao didn't speak. The way he looked at Xianxia was a little strange. We're all on the same side. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Let's continue our journey. There are many kinds of evil creatures in Golden Horizon. We have only encountered some flying toads. I'm afraid there are more terrifying existences in there. Xianxia said. He didn't put what happened just now in his heart. Killing these flying toads didn't give him the slightest sense of accomplishment, because it was an easy task. Let's continue our journey. Yang Bufan waved his hand with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had known Jiangchen for a long time. Regarding the growth of Jiangchen, even he couldn't help but praise Jiangchen. He couldn't help but raise his thumb to Jiangchen. Thinking back to the time when he first met Jiangchen in Evil Abyss, Jiangchen was merely a divine immortal, not even a golden immortal. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already reached such a terrifying level, strong enough to kill an immortal emperor. If he didn't experience it himself, Yang Bufan wouldn't believe that such a monstrous genius existed in this world. To countless outstanding geniuses, the existence of Jiangchen was like a slap to their faces. Who would dare to call themselves a genius in front of Jiangchen? Everyone continued to move forward. After the encounter with the flying toads, everyone became more cautious and vigilant towards the Golden Horizon. Although there were plenty of opportunities in the Golden Horizon, the dangers were even greater. They could lose their lives at any time. Every step they took in this place needed to be cautious. It wasn't a joking matter. No one knew how many years had passed in this ancient battlefield. It had given birth to all kinds of evil spirits. All of them had a common characteristic: ferocity, bloodthirst, and killing. Along the way, they encountered plenty of evil spirits, but with their previous experience, as long as these evil spirits didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't provoke them. None of the evil spirits in this place were easy to deal with. Yang Bufan slightly released his qi, which could give some pressure and deterrence to those evil spirits. All the evil spirits here had extremely high spiritual intelligence. In front of a powerful opponent, they would be vigilant. Under the oppression of Jiangchen's qi, most of the evil spirits didn't dare to attack them, which saved Jiangchen and the others a little trouble. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen felt a little greedy at the sight of these evil spirits. He had begun to regret following these people. If he was alone, he would certainly start a massacre in this jungle. He would kill wherever he went. There was no evil spirit that he didn't dare to provoke. To others, evil spirits might be evil spirits and terrifying existences, but in the eyes of Jiangchen, all the evil spirits here were his nourishment. They were necessary for him to upgrade the Zulong Tower. Ever since the Zulong Tower was upgraded to the 35th floor, it had been stuck there. The reason was that there wasn't a large amount of energy supply. The Ancestral Dragon Pagoda was a supreme divine tool. It would only be able to unleash its full power after the 99 levels of the pagoda were condensed. The current 35 levels were still far from the 99 levels. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The upgrade of each floor of the Zulong Tower was similar to the upgrade of his cultivation base. The higher the level, the more energy it required. It was simply a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Jiangchen knew very well how much effort he had put into condensing the 35th floor. The process of condensing all 99 floors of the tower was extremely difficult. The thought of it made Jiangchen's scalp tingle. But now that Yang Bufan and the others were following him, Jiangchen restrained himself a little. First of all, he didn't want to cause too much trouble to them. Secondly, the Zulong Tower was Jiangchen's biggest secret. Jiangchen didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, the scene of the Zulong Tower devouring the blood, flesh and essence of demons and evil spirits was too shocking. If this was spread out, it was very likely to bring unnecessary trouble to Jiangchen. Not long after, Jiangchen and the others arrived at a valley. There was also a large shrub in front of them, but this shrub was very unusual. The main thing was that the plants in front of them were different. The other shrubs had different kinds of plants, but this shrub in front of them had the same kind of plant. It was a plant that couldn't be named. It wasn't tall, but it wasn't small either. It was more than 20 meters tall with luxuriant branches and leaves. There were also a lot of branches and leaves on the trunk, but these branches and leaves were silvery gray in color. One could clearly see the lines on the branches and leaves, from which some silvery gray airflow was constantly being emitted. What kind of plant is this? Why do I have a sense of danger? Yuanyi said with a frown. The expression of the others was incomparably solemn. Obviously, they could feel that these plants weren't simple. After all, they were all powerful experts with incomparably sharp senses. This is an ancient plant called Miasma kathia. This plant is very scary. It has long disappeared from the world. I didn't expect it to appear here. De Huang Dog said in a somewhat dignified tone. As soon as this remark was made, all eyes fell on De Huang Dog. This dog usually looked like a rogue dog, but unexpectedly, he was omniscient. He even knew about this plant. What's Miasma kathia? What's so scary about it? Yang Bufan asked curiously. Miasma kathia is also a kind of poisonous plant. The scariest thing about it is its branches and leaves. This plant grows in a large area. Its branches and leaves can constantly emit a kind of poisonous airflow. This kind of poisonous airflow is very powerful. Its toxicity is even more violent than those flying toads. When it fuses with the miasma, it is called the king of poisonous Yama. It's a name that makes people tremble with fear. The poisonous airflow emitted by the Miasma kathia can corrode everything, including our immortal Qi defensive barrier. De Huang Dog was truly omniscient. He had clearly told them all the information about the Miasma kathia. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Looking at the large area of Miasma kathia in front of them, their scalp began to tingle. This is too scary. Let's not go through this forest of Miasma kathia. Yuan Yi couldn't help but say. This thing was just too scary. Even with their cultivation base and courage, they couldn't help but tremble with fear. Don't worry. The poisonous airflow of the Miasma kathia won't drift out. It will only appear in the place where the Miasma kathia exists. Even the wind won't be able to blow it away. The benefits are right in front of us. As long as we go through the Miasma kathia, we will be able to see the treasure. De Huang Dog said. We can choose to go around it or fly through the sky, Yang Bufan said. It's useless. The place where the Miasma kathia exists has already monopolized the void. We can't fly through it. We have to go through it to see the benefits. De Huang Dog shook his head. Go through it? Are you kidding me? The area of the Miasma kathia is at least a few hundred miles wide. I'm afraid that we will be killed by the poisonous airflow before we can even go through it. Xianxia said, feeling that what De Huang Dog said was utter nonsense. This was clearly a joke. Knowing how terrifying the poisonous airflow of the Miasma kathia was, what was the difference between going through it and seeking death? If you don't want to go, you can leave. No one asked you to follow us. Master Dog hates you. Being reprimanded so mercilessly by De Huang Dog made Liang Qiao gnash his teeth in hatred, but he didn't say another word. After all, King Fan was here. If King Fan didn't object to it, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Besides, he didn't want to leave at this time. Anyone could see the discomfort in Liang Qiao's heart. What was his identity? In the outer prefecture of Genius Prefecture, he was a well-known existence. Everyone who saw him had to give him some face. Ordinary disciples would have to bow and nod their heads when they saw him. But today, he was humiliated by a single dog. How could he bear it? If you're unhappy, just say it. Don't King hold it in. De Huang Dog stared at Liang Qiao and said in an indifferent tone. Facts had proven that those who were hated by De Huang Dog had better not speak too much in front of De Huang Dog, let alone argue with De Huang Dog, because the one who would suffer in the end would be himself. Alright, we're all on the same side now. Let's stick together. Little Chenzi, how do you think we can get through this Miasma kathia? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. At this time, he had to ask for Jiang Chen's opinion. Just walk straight through it. It's very simple. Jiang Chen shrugged and revealed a smile on his face. Every move he made was filled with strong confidence, which could easily make people around him feel safe. Walk straight through it? Senior brother Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Dongfei stared blankly at Jiang Chen. This Miasma kathia was so powerful. What was the difference between walking straight through it and seeking death? It's true that he can walk through it directly. That bastard is immune to all kinds of poison. However, you guys will need to rely on Jiang Chen if you want to go in. In this heavens and earth, there aren't many things that can restrain the poisonous qi emitted by the Miasma kathia, but Little Chen's flame is one of them. His flame is a combination of 3 types of supreme flames. It's the nemesis of any evil qi in the heavens and earth. As long as he creates a layer of flame barrier, we will be able to walk through it without being affected by the poisonous qi. De Huang Dog said. The reason why he mentioned the danger of the miasma Kathaya was to highlight the importance of Jiangchen at this moment. De Huang Dog wanted these people to know that without Jiangchen, it would be hard for them to move an inch in this jungle. De Huang Dog wanted to place Jiangchen's position in everyone's heart to make Jiangchen the real leader. In the eyes of De Huang Dog, Jiangchen was also one of them, but Jiangchen was his brother. The relationship between him and Jiangchen was even closer than that of blood brothers. If they had to be described as brothers, it would be brothers of life and death. Sure enough, the words of De Huang Dog immediately made everyone's eyes fall on Jiangchen. It wasn't a secret that Jiangchen possessed 3 types of supreme flames. Back then, Jiangchen had used 3 types of supreme flames to successfully concoct the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeat Yun Zhangxiao. Everyone in the entire Genius Prefecture knew about this. Furthermore, when they were dealing with the flying toads, they had witnessed the scariness of Jiangchen's flame. It wasn't an ordinary kind of terror. The flying toads that carried the deadly poison were utterly vulnerable under the burning of Jiangchen's flame. Just like what De Huang Dog said, Jiangchen's flame was the nemesis of all evil qi in the heaven and earth. Although the miasma Kathaya was terrifying, it would still be restrained by Jiangchen's flame. If this was the case, it would be much easier to pass through the territory of the miasma Kathaya. Don't waste any more time. Under the defense of my flame, these poisonous miasma are nothing to be afraid of. Jiangchen said. He waved his hand and struck out a piece of flame. With himself as the center, the flame formed a defensive cover. It wasn't big, but it was enough to accommodate everyone. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the flame shield, followed by Yang Bufan and Dong Fei. After everyone had entered the flame shield, Jiangchen began to control the shield to move towards the miasma Kathaya's territory. Chi. As soon as they entered the area, a large amount of poisonous miasma began to attack them from all directions. The dense poisonous miasma hit the flame shield of Jiangchen, producing sizzling sounds. Everyone could clearly see that when the poisonous miasma touched Jiangchen's flame, it was immediately incinerated and turned into nothingness. One had to admit that Jiangchen's flame was too terrifying. The True Dragon Fire, True Thunder Fire, and Qilin Saint Fire were 3 kinds of heaven-defying supreme flames. When all of them were combined together, the power was simply unimaginable. At least, these poisonous miasma couldn't withstand the burning of Jiangchen's flame. Everyone hid inside the flame shield of Jiangchen. At first, they were incomparably nervous, but after seeing the effect, they began to relax. Due to the isolation of the flame shield, they couldn't feel the invasion of the poisonous miasma outside at all, as if they were in another world. What a powerful flame! The invasion of the poisonous miasma has no effect on us at all. It seems like we have gained a great advantage by following Jiangchen. Wang Yi spoke, full of praise for Jiangchen. He now admired Jiangchen more and more. He had to admit that without Jiangchen, it would be impossible for them to enter this forest and obtain any benefits. He was afraid that they would still be besieged by those flying toads. That's right. The flame in Jiangchen's hand is a heaven-defying supreme flame. The fusion of 3 kinds of flames is enough to show that Jiangchen is a man of great luck. Another half-step immortal emperor genius spoke. Geniuses like them rarely admired someone, let alone taking the initiative to praise someone, but the praise they gave to Jiangchen came from the bottom of their heart. There was no hypocrisy in it. Jiangchen is a genius. Jiangchen didn't put their praise in his heart at all, because he was doing his own thing. Through the contact between his flame and the poisonous miasma, Jiangchen found out that there was some complicated energy in the poisonous miasma. It was very difficult for humans to absorb this energy, but the Zulong Tower could. To Jiangchen, this was undoubtedly a great thing. By following the flame, Jiangchen could secretly let the Zulong Tower absorb the energy. The Zulong Tower could absorb any kind of energy, including the poisonous miasma. Wing. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower began to change. A large amount of poisonous miasma was quietly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Very quickly, it was converted into pure energy and absorbed by the Zulong Tower, causing the originally dim 36th floor of the Zulong Tower to radiate bright light. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense bit by bit. All of this was done by Xianxia quietly through the flame. Not even King Fan was aware of it. After all, being able to absorb poisonous miasma was a terrifying ability. It was better to keep it a secret from others, or else the impact would be too great. Xianxia didn't want to bring any trouble to himself. That's right. It didn't take long for Xianxia and the others to walk out of the miasma Cathaya area. The moment the flame barrier was removed, everyone's face revealed a relaxed look. Looking back at the miasma Cathaya area that they had just walked through, they still felt some lingering fear. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have been able to walk out of this area unscathed. Little Chinzi, it's all thanks to you this time, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He had long been accustomed to Xianxia's miraculous abilities. Senior brother Jiang is too powerful. Even the poisonous miasma couldn't do anything to him. Dongfei was full of admiration for Xianxia. In his heart, Xianxia was his idol. He would worship him for the rest of his life. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, how far are we from our destination after passing through the miasma Cathaya area? De Huang Dog's eyes were like torches, looking incomparably valiant. He looked at another huge valley ahead and said, it's in that valley. But look, there's a blood-red light above that valley. In this blood-red light, there's the aura of the treasure, but more of it is the aura of the evil spirit. In other words, there must be an extremely powerful evil spirit in this valley. If Master Dog's guess is correct, the existence of the evil spirit is to protect the treasure. It seems like there's going to be a fierce battle. Xianxia moved his body, releasing an invisible battle intent. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, everyone who had just relaxed became tense again. Ever since they entered the Golden Horizon, they had encountered the flying toads and the miasma Cathaya area. They were getting closer to their destination. The evil spirit that would appear would certainly be more powerful, at least more terrifying than those flying toads. This was easy to understand, because just like what Big Yellow had sensed, there was a treasure here, an extremely precious treasure. A place with a treasure would definitely attract the attention of evil spirits, but the countless evil spirits in this forest didn't dare come close to this place. The only explanation was that the evil spirit in the valley was too terrifying and had completely occupied this place, and not because the other evil spirits weren't interested in the treasure here. I wonder what kind of treasure is in front. Yang Bufan stretched his body. He was very interested in the treasures ahead. After all, they all knew about the Golden Horizon. He was looking forward to finding treasures in this place. Let's go and have a look. De Huang Dog said, then turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the valley ahead. His huge body was like an arrow leaving the bow, moving at extreme speed. Sister Ning, if we encounter any great danger later, be ready to enter the Zulong Tower at any time. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Wu Ningzhu. Before he could help Wu Ningzhu find a way to improve her cultivation base, protecting Wu Ningzhu's safety was something that Xianxia must do. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk whoosh, asterisk Xianxia pulled Wu Ningzhu and followed behind De Huang Dog. Yang Bufan and the others also followed quickly. At this time, the most important thing was to be united. In the face of unknown danger, unity was very important. In front of the valley, De Huang Dog, who was rushing forward, suddenly halted, his eyes fixed ahead. Xianxia and the others caught up from behind and asked, De Huang, what's wrong? Look, what's that? De Huang Dog said. Everyone followed De Huang Dog's gaze and saw two incomparably strong great demons standing at the edge of the valley, glaring at De Huang Dog and the others with incomparably ferocious eyes. In the eyes of these two great demons, these people were uninvited guests. These two great demons were more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with blood-red scales. Their two thick legs stood upright, and they had a long tail behind them. The tail was also covered with blood-red scales, emitting a blood-red glow. It gave off an extremely indestructible feeling. What was truly shocking was the upper body of this great demon. It had 4 arms, and each arm was filled with explosive power. The blood-red scales made it look extremely ferocious. The great demon bared its sharp fangs. Their fangs and ferocious eyes were all blood red. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, they were all blood red. Their bodies were constantly emitting blood red light. One could imagine that most of the blood red light they saw from afar was coming from the bodies of these great demons. What kind of monsters are these? Dongfei asked curiously. The cultivation base of these two monsters isn't strong, but it's not weak either. They have the cultivation base and combat strength of intermediate immortal king realm, said Wang Yi. Wang Yi said. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see the cultivation base and strength of these two great demons at a glance. It was also because of this that he was shocked. The Golden Horizon seemed to be more terrifying than they had imagined. The two great demons they encountered here were at the intermediate immortal king realm. Through the contact with the flying toad and the miasma Cathaya, they knew that most of the evil creatures here lived in groups. In addition to the bloody light that they saw in the sky above the valley, they were sure that it wasn't as simple as being released by these two great demons. In other words, these two great demons that were glowing with blood-red light weren't the only ones in this valley. There might be more of them, and some of them had even more terrifying cultivation base than these two. Such a situation made them worry. Although they still didn't know what exactly existed here, their intuition told them that even if there were precious treasures here, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. This is a kind of blood demon. Their blood chi is exuberant, but because of the different environment they grew up in, they were born in this ancient battlefield. Their nature is that of an evil spirit. Their thoughts and souls have been demonized, making them ferocious and bloodthirsty by nature. Additionally, their combat strength is very strong, much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. They aren't easy to deal with. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew the origin of these blood demons with just a glance. But I can see that their blood chi is very pure. They shouldn't be evil spirits or demonic beasts. Yang Bufan asked in puzzlement. This is the purpose of our trip. The blood demon itself is a kind of terrifying evil spirit. Their souls have been completely demonized. You must remember that all the creatures born in the Golden Horizon are evil spirits, machines that only know how to kill. This is a kind of ferocious nature that no one can change. The reason why they have such exuberant blood chi is because they have been absorbing a fruit called blood dragon fruit all year round. De Huang Dog said. Blood dragon fruit? Everyone was stunned. It seemed like this was their first time hearing about this fruit. Even Jiang Chen, the alchemist, was hearing about it for the first time. According to the records, a blood dragon fruit tree can only bear 9 fruits in 300 years. The blood demon in front of us is a companion of the blood dragon fruit tree. In other words, it is because there is a blood dragon fruit tree here that the blood demon evil spirit is born. This blood demon absorbs the blood chi from the blood dragon fruit tree all year round, absorbing the essence of the blood dragon fruit tree. That is why it is so strong. I can see that the blood dragon fruit tree is getting stronger and stronger. Just like the blood chi right now, it is much thicker than when we first discovered it. This means that the blood dragon fruit tree is not far from ripening. De Huang Dog said. After listening to his words, the way everyone looked at him had changed. Yang Bufan even gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. This dog was just too amazing. From the miasma Cathaya to the blood demon, to the blood dragon fruit, his knowledge was just too clear, just like what was written in the records. At this time, no one doubted De Huang Dog anymore. Each and every one of them was full of admiration for De Huang Dog. That was a kind of admiration. Then, they turned to look at Jiang Chen. This combination was just too powerful. These blood demons can reach such a terrifying level just by absorbing the blood chi of the blood dragon fruit tree and the essence of the blood dragon fruit tree. It shows that this blood dragon fruit is a truly rare treasure. Our luck is really good. We've just entered the Golden Horizon and we've already encountered such great benefits. Liang Qiao said with a smile. Don't be happy so early. If we encounter a powerful blood demon king, it's already good enough that we can survive. De Huang Dog glared at Liang Qiao. Those who were hated by De Huang Dog better not speak in front of De Huang Dog. It seems like we have to be more careful. Yang Bufan said. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk as soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, beams of blood-red light shot up into the sky from the depths of the valley. There were exactly 9 beams of blood-red light, incomparably dazzling and mystical. Even from afar, one could feel the strong blood qi from those blood-red light. That was the qi of the purest yang. What's that? Wang Yi exclaimed. It seems like we've arrived just in time. The blood dragon fruit is about to ripen. It will take half an hour for the blood dragon fruit to fully ripen. Therefore, we only have half an hour. Within half an hour, we have to snatch the blood dragon fruit from the hands of these blood demons. Otherwise, once the blood dragon fruit is fully ripened, it will be eaten by those blood demons. At that time, a terrifying blood demon king will be born. Let alone getting the blood dragon fruit, we won't even be able to leave this place alive. De Huang Dog's eyes flickered. He had an incomparably clear understanding of blood demons and blood dragon fruit. His knowledge of them was admirable. However, now wasn't the time to admire De Huang Dog. It was time to snatch the blood dragon fruit. Fortunately, they still had half an hour, but it was imaginable that it would be a fierce battle. The blood demons had been guarding the blood dragon fruit for such a long time. They certainly wouldn't let it go easily. If someone came to snatch the fruit of their labor, it was imaginable how fierce their counterattack would be. Roar! At the instant when the 9 blood-colored pillars of light shot up into the sky, the 2 extremely ferocious blood demons suddenly let out roars. Evil auras and blood-colored rays of light burst out from their bodies, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a tidal wave. The 2 blood demons were thoroughly enraged. From their point of view, these people before them were clearly here for their blood dragon fruits. Therefore, they were their enemies. The roars of the blood demons were very loud. In addition to expressing their anger and killing intent, they were also sending a signal, informing the other blood demons in the valley that a group of uninvited guests had arrived. Soon after, the 2 blood demons pounced at Xianxia and the others at an extremely fast speed. De Huang Dog cackled and was about to attack. Let me do it. Xianxia made his move before De Huang Dog could. Today, he was determined to kill them. These blood demons were all evil spirits and demons, which made them the best nourishment for the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. For Yang Bufan and the others, the blood dragon fruit was a treasure, but for Xianxia, everything here was a treasure. Even the blood demons themselves were huge treasures. This was a valley that could only be seen but not sought. Regardless of how powerful the blood demon kings were in this valley, the 2 blood demons in front of him were top-notch nourishment that he had to refine and absorb. Moreover, at this moment, there was no need for Xianxia to hide his strength anymore. Kong Long, the terrifying true dragon palm blasted out. The huge blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth like a huge barrier net, enveloping the 2 powerful blood demons. Although the blood demons were terrifying, their cultivation base was after all only at the intermediate immortal king realm. In terms of combat strength, they were on a completely different level from Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as lifting his hand. He could crush them into pieces with just a finger. Roar, the 2 blood demons let out roars or wails. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from Xianxia's huge claw. A terrifying pressure rushed out from the dragon claw. The 2 incomparably majestic blood demons were crushed into pieces and died on the spot. A gap was torn open in the Zulong Tower. The essence and blood of the 2 slain blood demons were completely absorbed by the Zulong Tower in the blink of an eye. However, the strength of these 2 blood demons wasn't very strong, so they weren't very useful to the condensation of the Zulong Tower. It would still require a tremendous amount of energy to completely condense the 36th floor. They weren't surprised that Xianxia could kill 2 intermediate immortal king blood demons in such a short time. After all, they were very clear about Xianxia's ability. Back in Outer Prefecture, even the half-step immortal Emperor Yangling wasn't a match for Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was only a half-step immortal king, not a true immortal king. However, what shocked them was the method that Xianxia used to absorb the blood demons. They had never seen such a method before. The physical bodies of the 2 blood demons were more than 3 meters tall. Even if they were killed and smashed into powder, their flesh and blood wouldn't evaporate completely. Everyone on the scene could see that Xianxia had used some kind of method to directly absorb and refine the flesh and blood of the blood demons. This was the most terrifying thing. What a terrifying method. He can actually absorb the blood essence and chi essence of 2 blood demons. Who would believe this if I didn't see it with my own eyes? I wonder what kind of cultivation method Xianxia has cultivated. Blood demons are evil spirits. It won't be a good thing to absorb them by force. Wang Yi and the others were guessing. After all, the method that Xianxia had shown was too scary. It had gone far beyond their imagination and understanding. There was an essential difference between humans and demons. Therefore, it wasn't easy for humans to absorb anything from demonic beasts. Whether it was demon soul or chi essence, it could easily cause a backlash. It was simply unimaginable that Xianxia could absorb and refine them without any scruples. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. We only have half an hour. If nothing unexpected happens, we will have to get rid of all the blood demons here in order to obtain the blood dragon fruit. Even a single blood demon will fight against us in order to defend the blood dragon fruit. De Huangdog reminded, then turned into a golden light and rushed into the valley. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk at the same time, roars were heard in the valley one after another. Just from the roars, one could feel the terror and number of blood demons. In this valley, there were at least hundreds of blood demons. Without knowing the cultivation base of these blood demons, the hidden danger was still very big for Yang Bufan and the others. Kill! Yang Bufan bellowed. He fully unleashed the chi of an immortal emperor and rushed into the valley. The others didn't delay either. Before entering the Golden Horizon, they had already been mentally prepared. Battles were just too normal. It was simply impossible for them to spend a month peacefully in the Golden Horizon. Sister Ning, you can enter the Zulong Tower. Jiangchen looked at Wu Ningzhu and said, after I get the blood dragon fruit, I'll find a way to improve your cultivation base. Only when your cultivation base reaches the late Immortal King Realm, or at least the late Immortal King Realm, will you be able to fight in Golden Horizon. Otherwise, you'll only have a slim chance of surviving if you encounter any evil creatures. Yes. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, she entered the Zulong Tower. She was very clear about Jiangchen's words. Wu Ningzhu was also very clear about her own strength. Although she was talented and had powerful means, her cultivation base was still too weak. These means seemed vulnerable in front of the mighty blood demons. After entering the Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu would listen to Jiangchen. To her, hiding in the Zulong Tower was also the best choice. At least, she wouldn't become a burden to Jiangchen and the others. The next battle would surely be a fierce one. Not becoming a burden was the greatest help to Jiangchen and King Fan. Kong, the moment Wu Ningzhu entered the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen unleashed his powerful chi waves and cast out his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. His entire being was like an arrow that had left the bow, rushing into the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was an oasis. An extremely mystical blood-red ancient tree was growing in the center of the oasis. The tree was dozens of feet tall. Its trunk was so thick that a person couldn't wrap his arms around it. There were no luxuriant branches and leaves on the ancient tree, or it should be said that there were no branches or leaves at all. There were only 9 separated branches. On each branch hung a blood-red fruit the size of a fist. Those fruits were as red as blood, looking extremely mystical. The 9 blood-red light pillars in the sky were emitted from these fruits. Blood dragon fruits. That's right. These were the blood dragon fruits. Blood dragon fruits. That was right. Those were the blood dragon fruits. Every one of them was the size of a fist. The entire valley was shrouded in bloody light and blood energy flourished. Forget eating the blood dragon fruits, even the average cultivator could become a peerless expert by simply cultivating here. The blood energy here was simply too vigorous. It was a treasure land for cultivation. That was something that could be seen from the blood yaos in front of them. At this moment, countless blood demons were blocking in front of the blood dragon fruit tree. After that, silhouettes appeared one after another. Each of the blood demons was 3 feet tall. Their bodies were covered with blood-red scales. They looked extremely horrifying. Hundreds of blood demons had surrounded the entire valley. Xianxia and the others were trapped in the encirclement. The blood demons were exuding crazy killing intent. Each of them was gnashing their teeth. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light. In their eyes, these people in front of them were absolute uninvited guests, absolute enemies. The blood dragon fruits were about to ripen. At this time, anyone who dared to covet the blood dragon fruits would be regarded as the enemy of the blood demons. The way to deal with enemies was to kill them all. Damn it! These blood demons are too powerful. The weakest among them is an intermediate immortal king. There are more than a dozen half-step immortal emperors. Dongfei couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. To him, who was only a late immortal king, such a camp was a little too terrifying. A late immortal king blood demon can kill an ordinary human half-step immortal emperor. So the cultivation base and combat strength of these blood demons are the same as the geniuses of Genius Prefecture. Normally, you can fight those who have a higher cultivation base than you, but it's far from enough when you encounter these blood demons. Plus, I guess that there will be stronger blood demon kings appearing. King Fan, you have to pay more attention to them. If a blood demon king appears later, only you can deal with it. That's right. That's right. That's right. Big Yellow reminded. He knew the abilities of these blood demons very well. These powerful evil creatures were just too difficult to deal with. If they bumped into them, they would only have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, their teamwork was flawless. The lethality that could be unleashed by over 100 blood demons was unimaginable. Damn it. Such a camp is too scary. But these blood demons are staring at us ferociously. Why aren't they attacking us directly? Wang Yi asked, puzzled. It was obvious that he was incomparably nervous. It was normal to be nervous when encountering such a camp. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. They are delaying the time, waiting for the blood dragon fruits to ripen. So, we have to take the initiative. Jiangchen spoke, slashing at one of the blood demons with the long sword in his hand. Asterisk Pu Qi. Asterisk that blood demon had the cultivation base of a late immortal king. When it saw Jiangchen attacking it, it tried to resist, but was slashed into two halves by Jiangchen's sword and died on the spot. The combat strength of the two sides wasn't on the same level. Plus, the current Jiangchen was in his half-dragon form. Killing a late immortal king evil creature was just a piece of cake for him. To Yang Bufan and the others, they didn't have any advantage in terms of cultivation base, but to Jiangchen, this advantage was too great. Despite the vigorous blood chi of the blood demons, they were evil creatures in essence. From their soul to their essence, they were all demonized. They were basically afraid of Jiangchen's flame. Under such restraint, not to mention a late immortal king blood demon, even a half-step immortal emperor blood demon couldn't be killed by Jiangchen's sword. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk as one of the blood demons was killed by Jiangchen, the other blood demons were infuriated. A storm of chi burst out from the group of blood demons. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, lunging at Jiangchen and the others from all directions. Blood demons were ferocious and warlike by nature. Killing was what they liked the most. Now that someone was trying to steal their fruits, they naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Asterisk Chi La, asterisk the terrifying blood demon's sharp claws tore the void in an instant. Their speed had reached the extreme, forming a seamless encirclement, ready to tear these people apart. Kill! Yang Bufan bellowed, slapping at the incoming blood demon. The terrifying means of an early immortal emperor wasn't something that these blood demons could resist. A mighty half-step immortal emperor blood demon was smashed into pieces by Yang Bufan's slap. Boom! 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 Wakaka, De Huang Dog cackled. His head was filled with golden light. Such a barbaric battle was his favorite. In just a few blinks, De Huang Dog had rushed into the camp of the blood demons. His body didn't look as big as those blood demons, but De Huang Dog was like a calf, rampaging. Those weaker blood demons couldn't withstand the impact of De Huang Dog's head and were smashed into pieces on the spot. Wang Yi and the others also attacked decisively, unleashing their combat strength perfectly. They were the terrifying geniuses of Genius Prefecture, the pinnacle figures of the young generation. Each of them had extremely powerful means. Even such a camp couldn't make them flinch or feel fear. Each of them was filled with battle intent as they fought against the blood demons. Buzz, the battle was incomparably fierce. In the face of these blood demons, there was almost no need to be polite. The moment the battle started, it was a life and death battle. The most brutal means were used. Xianxia was harvesting the dead blood demons invisibly. This situation was naturally seen by the others, but Yang Bufan didn't think much of it. He had already seen Xianxia's heaven-defying means back in the evil abyss. Although Wang Yi and the others were very surprised, they didn't have the time to be surprised at the moment because there were too many blood demons. It was already good enough that they could protect themselves. How could they have the energy to pay attention to Xianxia's situation? Moreover, they had seen Xianxia absorbing the energy of the two blood demons outside the valley. So although they were surprised, they weren't that shocked. Roar, roar, blood chi soared into the sky. The whole valley was completely agitated. Killing intent was everywhere. Each of the blood demons wasn't afraid of death. Although the number of blood demons was huge, their combat strength was limited, especially to Xianxia and Yang Bufan. The blood demons that rushed at them were like food to them. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan was calm and composed. He kept slapping the blood demons that rushed at him. Every slap would kill a blood demon. There was no room for resistance at all. This was a kind of crushing strength. They weren't on the same level at all. Pucci, Jiangchen was still as tyrannical as ever. He had transformed into a dragon. The heavenly saint sword in his hand had completely turned into a deadly sword. Every time he attacked, a blood demon would be slashed in half. Buzz, the Zulong Tower had received a steady supply of energy. The speed of condensation was extremely fast. A large amount of blood demon essence and blood essence were transformed into the purest energy, aiding the advancement of the 36th floor of the Zulong Tower. Jiangchen had also benefited from the Zulong Tower. New dragon marks began to condense. In just a short period of time, 1,000 dragon marks had been condensed in Jiangchen's body. To Jiangchen, every additional dragon mark in his GC represented an improvement in his combat strength. This was Jiangchen's advantage and also the most abnormal aspect of Jiangchen. Kong Long, the battle was incomparably fierce. The weakest among them was Dong Fei, but under the care of the others, his opponents were mostly immortal kings. An intermediate immortal king blood demon was no match for him at all. Even if a few late immortal king blood demons attacked him at the same time, given of his ability, he could still protect himself. As for those half-step immortal emperor blood demons, Yang Bufan and the others were basically not a problem. Haha. 1/3 of the blood demons have been killed by us. At this rate, it won't take us more than half an hour to kill all these blood demons. Gang Yi burst into laughter. The current situation made him feel relaxed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a first-rate genius of Genius Prefecture, he was incomparably arrogant. No matter the situation, he would always show his arrogance. Don't be happy too early. De Huang Dog reminded him kindly. Roar, roar, the blood demons were completely unafraid of death. Whenever a batch of blood demons fell, another batch of blood demons would rush forward. In order to protect the blood dragon fruits, the blood demons were really going all out. After all, they had been guarding this place for such a long time, waiting for the blood dragon fruits to ripen. This had always been their purpose and belief. Now that the blood dragon fruits were about to ripen, someone wanted to snatch the fruits of their labor. How could they not be angry? Kong Long, terrifying waves of killing came one after another. The entire valley was about to be destroyed, but these terrifying attacks didn't hurt the blood dragon fruit tree at all. It showed that this ancient tree was incomparably mystical. Of course, a large part of the reason was that both sides had deliberately controlled their attacks during the battle. Jiangchen and the others naturally didn't want to destroy the blood dragon fruits, especially when the fruits were about to ripen. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. The blood demons had treated the blood dragon fruits as their treasures. Even if it cost them their lives, they wouldn't destroy the blood dragon fruits. Therefore, despite the intensity of the battle, the blood dragon fruits were still intact. It didn't take long for Xianxia and the others to kill half of the blood demons. Due to the Zulong Tower that Xianxia had activated, there was no smell of blood on the battlefield at all, nor were there any broken limbs. By then, more than half of the 36th level of the Zulong Tower had been formed. The number of dragon marks within Xianxia's GC had also reached over 5,000. But that wasn't the end yet. The battle was still going on and the absorption of the Zulong Tower had only just begun. Roar! Just as the one-sided battle had everyone starting to let their guard down, two earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the depths of the valley. The two roars were like thunder, causing the entire valley to tremble. Then, two beams of blood light shot up into the sky. That blood-red light was completely condensed from a huge amount of blood chi. It was like a demonic dragon, constantly swaying in the sky, filled with arrogance. Sure enough, there are still powerful blood demons hiding here. Xianxia's eyes lit up. His expression didn't change much. Instead, the appearance of the blood demon kings made him feel a strong desire to fight. With his current combat strength, the blood demons in front of him could no longer stimulate his desire to fight. Dong dong, then, the earth shook. All the blood demons stopped what they were doing and turned around to look at the depths of the valley. Then, they roared at the sky, as if they were showing off something. It was like a strong welcoming ceremony, welcoming their true king. The commotion grew louder and louder. Two real blood demon kings had appeared. The bodies of these two blood demon kings were 10 zhang in size and extremely majestic. They were like small mountains. The tails of the blood demon kings dragged across the ground, creating a large amount of sparks. Wherever the tails passed, a deep crack would be left on the ground. Damn it, these two blood demon kings are so powerful. I feel a strong pressure. Liang Chao cursed. Everyone's facial expression changed. Dong Fei, who had the weakest cultivation base, had the ugliest facial expression, because the two blood demon kings were just too powerful. The chi that they unleashed made him tremble in fear. Everyone, be careful. One of the blood demon kings has just advanced to the early immortal emperor realm. It's still easier to deal with, but the other one is much more terrifying. It has already stepped half a foot into the intermediate immortal emperor realm. This kind of evil creature is born from the essence of the heavens and earth. It's very terrifying and much stronger than ordinary beasts. In front of them, your advantage as a genius will be gone. Da Huang Dog spoke. Looking at the two blood demon kings, even Yang Bufan's facial expression turned solemn. The blood demon king that had just advanced to the early immortal emperor realm was still manageable. Given his ability, he was able to deal with it, but that powerful blood demon king would be somewhat difficult to deal with even if he gave his all. What should we do now? We only have King Fan, who is an early immortal emperor, on our side. How are we going to deal with these two blood demon kings? Wang Yi spoke worriedly. According to the current situation, the crisis they were facing now was already considered as the biggest crisis in Golden Horizon. To any ordinary expert, this was a crisis that would surely kill them, but with the existence of the blood dragon fruit, they really didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to encounter such a tricky situation as soon as they arrived at Golden Horizon. King Fan, you deal with that powerful blood demon king. Leave the other one to me. Xianxia spoke. Are you sure you don't have any problem? Yang Bufan looked at Xianxia worriedly. Although Xianxia's combat strength was powerful and he already had the ability to kill Fu Kuei was also an early immortal emperor, but compared to this blood demon king, they were on a completely different level. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei fought this blood demon king, he would surely die. Don't worry. I'm confident. Xianxia nodded. As a matter of fact, if the blood demon king was really a beast with the purest young attribute, Xianxia would really be no match for it. One should know that the combat strength of such a blood demon king was basically equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor. The other one was even scarier. The reason why Xianxia was so confident was that the essence of the blood demon king was incomparable to that of a beast. The blood demon king was an evil creature, a demon and a devil. Xianxia had the means to restrain its combat strength. The 3 types of supreme flames weren't a big deal. The most important thing to deal with this kind of evil creature was the edifying light. This was Xianxia's real trump card. As long as he relied on the edifying light, Xianxia was confident that he could edify this blood demon king. Only by edifying it would he have an additional powerful helper. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the other one. What they needed to do now was to let Xianxia entangle the most powerful blood demon king. Xianxia would find a way to deal with the other one, and the others would deal with the rest of the blood demons. The breakthrough point was still on Xianxia's side. Xianxia had to succeed first in order to win the battle today. Bring it on then. Yang Bufan's body moved. The chi of an immortal emperor was fully unleashed. It was a kind of wild chi wave that could only be described as powerful. Roar. The powerful blood demon king felt Yang Bufan's battle intent and provocation. Immediately, he let out a roar and leaped towards Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan also flew up and opened up a new battlefield in the sky with the blood demon king. A fierce battle ensued. Kong Long. When the terrifying attacks collided with each other, Yang Bufan was sent flying dozens of meters away before he could stabilize his body. His face looked somewhat unsightly. Apparently, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first clash with the blood demon king. Roar. Roar. The blood demon king roared again and again, pounding its chest with both hands like a wild beast. It lunged at Yang Bufan again. It's over. The blood demon king is too powerful. King Fan doesn't seem to be a match for it. There's still another blood demon king. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to deal with it. In the sky above the valley, the blood demon king and Yang Bufan were engaged in a fierce battle. Yang Bufan was in a disadvantageous position in every aspect, but his fighting spirit was unparalleled. His attacks were wide and ferocious to the extreme. Although he couldn't defeat the blood demon king, it wouldn't be easy for the blood demon king to kill him either. At least, it wouldn't be possible for him to do so in a short period of time. Little Xianxia, it's all up to you now. The scariness of the blood demon king is far beyond my imagination. He's much stronger than the ordinary beasts. I'm no match for him. I can only entangle him. Yang Bufan said to Xianxia. Although Xianxia's cultivation base was relatively weak, he was still very confident in Xianxia. If he needed someone to rely on at the critical moment, Xianxia would undoubtedly be the most reliable candidate. At this time, the other blood demon king's ferocious eyes had also locked onto Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's appearance in his dragon form was very terrifying. He was the most eye-catching among them. It was normal for the blood demon king to lock onto him. The chi waves rushing out of Xianxia's body were turning constantly. His blood chi looked more terrifying than that of the blood demon king. He was ready to put away the heavenly saint sword and display the Qilin divine arm to fight the blood demon king. It was impossible for him not to display his true strength. Little Xianxia, don't display the Qilin divine arm. The northern and southern dynasties will be able to sense it. De Huang Dog hastily reminded. Xianxia's body quivered. He had been blinded by the battle intent just now and had forgotten about this for a moment. Without a doubt, young Master Chao of Nanbei family was Nanbei Chao. Although Nanbei Chao was mysterious, he would certainly enter the Golden Horizon this time. Once he used the Qilin arm, Nanbei Chao would most likely sense his location. Given the current situation, if Nanbei Chao came looking for them, it would be very disadvantageous to them. Putting aside the fact that their lives would be in danger, they were afraid that none of these blood dragon fruits would become Nanbei Chao's. Although Xianxia's current combat strength was strong, Xianxia still had an intuition that he was no match for the northern and southern dynasties. This wasn't the right time to confront the northern and southern dynasties. I can't use the Qilin divine arm or the eternal immortal wind. What the f***ck? Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He had the urge to spurt out blood. The eternal immortal wind and the Qilin divine arm were two of Xianxia's trump cards. Their offensive and lethality were incomparably powerful. How could he not feel depressed now that he couldn't use them? Having powerful means but being unable to use them was like having a naked fairy lying next to him on a lonely night. It was a feeling that he couldn't enjoy. Come. Xianxia flew forward. The heavenly saint sword turned into a blood-red dragon and slashed at the blood demon king. Even without using the Qilin divine arm and the eternal immortal wind, Xianxia wasn't afraid of this blood demon king. Xianxia's combat strength was unparalleled. The longsword in his hand was wrapped in a layer of flame. The fusion of 3 types of supreme flames could not only enhance the offensive strength of the heavenly saint sword, but was also an important means to restrain the blood demon king. It was a must. Roar. The blood demon king roared furiously. Its incomparably sharp tail swept horizontally at Xianxia. The tail was like an indestructible sharp weapon. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn apart on the spot. Xianxia bellowed. The longsword slashed out and collided with the tail of the blood demon king. Clang. The collision of the two produced a clanging sound and a large number of sparks. One had to admit that the attack of the blood demon king was indeed terrifying. Xianxia was sent flying for a few dozen meters before he could stabilize himself, but this situation was within Xianxia's expectation. After all, this blood demon king was equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor. Given Xianxia's current combat strength, he was no match for it. However, Xianxia also had his own means. The instant Xianxia was sent flying, the tail of the blood demon king emitted a sizzling sound and was covered with a layer of flame. Roar. Before the blood demon king could act arrogantly, he felt a bone-piercing pain. Immediately, he roared furiously. That kind of pain wasn't an ordinary kind of pain. The flame that came into contact with his body was like the natural enemy of the blood demon king. It could burn his soul directly through his body. The devilish side of the blood demon king was about to be incinerated by Xianxia's flame. Roar. The blood demon king roared angrily. His majestic body spun back and forth in the sky. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of the flames. However, his originally blood-red tail had already been burnt black. Some of the scales on it had also been shattered and blood was flowing out. The blood demon king raised his angry eyes and glared at Xianxia. Apart from anger, it was also filled with fear for the surface of Xianxia's body and the flame on the longsword. The mighty blood demon king was an evil spirit of heaven and earth that was lawless. It was a symbol of strength and had never known what fear was. But now, the blood demon king was truly afraid of Xianxia's flame. It was the fear of its natural enemy and the restraint from the depths of its origin. Good. Just like what De Huang said, these blood demons look like the purest yang on the surface, and their blood qi is more vigorous than ordinary exotic beasts. However, they are still evil spirits and belong to the category of devils. In this case, they will be completely restrained by my flame. Later, I will suppress them with all my strength. It would already be very good if the blood demon king could exert half of its combat power. A sneer appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He had experienced many such battles and knew what to do best. In terms of combat power, he was indeed no match for the blood demon king. Besides, he couldn't use the Qilin and the eternal celestial wind. But as long as his flame could restrain the blood demon king, it would be enough to make up for the gap between them. Moreover, under such restraint, it wouldn't take long for the blood demon king to be in a state of confusion. At that time, Xianxia could directly use the edifying light to edify the blood demon king. As long as he edified one blood demon king, the remaining one would be nothing to worry about. Xianxia held the longsword upside down and took the initiative to charge at the blood demon king with an overwhelming momentum. Wherever he passed, the sky was filled with flames. This was the fusion of 3 kinds of supreme flames, the nemesis and natural enemy of all evil aura in the world. Under the influence of the flame environment, the blood demon king's combat power would be severely affected. Roar. The blood demon king was infuriated. Although he was afraid of those flames, he still wanted to fight Xianxia. In the face of an enemy who had come to steal the blood dragon fruit and killed so many of his kind, the blood demon king would never show mercy. Besides, he had already found out that Xianxia only had the ability to restrain his flames. Xianxia's combat strength wasn't strong at all. In an instant, Xianxia and the blood demon king were engaged in a fierce battle. The sky darkened, the sea of flames filled the air, and the destructive qi waves were rising constantly. The battle seemed much more intense than the battle between Yang Bufan and the Blood Demon King. In the first two collisions, the Blood Demon King still had the upper hand, but later on, the situation of the battle changed completely. Jiang Chen had grasped the means of the Blood Demon King and used the great divination art and flames to completely restrain the Blood Demon King. Very soon, the battle became a draw. Jiang Chen is so powerful. He can actually fight the Blood Demon King to a draw with just an early Immortal King cultivation base. This is just too abnormal. Jiang Chen's flames are still the most powerful. His flames have a fundamental restraint on these evil creatures. Under such restraint, the Blood Demon King simply can't exert its full combat strength. That's why the situation is like this. The situation is still very dangerous. Even if Jiang Chen can resist the impact of the Blood Demon King, it's almost impossible for him to kill the Blood Demon King. King Fan is still struggling to resist the Blood Demon King, who has already stepped half a step into the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. He's no match for it at all. Don't talk so much. The rest of the blood demons are coming. Don't count on King Fan and Jiang Chen to help us. We have to rely on ourselves. Fortunately, there aren't many half-step Immortal Emperor blood demons left after the previous massacre. We can still deal with them. The battle was incomparably fierce. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan were fighting two blood demon kings respectively. The remaining blood demons were also a pretty strong force, enough to deal with De Huang Dog and Xianxia, especially Dong Fei. His cultivation base was only at the late Immortal King realm, which made it the most dangerous for him to fight. He could fall into a dangerous situation at any time. For Dong Fei, if it weren't for the help of Wang Yi and the others, he would have died after falling into the encirclement of Blood Demon. However, it was still very beneficial for Dong Fei to experience such a life-and-death battle. This was the greatest kind of experience, which would be of great help to Dong Fei's cultivation. Roar, however, De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. Given his current peak late Immortal King cultivation base, it wasn't a problem for him to wipe out these blood demons. No matter how powerful the blood demons were, they were no match for him. Even if they were half-step Immortal Emperor blood demons, De Huang Dog could still kill them. Little Chenzi, Master Dog will provide you with energy. De Huang Dog continued to kill those blood demons and smashed their bodies at Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog knew very well that the bodies of these blood demons were the greatest nourishment for Jiang Chen. The more the better. The Zulong Tower would be able to swallow all the blood demons. As the blood demons continued to be absorbed, Jiang Chen's combat strength would grow stronger and stronger. In that case, during the battle between the Blood Demon King and Jiang Chen, there would be a situation where the Blood Demon King would be weakened and the Blood Demon King would fall. Kuhu, the huge body of the Blood Demon smashed at Jiang Chen. Before it could get close to Jiang Chen, it was swept away by an invisible gust of wind, turning into a dried corpse in a blink of an eye. When the wind blew, it turned into powder, leaving nothing behind. Roar, De Huang Dog had gone completely mad. He rushed back and forth in the camp of blood demons, causing blood to flow like a river. The blood demons screamed again and again. The number of blood demons was decreasing rapidly. The madness of De Huang Dog had undoubtedly lightened the burden of Dong Fei and Wang Yi, reducing the pressure on them. Good, De Huang. Wang Yi praised Big Yellow happily, regretting that he didn't put this dog in his eyes at the beginning. He really didn't expect that this dog would be so heaven-defying. Not only did he know everything, his combat strength was also so abnormal and terrifying. He was almost sure that if it wasn't for Big Yellow, they would never be able to find this place and find the blood dragon fruit. Similarly, if it wasn't for Big Yellow, the four of them would have a hard time dealing with the more than 50 blood demons. Wang Yi praised Big Yellow. Big Yellow praised Wang Yi. He regretted that he didn't put this dog in his eyes from the beginning. Wakaka, when Master Dog unleashes his might, the heaven and earth will tremble. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. A narcissistic guy couldn't stand other people's praise the most. A few words could make him feel good about himself. Wang Yi and the others soon discovered this fact. They tried their best not to praise De Huang Dog, fearing that this dog didn't know his surname. Hong Long, in the sky, the Blood Demon King and Yang Bufan were locked in a fierce battle. Yang Bufan had been in a disadvantageous position. It seemed that he would be torn apart by the Blood Demon King at any time. Unfortunately, after fighting for so long, Yang Bufan was still holding on. He didn't look any different from the beginning. Besides, his face was indifferent. He was fully immersed in the battle, neither arrogant nor rash. On the contrary, the Blood Demon King roared again and again in exasperation because he couldn't take down this young human being. One had to admit that Yang Bufan was very strong. It seemed that if the Blood Demon King wanted to kill Yang Bufan, he might not be able to do so even if he fought for a day and a night. On the contrary, Yang Bufan was getting more and more courageous. The fierce battle with the Blood Demon King had a great impact on him. It was a rare experience to have such a life-and-death battle. Yang Bufan would also gain a lot of benefits from this battle. The situation of the battle was very clear. Yang Bufan had firmly entangled the Blood Demon King. He couldn't kill the Blood Demon King, but the Blood Demon King couldn't throw him away either. In this way, Xianxia had a chance. Yang Bufan was very clear about this from the very beginning. The breakthrough of today's battle was Xianxia. The battle between Xianxia and the Blood Demon King was also in a stalemate. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. Once it was completed, Xianxia would gain another 10,000 dragon marks. Given the current situation, Xianxia would be 10,000 dragon marks was extremely important. Roar, after Xianxia absorbed another half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demon, the 36th floor of the tower was completed. The entire 36th floor of the Zulong Tower became brighter. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had also increased by 10,000, from the initial 1,130,000 to 1,140,000. To Xianxia, the increase in the number of dragon marks had made him very satisfied. It had pushed his cultivation base to the peak of early Immortal King realm, only a step away from the intermediate Immortal King realm. However, what made Xianxia dissatisfied was the condensing of the Zulong Tower. This treasure was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he had to kill all the blood demons and only condense one floor. Initially, he thought that after killing all the blood demons, he would be able to condense the 37th floor. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to condense the 37th floor, he would have to get rid of this Blood Demon King and absorb it. However, he wasn't going to refine this Blood Demon King yet. In any case, he had just improved his combat strength and wasn't in a hurry. There were dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. If he could make this Blood Demon King his own, it would be equivalent to having one more helper, a very powerful helper. Roar, roar, after failing to get rid of Xianxia for a long time, the Blood Demon King was infuriated. His mind had begun to fall into chaos. Additionally, he could clearly feel that Xianxia was getting more and more valiant and powerful as the battle went on. It couldn't go on like this. What made him even more aggrieved was that his opponent's means and flames could restrain him. Under such restraint, the Blood Demon King couldn't even exert half of his combat strength. How could the Blood Demon King maintain his composure under such circumstances? If this continued, the Blood Demon King couldn't see any hope of killing his opponent. His mind is beginning to fall into chaos. That's great. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a faint smile. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the Blood Demon King to fall into chaos. As long as the Blood Demon King fell into chaos, his chance would come. This was the rich combat experience of Xianxia. At the same time, it was also his good temperament. In such a battle, patience was what was most needed. Edifying light. Xianxia seized the opportunity. While the Blood Demon King was roaring, he suddenly shot out the edifying light. The edifying light was like a spiritual snake that entered the Blood Demon King's mouth. Then, the edifying light immediately drilled into the Blood Demon King's mind. Hell, the Blood Demon King's roar immediately changed and turned into a scream. The Blood Demon King, who was originally furious, seemed to have been greatly stimulated all of a sudden. He held his head with both hands and smashed his head randomly in the void, creating holes in the void. The Blood Demon King roared and kept hitting his head with both hands. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Got it. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to fight the Blood Demon King. If the Blood Demon King hadn't lost his mind at the last moment, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to easily insert the edifying light into the Blood Demon King's body. As long as the edifying light entered the Blood Demon King's body, it would be difficult for the Blood Demon King to force it out. Moreover, Xianxia wouldn't give him the chance to do so. The edifying light was a Buddhist secret technique that specialized in dealing with all evil in the world. The Blood Demon King was evil and an evil spirit. Therefore, after the edifying light entered his body, it would produce an effect. Blood Demon King, you can't do it anymore. As Xianxia spoke, he slashed with his long sword again. The edifying light brought great pain to the Blood Demon King, causing the Blood Demon King to no longer have the energy to resist Xianxia's attack. Therefore, Xianxia's longsword left a deep wound on the Blood Demon King's arm with blood splattering everywhere. This was because Xianxia didn't want to kill the Blood Demon King. Otherwise, the Blood Demon King would have been dead by now. Once the edifying light helped Xianxia, it would be equivalent to doomsday for the Blood Demon King. After falling into the hands of Xianxia, he would be at the mercy of Xianxia and his life or death would be in the hands of Xianxia. Look, Xianxia is about to succeed. I don't know what stimulated the Blood Demon King to suddenly become like this. Damn it, Xianxia must have used some powerful means. How many trump cards does this guy have? He's too abnormal. Even the Blood Demon King will die in his hands. Wang Yi and the others were shocked when they saw what happened to Xianxia. They had been paying attention to the battle between Xianxia and the Blood Demon King. After all, the decisive battle between Xianxia and the Blood Demon King played a key role and even affected their life and death. Seeing the Blood Demon King being injured by Xianxia and suddenly becoming crazy, they didn't know what means Xianxia had used. But this was no longer important. What was important was that Xianxia was going to win. And the scene that happened next made Wang Yi and others really widen their eyes, completely stunned. They saw that the Blood Demon King, who was crying in the sky, suddenly stopped what he was doing. The ferocious light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and the momentum of his body was also restrained. The originally ferocious figure actually looked a little docile. The Blood Demon King looked at Xianxia, then strode in front of Xianxia, bowed deeply, and said in a muffled voice, "Master." That's right. The Blood Demon King, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Moreover, it was in human language. This in itself was not strange. At the level of the Blood Demon King, he had already become completely psychic. It was normal for him to be able to speak, but the scene in front of them was too abnormal and a little scary. My God, what happened? What did Xianxia do to the Blood Demon King? The Blood Demon King actually bowed to Xianxia and even called him master. What the hell is going on? Wang Yi staggered and almost fell down. He was completely horrified and shocked out of his wits. Senior brother Jiang must have used some means to directly subdue the Blood Demon King. This is too ridiculous. How is this possible? Dongfei also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This situation was like a joke. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Mother ****. Liang Qiao couldn't help but curse. He looked at Xianxia, and there was a strange feeling in the depths of his eyes. A Blood Demon King had been subdued, but he didn't seem as happy as the others. Everyone was incomparably excited. They didn't know what had happened, but they were sure that the reason why the Blood Demon King had undergone such a drastic change must be related to Xianxia. Xianxia must have used some kind of powerful technique, otherwise, the Blood Demon King wouldn't have become like this. But this wasn't important. What was important was that they saw hope. They all knew that subduing a Blood Demon King was much more valuable than killing it directly. This was a battle that was originally impossible to win, but because the Blood Demon King was subdued, they saw hope. On the other side, Yang Bufan, who was fighting fiercely with the Blood Demon King, also began to laugh when he saw the situation on Xianxia's side. Sure enough, this guy still has this kind of means. What an incredible means. Yang Bufan sincerely praised Xianxia. He had seen this kind of heaven-defying means back in the evil abyss. It was also because he saw this kind of means of Xianxia that he decided to get in touch with Xianxia. What he didn't expect was that Xianxia could use the same means to subdue a powerful blood demon king. The edification of a blood demon king made Yang Bufan heave a sigh of relief. He could almost foresee what was going to happen next. Second brother, what are you doing? Seeing that his companion had been subdued by his opponent and had even taken the initiative to bow and call him master, the eldest blood demon king was stunned and couldn't help but berate loudly. He couldn't understand why his second brother would do such a thing. They were powerful evil spirits who had absorbed a large amount of blood chi from the blood dragon fruit. In their subconscious, they were noble and supreme. They lived for battle and slaughter and didn't know what compromise and submission were. Even if they were to die in battle, they would never submit to humans. Today, for some unknown reason, his second brother actually did such a thing. You're called second brother? Xianxia looked at the blood demon king next to him and asked in an indifferent tone. Yes, he's eldest brother. That's how we usually address him. The second blood demon king answered. He didn't dare to be negligent or conceal anything from Xianxia. After being edified, this blood demon king was no longer a blood demon king, but a puppet and slave of Xianxia. His mind had been completely occupied by Xianxia. He had to obey Xianxia's orders for the rest of his life. He would kill whoever Xianxia asked him to kill. He wouldn't hesitate even if Xianxia asked him to commit suicide. Eldest brother and second brother were similar to the names of Ada and Air that Xianxia had subdued. But it was better this way. If their names were simple, it would be easier to remember. Xianxia turned around and looked at the flustered and exasperated chief, then he said with a loud voice, "Your brother has already submitted to me, he has become my slave. I advise you to stop your pointless struggle and submit to me together with your brother." Roar, hearing that, the eldest blood demon king immediately roared and went berserk. Lowly human, what method did you use to turn second brother into this? I'm going to kill you. It's impossible for you to snatch our blood dragon fruit. Eldest brother went berserk. In an instant, he left Yang Bufan behind and lunged at Xianxia. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see that it was Xianxia's doing that caused second brother to become like this. Humph. Second brother, go and kill him. Xianxia snorted coldly, then gave an order to Ol second. Yes, master. Second brother responded. Then, without any hesitation, he released his powerful aura and charged toward the blood demon king, eldest brother. Rumble, the two blood demon kings instantly engaged in a fierce battle. However, the big brother was clearly stronger than the second brother. He immediately gained the upper hand. However, the big brother was feeling very depressed. They were originally on the same side, companions and brothers who had been together for a long time. Today, they had even fought side by side to protect the blood dragon fruits. Unexpectedly, they had turned into enemies in the blink of an eye. How could the big brother accept this? Second brother, what are you doing, you bastard? The boss was flustered and exasperated, and he almost spat out blood. Kill you. Second brother was expressionless as he continued to attack. In his mind, there was only Xianxia's order. Xianxia's order was to kill big brother, so he could only follow. King Fan, let's attack together and subdue this bastard. Xianxia said to Yang Bufan. The strength of the big brother wasn't a joke. He wasn't just a little bit stronger than second brother. Even Yang Bufan wasn't a match for him. In order to deal with such a blood demon king, they had to join forces. Alright. Yang Bufan's head was covered with 7-colored divine light as he charged at the blood demon king with an imposing aura. At this moment, Yang Bufan's fighting spirit was much stronger than before. Just now, he and the blood demon king were fighting alone. Now, with the addition of a powerful helper and the fact that one of them had become an enemy, this situation would certainly affect the performance of the big brother. As long as he and second brother joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult for Xianxia to edify this blood demon king as well. Rumble, the three experts fought crazily. Once again, the sky turned dark. Boundless divine light drifted about. Destructive light was everywhere. This side of the sky was directly smashed. The eldest blood demon king was so angry that he was howling loudly. He was about to go crazy. Damned humans! What have you done to him? He knew his brothers too well. No matter what kind of threat and danger they encountered, they would never surrender to humans. But what was going on? Why did they surrender just like that? Moreover, they were very obedient. Their first move was to kill him. Clearly, they didn't care about their old relationship at all. How could the Blood Demon King bear it? How could the Blood Demon King bear it? His brother was completely mad. What was happening? His brother was very clear that he would never surrender to humans no matter what kind of threat or danger they encountered. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the Blood Demon King. Immediately, he struck out a sword that could destroy the heavens and earth. The terrifying longsword carried endless fiery light. As soon as the sword was struck, a fire dragon was formed. The terrifying fire dragon was indestructible. It fell on the head of the Blood Demon King in a blink. At the same time, the attacks of Yang Bufan and the second Blood Demon King had also arrived. Under such a powerful siege, even with the formidable strength of the Blood Demon King, he began to struggle. As a matter of fact, the combat strength of the Blood Demon King was much stronger than this. Even if it was 3 against 1, he could guarantee that he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, the fact that the second Blood Demon King had been edified had seriously affected his mind and made him furious. Especially during the battle with the second Blood Demon King, his hands and feet were tied and he couldn't fully exert his combat strength. Kong Long, Yang Bufan was exceptionally valiant, like a peerless god of war. He raised his palm, conjuring an illusory mountain. It was completely condensed from energy, and was filled with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. He then smashed it towards the Blood Demon King. At the same time, the second brother stretched out his sharp claws, tore through the void and clawed at the head of the Blood Demon King. Roar. Upon seeing this, the Blood Demon King went completely mad. His eyes began to flicker with a fierce light. His murderous intent had also condensed into a substance. An evil spirit like him was incomparably evil in nature. Besides, he had already realized that the second brother had been completely controlled by the opponent using some unknown method and could no longer return to his former self. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. He had to act decisively. Even if he killed his second brother, he would treat it as if his second brother had been killed by someone else and had nothing to do with him. In fact, if his opponent hadn't used some mysterious method on his second brother would never have attacked him. Here's my chance. Just when the Blood Demon King was on the verge of losing his mind, Xianxia finally seized the opportunity. The edifying light was shot out and shot into the glabella of the Blood Demon King at lightning speed. The Blood Demon King only felt his body tremble. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. But it was too late. Arg, the Blood Demon King immediately roared. The edifying light entered his mind, constantly eroding his evil nature. The Blood Demon King's reaction was exactly the same as the second brother. He hugged his head and cried bitterly. Kong Long, while the Blood Demon King was still struggling violently, the attacks of Yang Bufan and second brother hit the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King's incomparably sturdy body was immediately sent tumbling in the air. Under such a strong impact, the Blood Demon King finally couldn't resist the erosion of the edifying light and was completely edified. Haha, all of you can die now. Xianxia burst into laughter. At this moment, he suddenly struck out a large sea of flames. The scarlet flames formed into a giant net, enveloping the Blood Demon King and second brother. When the flames vanished, the Blood Demon King and second brother were nowhere to be seen. Little Xianxia, what are you doing? Yang Bufan asked, puzzled. Keep them as my trump cards. They will play a big role at the critical moment. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Yang Bufan. The 2 Blood Demon Kings had been edified by him and were now hidden in the Zulong Tower. The giant flame net just now was just a camouflage, giving others an illusion that the 2 Blood Demon Kings had been killed by Xianxia. In the Golden Horizon, Xianxia would never trust anyone easily, especially when it came to his trump cards. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. If he put all his trump cards out in the open, they wouldn't be trump cards anymore. Roar. The two blood demon kings had been killed. The remaining blood demons were howling in grief. Their emotions had been completely affected. At the same time, a look of true fear appeared on their faces, because they knew very well that their kings were dead. Their ending was basically fixed. Haha. The blood demon kings have been killed. These blood demons are also finished. Big Yellow laughed out loud, then he continued slaughtering the rest of the blood demons. Wang Yi and the others weren't idle either. They kept waving the immortal weapons in their hands. Every time they attacked, a blood demon would die tragically in their hands. Blood gushed out in all directions. By this time, the blood demons had basically given up on resisting. Very soon, all the blood demon kings were killed. To Xianxia, these blood demon kings were still great nourishment. The Zulong Tower would never let them go. A gust of wind swept out from the Zulong Tower. All the corpses of the blood demons in the valley were refined and absorbed, turning into dried corpses that turned into powder when the wind blew. The frenzied battlefield suddenly quietened down. There was only the sound of the wind and the rippling bloodlight of the blood dragon fruits in the sky. The roars and killing of the blood demons had completely disappeared. No one doubted that if it wasn't for Xianxia today, they would certainly die in such a battle. Not only that, Xianxia had also shown them an exciting and fierce battle, allowing them to see what a true genius was in this heavens and earth. All of them were geniuses who were able to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. They all had the halo of genius hanging above their heads, but now, standing in front of Xianxia, this halo was shattered. They felt that compared to Xianxia, they were tarnishing the word genius. Senior brother Jiang, that's great. You have really opened my eyes. By the way, where are the two blood demon kings? Dongfei came to Xianxia's side with incomparable excitement and asked. They have been killed by me. Xianxia said in a casual manner. It can't be. Those were two mighty blood demon kings, supreme early immortal emperors, but they were killed just like that. Liang Qiao said, looking doubtful. I've already said that I've killed them. Is there any need for me to lie about this? Besides, do you think it's useful for me to keep these two powerful scourges alive? Jiangchen glared at Liang Qiao, exasperated. That's right. That's true. The blood demon king is just too powerful. It has to be killed. Leaving it alive will only be a great disaster. King Fan, we have encountered such a dangerous place as soon as we arrived in Golden Horizon. Fortunately, Jiangchen's strength is boundless. He killed the blood demon king, allowing us to escape successfully and obtain the rare blood dragon fruit. This is our great fortune. Wang Yi said with a smile. Now, he had incomparable admiration for Jiangchen. As a genius of Genius Prefecture and someone who had been promoted from a mid-sized power, such a person was usually very arrogant. There weren't many people who could make him admire them, but Jiangchen was one of them. It should be senior brother Jiang's luck. Our benefits are all brought to us by senior brother Jiang. Dongfei didn't forget to flatter Jiangchen. Although his flattery was loud, it was also a fact. Everyone, including King Fan, knew that without Jiangchen, they would never be able to find the blood dragon fruits. Although the blood dragon fruit was found by De Huang Dog, in their eyes, De Huang Dog represented Jiangchen. De Huang Dog and Jiangchen were one and the same. In another 15 minutes, the blood dragon fruit will ripen. Everyone, stay alert. Once the blood dragon fruit ripens, you must pluck it immediately. After the blood dragon fruit ripens, it will wither. During the process of growth, the fruit will constantly absorb essence from the tree. However, after the fruit ripens, the essence will start to flow away and return to the tree. Therefore, you must pluck the fruit the moment it ripens to ensure the greatest effect. De Huang Dog spoke. His understanding of the blood dragon fruit was incomparably thorough. Not only that, everyone was now looking at De Huang Dog in a mysterious manner, as if this dog was an omniscient and mysterious expert. De Huang, I've really underestimated you. It seems like there's nothing in this heaven and earth that you don't know. Yang Bufan said with a smile. That's true. Master Dog has a lot of abilities, especially in this Golden Horizon. It's your good fortune to be able to follow Master Dog. De Huang Dog spoke with his head held high. This guy had never known what modesty was. Of course, if De Huang Dog learned to be modest one day, Jiang Chen would feel very uncomfortable instead. For the following time, no one spoke a word. The valley was silent. They were waiting for the blood dragon fruit to ripen. This was the fruit of their fierce battle. To everyone present, if they could obtain a blood dragon fruit, this trip to the Golden Horizon wouldn't be in vain. According to De Huang Dog, the value of a blood dragon fruit was almost equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. What kind of concept was that? A venerable grade spiritual herb was enough to drive countless people crazy. Moreover, this blood dragon fruit was born from the accumulation of the heaven and earth. It contained the essence of the heaven and earth. Any cultivator could refine and absorb it directly. The benefits were boundless. Its effect was comparable to the snow jade king ginseng. What kind of concept was a snow jade king ginseng? It was an existence that even Yang Zanqing treated as a treasure, let alone them. To put it bluntly, this blood dragon fruit tree was their greatest guarantee in coming to the Golden Horizon. Even if they stayed here for a month, it would be hard for them to have such a good fortune again. One had to admit that this was indeed a great fortune. The spatial passageway had sent them to this place. Coincidentally, De Huang Dog could smell the scent of treasure. This was the so-called fortune. It couldn't be seen or touched, but would appear in the unseen world. To everyone present, this was their fortune. However, at this moment, everyone's nerves were starting to tense up. The closer the blood dragon fruits were to ripen, the more nervous they got. Every single one of them was paying close attention to their surroundings. That was because the 9 blood dragon fruits could bring forth a calamity at any moment. Tens of thousands of geniuses had entered the Golden Horizon and were scattered in different places. No one knew when someone would appear. Besides, there weren't only geniuses from various major powers in the Golden Horizon, but also various kinds of evil creatures. Each evil creature was a potential danger. 15 minutes passed very quickly, but it was also very long. After a period of torment, it finally passed. During these 15 minutes, no one found this place, nor did any evil spirit appear. It was clear that the miasma Kathaya still played a key role in obstructing the evil spirits. At the same time, the blood demons in this valley should also be famous in this large area, so no evil spirits dared to come here after such a long time. ****** All of a sudden, the blood dragon fruit tree began to tremble violently. It was extremely violent. Following that, the 9 blood dragon fruits began to tremble violently as well. The bloody light that was emanating from the blood dragon fruits in the sky disappeared, all of it entering the blood dragon fruits. The violently trembling blood dragon fruits looked as though they could fall off from the branches at any moment. It's ripened. Hurry up and pluck the fruits. De Huang Dog said. King Fan, you do it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone here was after all the people of King Fan Prefecture. The one in charge of King Fan Prefecture was Jiang Chen after all. Jiang Chen didn't want to overstep his authority at this time. Moreover, after the blood dragon fruits ripened, they would have to face the problem of distribution. It was undoubtedly the best to let Yang Bufan handle the distribution. Alright. Given Yang Bufan's intelligence, he could naturally understand what Jiang Chen meant. Without hesitation, he strode forward and waved his hand. The 9 blood dragon fruits were collected by him. As they got closer, everyone could feel the extraordinariness of the blood dragon fruits. There seemed to be saliva moving inside the blood-red fruits, which looked extremely mystical. What a mystical fruit. The blood chi and energy contained in it is equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. Wang Yi couldn't help but comment. As a half-step immortal emperor genius, his eyesight was very unique. He could see the extraordinariness and preciousness of this fruit at first glance. At this time, Wu Ningzhu also walked out of the Zulong Tower. Her eyes fell upon the blood dragon fruits. Alright. There are 9 blood dragon fruits. Finally, everyone's efforts weren't in vain. The effect of the blood dragon fruit is incredible, comparable to the snow jade king ginseng. If any of us can consume one, our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. It won't be a problem for us to advance one level in a short period of time. Now, I will begin the distribution. There are a total of 8 of us here. Each of us will get one. The remaining one will be given to De Huang. What do you think? Yang Bufan spoke. Such a distribution was undoubtedly reasonable. After all, everyone had fought a bloody battle against the blood demons and had put in a lot of effort. Only when everyone had a share could they convince the masses. King Fan's distribution is very reasonable. De Huang should get too. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have such fortune. That's right. As a matter of fact, we didn't help much. We are already ashamed to receive one fruit from King Fan. De Huang is the biggest contributor this time. It's not excessive for him to get 2 fruits. Of course. Without De Huang, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to find this place. Even if we found this place, we wouldn't be a match for those blood demons. Also, the miasma Kathaya made it very difficult for us to get out of that area. Wang Yi and Dong Fei spoke hastily. How would they dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction with King Fan's distribution? They were very clear about today's situation. Everything was settled by De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen. They were already overjoyed that they could get a blood dragon fruit. Although Wu Ningzhu didn't take any action, she naturally had to get one because of Jiang Chen's status. No one had any objection to such a decision. Although they were in Golden Horizon now, they didn't forget their identity. They were all people of King Fan Prefecture. Everything had to be arranged by King Fan. King Fan could give them great benefits at this time, which made them feel that it was the right decision to join King Fan Prefecture. If this matter was placed in the hands of the Crown Prince, given his character, they were afraid that he would take all the fruits by himself. They wouldn't even get a single strand of it. It was already a great blessing for them to get one. Little Xianxia, what do you think? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. I have no objection. Jiang Chen nodded. Naturally, he had no objection as well. After all, the 3 of them had gotten 4 blood dragon fruits. Gia Bufan. You really know how to handle things. De Huang Dog licked his lips. His drool was flying all over the place. His dog eyes were fixed on the blood dragon fruit in Yang Bufan's hand. It seemed that if Yang Bufan didn't give him the fruit, De Huang Dog would pounce on him and snatch it. Haha. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Then, he threw 2 blood dragon fruits at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 fruits. This scene stunned everyone, including Yang Bufan. What, swallowed it? Isn't this guy afraid of exploding? Yang Bufan sighed. Today, he finally witnessed what was called abnormal. Even he didn't dare to eat a venerable grade spiritual herb directly, let alone 2 of them together. One should know that the energy contained in a blood dragon fruit was unimaginably huge. Ordinary cultivators, even geniuses like Wang Yi, wouldn't dare to swallow it directly. They had to refine and absorb it bit by bit. If they swallowed it all at once, the terrifying energy in the blood dragon fruit would immediately explode like a volcanic eruption. The endless energy would hit every inch of the human body, hitting every inch of skin and every part of the human body. If one didn't control it well, going into qi deviation would be considered a light punishment, and the body would explode immediately. Is this really okay? Dong Fei said in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a barbaric refining method. Don't worry. The endurance of this damn dog isn't something we can compare with. He has always been this barbaric. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had already experienced the miraculous ability of this dog. The energy contained in the 2 blood dragon fruits was indeed incomparably huge. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't dare to swallow it so savagely, but De Huang Dog didn't have the slightest problem. Jiang Chen didn't know how much endurance De Huang Dog could endure, but he was sure that De Huang Dog was absolutely not a fool. He wouldn't do anything unfavorable to himself. Since he dared to eat the 2 blood dragon fruits directly, it meant that it was completely within his control and endurance. This was something that Jiang Chen was sure of. Little Xianxia, hurry up and let Master Dog in. De Huang Dog said impatiently. The energy in his body was bursting, and he needed to refine and absorb it immediately. All right. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened the door of Zulong Tower secretly. Besides De Huang Dog, no one else knew about the secret of Zulong Tower. The 33rd floor had the rule of time that was 30 times faster, and it was the most suitable place for cultivation. De Huang Dog had swallowed 2 blood dragon fruits, and he needed some time to digest and absorb them. The 33rd floor of Zulong Tower was undoubtedly the best place for cultivation. 30 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Moreover, 2 days inside Zulong Tower was equivalent to 1.5 hours outside. Such a heaven-defying cultivation environment was simply invincible. If this matter was spread out, it was unknown what kind of storm it would cause. Xianxia would immediately be noticed by everyone. It must be true. Countless experts would definitely find trouble with Xianxia, wanting to snatch the treasures in Xianxia's hands. Seeing the sudden disappearance of De Huang Dog and the previous situation of Wu Ningzhu, everyone on the scene guessed that Xianxia must have some other spatial treasure. This surprised them a little, but no one asked about it, because this was Xianxia's private secret after all. De Huang can totally withstand the 2 blood dragon fruits. After completely refining and absorbing them, this bastard's strength may reach the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor. I just don't know if he can break through to the early Immortal Emperor realm. If he can reach the Immortal Emperor realm, that would be incredible. Xianxia was incomparably happy. The stronger De Huang Dog became, the more advantageous it would be to Xianxia. There was no doubt about this, especially in this perilous golden horizon. De Huang Dog could play a big role at any time. Besides, if De Huang Dog could really advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, they would basically be able to do whatever they wanted in this golden horizon. Even if they couldn't, at least their safety would be guaranteed. De Huang Dog had obtained 2 blood dragon fruits. Yang Bufan began to distribute the remaining blood dragon fruits to the others, 1 for each of them. After obtaining the blood dragon fruit, everyone seemed very excited. Of course, the most excited ones were Dongfei and Wu Ningzhu. Their cultivation base was relatively weaker, so the effect of the blood dragon fruit was relatively better. In the golden horizon, it wasn't a long-term solution to rely on others. One had to rely on oneself. Only when one's strength was strong enough would they be able to survive. If I refine this blood dragon fruit, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the early Immortal Emperor realm. Wang Yi spoke with incomparable excitement. Holding the blood dragon fruit in his hand, he could feel the extraordinariness of this fruit. The value of this blood dragon fruit isn't cheap. It's also infinitely beneficial to us. We don't know what we're going to face in the next month. Plus, we may have to search for our own fortune. Eventually, we will have to part ways. So I suggest that we refine the blood dragon fruit first to improve our cultivation base before leaving this place. Xianxia spoke. Of course, this suggestion was mainly to buy time for De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Plus, Xianxia had already prepared himself to part ways with the others. To Xianxia, these people were like a burden that couldn't let him travel freely in the golden horizon. Senior brother Jiang is right. We can stay here to improve our strength first. In that case, we will have more ability to protect ourselves when we travel in the golden horizon. Dongfei nodded, feeling that Xianxia's words were very reasonable. The others also agreed with him. No one here was a fool. They all knew the importance of strength in the golden horizon. To put it bluntly, without strong strength, it was almost impossible to move an inch in the golden horizon. Just like Dongfei, if it wasn't for Xianxia and Yang Bufan, he would surely die if he fell into such a situation alone. There was no chance of survival. Alright, we'll stay here for a few hours. After that, we'll leave. Yang Bufan said. In the next moment, each of them found a relatively quiet place and began to refine and absorb the blood dragon fruit in their hands. Of course, the process of refining the blood dragon fruit was naturally incomparable to that of De Huang Dog. They didn't have the ability to do so. Swallowing the fruit directly was no different from courting death. A blood dragon fruit was enough to advance the cultivation base of everyone present, including Yang Bufan. Of course, this advancement couldn't be achieved overnight. It was impossible to achieve it in just a few hours, because they didn't have the ability to fully refine and absorb a blood dragon fruit that was equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. Therefore, even if they wanted to advance, they would need at least 2 days. Dongfei might be able to advance in a short period of time. After all, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late Immortal King realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. Additionally, the lower the cultivation base, the greater the possibility of advancement, because the energy required for advancement wasn't that great. Sister Ning, go to the 33rd level of Zulong Tower and look for Da Huang Dog. This blood dragon fruit can at least advance your cultivation base to the peak of late immortal king realm. Jiangchen passed the blood dragon fruit to Wu Ningzhu and said. N. Wu Ningzhu nodded, received the blood dragon fruit and entered the interior of Zulong Tower. She had always been obedient to Jiangchen. Plus, she had already obtained such a treasure the moment she arrived at Golden Horizon. From another perspective, it also showed that Wu Ningzhu's luck was really good. Just like what Jiangchen had said, Wu Ningzhu might be able to get a great opportunity in Golden Horizon. The blood dragon fruit in front of her was the beginning of that opportunity. The change in the law of time by 30 times was truly heaven-defying. Unfortunately, this was Jiangchen's secret. No one else could enjoy it. Otherwise, if everyone on the scene hid in the 33rd level of the spatial zone and cultivated, it would be way too easy for them to advance. The blood dragon fruit in Jiangchen's hand was kept away by him. He didn't refine it immediately. Little Chenzi, why don't you refine it? This blood dragon fruit is enough for you to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. Given your terrifying combat strength, if you advance to the intermediate immortal king realm, you will be able to roam unhindered in this Golden Horizon. It will be hard for you to find an opponent. Yang Bufan came to the side of Jiangchen. Seeing that Jiangchen didn't choose to refine the blood dragon fruit, he couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not in a hurry for the time being. There are still powerful medicinal energy stored in my body after refining the Holy Flame Emperor pill. My advancement speed is just too fast. I want to slow down and not advance too quickly. When it's time to use the blood dragon fruit, I naturally won't be polite. Jiangchen spoke with a smile. Yang Bufan was right. If he refined the blood dragon fruit directly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm, or even the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. However, this wasn't what Jiangchen needed right now. During this period of time, his advancement speed had been rather fast. Therefore, Jiangchen decided to slow down and focus on the Zulong Tower first. By the time the 37th level of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed, Jiangchen could basically reach the peak of early immortal king realm by relying on the benefits he had obtained from the Zulong Tower. The benefits he had obtained from the Zulong Tower were all purified energy, the essence of energy. Jiangchen could absorb them without hesitation, and it wouldn't affect his foundation at all. You're right. In the path of cultivation, the foundation is the most important. Sometimes, stopping to slow down might give you new insights. This is very important. Yang Bufan nodded, feeling that what Jiangchen said made a lot of sense. King Fan, you can refine this blood dragon fruit directly. I can see that your foundation is very solid now. Besides, the blood dragon fruit itself can nourish your body and boost your blood qi. It will be of great benefit to you. Besides, there are dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. It's always good to increase your strength. Jiangchen said. After listening to Jiangchen's words, Yang Bufan found a quiet place and began a seclusion to refine the blood dragon fruit. Jiangchen wasn't in a hurry to advance. It was a very simple thing for him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The more it was like this, the calmer Jiangchen became. Plus, he had 2 blood demon kings in his hands. This was a powerful trump card that could play a great role at the critical moment. It shouldn't be a problem for them to ensure his safety. Jiangchen's eyes looked afar. He was full of interest about this ancient battlefield. This was only the first day. This was a boundless ancient battlefield. Jiangchen didn't know what major event had happened here in ancient times, but he had heard some legends about this place. The ancient Golden Clan was once buried here. In other words, a powerful clan was buried here. The bloodline of the Golden Crow divine bird flowed in their veins. Jiangchen wasn't interested in exploring the secret of the Golden Clan. After all, it had been too long. Countless almighty experts in the immortal world were powerless to find out the truth, let alone Jiangchen himself. However, Dongfang Yu had told him that the supreme sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the Gold Feather Fan, was left in this battlefield. Until now, no one had found it. It could be said that every time the Golden Horizon was opened, the biggest dream of all the geniuses who came in was to find the gold feather fan. Unfortunately, this wasn't such a simple thing. It required too much luck. In addition to the gold feather fan, there were also countless experts who had fallen in this ancient battlefield. These experts were likely to have left behind their own orthodoxies and inheritances. If one was lucky enough to obtain them, he or she would soar into the sky and advance by leaps and bounds from then on. **********. The few of them were seizing the opportunity to refine the blood dragon fruit, but only Dong Fei showed signs of advancement. An hour passed very quickly. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of qi erupted from Dong Fei's body, rolling like a tide. With the help of the blood dragon fruit, Dong Fei finally broke through to the half-step immortal emperor realm. This was a tremendous improvement, completely breaking away from the immortal king realm. Dong Fei's eyes were brimming with tears. He had been waiting for this day for too long. He was glad that he had entered the golden horizon this time. If he continued to cultivate in Genius Prefecture, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the half-step immortal emperor realm even if he was given another year. Now that he had reached the half-step immortal emperor realm on the first day of his arrival, it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't happy. Just as Dong Fei advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm, a commotion was heard from the Zulong Tower. Of course, only Jiangchen could sense the commotion in the Zulong Tower, and it wasn't just one, but two. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had advanced at the same time. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had also reached the half-step immortal emperor realm. His qi was still rising, about to advance to the early immortal emperor realm. However, as a divine beast, De Huang Dog's foundation was just too strong. Just like Jiangchen, each advancement required a tremendous amount of energy. The energy of the two blood dragon fruits was indeed enough to support him to advance to the early immortal emperor realm, but De Huang Dog couldn't advance blindly. If he directly advanced to the early immortal emperor realm, it would affect his foundation to a certain extent, which wasn't worth it. Therefore, it was best for De Huang Dog's cultivation base to stay at the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm for the time being. As for advancing to the early immortal emperor realm, he would have to wait for an opportunity in the future. This was the same situation as when De Huang Dog obtained a large amount of sovereign weapon essence from the immortal execution sword. At that time, if it wasn't for Jiangchen's reminder, De Huang Dog would have rushed to the next realm. This time, there was no need for Jiangchen's reminder. De Huang Dog already knew what to do. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had also reached the peak of the intermediate immortal king realm. Just as Jiangchen had expected, Wu Ningzhu had no problem advancing to the late immortal king realm with the help of the blood dragon fruits. The reason why De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu could advance so quickly was because of the time law. An hour in the outside world was equivalent to 30 hours in the 33rd level. After another hour, everyone opened their eyes and kept the blood dragon fruits in their hands. A total of 2 hours of cultivation was also King Fan's idea. After all, this was a dangerous place. 2 hours of cultivation was enough for them to taste the benefits. As for the remaining blood dragon fruits, they could refine and absorb them at any time. Although it was only 2 hours, everyone had gained a significant improvement. Wang Yi, Liang Qiao, and the other two had reached the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. It seemed like they weren't far from the early immortal emperor realm. As long as they continued to refine the blood dragon fruits, it wouldn't take more than a few days for them to advance to the early immortal emperor realm. The one with the greatest improvement was, of course, Dong Fei. His cultivation base had completely stabilized at the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was many times stronger than the other late immortal kings. At this time, Master De Huang Dog rushed out of the Zulong Tower. Although everyone was a little surprised to see De Huang Dog's improvement, they also expressed their understanding. After all, De Huang Dog had eaten 2 blood dragon fruits. The current De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the early immortal emperor realm. Given his current combat strength, he could easily kill an ordinary early immortal emperor. Even if he faced an early immortal emperor like Yang Bufan, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he had to face an early immortal emperor like Yang Bufan, he wouldn't be afraid. De Huang, well done. Jiangchen patted De Huang Dog's head. As for Wu Ningzhu, under the request of Jiangchen, she was still in seclusion in the Zulong Tower. Wu Ningzhu was making use of her time to break through to the late immortal king realm. This realm was nothing to Xianxia and the others, but it was different to Wu Ningzhu. Her foundation was weak. Advancing 2 levels from early immortal king realm to late immortal king realm wasn't a joke. She had to treat it carefully. Seeing that everyone has made a certain improvement, this trip has been worthwhile. To us, getting such great benefits on the first day is a good start. It's time for us to leave, Yang Bufan said. Yang Bufan spoke. They had already spent a lot of time in this forest. It was time for them to leave. Although a month's time was long, it was still very difficult to travel across the millions of miles of large domain. There were more than one forest in Golden Horizon, and the treasures weren't the only one either. King Fan, Jiangchen, do you think we should go forward or go back? Wang Yi asked. Of course we should go forward. The way back will lead us to the place where we came out from the spatial passageway. There's nothing there. It's better for us to go forward, Jiangchen said. Let's go. Everyone, be careful. I heard that there are many hidden microspatial zones in this place. Don't fall into one of them. It won't be fun if you're caught in the turbulent spatial flow. Yang Bufan reminded. Everyone nodded. Yang Bufan's words were absolutely not an alarmist. In the mysterious ancient battlefield, anything could happen. They had to be prepared for any crisis, especially the turbulent spatial flow. Even to an immortal emperor, falling into the turbulent spatial flow wasn't a joke. Even if they didn't die, they might not be able to get out of it for the rest of their lives. Their speed was very fast. It didn't take long for them to appear in a wilderness. Yang Bufan and Jiangchen, who were flying, suddenly halted. Both of them knitted their brows. Apparently, they had sensed something. King Fan, why did you stop? Wang Yi asked. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. The surrounding spatial zone has been sealed. Jiangchen smiled. Who's here? Show yourself. Yang Bufan yelled at the void. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, the surrounding void began to tremble. Then, one after another, powerful figures emerged from the void. These figures were divided into 3 different directions. There were 4 of them in each direction. There were a total of 12 of them. These 12 people had very powerful cultivation base. The leader was an early immortal emperor, the same as Yang Bufan. The rest were half-step immortal emperors. In total, there were 3 early immortal emperors and 9 half-step immortal emperors. Such a powerful camp was rarely seen. The geniuses of Huangquan Gate, Corpsine sect and Divine Line sect. Wang Ye's facial expression changed slightly. Apparently, the other party had sealed the void here just to wait for them. Even a fool could figure out what they wanted to do. Ling Du of Huangquan Gate, He Kuei of Corpsine sect and Wang Duo of Divine Line sect. The geniuses of the 3 major powers have gathered together. It seems like they have something to talk to us about. Yang Bufan's eyes fell upon the leaders of the 3 camps. As for why they were here, Yang Bufan knew very well that they must be here to kill Jiangchen and himself. Jiangchen had once killed their people. The major powers of East Xuanyu valued their reputation the most. Killing their people was equivalent to slapping their faces. They must regain their reputation. Haha. King Fan, I haven't seen you for 10 years. You have improved a lot. Which one of you is Jiangchen? He Kuei of Corpsine sect spoke loudly. I am. Jiangchen took a step forward. It wouldn't be easy for these guys to deal with him. If it was at the beginning, such a camp might give Jiangchen some pressure, but now, Jiangchen could only chuckle. Humph. Jiangchen, how dare you kill the people of my Corpsine sect? Today, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. He Kuei harumphed coldly, not concealing his killing intent at all. Damn it. How did they know our location? Hundreds of major powers and tens of thousands of people have entered Golden Horizon. This is millions of miles away. It's impossible to find a person precisely here. Not to mention that they have joined forces. It seems like they have been waiting for us here. Wang Yi couldn't help but curse. Even a fool could see that something was amiss. Unless someone had deliberately exposed their location. It's you. De Huang Dog's eyes shifted to Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao couldn't help but shiver. His expression began to turn unnatural. Liang Qiao, don't tell me you really betrayed us? Dong Fei glared at Liang Qiao. The only explanation for the current situation was that someone had exposed their location. All eyes fell on Liang Qiao almost immediately. No one would have a good impression of a traitor. No, why are you suspecting me? Maybe they found us by accident. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly. The way they looked at Liang Qiao began to change. The only explanation for such a situation was that someone had betrayed them and deliberately exposed their location. Otherwise, how could the other party be waiting here coincidentally? What made them even more puzzled was that Corpsine sect, Huangquan Gate and Divine Line sect had obviously joined forces from the very beginning. They had made sufficient preparations in advance and knew that Jiang Chen must have come to Golden Horizon. If they didn't join forces in advance, it would be impossible for them to join forces in such a short period of time. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that made him puzzled. It should be known that the relationship between the 11 great forces in the eastern Xian region wasn't good. There were many conflicts between them, and the relationship between the 3 great forces was the same. If they didn't have the same goal, they wouldn't be so friendly with each other. This was almost certain. It wasn't their fault that their faces turned unsightly, because the other party's camp was just too powerful. There were 3 early immortal emperors, and each of them was at the same level as King Fan. Given King Fan's ability, he could at most deal with one of them. The other 2 weren't a match for them at all. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill the Blood Demon King was that he had a special flame that could restrain the Blood Demon King. Although the 3 types of supreme flames could restrain the Blood Demon King, it might not be able to restrain Wang Duo and the others. However, compared to the worries of Wang Yi and the others, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan were much calmer, because they understood that these people in front of them were no longer a threat to them. If Wang Duo, He Kuei, and the others had besieged them the moment they entered the Golden Horizon, they might still be a little afraid, but now, the situation was completely different. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the geniuses of my Divine Line sect? I really don't know where your courage comes from. Previously, you have been hiding in Genius Prefecture, relying on the protection of Great Qian Empire. We couldn't do anything to you, but today, you can't rely on anything. Not only you, even King Fan is going to suffer because of you. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to us now, we may consider letting you die a little easier. Wang Duo sneered, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was just a powerful immortal king. As for the others, except for Yang Bufan, there was nothing to worry about. The 3 of them were early immortal emperors. It was more than enough to deal with Yang Bufan. Many people have said such childish words in front of me. Unfortunately, all of them had a very tragic ending. He Kuei, Wang Duo, Ling Du, today, the 3 of you have been used as a tool to besiege and kill me. You have really made an ignorant decision. This will be the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Unfortunately, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them and spoke in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen would never be polite to his enemies who wanted to kill him. Whoever wanted him to die would have to die before him. As for the enmity of Corpsine sect, Huangquan Gate and Divine Line sect, Jiang Chen really didn't care about it. In any case, he had already killed the geniuses of the 3 major powers, which meant that he couldn't be their friend anymore. Similarly, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. The geniuses of the 3 major powers had obviously been used as a tool. Someone in Great Qian Empire wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife, but he couldn't do it himself. So, he found the geniuses of the 3 major powers to besiege and kill him. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he could see this very clearly. Just like what Wang Yi said, someone had deliberately exposed their location. This person was among Jiang Chen's group, but now, Jiang Chen didn't have the time to care about it. He was going to use what would happen next to tell this person how ignorant and wrong he was. Humph. What an arrogant brat. Since that's the case, you can just wait to die. You'll definitely die miserably. After I kill you, I might be able to obtain your luck. A genius like you will definitely have an exuberant luck. Wang Duo harumphed coldly. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant. Initially, he thought that after Xianxia saw their camp, he would certainly be frightened and kneel down to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. This made them feel very embarrassed. Of course, they had no intention of letting Xianxia go. Even if Xianxia knelt down and begged for mercy, the outcome would still be the same. There would be no chance of survival. In addition, Wang Duo and the other two were also very interested in Xianxia's luck. They had long heard about Xianxia. This man was able to kill a figure like Fu Wei when he was only a half-step immortal king. It was enough to show that his talent was brilliant and incomparable to ordinary geniuses. If it was outside, even if they killed Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to obtain his luck. However, it was completely different in Golden Horizon. The laws here were controlled by the immortal court. Xianxia had his identity brocade pouch. As long as they killed Xianxia, they would be able to obtain the identity brocade pouch. At that time, not only would they be able to absorb Xianxia's luck, they would also be able to obtain the treasures that Xianxia had obtained in the Golden Horizon. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the three of them didn't have any hope of obtaining treasures. After all, this was only the first day they arrived in Golden Horizon. Xianxia might not be able to obtain any good treasures. Little did they know that Xianxia had the same thought as them. By killing them, Xianxia would also be able to obtain their luck. If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense and wasting time. Xianxia spoke in a slightly sarcastic tone. There are some who can't wait to die. Ling Du of Huangquan Gate sneered. He felt that Xianxia's arrogance was simply meaningless. In his opinion, Xianxia was merely relying on Yang Bufan, an expert. King Fan, Xianxia, what should we do now? I'm afraid that we won't be a match for them. Wang Yi asked worriedly. The enemy's camp was just too strong, much stronger than the blood demon. Moreover, the enemy seemed to have come with the intention to kill them. How could they be a match for them? Don't worry. Just stand there and watch the show. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a faint smile. Wang Yi and Dong Fei really didn't know where Xianxia's confidence came from. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament he faced, Xianxia would always be able to maintain the basic calmness and confidence. Whether it was because he was too arrogant or not, Xianxia's confidence made them feel at ease. Don't talk nonsense with them anymore. Kill them directly. Kill Xianxia first. It's best to kill Yang Bufan as well. He Kuei spoke ferociously. Corpse Qi began to emerge from his body, incomparably cold. The people of Corpsine sect were the most insidious and ruthless, 100 times crueler than the people of Devil cult. In East Xuanyu, no one would be willing to offend Corpsine sect. Even the other major powers wouldn't be willing to confront the people of Corpsine sect for no reason, because encountering them would only result in death. Alright. Everyone, listen up. Attack together. Kill all of them. Leave none alive. Wang Duo yelled and gave the order to kill. Kong, all of a sudden, waves of powerful qi rushed out from their bodies. 3 early immortal emperors and 9 half-step immortal emperors. What a spectacular scene it was when such a powerful camp unleashed their qi at the same time. 12 experts rushed towards Xianxia's side at the same time. Each of them was filled with towering killing intent. Their purpose was to wipe out Xianxia and the others. This was the Golden Horizon, an ancient battlefield, a true land of slaughter. No one knew how many people had died in this place since ancient times. Even if there were tens of thousands of geniuses who entered this place, it would already be considered good if half of them could walk out of this place alive. Therefore, there was no rule to the slaughter here. King Fan, you deal with Wang Duo. Xianxia spoke. Alright. I also want to see how powerful the geniuses of Divine Line sect are. What makes them so arrogant? Yang Bufan's qi fluctuated. His combat intent soared to the sky. His entire being turned into a ray of holy light, carrying endless qi waves, lunging at Wang Duo. As the evil lord, Yang Bufan was a battle maniac. In this Golden Horizon, there was nothing more interesting to him than fighting. Although King Fan had a powerful cultivation base and was the boss of King Fan Prefecture, in this Golden Horizon, Xianxia had already taken the dominant position. Even King Fan had to obey his opinion and command unconditionally. Kong Long, in an instant, Wang Duo and Yang Bufan clashed fiercely with each other. The battle between the pinnacle geniuses of the two major powers was destined to be magnificent and earth-shattering. Both of their attacks were big and powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. You guys stay here and don't move, Jiang Chen said to Dong Fei and Wang Yi. Jiang Chen, die. On the other side, Ling Du and He Kuei lunged at Jiang Chen at the same time. They were scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would be a step slower, because they knew very well that whoever killed Jiang Chen first would get the identity brocade pouch. To these geniuses, Jiang Chen's luck itself was a treasure. Naturally, they wouldn't want to miss such a great treasure. The two early immortal emperors lunged at Jiang Chen at the same time. They had already locked on to Jiang Chen. Wang Yi and the others' faces turned even uglier, but Jiang Chen wanted them to stand here and watch the show. They really didn't know where Jiang Chen's confidence came from, nor did they know what trump card Jiang Chen had to deal with the joint attack of two early immortal emperors. Big brother, second brother. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen bellowed. Two rays of blood light flickered beside him. Two blood demon kings appeared instantly. Master. The two blood demon kings bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time and respectfully addressed him as master. Go, kill the two of them, Jiang Chen said flatly. Each of his gestures revealed the domineering aura of a superior. It was like a king of the heavens and earth. Any gesture of his could rule the world. Yes, master. The two blood demon kings naturally didn't dare to show any neglect. After being edified, their consciousness only had Jiang Chen's command. Jiang Chen was their everything. Roar. The two blood demon kings roared at He Kuei and Ling Du. Their gentle eyes instantly turned blood red. Their bodies were filled with tyrannical qi and endless killing intent. Then, they lunged at He Kuei and Ling Du respectively. Damn it. What the hell is this? Ling Du couldn't help but curse. They hadn't thought of this at the beginning. It was completely beyond their expectation. On the other side, Wang Yi and Dong Fei were dumbfounded, but immediately, their faces began to reveal a look of ecstasy. They finally knew why Jiang Chen was so confident. It turned out that the two blood demon kings weren't killed by Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen had just hidden them away. They could play a vital role at the critical moment. Haha, so that's how it is. The blood demon kings were not killed by senior brother Jiang at all. Instead, they were hidden. Senior brother Jiang had used some powerful means to completely subdue the two blood demon kings. Now that he is using them in battle, it is simply amazing. But why did senior brother Jiang lie to us and say that he had killed them? Dong Fei was incomparably excited. What do you know? This is called a trump card. Who would be willing to expose their trump card? But since Jiang Chen asked us to stand here and watch the show, let's just watch the show. The gloomy and worried expression on Wang Yi's face was swept away. He crossed his arms and began to watch the show as Jiang Chen had said. As someone who had witnessed the terror of the blood demon kings, he knew very well what kind of powerful opponents He Kuei and Ling Du were facing. The three early immortal emperors were too many at first, but now, it wasn't enough at all. Compared to the excited reaction of Wang Yi and the others, Liang Qiao's face suddenly turned unsightly. His heart instantly had a feeling that he had been deceived. Liang Qiao, your complexion looks terrible, Wang Yi said snappily. Several people had doubts in their hearts, but on the surface, they had begun to stay away from Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao, if you're a spy, then your fate will definitely be very miserable. You should be very clear about senior brother Zhang's methods. Dong Fei spoke indifferently. His current cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was the same level as Liang Qiao and the rest. Naturally, his tone had become much tougher. Who's the spy? What proof do you have that I'm a spy? Liang Qiao quibbled and looked very angry, but Dong Fei and Wang Yi were not fools. They naturally had no evidence, but they had good eyesight. Roar, Big Brother and Old Two roared. The blood demon kings were born to fight, and they were naturally warlike. They were like docile sheep in front of Jiang Chen, but in front of the enemy, they were killing machines, real ferocious tigers. Kong Long, the battle between Old Tu and He Kuei was a draw, but Ling Du didn't have such good luck. He was fighting against Big Brother, whose cultivation base had already stepped half a step into the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Not even Yang Bufan was a match for him, so He Kuei was naturally the same. Mother Ker. What kind of monster is this? How can Jiangchen control such a powerful evil spirit? He Kuei cursed, having the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. They had already made a foolproof plan before coming to kill Jiangchen. Plus, they knew very well about the combat strength of Jiangchen's side. With 3 early immortal emperors working together, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill Jiangchen. However, He Kuei and the others had never thought that there would be 2 powerful experts hiding beside Jiangchen, especially the Blood Demon King that they were fighting. Even with their abilities, they weren't a match for it. If this situation continued, not to mention killing Jiangchen, it would already be good enough if they could retreat unscathed. Hurry up and kill Jiangchen. Ling Du yelled at those half-step immortal emperors. In his point of view, 9 half-step immortal emperors should be enough to kill Jiangchen and the others. Kong Long, the 9 half-step immortal emperors killing intent soared to the sky, lunging at Jiangchen and the others. De Huang, I will leave these people to you. Jiangchen said with a smile. Little Chenzi, you should do it. Most of these guys should have an identity brocade pouch on them, but I don't have one. You can get their brocade pouch and absorb their luck by killing them. If I do it myself, it will be a waste. De Huang Dog spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but nod. He had actually forgotten about this. According to the rules of Golden Horizon, only those who had the identity brocade pouch could obtain the luck and treasures of others. If one didn't have the identity brocade pouch, he wouldn't get anything even if he killed the other party. The brocade pouch of the other party would explode, and all the luck and treasures would vanish. Alright. With a sway of his body, Jiangchen instantly transformed into his dragon form. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand. Given his current combat strength, these half-step immortal emperor geniuses were nothing in front of him. He could kill them easily, especially when he was in his dragon form. The gap between them had been widened. Hell. Jiangchen wielded the long sword and slashed at one of them. Arg, they weren't on the same level at all. The half-step immortal emperor was from Divine Line sect. He was slashed to death by Jiangchen. His body was slashed into 2 halves. Then, his identity brocade pouch automatically drifted out and fell into Jiangchen's hand. The moment the identity brocade pouch fell into Jiangchen's hand, Jiangchen suddenly felt a surge of luck entering his body, making him feel refreshed. Luck was an illusory thing that couldn't be grasped or touched, but Jiangchen had cultivated the great divination art, which allowed him to sense luck. Especially after killing a half-step immortal emperor, Jiangchen actually felt his own luck. His luck was like a vast ocean, whereas the luck of the genius from Divine Line sect was like a clear stream that flowed into Jiangchen's vast ocean. The difference between a clear stream and a vast ocean was unimaginable. This showed the extent of Jiangchen's luck. What? Seeing how frightening Jiangchen was and how he killed one of them as soon as he arrived, the expressions of the other men changed dramatically. The arrogance they had before had completely vanished, replaced by fear. Haha. You bunch of rotten potatoes and stinky eggs want to kill me, Jiangchen? You've overestimated yourselves. All of you shall die. Jiangchen laughed wildly and slashed out with his long sword once more. Arg, blood-curdling screams sounded one after another. In just a few blinks, all 9 half-step immortal emperors were killed by Jiangchen. All of them had identity brocade pouches. Now, all of their brocade pouches had fallen into Jiangchen's hands. Their luck had also been completely absorbed by Jiangchen. The increase of luck had also increased Jiangchen's foundation. The whole scene was too shocking, too bloody, and too brutal. 9 of the 12 experts were killed in just a blink of an eye. Wang Yi and Dong Fei were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. One should know that every one of those who had been killed by Jiangchen like chopping melons and vegetables was a genius on the same level as them. Whether it was Divine Line sect, Corpsine sect or Huangquan Gate, all of them were major powers in East Xuanyu, on the same level as Great Qian Empire. In other words, the geniuses that had emerged now would be the same as them in Genius Prefecture. What? Such a scene was witnessed by the three of them who were engaged in a fierce battle. They couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. Each of them looked at Jiang Chen as though they had seen a ghost. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion. How is this possible? How can this bastard be so powerful? Damn it. The news given by King Ping isn't accurate at all. He said that it would be a piece of cake for us to kill Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. Damn it. Now it has come to this. Ling Du and Wang Duo's facial expression changed. They no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. First, two inexplicable evil creatures appeared. Then, Jiang Chen's strength was unimaginably abnormal. All 9 half-step immortal emperors had been killed. Now, only the 3 of them were left. It was impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. Not to mention killing Jiang Chen, they couldn't even break through the 2 lines of defense. Hey Kuwei, where's your corpse puppet? Hurry up and release it. I guess these 2 evil creatures are being manipulated by Jiang Chen, just like how your corpse insect manipulates corpse puppets. As long as we kill Jiang Chen, these 2 evil creatures will automatically die. Release your corpse puppet and kill Jiang Chen. This is our last hope. Ling Du yelled at He Kuwei. This was their last move. Both he and Wang Duo knew that He Kuwei had a powerful corpse puppet that obeyed He Kuwei's command. As long as Jiang Chen was killed, the Blood Demon King would die for sure. Unfortunately, Ling Du was wrong this time. Even if Jiang Chen died, the Blood Demon King wouldn't die. They would lose the restraint of the edifying light and turn back into the evil creatures, wreaking havoc everywhere. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jiang Chen. Even if He Kuwei released his powerful corpse puppet, it wouldn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen. All right. He Kuwei gritted his teeth. He waved his hand, and a black light flashed. The black light rippled in the void, and then turned into a powerful corpse puppet. The corpse puppet looked very majestic, and its face was stiff like a zombie. It exuded endless death chi, giving people a very gloomy and frightening feeling. Asterisk roar, asterisk as soon as the corpse puppet appeared, it let out a blood-curdling roar. Its cultivation base was also very strong. It was an early immortal emperor expert. This was the terrifying means of corpsing sect. They could refine the dead into puppets and turn them into deadly killing machines. That's right. Corpse puppet, go and kill him. He Kuwei gave the order to the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet immediately let out a roar and stretched out its sharp claws, which were emitting an extremely gloomy gray light. It then lunged at Jiang Chen. Humph. An early immortal emperor corpse puppet is nothing in front of me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword carried boundless flames and slashed at the corpse puppet. Asterisk Chi La. Asterisk the terrifying longsword was like a blood-red dragon, slashing at the corpse puppet's body. Despite the corpse puppet's strong body, it couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's longsword. One of its arms was chopped off on the spot. Asterisk Chi Chi, asterisk the flames were like tarsal bones. It couldn't get rid of the corpse puppet no matter how hard it tried. The corpse puppet roared in agony, as though the flames on its body were the most terrifying thing in the heavens and earth. As a matter of fact, the scariest part of the battle between Jiang Chen and the corpse puppet wasn't his combat strength, but the terrifying flames. Flames were the greatest nemesis of the corpse puppet. Under the restraint of such a natural enemy, the early immortal emperor corpse puppet was utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Die completely. Jiang Chen struck once more. The terrifying dragon sword had completely turned into a green dragon. In a split second, the long sword pierced through the corpse puppet's body with a asterisk poo asterisk sound. The 3 types of supreme flames exploded like a terrifying bomb. Asterisk Kong, asterisk the flames exploded, turning into a vast sea of fire. A gap was torn in the void. The corpse puppet's body had been blown to pieces and was then incinerated by the sea of fire. This kind of corpse puppet had been refined by corpsing sect using a special method. After a long period of time, all the blood essence and chi in its body had disappeared. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in using the Zulong Tower to refine it. What? This time, He Kuei was going completely mad. Both of his eyes were as round as a camel bell. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Apart from shock, there was also intense anger and heartache. It was such a difficult thing to refine a corpse puppet of one's own, especially a powerful one. The amount of effort needed to refine an early immortal emperor corpse puppet was unimaginable. The combat strength of this corpse puppet wasn't any weaker than him. It was his biggest trump card and could be said to be his greatest pride. Today was the first time he had sent this corpse puppet to the battlefield, but who would have thought that it wouldn't make any contribution and would be crushed to death by his opponent? He Kuei's eyes were as big as a camel's bells. He Kuei couldn't believe what he had just seen. Moreover, He Kuei didn't just have to bear sorrow and rage when the corpse puppet was killed. He would also suffer a backlash, and the backlash would cause his strength to plummet. Bang. The Blood Demon King didn't hold back. His combat strength was already above He Kuei. Moreover, He Kuei's combat strength had been reduced due to the corpse puppet. Immediately, his sharp claws bombarded He Kuei's chest, sending him flying away. Wah. He Kuei suffered a heavy blow. Blood spurted out from his mouth. His chi became dispirited. Go! He Kuei roared. Ling Du and Wang Duo immediately abandoned their opponents and prepared to flee. Both of them were astute people. How could they not see the situation at this moment? If they didn't leave now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. De Huang, help me stop one of them. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared to the sky. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? At this point, it was already too late for them to escape. At least two of the three of them had to stay behind. Of course, it was still somewhat unrealistic for all three of them to stay behind. After all, given their cultivation base, they all had their own trump cards. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape at the critical moment. He Kuei had to die. He had already suffered a serious injury. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Besides, Jiang Chen hated corpse sect the most. The name of this sect made him feel uncomfortable. Even without the relationship with Fu Tian, Jiang Chen wouldn't want to be friends with such an evil force. Howl. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He instantly surpassed the Blood Demon King and lunged at He Kuei, who was about to escape into the void. At the same time, De Huang Dog bellowed and rushed at Wang Duo. He and Yang Bufan launched a pincer attack, completely sealing off Wang Duo's escape route. Chi La. Seeing Jiang Chen charging at him, He Kuei was scared out of his wits. Without any hesitation, he tore the void with his bare hands, and with a sway of his body, he dived into the void. An immortal emperor could escape in an instant. Their ability was very terrifying. They could escape into the void in the blink of an eye, leaving this region and getting away without a trace. Get the hell out! Jiang Chen bellowed. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword tore the void apart, turning into a true dragon that rushed into the interior of the void, forcing He Kuei out. As a matter of fact, if He Kuei was still in his peak state, this sword strike of Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to force him out. After all, in terms of combat strength, Jiang Chen was still weaker than He Kuei. Unfortunately, He Kuei had suffered the backlash of the corpse puppet being killed, and then the powerful attack of the Blood Demon King, causing him to be seriously injured. His combat strength had weakened, and he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. That was why Jiang Chen had sealed off the void and forced him out. Roar. At the moment when He Kuei was forced to reveal himself, the ferocious Blood Demon King also rushed over. The Blood Demon King was extremely ferocious. He was more than 100 feet tall and looked like a giant in front of He Kuei. He stretched out his two sharp claws and grabbed He Kuei's shoulders respectively. His arms erupted with explosive power as he pulled with both hands. He Kuei's entire body would be torn into two halves on the spot and he would die tragically on the spot. Stop, let me kill him. Jiang Chen hastily stopped the Blood Demon King. By killing He Kuei, he could obtain He Kuei's identity brocade pouch and He Kuei's luck, but if He Kuei was killed by the Blood Demon King, he wouldn't get anything. An early immortal emperor genius was no small loss. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the Blood Demon King, whose killing intent was thick, immediately stopped. At the same time, Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of He Kuei with the long sword in his hand. The indestructible Heavenly Saint sword stabbed toward the space between He Kuei's eyebrows. No. He Kuei held. At this moment, he felt a great sense of crisis. That was the threat of death. He had never had such a feeling before. He had never felt that death was so close to him. He didn't want to die. Deep remorse surged in his heart before he died. If he didn't impulsively come to kill Jiang Chen, given his ability, he would be able to stay in the Golden Horizon for a month before leaving this place. Additionally, he might be able to obtain some great treasures and the inheritance of some great expert. After leaving this place, his cultivation base would improve tremendously, and he would become a true expert. However, everything was too late. With the arrival of Jiang Chen's longsword, all his wishes had come to naught. Puchi. The Heavenly Saint sword was incomparably cold and emotionless. It pierced through the space between He Kuei's eyebrows. His blood was like a scarlet setting sun, carrying a poignant but beautiful taste. He Kuei's body twitched. His eyes slowly lost their luster. An identity brocade pouch flew out from his body and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This was the last thing He Kuei saw before his death. The thing that he once regarded as his life had now become someone else's. The moment He Kuei's identity brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chen felt that a huge mountain had been thrown into his ocean of luck, making his luck even more exuberant. That was the luck of He Kuei. Very quickly, it merged with his own luck. Awesome! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Luck was the most precious thing. Obtaining luck would imperceptibly enhance Jiang Chen's foundation. This was a means to seize the fortune of the heaven and earth. Such luck was destined to make Jiang Chen a great figure sooner or later. Damn it, even He Kuei has been killed. Ling Du, who was fighting against the second Blood Demon King, instantly panicked when he saw He Kuei's death. Immediately, he unleashed his most powerful attack. He exerted all his skills and struck out countless slashes, forcing the Blood Demon King to retreat. Then, a dazzling talisman appeared in his hand. As the talisman exploded, Ling Du also disappeared. At this time, nothing was more important than escaping for his life. If he was a bit slower, he would die here. He Kuei was a living example. Therefore, Ling Du didn't hesitate to use his life-saving talisman, and escaped thousands of miles away, escaping without a trace. Ling Du was very clear that He Kuei was dead, and Wang Duo was also dead for sure. He was absolutely lucky to be able to escape successfully. Roar. Seeing Ling Du escape, the two Blood Demon Kings went berserk. They bombarded the place where Ling Du disappeared, creating one big hole after another in the void. This part of the void was directly crushed, but Ling Du's shadow was nowhere to be seen. There's no need to chase after them. Go and kill Wang Duo. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. It was within his expectation that Ling Du could escape. After all, Ling Du didn't suffer the same injury as He Kuei. Plus, he had the means to escape and his formidable strength. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he could escape. However, Wang Duo wasn't so lucky. Now that all the experts had besieged him, the void had been completely sealed. Even if Wang Duo had the ability to transcend the heavens, he wouldn't be able to escape. Damn dog, get out of here. He Kuei's death and Ling Du's escape happened in an instant. Wang Duo saw it clearly. At this moment, his eyes had turned blood red. It wasn't because of anger, but fear. It was too terrifying. He was completely terrified now. Only now did he know that the other party had such a formidable foundation. Not only did they have two powerful evil spirits, but even Jiang Chen and that dog were incomparably terrifying existences. In other words, even without these two evil spirits, it was almost impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. To anyone, death was the thing that they should fear the most, especially when they were faced with death. Only then would they know how terrifying death was, because once they died, they would never be able to come back to life again. Wang Duo was no exception. He was a rare genius with a bright future ahead of him. As long as he didn't die, he would become a true expert sooner or later, a powerhouse of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, the moment Wang Duo was about to attack Jiang Chen, his fate had already been determined. Humans were often like this. A simple decision could push them into a bottomless abyss, making them unable to rise again for the rest of their lives. A single decision could destroy their entire life. Wang Duo was like this. The decision he made had directly caused him to lose his life. Wakaka, de Huang Dog laughed. In the face of Wang Duo's attack, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His current cultivation base was at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. His true combat strength was already comparable to Wang Duo's. Even if he had a one-on-one battle with Wang Duo, he wouldn't be defeated, let alone now. Clang. Big Yellow's head was shining with golden light. Wang Duo's sharp blade slashed at his head, producing a sound of iron being struck. The terrifying sharp blade, a mighty emperor-grade immortal weapon, couldn't even leave a mark on Big Yellow's head, let alone shattering it. In this world, it was likely that there was nothing that could split Big Yellow's head apart. Wang Duo's sharp blade was a powerful emperor-grade immortal weapon, but it didn't even leave a mark on Big Yellow's head, let alone shattering it. What? Wang Duo exclaimed. The toughness of the dog's head was beyond his imagination. What he didn't expect was that even a dog beside Jiang Chen could be so powerful. From this, it could be seen how wrong their prediction of Jiang Chen's camp was. They didn't come here to kill, but to deliver their lives. Swoosh swoosh. After being delayed by De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen and the two Blood Demon Kings had surrounded Wang Duo. The 5 experts besieged Wang Duo from 5 different directions. Their chi soared up to the sky. A bright light pillar appeared above their heads, sealing the entire void. The place where Wang Duo was located was like a cage of heaven and earth, completely sealing him. Wang Duo, do you still want to resist? Jiang Chen held his sword horizontally and stood in front of Wang Duo in his majestic draconic transformation form. The aura emanating from his body carried the domineering aura of a king. It was a kind of pressure that could cause one's soul to tremble. Looking around, Wang Duo was completely listless, like a stray dog. There was no trace of the arrogance he had at the beginning. Thinking back to how he had threatened to make Jiang Chen kneel and kowtow in front of him at the beginning, coupled with the scene in front of him, he really was a complete idiot. It turned out that all his previous performances were nothing but a clown in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, King Fan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I, Wang Duo, promise you that I will never find trouble with you again. Divine Line Sect will definitely maintain a friendly relationship with Great Qian Empire in the future. Wang Duo begged for mercy. It wasn't easy for an arrogant genius like him to beg for mercy. However, in the face of death, everyone was fragile. He didn't want to die, so he could only compromise. Although he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending even if he begged for mercy, he still wanted to try even if there was only a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a 1 in a million chance in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had never been polite to those who wanted to kill him. He knew very well that if he fell into Wang Duo's hands, Wang Duo would never let him go. Moreover, Wang Duo would ensure that he would die miserably. Wang Duo, from the moment you decided to attack us, you should have thought about this ending. Begging for mercy will only make me look down on you even more. Today, you must die. Even if the sect master of your Divine Line sect is here, he won't be able to save your life. King Fan, kill him. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold, not giving Wang Duo the slightest hope of survival. However, he gave this opportunity to Yang Bufan because his luck was too strong. He wouldn't put Wang Duo's luck in his eyes at all. If Wang Duo's luck was absorbed by Yang Bufan, it would be of great use to him. Wang Duo, die. Yang Bufan attacked decisively. The sharp sword in his hand struck out at lightning speed, piercing through Wang Duo's chest. Obviously, Wang Duo had given up all resistance at this moment, because he knew very well that resistance was futile. The situation before him was already a dead end. Barf, Wang Duo's body and mind shook violently. The severe injury caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with desolation and unwillingness. He could feel that his vitality was fading away at an extremely fast speed. I never thought that I, Wang Duo, would die here today. Wang Duo was filled with remorse and unwillingness, but all of this was useless. What he had to face now was the most serious consequence. The final color of his life was blood red. In the end, Wang Duo was still dead. His identity brocade pouch fell into the hands of Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan's body trembled and his eyes brightened up. The identity brocade pouch is indeed wonderful. This Wang Duo's luck is also very good. According to his foundation, he shouldn't have died. Unfortunately, he met you, a monstrous genius whose luck far exceeds his. That's why he died tragically. Yang Bufan spoke. He more or less felt pity for Wang Duo's death. After all, Wang Duo was a genius as powerful as him. However, apart from feeling pity, he was also incomparably excited, thinking that he had seized Wang Duo's luck and added it to himself. At this point, all the experts of the three major powers who came to besiege them, except for Ling Du who escaped like a stray dog, had died tragically. It could be said to be a tragic scene. To Jiang Chen and the others, this battle was a complete victory without any loss. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan opened the brocade pouch they had obtained and found it empty, but they weren't disappointed. Such a situation was within their expectation. After all, this was only the first day of entering the Golden Horizon. Most of them hadn't obtained any benefits yet. Furthermore, He Kuei and the others had been plotting to kill Jiang Chen ever since they entered the Golden Horizon. They didn't have the time to search for treasures. Little Chenzi, keep these identity brocade pouches. The more brocade pouches you have, the more attention you will be given. Perhaps, you might even be valued by the immortal court. At that time, you will be very powerful. Yang Bufan reminded. I know that. The battle ended just like that in an extremely barbaric and tyrannical manner. To Corpsing sect and Divine Line sect, the death of He Kuei and Wang Duo was a great loss, but going against Jiang Chen would only result in greater losses in the future. Wang Yi and Dong Fei finally recovered from the shock. Recalling the previous battle, each of them couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Dong Fei couldn't hide his excitement as he ran to Jiang Chen and King Fan's side. Amazing! Even Wang Duo and the rest are dead. Senior brother Jiang, I wonder how strong you will become after this trip to Golden Horizon. Dong Fei spoke in an incomparably worshipful tone. This sentence was absolutely not flattery. He was just stating a fact. He was the first person who came into contact with Jiang Chen in Genius Prefecture. He had seen Jiang Chen create one miracle after another. No one could estimate how great Jiang Chen's future achievements would be. Similarly, no one knew to what extent Jiang Chen could grow in the Golden Horizon. But one thing was for sure, it was an incomparably difficult and almost impossible task to take Jiang Chen's life in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen patted Dong Fei's shoulder, then his eyes fell on Liang Qiao. His eyes were as cold as a cold knife, causing Liang Qiao's soul to tremble. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength with his own eyes, he was still trembling in fear. He would never forget the scene of Jiang Chen killing 9 half-step immortal emperors in the blink of an eye. What are you nervous about? Jiang Chen asked. No, I'm not nervous. Senior brother Jiang has killed the enemies and saved all of our lives. I'm just excited. Liang Qiao pretended to be calm, but under the gaze of Jiang Chen, he couldn't stay calm anymore. As the saying goes, there was a guilty conscience in one's heart that couldn't be concealed no matter how hard one tried. Blood demon, kill him. Jiang Chen said plainly. Yes, master. The eldest blood demon king bowed to Jiang Chen and walked towards Liang Qiao. Don't kill me. Liang Qiao's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would kill him just like that. He didn't give him any face at all. They were fighting side by side in the valley just now, but now he turned against him just like that. Jiang Chen, King Fan, don't kill me. I was forced to do this. I'll tell you who ordered me to do this. From now on, I'll pledge my loyalty to you. I'm willing to do anything for King Fan. Liang Qiao knelt on the ground with a thud. He might not understand the means of Yang Bufan, but he had a good understanding of Jiang Chen's means. Jiang Chen was a homicidal maniac who was incomparably cruel to his enemies. Initially, he thought that if He Kuei and the others could kill Xianxia, his mission would be completed and he would be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, he had a blood dragon fruit in his hand. It wouldn't take him more than a few days to advance to the immortal emperor realm. At that time, his combat strength would be enhanced and he would be able to thrive in Golden Horizon. How could he have thought that Xianxia had hidden his trump card and kept the two blood demon kings in the dark? Almost all the geniuses of the three major powers had died here, and he had even been exposed. Now, he only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do anything. I don't need a coward like you. Xianxia spoke. The long sword in his hand suddenly thrust forward, piercing through Xiao's glabella. Initially, he didn't intend to kill Xiao himself, but when he recalled that there was a blood dragon fruit in Xiao's brocade pouch, the brocade pouch would explode and the blood dragon fruit would vanish along with it. Wouldn't that be a great pity? He would be able to get the brocade pouch after killing Xiao. Killing without hesitation, cold and merciless. This was how Xianxia treated his enemies. This was the outcome of a spy. As for Xiao being instructed by someone, Xianxia wasn't interested in it at all, because Xianxia already knew who instructed him. He didn't want to see Xiao bargaining with him. There was only one ending for betraying him: death. Xiao was dead. Xiao's brocade pouch fell into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia flipped his palm and a blood dragon fruit appeared. This blood dragon fruit had not even been refined by Xiao to a tenth. A large amount of essence still remained. Xianxia directly handed the blood dragon fruit to the eldest blood demon king. Blood demon, refine this blood dragon fruit. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the blood demon king couldn't help but tremble. No one knew how effective this blood dragon fruit was to him. They were born on the blood dragon fruit tree and grew by absorbing the essence of the tree. They had been guarding the tree for so long just to wait for the fruit to ripen. Therefore, the blood dragon fruit had the greatest effect on the blood demon. Xianxia saw this, which was why he gave the blood dragon fruit to the blood demon king, because the blood demon king's current strength was already half step into the intermediate immortal emperor realm. If he could refine this blood dragon fruit, he would be able to break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. At that time, the blood demon king would be the greatest trump card for Xianxia, which could ensure that he could roam freely in Golden Horizon. The blood demon king received the blood dragon fruit and hastily bowed to Xianxia. Thank you, master. The blood demon king seemed incomparably excited. To him, this was a great opportunity. Xiao had only refined a little bit of the blood dragon fruit. Most of the essence was still there. If the blood demon king could refine it completely, it would be a piece of cake for him to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Looking at the dead Xiao, there wasn't the slightest trace of pity in the eyes of Wang Yi and Dong Fei. There was only disgust in their eyes. A traitor would never have a good ending. Xiao was a living example. Traitors were also the ones who should never be distressed and forgiven. They had seen the scene just now. If it wasn't for the powerful trump card that Xianxia had hidden, all of their lives would be in danger. That was simply a disaster, and this disaster was brought to them by Xiao. Therefore, Xiao's death made them feel very happy. At least the traitor had been found, which made them feel more at ease. Senior brother Jiang, King Fan, who do you think ordered Xiao to do this? Dong Fei asked. Is there still a need to guess? It must be King Ping and the Crown Prince. Xiao only chose to join King Fan Prefecture after getting the identity brocade pouch of the Golden Horizon. Moreover, he did it inexplicably without any warning. As soon as he joined King Fan Prefecture, I already felt that something was amiss. King Ping and the Crown Prince wanted to get rid of me and King Fan, but they couldn't do it in this Golden Horizon. So they made use of the hostility of the Huanquan Gate and Corpsine sect against us, and then told He Kuei and the others about how prosperous my luck is. Then, they surrounded He Kuei and the others to besiege us. They arranged Xiao to join our camp in advance, exposing our position at the critical moment. Xianxia spoke. He could guess everything. There was no need for Xiao to confess such a simple thing to him. Humph. This debt will be settled sooner or later. King Fan harumphed coldly. Even if Xianxia didn't mention it, his heart was as clear as a mirror. As a young king, his intelligence and wisdom were incomparable to ordinary people. As for the grudges between him, the crown prince and King Ping, it would only be a matter of time before they came to an end. There could only be one crown prince in Great Qian Empire. King Fan, where are we going next? Wang Yi asked. I suggest we go our separate ways. Xianxia said, everyone has come to the Golden Horizon to find their own fortune. Everyone has different luck and opportunities. If you are with me, you will be affected by my luck, causing you to be unable to find your own fortune. Everyone will go their own way and follow their own destiny. If you want to grow, you will have to leave the protection of me and King Fan. Go ahead and find your own fortune. The greater your luck is, the greater the fortune you will find. Xianxia said, everyone has come to the Golden Horizon to find their own fortune. Everyone has different luck and opportunities. Xianxia had always liked to act alone. What he said was the truth. His luck was too exuberant. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for these people to follow him. At best, they would be his followers. It was basically impossible for them to get his fortune. This was only the first day of their arrival in the Golden Horizon. Xianxia had already helped them obtain the blood dragon fruit. As long as they found a secret place to stay for a few days and refined the blood dragon fruit, their cultivation base would advance to the early immortal emperor realm. At that time, they would have more assurance when they travel in the Golden Horizon. Xianxia is right. The purpose of us coming to the Golden Horizon is to find our own fortune. Countless experts have fallen in this ancient battlefield. Even great sovereigns have been buried here. There are innumerable fortunes and inheritances here. Whether you can get them or not depends on your own fortune. Besides, all of you have already obtained the blood dragon fruit. After refining it, your cultivation base will advance to the early immortal emperor realm. Given your strength, it will be enough to deal with any emergency. Yang Bufan nodded and said. He had no opinion on Xianxia's decision. All right. In that case, I, Wang Yi, will take my leave. Wang Yi clasped his fists at King Fan and Xianxia, then took the lead in choosing a direction and left. Soon after, Dong Fei and the other man also left one after another. Each of them had chosen the direction they wanted to go. At their level, they could sense some things in the unseen world. They could more or less sense the good things that were suitable for them in that direction. Little Xianxia, let's part ways. You have too many enemies. Be careful. If you encounter the people of Nanbei family, hide as much as you can, Yang Bufan reminded. He had always been fearful of Nanbei family, an ancient family. He knew that Xianxia's biggest enemy was Nanbei family. Nanbei Yitu had failed to kill Xianxia last time and had even allowed Xianxia to kill 2 geniuses of Nanbei family. Given the style of Nanbei family, they would never let Xianxia go. Xianxia wasn't worried about Yang Bufan at all. Yang Bufan's combat strength was already very strong. Now that he had the blood dragon fruit, it wouldn't take long for him to advance to the early immortal emperor realm. At that time, given Yang Bufan's talent, he would almost be on the same level as Yang Lang. He wouldn't encounter any great danger in this Golden Horizon. Of course, the danger that Xianxia mentioned was relative to the tens of thousands of geniuses. An intermediate immortal emperor was absolutely a top-notch existence among the tens of thousands of geniuses. Even if they encountered a powerful expert that they weren't a match for, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay alive. However, from another point of view, anything could happen in this ancient battlefield. Even those late immortal emperor supreme geniuses of the immortal court wouldn't dare to guarantee their safety in this place. There were great dangers and strange places in the inheritance of many experts. Once one fell into one of those places, even experts like Dong Fengyu and Yang Zanqing wouldn't be able to get out. Therefore, there were dangers everywhere in this Golden Horizon. There were threats from the geniuses of various major powers, but more of them were the dangers of the Golden Horizon itself. Most of them were places of death. Once one fell into them, it would be impossible for one to get out. Little Xianxia, where are we going now? Da Huang Dog asked. Now, there were only the 2 of them left. As for the 2 blood demon kings, they were merely slaves of Xianxia. They only needed to listen to Xianxia's orders and didn't need to express their opinions. Let's enter the Zulong Tower first. I need to spend some time stabilizing my cultivation base and then advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. The Golden Horizon has just been opened. It will certainly be more chaotic in the future. I have to improve my cultivation base. Xianxia said. He opened the door of the Zulong Tower and brought De Huang Dog and the two Blood Demon Kings into the 33rd level. Xianxia could already see that there were dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. This was only the first day they came here. First, it was the Blood Demon Kings, then the experts of the three major powers. They had already encountered two dangers. Moreover, this was only the edge of the Golden Horizon. If they went to the central region of the Golden Horizon, the danger would certainly be greater. The evil creatures that would appear would also be more terrifying. More importantly, many of the geniuses of various major powers who entered the Golden Horizon this time were intermediate immortal emperors. There were even late immortal emperors. Given Xianxia's current strength, he most likely wouldn't be a match for them. The Blood Demon Kings could be his trump card, but the most important thing was to improve his own cultivation base. Putting all these aside, if he entered the forbidden land left behind by an immortal venerable expert, he would certainly encounter all kinds of terrifying things. Opportunity and crisis always coexisted. In order to obtain the real benefits, one must first have the strength to control these benefits. This was also the reason why Xianxia had to improve his cultivation base as fast as possible. In the 33rd level, Wu Ningzhu was still in seclusion. Her current cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm, and would soon step into the late Immortal King realm. To Wu Ningzhu, this was undoubtedly a very great improvement. Xianxia didn't disturb Wu Ningzhu. He simply chose a place and sat cross-legged. The 33rd level was very large. It had a radius of a few hundred kilometers. The void was filled with misty airflow. After the two Blood Demon Kings came in, they instantly felt the change of the time law in this place. Their faces revealed a look of horror. Don't look around. Refine the Blood Dragon Fruit immediately to improve your strength. Xianxia yelled at the eldest Blood Demon King. As for the second Blood Demon King, Xianxia simply ignored him. An early immortal Emperor Blood Demon King was no longer of much use to Xianxia, but it was still a decent combat force at the critical moment. At the very least, he could refine it and turn it into his nutrients. However, Xianxia wasn't a ruthless person. If he didn't use the edifying light to purify the Blood Demon King, perhaps Xianxia would refine it without any hesitation, but since it had already been edified, the Blood Demon King was equivalent to serving him with his life. It was somewhat inhumane to kill the Blood Demon King after using it. This wasn't Xianxia's style of doing things. Additionally, the edifying light was the supreme scripture of Buddhist sect. Its original meaning was to purify all living beings from suffering. The edified Blood Demon King would be completely different from before. Yes, Master. The Blood Demon King answered. He took the Blood Dragon Fruit and found a place to refine it. The second Blood Demon King stood there quietly, not saying a word without Xianxia's order. Xianxia had given the Blood Dragon Fruit to his eldest brother instead of him, but there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy or resentment in his eyes. This was the effect of the edifying light. It could directly purify a person's soul. Little Chinzi, how long are you going to be in seclusion this time? De Huang Dog asked. I'm going to be in seclusion for 6 months. I want to solidify my foundation and settle it properly. After 6 months, I will go on a killing spree in this Golden Horizon, making countless geniuses tremble in fear. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. He needed to settle his foundation now. His body still contained a large amount of medicinal efficacy of the Snow Jade King Ginseng and Holy Flame Emperor Pill. He needed to completely absorb these medicinal efficacy and the Blood Dragon Fruit. With all these treasures added together, 6 months would be enough for Xianxia's cultivation base to stabilize to the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm. Master Dog also needs to settle down. It's not bad to sleep here for 6 months. De Huang Dog's words almost infuriated Xianxia to the point of spurting out blood. Compared to this damn dog, it was truly a blow to him, especially when he was cultivating in the same place as this dog. Everyone else would be painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, but this dog was just sleeping. What made him even more speechless was that the effect of this dog sleeping was better than him cultivating in seclusion. How infuriating was this! As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog lay on the ground and began to snore. This guy had wasted a lot of good things during this period of time. When he was in Genius Prefecture, he had already eaten plenty of spiritual herbs. Apart from the spiritual herbs in Jiangchen's courtyard, he had also eaten plenty of spiritual herbs in Dan Prefecture. As long as it wasn't too excessive, Dong Fengyu would turn a blind eye to it and didn't treat it seriously. What a heartless guy. Jiangchen looked at De Huang Dog and shook his head. After that, he quickly adjusted his condition to the best and began his seclusion. The time of seclusion this time wouldn't be short. 6 months was only 6 days in the outside world. By the time Jiangchen walked out of the Zulong Tower, he was afraid that the Golden Horizon would be bustling with activity. Perhaps something major would happen. As for what happened in the Golden Horizon in these 6 days, it had nothing to do with Jiangchen. What he needed to do now was to concentrate on stabilizing his cultivation base, and then rely on the Blood Dragon fruit to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. The entire 33rd level was tranquil. The spatial flow inside was obviously rotating faster. The time law here had been completely changed. It was 30 times faster than normal. This was certainly a treasured land for seclusion. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust, floating in the void, completely integrated with the void. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find any trace of Jiangchen when they passed by here. On the 3rd day in the 33rd level, the Blood Demon King underwent some changes. An extremely powerful blood qi rushed up from the top of his head. The powerful qi shook the entire spatial zone violently. That was the qi of an intermediate immortal emperor. After all, the Blood Demon King depended on the Blood Dragon fruit tree to survive. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed the blood qi of the Blood Dragon fruit was very fast and very useful. It only took the Blood Demon King 3 days to completely refine the Blood Dragon fruit. Furthermore, his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, directly advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Jiangchen opened his eyes and looked at the transformation of the Blood Demon King. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. The stronger the Blood Demon King was, the more useful it would be to Jiangchen. An evil creature like the Blood Demon King was incomparably terrifying. Jiangchen had already witnessed this when he was in the valley. After advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, the Blood Demon King's combat strength was almost comparable to Yang Lang and Shan Chong. It was imaginable how great the benefits of having such a powerful expert by his side would be. After the Blood Demon King advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, he hastily retracted his qi, fearing that it would affect Jiangchen's seclusion. Then, the 2 Blood Demon Kings guarded Jiangchen on both sides. Even though this place was incomparably safe, they still had to protect Jiangchen tightly. Big Yellow was sleeping soundly, and his snores could be heard everywhere. Jiangchen had his eyes closed and was meditating with his legs crossed. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Wu Ningzhu was as beautiful as a goddess, and she was spotless. On the 10th day, Wu Ningzhu successfully advanced to the late immortal king realm, but she didn't stop there. Instead, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. She didn't expect to advance to a higher realm, but she wanted to completely stabilize her cultivation base. After all, advancing 2 levels at once wouldn't be good for her. She needed to comprehend the late immortal king realm. 2 months later, the remaining medicinal energy in Jiangchen's body had completely settled down. The number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 9,000. The current number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1,149,000. He only needed 1,000 more dragon marks to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. However, these 1,000 dragon marks weren't a problem for Jiangchen at all. His current posture was as steady as a mountain. His foundation had reached the extreme, allowing him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm at any time. Jiangchen opened his eyes and took out the blood dragon fruit. According to his estimation, this blood dragon fruit could help him condense at least 30,000 dragon marks. At that time, his cultivation base would be stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, and his combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. Jiangchen opened his mouth. An extremely powerful suction force acted on the blood dragon fruit. The fruit turned into a ray of blood light and was swallowed by Jiangchen. He was afraid that only he and De Huang Dog could use such a barbaric method of refinement. Kong Long, almost at the instant the blood dragon fruit entered Jiang Chen's body, a rumbling sound was heard from the surging energy. The energy was like a vast ocean, rampaging in Jiang Chen's body. 1,000 dragon marks were condensed in a blink. Intermediate Immortal King, breakthrough. Along with Jiang Chen's bellow, an incomparably powerful qi surged out of his body, causing the entire 33rd level to shake violently. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog, who were in seclusion, were alarmed. They opened their eyes and fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen. Good, this kid is going to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. De Huang Dog spoke excitedly. It was undoubtedly a great thing for Jiang Chen to advance at this time. De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu knew Jiang Chen's ability very well. Every time Jiang Chen advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm, his combat strength would increase at a terrifying rate. Now that he had advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm, he could even kill a genius like Ling Du with his full strength. With such formidable strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted in the Golden Horizon. Wing a strong buzzing sound was heard from Jiang Chen's body. It was the ocean-like energy that was raging. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body was like a complete world that could accommodate everything. Even the ocean-like energy of the fire dragon fruit couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen's body. This was the power of the body of a true dragon. Presently, Jiang Chen was advancing to the intermediate Immortal King realm. Every time he advanced, he would need to consume a large amount of immortal meta stones. Immortal meta stones were the essence of the heavens and earth. It was necessary for every cultivator to advance. Jiang Chen's consumption had always been extremely terrifying, more than 100 times more than cultivators of the same level. However, the current Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of consumption. Yang Yu had rewarded him with 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough for Jiang Chen's cultivation base to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm. To Jiang Chen, at least he didn't need to worry about the lack of immortal meta stones in a short period of time. Very soon, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the intermediate Immortal King realm. The powerful qi had also been retracted back into his body. However, to Jiang Chen, this was just the beginning. The massive energy of the blood dragon fruit had yet to be consumed. Don't worry about Jiang Chen. That bastard is a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Only 2 months have passed. He won't come out of seclusion before 6 months have passed. Now, he has to refine the blood dragon fruit with all his might, condensing his cultivation base completely. I estimate that his cultivation base will at least reach the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm after 4 months, and won't be too far away from the late Immortal King realm. Sister Ning, you should continue your seclusion. De Huang Dog spoke to Wu Ningzhu, hoping that Jiang Chen's advancement wouldn't affect Wu Ningzhu's seclusion. After all, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was still too weak. Even though she had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm, it was still difficult for her to move an inch in the Golden Horizon. The reason why Wu Ningzhu came along this time was to wait for the opportunity, for the fortune that belonged to her. Before she obtained the great fortune, she didn't need to take any action. She needed to be protected. Wu Ningzhu's luck and fortune were very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have advanced twice in a row the moment she arrived at the Golden Horizon. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The energy of the blood dragon fruit in Jiang Chen's body had already been completely refined. Just like what he had expected, the blood dragon fruit had helped him condense another 30,000 dragon marks, causing the current number of dragon marks to reach 180,000. He was only 20,000 dragon marks away from the late Immortal King realm. As a matter of fact, the power of a blood dragon fruit wasn't just this. In order to balance the energy, Jiang Chen had absorbed a part of the blood dragon fruit into the Zulong Tower. Currently, the 37th floor of the Zulong Tower was almost fully condensed. There was only one last step left. 99 floors of the Zulong Tower was the pinnacle. This was an incomparably long process. Jiang Chen had to find a way to condense the Zulong Tower at all costs. Once this true dragon treasure was fully condensed, it would possess the power to penetrate the heavens and earth, which would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. Now that his cultivation base had been completely stabilized, Xianxia was prepared to use the remaining 2 months to further consolidate his foundation. His GC was like a vast ocean and his body was like a mountain. This time, he was going to make everything in his body firm and solid. The moment he walked out of the Zulong Tower, he was going to explore the Golden Horizon without fear. 4 months had passed in the Zulong Tower, but only 4 days had passed in the Golden Horizon. During these 4 days, the Golden Horizon was obviously much livelier than before. The air was filled with the stench of blood. In this ancient battlefield, the stench of blood itself was a symbol. The stench of blood would never dissipate, but as tens of thousands of geniuses entered the battlefield, the stench of blood began to grow thicker and thicker. There were killings every day in this place. Humans and evil creatures, humans and humans. Fights, robberies and killings were everywhere and happening all the time. In these 4 days, Xianxia's reputation had risen once again. Although it was only within the limits of East Xuanyu, due to the escape of Ling Du, the news of Xianxia killing Wang Duo, He Kuei, and the 9 half-step immortal emperor geniuses of the 3 major powers was no longer a secret. Although the Golden Horizon was huge, the news spread very fast, especially to the mighty immortal emperors. Plus, as a genius of the Huangquan Gate, Ling Du was very likely to have a way to contact his fellow sect members. Plus, the fact that Xianxia had killed so many geniuses was also a major event to East Xuanyu. One should know that it was normal for the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu to fight each other, but no one would dare to offend the 3 major powers at the same time. It was extremely rare for Xianxia to kill 11 geniuses of the 3 major powers. Therefore, the direct consequence of this incident was the wrath of the 3 major powers of the Huangquan Gate. We must kill Xianxia. We must never let him walk out of the Golden Horizon. He has killed so many geniuses of my divine line sect in public and caused such a great loss on the first day of his arrival in the Golden Horizon. This is a slap to the face of our Huangquan Gate. Xianxia must die. The supreme experts of the 3 major powers were infuriated, as though they wouldn't stop until Xianxia was killed. Just like Great Qian Empire, the 3 major powers had a strong foundation. They had intermediate immortal emperors like Yang Lang. Now that the geniuses of their sects had been killed in public, as the representatives of their sects, they couldn't let go of Xianxia. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of others and show their incompetence. Moreover, under the lead of Ling Du, numerous experts had come to the battlefield. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything after checking, so they had to leave. When the people of Nanbei family received the news of Xianxia, they immediately took action. Nanbei II and 3 other early immortal emperors had also come with nothing. Currently, the news of Fire Qilin being imprisoned by Xianxia had already been known by the people of Nanbei family. Therefore, killing Xianxia in the Golden Horizon was one of their most important tasks. This was also the order given by young Master Chao. Brother Itu, it's useless for us to come here. That Xianxia isn't a fool. He won't stay here forever. That's right, Brother Itu. The Golden Horizon is just too huge. It won't be easy for us to find Xianxia. Young Master Chao has also come in this time. As long as Xianxia uses the Qilin divine arm again, young Master Chao will be able to sense his location. At that time, that Xianxia will die for sure. That's right. Young Master Chao's means isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. The 3 experts of Nanbei family spoke. Among the 4 of them, Nanbei Itu seemed to be the eldest brother. All 3 of them were early immortal emperors. Such geniuses would be the best in any place in East Xuanyu. Such figures had great arrogance, but when they mentioned young Master Chao, their tone and expression were filled with respect, as though this young Master Chao was the scariest figure in the heavens and earth. Nanbei Itu and the others had also left. There were a few groups of people here, but all of them returned empty-handed. As a matter of fact, they didn't have much hope. After all, Xianxia wasn't a fool. It was impossible for him to stay here and wait for others to seek revenge after killing someone. As a matter of fact, Xianxia was already here. The Zulong Tower was hidden too well. It had completely integrated with the void. Even a mighty immortal emperor wouldn't be able to detect it. Xianxia had no idea what was happening outside, nor did he care about it now. The current Xianxia was completely immersed in the state of seclusion. His ji was getting more and more stable, as though he was returning to his natural state. Of course, it was absolutely not returning to his natural state. Returning to one's natural state was a kind of realm, a kind of intent realm. How difficult was it to achieve this step? Even a mighty immortal sovereign would find it extremely difficult to return to his natural state. This was the change of one's state of mind. The passage of time in the 33rd level was very fast. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the end of Xianxia's 6th month of seclusion. He opened his eyes as scheduled. 2 rays of bright light shot out from his eyes, causing ripples in the void. The current Xianxia was like a steady mountain. His entire being was completely different from before, as though he had undergone a qualitative change. His strength had been completely stabilized. Although it wasn't the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, his combat strength was much stronger than when he had just stepped into the intermediate immortal king realm. Get ready to exit seclusion. Xianxia stood up. At this time, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had also woken up. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the peak of half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm. Wu Ningzhu had also become much stronger, only a step away from the half-step immortal emperor realm. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, while De Huang Dog's cultivation base was still at the early immortal emperor realm. Looking at such a camp, the corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Given their current camp, they would be able to walk unhindered in Golden Horizon. Finally, I'm going out. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. Sister Ning, your cultivation base has improved a lot. Walk out of the Zulong Tower with us. Let's go to the center of the Golden Horizon and have a look. Xianxia said. Although Wu Ningzhu wasn't strong, she absolutely couldn't stay in the Zulong Tower all the time. That would completely lose the purpose of bringing Wu Ningzhu to the Golden Horizon. The purpose of coming here was to search for opportunities for Wu Ningzhu. If she kept hiding, how could she find the opportunity? Opportunities were something that you had to touch and fight for. If you didn't work hard, even if there was a good thing, it wouldn't fall on your head for no reason. There was a good saying that opportunities were given to those who were prepared. Wu Ningzhu was now preparing herself at all times. All right. Wu Ningzhu nodded. She had always been absolutely obedient to Xianxia's words, especially in the Golden Horizon. She would listen to Xianxia's arrangements. Besides, she wasn't willing to stay in this enclosed space all the time. Given her current strength, she could more or less deal with some situations and crises. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, light and shadow flashed. 3 silhouettes suddenly walked out of the void. They were Xianxia, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. As for the 2 Blood Demon Kings, they must be hidden in the Zulong Tower. The Blood Demon Kings were Xianxia's biggest trump card. They must be hidden well so that they could deal a fatal blow to the enemy at the critical moment. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? Asked Wu Ningzhu. It should be 6 days since the opening of the Golden Horizon. I think the Golden Horizon should be bustling with activity. We can't continue to delay. Let's go straight to the center of the Golden Horizon. De Huang, what do you say? Xianxia said. The Golden Horizon had been opened for a month. It could be said that they had already wasted 6 days. Many of them should have found the treasures, but there were also a lot of them who had died in the battles. This could be seen from the heavy stench of blood in the air. Let's go. That's the central region of Golden Horizon. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and flew towards a direction. In Golden Horizon, he could find the most accurate direction at any time. He felt like he had been here before. Even if Yang Lang and Shan Chong had been here before, they wouldn't be as familiar as De Huang Dog. However, Xianxia was not surprised by De Huang Dog's familiarity with the place. After all, De Huang Dog had too many miraculous abilities. He could even sense treasures. Moreover, he was proficient in the holy book of source formations. Finding a direction was nothing. Xianxia and the others traveled at a very fast speed. After walking out of the mountain range, they crossed tens of thousands of miles of wasteland. They encountered many evil spirits along the way, but these evil spirits were relatively weak. Xianxia didn't even have the interest to attack them. After hundreds of thousands of miles, Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this golden horizon a little too vast? We have already flown for hundreds of thousands of miles, but we haven't met many people. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help sighing. The golden horizon has a radius of millions of miles. Even if tens of thousands of people were to be placed here, it wouldn't be conspicuous. This place used to be a country that was controlled by the Golden Clan. Later on, a great war broke out. The Golden Clan was also attacked and exterminated. However, I have a feeling that the bloodline of the Golden Clan won't be severed. There will still be descendants, said De Huang Dog. The Golden Clan possesses the bloodline of the divine bird, Golden Crow. It's a very powerful clan in the heavens and earth. It shouldn't go extinct just like that. If we can find the hinterland of the Golden Clan, we might be able to obtain powerful opportunities and benefits. It's said that the peerless sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the Golden Feather Fan, was left here. Xianxia said. The thought of the annihilation of such a huge clan made him somewhat sad, but he had the same thought as De Huang Dog. He felt that the bloodline of the Golden Clan wouldn't be severed just like that. There must be something left behind. It's not as easy as you think. The Golden Horizon has existed for a long time. It opens once every 5 years, but there's still no trace of the Golden Feather Fan. Not to mention the fan, not even a feather has been found. As for the hinterland of the Golden Clan, I'm afraid that no one can enter it. Otherwise, the secret of the Golden Clan would have been dug out long ago. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like what he said, this clan was too powerful. Even if it was sealed, not anyone could enter it. Kong Long, at this moment, a huge golden palm suddenly descended from the void. This palm was like a palm leaf fan. It was 30 meters in size and was about to press down on Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Humph. Sneak attack? Xianxia harumphed coldly. Immediately, he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the golden palm. Kong Long, two terrifying palms collided with each other, producing a large amount of sparks. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. The spatial zone was shattered in an instant. Cough. Xianxia couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The attacker was very powerful. A casual strike had already caused Xianxia's blood and qi to churn. This showed that the attacker must be an expert, but Xianxia wasn't afraid. After all, he wasn't in his half-dragon form. His combat strength couldn't be compared to his true form. Who is it? Xianxia bellowed at the void. This poor monk is Ked. An intermediate immortal king brat is actually able to withstand a strike from me. This is too much of a blow. An angry voice reverberated from the void. Then, a monk walked out. This monk seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a pair of bright eyes. He was wearing a white monk robe, but his demeanor was frivolous, which made people dare not compliment him. A monk from White Dragon Temple? Xianxia asked. This monk was at the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Such a genius could only appear in White Dragon Temple. Oh. Not bad. You even know about White Dragon Temple. You're right. I'm an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Now, I'm going to rob you. Hand over all your belongings and this beautiful girl. Then, I won't kill you and I won't take your identity brocade pouch. That's good enough, right? The monk spoke. CK. The monk's words immediately made Xianxia roll his eyes. De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell from midair. Damn it. An eminent monk of White Dragon Temple robbed them the moment he arrived. How could there be such an eminent monk? Most importantly, this wasn't the first time they had seen such an eminent monk. Why did this bastard's way of doing things seem so similar to another person? However, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were sure that this bastard absolutely wasn't Tyrant. Both of them had nothing to do with each other. For God's sake. Master Dog has to redefine an eminent monk. Ask this bastard what's his relationship with that dead monk. Are they blood brothers who have been separated from each other for many years? De Huang Dog was speechless. What are you all waiting for? My time is very precious. It's your honor to rob you all. That monk spoke again. There wasn't the slightest bit of compassion in his tone. He was completely a hooligan. No wonder he wanted to rob. Xianxia began to suspect that this bastard might not be a disciple of White Dragon Temple. After all, this was too shameful for White Dragon Temple. Damn monk, I can rob you. If you can defeat me, I will give you everything. Xianxia said with a smile. Although this monk was robbing him, Xianxia didn't hate him from the bottom of his heart, because this bastard was robbing for the sake of robbing. He didn't want anyone's life. He didn't sense any killing intent from this monk. Just now, when the monk launched a sneak attack, he didn't use any killing intent. More importantly, Xianxia wanted to have a great battle with this monk. He had just advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm and was in high spirits. He was eager to have a battle with an expert. Although this monk was frivolous and committed theft, his combat strength wasn't weak at all. This was something that Xianxia could feel from the exchange just now. The reputation of White Dragon Temple in ethereal immortal domain was just too great. It was almost the holy land of Buddha sect. Its status wasn't inferior to the great lightning tune temple of Saint Origin World. Being able to have a great battle with an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple was what Xianxia desired. What? The monk was stunned for a moment, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. The other party actually wanted to have a great battle with him. Mother **Cur. Why is it so troublesome to rob someone? Why do you have to force me to take action? Brat, I can see that you have some ability to block my strike just now. Since you want to fight, I will fulfill your wish. But don't hold a grudge if I accidentally kill you later. Tyrant spoke. Instantly, a powerful combat intent erupted from his body. It could be seen that this monk was a warlike person, but he was merely curious about Xianxia. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. He just wanted to know how capable this intermediate immortal king young man was to have the courage to take the initiative to challenge him. De Huang, Sister Ning, you two stand aside and watch the battle. Xianxia said. Be careful. Wu Ningzhu reminded, then walked to the side with De Huang dog. Come on. Xianxia's battle intent soared. With a sway of his body, primordial energy gushed out from his body, instantly transforming into his dragon form. He was going to use all his strength to beat this monk like a dog, and then ask him a few questions. As a matter of fact, there were two reasons why Xianxia wanted to fight Tyrant. One was to test his combat strength, and the other was to inquire about Tyrant's whereabouts. Back then, when he parted ways with Tyrant, Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple. However, it was still unknown whether he had successfully entered White Dragon Temple. Since then, there was no news of Tyrant. Now that he had encountered someone from White Dragon Temple, how could Xianxia let go of this opportunity? Even if this monk didn't come out to rob him, Xianxia would take the initiative to find him. In order to get some information from this guy, the only thing he had to do was to defeat him and convince him. Otherwise, given this guy's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any information from him. And, seeing the transformation of Xianxia, the monk's expression couldn't help but change. Apparently, he didn't think that Xianxia could be so powerful and have such an abnormal transformation ability. Tyrant's senses were incomparably sharp. Naturally, he could sense that the transformed Xianxia's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times. Humph. I would like to see what means a puny intermediate immortal king has to challenge me. Tyrant harumphed coldly and put away his frivolous attitude. A vast golden Buddha's light rushed out of his body and illuminated the void. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, Tyrant looked like an eminent Buddha, incomparably solemn. If one didn't experience it himself, who would associate Tyrant with a bandit just by looking at his current state? No one would have thought that such an eminent monk was a robber. Xianxia moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden dragon. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. It was a few dozen meters long. Xianxia grabbed its tail and smashed it towards Tyrant. The roar of the dragon shook the sky, as though a true dragon had descended to the world. Voila, Tyrant also moved. With a wave of his hand, boundless golden light flashed and instantly condensed into a Buddha seal. The huge golden Buddha seal was as big as a mountain, incomparably terrifying. It then blasted towards the golden dragon. In Tyrant's point of view, this move was enough to crush the golden dragon and severely injure Xianxia. Kong Long, immediately, a huge hole appeared in the sky as destructive energies interweaved together. With just a single move, the entire battlefield had been reduced into chaos. It was clear just how powerful the attacks from the two of them were. The Buddha seal was torn apart and the golden dragon collapsed. Both Xianxia and Tyrant's bodies were as steady as Mount Tai. They didn't even budge an inch. Xianxia's eyes were like the scorching sun, shooting out blazing battle light. The means of the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple was indeed extraordinary. He was able to find out the truth with just a single move. If it wasn't for the fact that he had advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm, he wouldn't be a match for this monk. On the other side, the monk wasn't as calm as Xianxia. The way he looked at Xianxia began to change completely. As a peerless genius of White Dragon Temple, he was all too clear about his own means and was incomparably confident. He had encountered plenty of geniuses in his life, including those who were more terrifying than him, but the one who shocked him the most was undoubtedly Xianxia. If Xianxia was also an early immortal emperor, Tyrant wouldn't be too surprised, but this dragon man was only an intermediate immortal king. The gap between him and an early immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. Plus, Tyrant was a genius among geniuses. He wasn't an ordinary early immortal emperor. Even under such circumstances, Xianxia was still able to fight him to a draw. Who would believe it if they didn't experience it themselves? I never thought that I, Great Master Howren, would encounter a peerless monstrous genius, but today is my first business. If I fail, wouldn't I become a laughingstock? Kid, you are indeed qualified to be my opponent. What's your name? Great Master Howren asked. He called himself a master, but he didn't have the slightest image and dignity of a master. Of course, he did have the ability of a master of Buddha sect. Xianxia. Xianxia revealed his name. Then, without saying another word, he grabbed two dragons with both of his hands, a golden dragon and a fire dragon. The golden dragon seal and the fire dragon seal were hurled at Great Master Howren at the same time. His desire to fight had been fully aroused. He must determine the winner of this fight with this expert of White Dragon Temple. Roar, the roar of the dragon reverberated through the sky. Powerful energy waves shook the mountain below and began to crack. This was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Bang. Howren's battle intent was also stimulated. For someone like him who loved to fight, once he met a strong opponent, he would disregard everything and attack. It was very rare to encounter such a battle. Once he met such a battle, the outcome would be decided. That was the outcome of his heart. Once he won, his state of mind would change and it would become an indomitable force. After many victories, he would form the mentality of a war god and he would have the aura of a war god. Great Master Howren shouted and struck out another Buddha seal. This time, the Buddha seal directly transformed into the shadow of a Buddha. It had a benevolent expression on its face. It seemed like it was the only sovereign of the world. It suppressed everything in the world and pressed towards the two dragons. Rumble, another earth-shattering collision occurred. The void was shattered inch by inch. Boundless G-waves surged. The mountain below was directly broken and split open from the middle. Rocks were flying everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. Roar, rumble, the two experts continued to attack. Xianxia unleashed the five elements combat dragon seal to the extreme. He continuously struck out berserk dragons. His combat strength was like the ocean, endless and inexhaustible. It was the same for Great Master Howren. His body was enveloped by the Buddha light and he had turned into a peerless Buddha. The Buddha seals he struck out were huge. The two of them fought fiercely for tens of thousands of miles. The mountains and rivers collapsed and the void was destroyed. Haha, this is exhilarating. This is exhilarating. Xianxia, even if I return empty-handed today, this battle is worth it. I didn't think that there would be such a heaven-defying monster like you in the immortal world. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still a little weak. Today, I will definitely defeat you and let you leave quietly. I won't take a single cent from you. Great Master Howren laughed out loud. He seemed to have fought to his heart's content. His entire person seemed to have changed into a new person. His posture was extraordinary. It had been a long time since he had such an enjoyable battle. To him, defeating Xianxia was far more important than robbing others. Right now, his battle intent had been completely ignited. The only thing he had to do was to defeat Xianxia. He had to defeat Xianxia. Humph. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. You want to defeat me and I want to defeat you. The experts of White Dragon Temple are indeed extraordinary. However, you are still not my opponent. Xianxia's aura soared into the sky. His posture was extremely arrogant. He took a step forward and the void beneath his feet immediately collapsed. A huge hole was formed from his stomp. He then struck out the true dragon palm towards the monk. Roar roar the dragons roared furiously. After striking out the true dragon palm, the 5-elemental combat dragon seal was also unleashed by Xianxia. The whole battlefield was filled with wild dragons, wreaking havoc on everything, filling up the sky. Boundless Buddha Chi. Great Master Howren's eyes were like the stars. An ancient Buddha light rushed out from the depths of his soul. Under the infusion of this energy, his body actually doubled in size. His entire person was about to transform into a Buddha. This move seemed to be similar to Tyrant's Tao Light Buddha body, but in truth, it wasn't as exquisite as the Tao Light Buddha body. The Tao Light Buddha body originated from the ancient divine monolith that was inherited from the abyss. It was the highest Buddha body of the Buddhist sect. When one cultivated it to grand completion, they would become a Buddha. However, this boundless Buddha Chi was also extremely powerful. At least 18 palms appeared around Great Master Howren's body. Each palm was able to strike out a powerful Buddha seal. When he struck out the Buddha seals, golden light shone everywhere. The entire battlefield had turned into a kingdom of Buddhist sect. The sky turned dark. The dark clouds that had just condensed in the sky were instantly shattered by the impact. The entire sky was completely torn apart. This was a battle of the pinnacle. If an ordinary person was caught in it, just the destructive energy of the battle would be enough to tear him into pieces. Xianxia and Great Master Howren retreated at the same time during the intense collision. Both of them spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of their expressions became incomparably serious. The way they looked at each other became even more intense. Under the circulation of the wood spiritual chi, Xianxia's injuries recovered very quickly. Meanwhile, a mysterious force emerged from Howren's body. Under the support of this force, his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Howren! 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 Eh? This isn't the power of Buddhist sect. This guy actually has such a terrifying recovery method. Xianxia was somewhat surprised. He was surprised by the speed of Great Master Howren's recovery. What made him even more surprised was that the recovery method used by Great Master Howren was not the method of Buddhist sect. Xianxia had a lot of contact with Tyrant. He was also friends with Ancestor Green Lotus. Therefore, he had the most understanding of Buddhist sect. There were powerful ancient scriptures in Buddhist sect, such as Nirvana scripture and ancient Lotus scripture. Both of these scriptures were powerful for recovering injuries. However, the method used by Great Master Howren just now was obviously not from Buddhist sect. Even if he could use the Buddha light to conceal it, it wouldn't be able to hide from Xianxia's eyes. However, those terrifying combat methods of Great Master Howren were clearly pure Buddhist methods. Therefore, this guy was definitely a genius of White Dragon Temple. This was almost certain. However, Xianxia was also certain that this guy wasn't as simple as Tyrant. He didn't belong to Buddhist sect. Xianxia, you have truly angered me, golden-bodied Arhat. Great Master Howren was enraged. He hadn't been enraged for a very long time. However, this anger wasn't anger. Rather, it was the anger that was aroused by the battle. It was a type of battle instinct, the peak performance of one's fighting heart. Following Great Master Howren's shout, a huge golden-bodied Arhat condensed above his head. The golden-bodied Arhat was 30 meters in size. Its entire body was bursting with corporeal muscles and strength. Its eyes were emitting a dazzling radiance. The golden-bodied Arhat looked like it was made of gold. It was extremely mystical. Go. Great Master Howran lightly shouted. The golden-bodied Arhat immediately turned into a ray of golden light and collided with Xianxia. This was an ancient method of Buddhist sect. It could evolve into a corporeal Arhat. It was a supreme representative of Buddhist sect. It could suppress all evil in the world. It was said that it was similar to the light of expiation. It had evolved from ancient scriptures. The golden Arhat stood there as if it was the only existence in the world. The supreme Arhat of Buddhism was a powerful manifestation of the intent realm. The golden Arhat could suppress everything. A casual move could change the color of the world. What a great golden Arhat, but I, Xianxia, am not afraid. Watch me crush your golden Arhat. Xianxia's aura was like a rainbow, his black hair fluttered in the wind. Howran's strength had completely aroused his fighting spirit. His feet trembled, his body tilted, and he stepped towards the golden Arhat. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Xianxia's voice was like thunder. He hadn't used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps for a long time, but it didn't mean that this combat skill wasn't powerful. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was undoubtedly the most terrifying combat skill in close combat. Especially the power of the 5th step, it even surpassed the fusion of the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Bang, the first step immediately caused the void to collapse. Xianxia's step created a big hole. The power of this step could shatter the sky, and it landed heavily on the golden Arhat. Clang, the step that could shatter a mountain landed on the golden Arhat's body, producing a sound like iron being struck. Sparks flew everywhere. It was undeniable that the golden Arhat was too powerful. The first step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps actually didn't shake it in the slightest, not even a crack appeared. On the contrary, Xianxia suffered a huge backlash and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang, Xianxia quickly followed up with the 2nd step. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was continuous. The power of each step gradually increased. Xianxia's speed was also extremely fast. His whole body was like a bolt of lightning, and with a bang, he once again stepped on the golden Arhat's body. Crack, this time, cracks appeared on the indestructible golden Arhat. As the cracks appeared, Howran's expression turned ugly. His face began to turn pale. It was obvious that the golden Arhat was injured, and he wasn't feeling well either. Howran wasn't feeling well, but Xianxia wasn't feeling well either. Although the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was great, the power of the golden Arhat was like a vast ocean. When the two collided, the final result would only be that both sides would suffer. Bah! The cracked golden Arhat suddenly spoke. The Arhat appeared incomparably solemn. It was the true representative of Buddhism, the condensation of the essence of Buddhism. Again. Xianxia's fighting spirit soared. He took his 3rd and 4th steps almost at the same time. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000,000,000,000 tons. After taking his 2nd step, his might was many times stronger than before. Cracks began to appear on the golden Arhat, like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. How can this brat be so powerful? Since when did an intermediate immortal king become so powerful? His movement technique can destroy everything. Even I, the golden Arhat, was injured. Howran was extremely shocked. If it was said that he didn't put Xianxia in his heart at the beginning, then it was completely different now. If Xianxia was his enemy, then Xianxia would be the greatest enemy he would ever face in his life. Bang, Monk Howran naturally wouldn't admit defeat. He let out a soft jaw and spat out a Buddhist rune that landed on the body of the golden-bodied Arhat. The Arhat's shattered body actually started to gradually reform, and its power was even greater than before. 5th step. At this time, Xianxia had already taken his 5th step. In an incomparable manner, he appeared in front of the golden-bodied Arhat in the blink of an eye. This time, Xianxia stepped on the head of the golden-bodied Arhat. Kong Long. The last step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps was truly too powerful. Its power could be said to be the fusion of the previous 4 steps. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. A giant mountain would be crushed into powder by it. Even the golden-bodied Arhat couldn't withstand it and collapsed on the spot. However, the instant the golden-bodied Arhat collapsed, a magnificent energy wave erupted. Golden light filled the entire sky. Xianxia had crushed the golden-bodied Arhat, but the powerful force had also sent him flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. Both of them spurted out blood at the same time. This was a fierce collision of extreme yang energy. There was nothing fancy about it. Both of them were injured and it was hard to tell who would win. The chest of both Xianxia and Monk Haoran was completely covered in blood. Cracks had appeared on their bodies. Given how strong Xianxia's body was, one could tell how powerful the golden-bodied Arhat was. Boundless energy turned into waves and rushed out from Xianxia and Haoran's body. With them as the center, a huge whirlpool was formed. Both of them stared at each other. Both of their eyes were glowing with blazing light. Very quickly, the light turned into flames, golden flames. At this moment, nothing was more important than defeating the other party. That was the flame of battle. Whether it was Xianxia or Haoran, neither of them had thought that their battle would reach such a climax. From the beginning, both of them had underestimated their opponent. Needless to say, Haoran was a supreme early immortal emperor expert and the supreme genius of White Dragon Temple. As for Xianxia, he had just advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm and his cultivation base had stabilized. He thought that defeating an early immortal emperor genius wouldn't be a problem, but he had never thought that this monk would be this powerful. Roar. All of a sudden, Xianxia let out a roar. His body transformed once more. From a half-human half-dragon, he turned into a blood-red dragon. The dragon body was 100 meters long. The blood-red dragon scales glowed with ferocious light. The flames in the dragon's eyes were blazing. That was monstrous battle intent. True dragon. This bastard is obviously a human, but his body possesses the complete bloodline of a true dragon. He's truly an anomaly of the heavens and earth. Great. Today, I will subdue the dragon. Haoran was incomparably shocked. True dragon was a divine beast, the supreme being of the heavens and earth. It was the noblest race in the heavens and earth. It had existed for a very long time and had long disappeared. Every true dragon was a godlike existence, but there were no longer any gods in this world. Xianxia's battle intent had also made Haoran's blood boil. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying battle. Today, he didn't ask for anything else but to have a satisfying battle. Haoran suddenly raised both of his palms. Mystical ancient runes emerged on his palms. Each rune was like a kind of ancient language. He was forming a terrifying ancient seal. How did the fight end up like this? From afar, Wu Ningzhu began to worry. Not good. Not good, this monk is very strange. He isn't a single Buddhist cultivator. Look at the runes in his hands. Those are ancient runes that have existed for a very long time. He is going to use an ancient secret technique. These two fellows are already immersed in the thrill of battle. The final outcome will only be that both sides will suffer. De Huangdog's expression changed. He could tell that the secret art in Haoran's hands wasn't a secret art of Buddha sect, but an ancient inheritance. This monk was a very powerful character. If the two of them continued to fight, both of them would surely suffer. What should we do now? Wu Ningzhu asked nervously. She didn't wish for Xianxia to be in any danger. We must stop them. They aren't mortal enemies. At most, they are just exchanging pointers. There's no need for them to engage in a life-and-death battle. More importantly, this is the Golden Horizon. There are dangers everywhere. We must always ensure that our combat strength is intact. Mutual destruction won't benefit anyone, especially little Qinzi. He has too many enemies. De Huangdog spoke. All of a sudden, he shook his body and turned into a golden light, arriving between Xianxia and Haoran. Stop! De Huangdog bellowed. This bellow was also accompanied by a secret art that struck the depths of Xianxia and Haoran's soul, forcefully awakening them from their focused state of battle. Xianxia, who had completely transformed into a true dragon, and Haoran, who was casting the secret art, swayed at the same time. Their eyes softened a little as they looked at De Huangdog at the same time. What are you two doing? If you have the strength to deal with the real enemy, mutual destruction in the Golden Horizon isn't a joke. De Huangdog said sternly. After being reminded by De Huang Dog, Xianxia and Hao Ran also regained their senses. Both of them retracted their attacks at the same time. Xianxia transformed back to his original appearance. He was a handsome young man. Who would associate him with a battle-crazed dragon? On the other side, Tyrant had also retracted his chi and returned to his original appearance. Haha. This dog is right. There's no need for both of us to suffer heavy losses. Xianxia, how about we become friends? Hao Ran laughed heartily and casually, returning to his previous sloppy appearance. He was the complete opposite of the peerless eminent monk in battle. Just nice. I also want to be friends with you. Xianxia smiled. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Both of them were like this. The true nature of a person could be fully reflected in the process of battle. Just based on the battle today, it was enough to arouse the respect of the other party. There was no doubt that Hao Ran was a very arrogant person. There weren't many people who could make him take the initiative to make friends. Xianxia was also the same. Let's stop and make peace. This was the nature of people. As long as the two geniuses who were on par with each other weren't mortal enemies, it was possible for them to join hands and become friends. In the vast immortal world, especially in the Golden Horizon, having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Xianxia, you are truly powerful. You almost made me use the forbidden art. I have to say that you are the most powerful monstrous genius I have ever seen. You can fight me to a draw with just an intermediate immortal king cultivation base. If we were at the same level, wouldn't you be able to kill me with a single breath? That's too much of a blow, Hao Ran spoke. Although his words were light, the praise he had for Xianxia came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Hao Ran is also very powerful. I'm afraid that you will have a hard time finding a match for the same level genius in the immortal world. Xianxia and Hao Ran could be said to have gotten to know each other through a fight. In Xianxia's opinion, Hao Ran was also a man of temperament, belonging to the same type of person as Tyrant. He was also a frivolous monk. Xianxia believed that if Tyrant and this guy met, the two of them would definitely become good friends. Even if Tyrant had already entered White Dragon Temple, the two of them might have already become good friends. Of course, this was just Xianxia's blind guess. It shouldn't be true. If it was true, it would be too much of a coincidence. Great Master is an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. I just happen to have something to ask. Xianxia opened his mouth and said. If someone else were to ask this Great Master a question, it would be impossible for me to not give them some benefits. However, you, Xianxia, are different. Speak, what do you want to ask? Hao Ran chuckled. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly felt very honored when he heard this. He could actually let this damn monk answer his question without paying. From the way this monk behaved, Xianxia absolutely believed in his words. If it wasn't because of the previous battle that made the two of them become friends, he might not even be able to get any information about Tyrant without spending a single cent. Brother Hao Ran, I want to ask you about a person. He is called Tyrant, also an eminent monk of Buddhism. Previously, he went to White Dragon Temple. I wonder if Brother Hao Ran knows about him. Xianxia went straight to the point. If he wanted to ask about Tyrant, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. Hearing the two words Tyrant, Hao Ran's eyes immediately widened. He couldn't help but ask, you know my junior brother? Junior brother? Xianxia and De Huang Dog both rolled their eyes. After all, these two fellows were actually fellow disciples. This was too much of a coincidence. However, it was really believable to say that these two monks were fellow disciples. These two fellows were actually like-minded people. Tyrant is actually your junior brother? In that case, he successfully entered the White Dragon Temple? Xianxia asked. Xianxia was very gratified and happy that Tyrant was able to enter the White Dragon Temple. After all, the White Dragon Temple was the supreme holy land of Buddhism in the immortal world. Given Tyrant's Buddhist nature, being able to enter the White Dragon Temple to cultivate was truly a great thing. Of course. My junior brother is extremely talented and can almost be compared to me. He entered the White Dragon Temple not long ago and became a disciple of the Berserk Buddha, becoming my junior brother. The Berserk Buddha is a famous existence in the White Dragon Temple, a supreme monk. He has only accepted 2 disciples, and they are my junior brother. Hao Ran said arrogantly. It was obvious that he was extremely proud to be able to become the disciple of the Berserk Buddhist supremacy. F***ck, what the hell was a Berserk Buddha? Did this Dharma name have to be so domineering? From his Dharma name, one could tell that this fellow was his master, a person that wasn't to be trifled with. If he were to get angry, who knew how violent he would be? For God's sake, the Berserk Buddha sure has a good eye to accept 2 top-grade disciples. If I remember correctly, the first time I met Tyrant, he was the leader of the 8 great pirates, right? De Huang Dog almost fainted. He felt that this Berserk Buddha had a unique taste and was very casual in accepting disciples. In his entire life, he had only accepted 2 disciples. One of them was a bandit, and the other was the master in front of him. Fate, it's all fate, Hao Ran said with a straight face. Hao Ran said with a serious expression. His serious expression was the same as Tyrant's, causing Xianxia and Big Yellow to feel a little uncomfortable. That's right, if this wasn't fate, what was it? What kind of fate could allow the Berserk Buddha to accept 2 good disciples? Xianxia and De Huang Dog could already imagine what kind of person this Berserk Buddha was. By the way, how did you 2 get to know my junior brother? Hao Ran asked curiously. In his point of view, he and Xianxia were fated. First, they didn't get to know each other through Discord. Now, they had become one of their own because of Tyrant. We are life and death brothers. Back then, we walked out of Evil Abyss together and parted ways. He went to White Dragon Temple while I went to East Xuanyu. I haven't heard any news about him. I didn't expect to meet his senior brother today. I wonder if Tyrant has come to Golden Horizon this time. Xianxia asked. He has. Given junior brother's talent, he will certainly come. When junior brother came in, his cultivation base was at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but we got separated after coming in. But you don't have to worry. Given junior brother's means and character, he absolutely won't be in danger. It's impossible for ordinary people to plot against him. Monk Hao Ran spoke up. His tone was filled with confidence towards the Tyrant. And, I have no doubt about this. Xianxia nodded. He didn't doubt Hao Ran's words at all, because he knew Tyrant better than Hao Ran. It had always been Tyrant who plotted against others. Those who wanted to plot against him were destined not to have a good ending. Moreover, Hao Ran's words made Xianxia feel gratified. Tyrant's cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. This was a very great news. However, Xianxia wasn't too surprised that Tyrant's cultivation base could improve so much in such a short period of time. Others might not know how strong Tyrant's foundation was, but Xianxia knew it very well. Tyrant had obtained the Tao Light Buddha body from the Divine Monument. This kind of ancient Buddha body was very terrifying. Plus, Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha and was proficient in many kinds of ancient scriptures of Buddha sect. In addition to his extraordinary talent, it was very normal for him to improve so quickly. If his improvement was slow, it would be abnormal instead. Alright. No discord, no concord. We are going to the central region of Golden Horizon now. I wonder if Brother Hao Ran is interested in joining us. Xianxia spoke. He didn't want to waste any time. He had already wasted 6 days in the Zulong Tower. Now, he had to make every second count. There were still more than 20 days left. Xianxia wanted to explore the entire Golden Horizon and explore the secrets of this place, especially the secrets related to the Golden Clan. Forget it. I'm used to being alone. Plus, I didn't even get my first deal today. It's too much of a blow to me. You guys go. I'm leaving too. I'm going to hunt in other places. After Hao Ran said that, his robe shook and he disappeared. It seemed like this fellow was addicted to robbing people and didn't care about his job at all. Worthy of being an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Your pursuit is indeed different from others. Looking at the place where Hao Ran vanished, De Huang Dog couldn't help but click his tongue. To Hao Ran, robbing the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains was also a kind of pleasure and pursuit. Let's go. Xianxia spoke. With a sway of his body, he continued to fly towards the direction where he came from. The incident with Hao Ran was just a small interlude, but Jiang Chen had gained a lot from it. The battle with Hao Ran was very satisfying. More importantly, he had received news about Tyrant, knowing that Tyrant had also come to Golden Horizon. The next thing he needed to do was to wait for his brother to reunite and fight side by side. When Tyrant came in, he was already a half-step Immortal Emperor. Perhaps, he has already advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. De Huang Dog said. It's highly possible. This bastard has the divine monument in his hand. His progress can't be judged by ordinary standards. Plus, there are opportunities everywhere in Golden Horizon. In this ancient battlefield, there were also ancient venerable Buddhas who participated in the war. He must have left something behind. Jiangchen said, but immediately, he thought of Han Yan and couldn't help but add, I wonder how Yan is now. I haven't seen him ever since we parted ways in One Line Sky. Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline is very powerful. In ancient times, Gu Tianma was a powerful overlord of the devil race. If Yan can appear in this ancient battlefield, he will certainly obtain great benefits. Many great devil venerables have fallen here, leaving behind their own Dao legacies. Big Yellow said. He was slightly worried when he thought of Han Yan. After all, they hadn't met for a long time. The immortal world was far more terrifying and complicated than Saint Origin world. It wouldn't be an easy task to thrive in this world. That's right. Everything depends on luck. I hope Yan can also appear in this Golden Horizon. It would be best if we can meet each other. Jiangchen said that luck couldn't be forced. Everyone's luck was different. Even though Jiangchen, Han Yan and Tyrant were life and death brothers, it was impossible to force luck on each other. Under the rapid flight, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog flew for another hour. Their speed was extremely fast and they were already very deep in the Golden Horizon. The number of evil creatures and human experts they encountered along the way had gradually increased, but they were all on guard against each other. At most, they would only glance at each other when they encountered each other. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog kept flying in one direction and found that more and more people were flying in another direction. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement, as if they were going to watch a show. Senior brother Xianzhong. Suddenly, Jiangchen saw an acquaintance. It was Xianzhong of Dan Prefecture. It wasn't easy to meet an acquaintance of Genius Prefecture in this vast Golden Horizon. Jiangchen hastily greeted him. Jiangchen. Xianzhong also saw Jiangchen. His face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He came in front of Jiangchen and studied Jiangchen from top to bottom. His eyes were filled with surprise. Jiangchen, your cultivation base has improved again. Senior brother Xianzhong, what's happening in front? Many people are running towards that direction. Jiangchen asked curiously. That's the Broken Edge cliff in front. It's a famous battlefield in the Golden Horizon. I heard that young Master Chao of the Northern and Southern worlds has set up an arena on the Broken Edge cliff to challenge all the geniuses of the three immortal domains. This arena has already appeared for 2 days. It has already spread like wildfire. I heard that this young Master Chao is incomparably ruthless. Several experts have already died in his hands. Xianzhong said. What? Upon hearing this, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's expression changed. Anything about this young Master Chao could attract their attention. There was no doubt that young Master Chao was from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiangchen didn't think that he would encounter the Northern and Southern dynasties so soon. I have long known about that young Master Chao. I've known about that young Master Chao for a long time. I heard that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but he rarely shows himself. I don't know his true strength. However, he's extremely arrogant. He even declared that he will kill all the geniuses of the three immortal domains in order to pave his path to the sovereign realm. He's just too arrogant. I think he's overestimating himself. Didn't he see how many peerless geniuses of the three immortal domains have come? I'm afraid that he's not the only one who is reincarnated as a great sovereign. There are also some peerless monstrous geniuses with ancient inheritances and geniuses of the immortal court. Xianzhong spoke, apparently disdainful of young Master Chao's arrogance. All the geniuses in the immortal world were arrogant. This was basically a common trait, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as the northern and southern dynasties. One should know that there were too many geniuses who had entered the Golden Horizon this time. There were all kinds of monstrous geniuses. Even the monstrous genius from the Immortal Court wouldn't dare to proclaim that he would kill all the geniuses in the Golden Horizon. However, Xianxia and Big Yellow didn't agree with Nan Beiqiao. They felt that this was the true Nan Beiqiao. Nan Beiqiao was just like this. He wasn't being arrogant, but he was truly proud. His path to the monarch realm was to dominate the world, to constantly dominate the world, to step on all the obstacles in his path. He wanted to kill all the geniuses and establish his monarch heart. This was the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties. It had never changed. Xianxia had already experienced it when he was in Saint Origin World. His true self would only be scarier and more powerful than his clone. Now, it seemed that the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties was far greater than Xianxia's imagination. They didn't hesitate to split their clones to rule countless large worlds in the lower worlds just to establish their sovereign heart. Junior brother Xianxia, do you want to go and have a look? You can also see the elegant demeanor of the various geniuses in the immortal world. Xianzhong said. Xianxia lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." Xianxia didn't want to meet the northern and southern dynasties at this time, but places with the northern and southern dynasties were too attractive to him. He couldn't control his thoughts at all. This was the first time he saw the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world. No matter what, Xianxia had to go and see it. He wanted to see the glory of the northern and southern dynasties. Following the crowd, Xianxia, De Huangdog, Wu Ningzhu, and Xianzhong flew towards the Broken Edge Cliff. The Broken Edge Cliff had a certain reputation in Golden Horizon. It was said that an intense ancient war had once taken place here. The blood of countless great immortals flowed here. This place used to be a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was severed by a supreme expert like a sharp blade that pierced through the sky. That was how it got the name Broken Edge Cliff. When Xianxia and the others arrived at the Broken Edge Cliff, there were already a lot of people surrounding the place. There were at least 1,000 of them. The scene was very chaotic. Many of them were lowering their heads and discussing with each other. Their eyes fell on the Broken Edge Cliff at the same time. There was a man who seemed to be in his 20s standing against the wind. The man was clad in a golden robe. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were like the scorching sun. His gaze was like a sharp sword. Just by standing there, his domineering aura had reached the pinnacle. The domineering aura he exuded had almost turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No color could conceal its sharpness. He was a true dragon among men, a true genius. People could almost see his luck soaring to the sky like a roaring ocean. Northern and southern dynasties. Sure enough, it's him. Xianxia and De Huangdog were standing in the crowd. When they saw the man standing on the Broken Edge Cliff, their facial expression changed and turned solemn. They would never be mistaken about the northern and southern dynasties. The unique arrogant aura of the man couldn't be concealed. Xianxia carefully studied the northern and southern dynasties. There was still a certain gap between the clone and the main body. The main body was almost perfect. The true chi of monarch was much nobler than the clone of the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Just as Xianxia was studying the northern and southern dynasties, the experts of the northern and southern dynasties seemed to have sensed his gaze and looked over. Their eyes were as dazzling as the scorching sun, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Xianxia hastily lowered his head. He didn't want to let the northern and southern dynasties see any clues. Despite the fact that the experts of the northern and southern dynasties were only early immortal emperors, Xianxia was sure that he was absolutely no match for them. This man was his archenemy of life and death. Moreover, it was the main body that was standing here. He must not be underestimated. Damn it. This guy is so scary. Everyone is looking at him, but he can accurately catch your gaze. De Huangdog couldn't help but comment. He and Xianxia had a lot of enemies, but the ones that could really attract their attention were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Seeing Xianxia lowering his head, the experts of the northern and southern dynasties also retracted their gazes. The corner of their mouth revealed a hint of a smile, but no one knew what they were smiling about. This is young Master Chow? Sure enough, he doesn't look simple. But he's only an early immortal emperor. How dare he threaten to kill all the geniuses? Isn't this a joke? Xianzhong said, suddenly losing interest. He felt that it was making a big fuss over a minor issue for so many people to watch an early immortal emperor genius. Joke? You can go and try, and you will know whether it's a joke or not. Someone couldn't help but speak disdainfully after hearing Xianzhong's words. Don't ever underestimate this young Master Chow of Nanbei family. There have already been a few peak early immortal emperor geniuses who challenged him, but none of them could withstand a single strike from young Master Chow. They were killed in a single strike without any chance to fight back. He's too terrifying. Someone sighed. Recalling the previous scene, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had never seen such an abnormal figure. Previously, a genius of an aristocratic family of Miluo immortal domain had rushed forward, but his head was smashed by young Master Chow. He died tragically on the spot. His identity brocade bag was also taken away by young Master Chow. His luck was also sucked away. How miserable. This young Master Chow is just too terrifying. Rumor has it that he is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. It seems like it's true. An early immortal emperor has unimaginable combat strength. I guess there will definitely be an intermediate immortal emperor expert who will come to challenge him. I wonder if this young Master Chow can handle it. Everyone was discussing. There wasn't anyone who didn't admire this young Master Chow, especially those who had seen young Master Chow kill with their own eyes. Their words were filled with fear towards the northern and southern dynasties, thinking that if they rushed forward, they were afraid that young Master Chow could kill them with just a breath. Jiang Chen's face remained calm after hearing these words, because he knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Not to mention geniuses of the same level, even intermediate immortal emperor geniuses like Yang Lang and Shan Chong wouldn't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. This was something that Jiang Chen was almost certain of. He's actually so powerful. The news of him seeing the reincarnation of a great sovereign is true. Xianzhong sighed and chose to stop talking. When he first arrived, he did have the thought of rushing forward to challenge them, but all his excitement was extinguished instantly. After all, challenging and courting death were two completely different things. No matter how arrogant Xianzhong was, he wasn't a fool. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes and crossed their arms in front of their chest. Their chi was like a mountain, waiting for the arrival of the next challenger. He wasn't in a hurry at all. In his eyes, these geniuses of the Golden Horizon were merely his prey. He was just a hunter. Killing these geniuses and absorbing their luck to solidify his sovereign's heart was what the northern and southern dynasties were most interested in. In comparison, the fortune in the Golden Horizon was no longer important. Dong. Just at this moment, a crack was suddenly blasted open in the void. An incomparably majestic figure walked out of the crack. The newcomer was tall and strong. His face was dark like an iron tower. Judging from his appearance, he looked like a bear that had turned into a spirit, but his strength couldn't be underestimated. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. After the newcomer appeared, he immediately stepped onto the broken edge cliff. His chi was unparalleled, pressing towards the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties raised their eyes to look at him. After seeing his cultivation base, their eyes revealed a trace of interest. This is Zhuge Kuang of Eastern Xuanyu Zhuge family. He's the top genius of Zhuge family. I heard that he came to the Golden Horizon 5 years ago. Never had I thought that he would appear here today. This Zhuge Kuang has obviously come for young Master Chow. Zhuge family and Nanbei family have always been at odds with each other. The disciples of Zhuge Kuang have always fought with each other. The appearance of Zhuge Kuang is obviously to kill young Master Chow. After all, the emergence of such a heaven-defying genius in Nanbei family is a great threat to Zhuge family. If such a threat can be eliminated as soon as possible, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial to Zhuge family. It's equivalent to eradicating a great threat. That's right. I wonder if Zhuge Kuang can kill young Master Chao. I think it's very unlikely. After all, young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. If he doesn't have some ability, he wouldn't dare to set up an arena in the Broken Edge Cliff. The appearance of Zhuge Kuang immediately set off a wave of commotion. The reputation of Zhuge family had spread far and wide. Not to mention in eastern Xuanyu, even in the other three major domains of ethereal immortal domain, Zhuge family had a certain degree of fame and prestige. Plus, it wasn't a secret that Zhuge family and Nanbei family had always been enemies. So, when Zhuge Kuang appeared at this time, many people expressed their understanding. I've long heard of young Master Chao of Nanbei family. I didn't expect you to be so high-profile the moment you came out. Everyone says that you are the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but I don't believe it. I'm sure Nanbei family will feel heartache if I kill you, Zhuge Kuang spoke. His tone was extremely arrogant. This arrogance came from his strong confidence in his cultivation base. He could casually erupt a battle tide from his body. He was a battle maniac. Among the young geniuses in the immortal world, there was no lack of such figures. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. Any one of them would be the pinnacle figure of this era. Zhuge Kuang didn't put the northern and southern dynasties in his eyes. After all, the reputation of young Master Chao had always been spread by Nanbei family. It was rare for this young Master Chao to appear in the public sight. The Golden Horizon could be considered as the first time that the northern and southern dynasties truly came out. Zhuge Kuang wasn't wrong to say that young Master Chao was high-profile. As for the identity of the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties, many people were doubtful about it, including Zhuge Kuang. After all, this was just a boast of Nanbei family. How could there be so many reincarnations of great sovereigns in the heavens and earth? Moreover, the reincarnation of a great sovereign and a great sovereign were two completely different concepts. There were examples of powerful great sovereigns who died in the cradle in the end. In Zhuge Kuang's point of view, this Nanbei Chao was too arrogant. Did he really think that he was invincible in the world? This was a very stupid way of doing things. One should know that there was always someone better than him. Nanbei Chao wasn't the only monstrous genius in this world. Zhuge Kuang appeared with the intention to kill. This young Master Chao had always been the representative of Nanbei family and the target of bragging. He had already become the representative of Nanbei family and the representative of the younger generation of Nanbei family. If Zhuge Kuang could kill young Master Chao, it would be a huge blow to the morale of Nanbei family. This was what Zhuge family wanted. Kill me? You aren't qualified yet. In my hands, you will only be dead. The northern and southern dynasties sneered. They didn't even put the intermediate immortal Emperor Zhuge Kuang in their eyes. They were afraid that no one else had such arrogance except for the northern and southern dynasties. Arrogant indeed. Let me see what makes you think you can do. Let me see what the legendary reincarnation of the great emperor has up his sleeves. Zhuge Kuang's body moved, and a vast wave of qi instantly rushed out from his body. Immediately, the entire space above the Broken Edge Cliff violently trembled. Layers of wind and waves were like sharp blades, overflowing with brilliance, causing people to feel horrified. An intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert sure is extraordinary. Just a single attack from him is already so powerful. Some people praised him, and everyone started to become interested in this battle. After all, with an expert like Zhuge Kuang participating in this battle, the outcome was somewhat anticipated. Zhuge Kuang roared. He raised his palm and all the energy waves gathered into a golden cloud. The golden cloud was like a giant mountain. Under Zhuge Kuang's control, it smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Insignificant skill. Nanbei Chao raised his eyes. He didn't put Zhuge Kuang's attack in his eyes at all. He threw a punch at the golden cloud. It was a simple punch, but it landed solidly on the golden cloud. Kong Long, the golden cloud that was as heavy as a mountain was shattered by the punch of the northern and southern dynasties, dissipating in the void. The powerful attack of an intermediate immortal emperor didn't have the slightest effect on him. So powerful. Someone sighed. They had never seen such a powerful genius before. It left them horrified, and even their souls were about to tremble. Humph. You do have some skills. Zhuge Kuang harumphed coldly. His majestic body floated in the sky. He made a grabbing motion, and a vortex appeared in his hand. A huge mountain below was pulled up by him, uprooting it. The so-called mountain uprooting strength had appeared in front of everyone. A huge mountain was lifted up. It was too terrifying. Zhuge Kuang was like an ancient war god. It was truly shocking. Go, Zhuge Kuang bellowed again. A huge mountain was smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. This attack was countless times stronger than the golden cloud just now. The substantial mountain was already as heavy as billions of kilograms. Combined with the extremely violent energy of Zhuge Kuang, the scene was simply too ferocious. No one dared to look at it directly. Zhuge Kuang, do you think you're qualified to fight me with such a technique? I'm done playing with you. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties danced in the wind. They leapt up from the highest peak of the broken edge cliff. They had turned into a real war god. They raised their fists and smashed towards the huge mountain. Wisdom King Fist. Seeing the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He was even more certain that the northern and southern dynasties were just his clones. Back when he fought against the northern and southern dynasties in the Black Sect in Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties had used the Wisdom King Fist. However, the Wisdom King Fist was on a completely different level compared to the one in front of him right now. The power that it could unleash was incomparable as well. This was a truly peerless emperor skill. A simple attack from it could destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble, the Wisdom King Fist landed on the giant mountain. Without any surprise, the mountain shattered and turned into dust. The violent energy didn't pose any threat to Nanbei Chao. Instead, Zhuge Kuang was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. Zhuge Kuang's face was filled with disbelief. What? Zhuge Kuang couldn't help but cry out in shock. He had lost his previous calmness. The way he looked at the northern and southern dynasties had changed drastically. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties was far beyond his imagination. Looking at it now, even with his cultivation base, he might not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Zhuge Kuang, go to hell. While Zhuge Kuang was still in a daze, the northern and southern dynasties had already charged towards him. The Wisdom King Fist struck out 3 times, also known as the 3 punches of wisdom. Each punch was more terrifying than the previous one. They were filled with wisdom and could easily lock down the opponent's position. They could lock down the space around them, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. Rumble, the second punch appeared in front of him. The northern and southern dynasties were too fast. The power of the punch created a huge hole in the sky and almost caused the broken edge cliff to collapse. Zhuge Kuang panicked. He hurriedly struck out the Zhuge family's void seal to block the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Asterisk bang. Asterisk no one knew how much power the punch from the northern and southern dynasties carried. The void seal that was struck out by Zhuge Kuang was immediately shattered. Even though Zhuge Kuang was an intermediate immortal emperor, the battle between both parties didn't seem to be on the same level. Asterisk poo. Asterisk arg, after the punch from the northern and southern dynasties shattered the void seal, it landed heavily on Zhuge Kuang's body, breaking one of his arms. Zhuge Kuang spurted out a mouthful of blood and let out a blood-curdling scream. He was defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Under the overwhelming attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, he had no strength to fight back. He's finished. Zhuge Kuang is finished, this was the common thought of everyone. The northern and southern dynasties were just too terrifying. Even though Zhuge Kuang's cultivation base was a level higher, he still wasn't a match for them. The combat strength of both parties wasn't on the same level. The 2 punches from the northern and southern dynasties had severely injured Zhuge Kuang, putting him on the verge of death. The one who was most appalled was, of course, Zhuge Kuang himself. He had never thought that the northern and southern dynasties could be so terrifyingly powerful. It chilled his heart and was unacceptable to him. Run, at this moment, his face was no longer important. What was more important was to keep his life. Zhuge Kuang didn't want to die here. He tore the void with lightning speed and flashed into it, preparing to flee 1,000 miles away. In his point of view, even if he couldn't win the fight, it shouldn't be a problem for him to run away given his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't give him the chance to escape. The northern and southern dynasties would never show any mercy when they attacked. They would surely take his life. This was his style, overbearing and ruthless. Kong Long, the northern and southern dynasties struck out the third punch. The third punch of the Wisdom King fist had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yi Futian's punch landed on the spot where Zhuge Kuang had disappeared. An earth-shattering shriek was heard from the void, followed by a large amount of blood mist exploding from the void. Kiss, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The intermediate immortal emperor Zhuge Kuang was crushed into pieces by a single punch. It was too brutal, too exaggerated and too overbearing. The war god couldn't be defeated. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The peerless genius of Zhuge family was killed by him in 3 punches. Is he still human? He must be the reincarnation of a great sovereign. There's no doubt about it. Such combat strength is just too heaven-defying. I have never seen such a terrifying figure. He's not human at all. Look, his body is filled with the chi of a superior expert. That's the chi of a monarch. He must be the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Zhuge family has suffered a great loss this time. Zhuge Kuang is dead. Zhuge family has lost a pinnacle figure in the young generation. Not only that, I'm afraid that Zhuge family is going to feel a great crisis. The power of young Master Chao will make Zhuge family restless. He's already so powerful at the early immortal emperor realm. When he grows stronger in the future, he will be able to eliminate Zhuge family alone. That's the most terrifying thing. No one wasn't shocked. The power of young Master Chao had exceeded everyone's expectation. It wasn't a big deal for an early immortal emperor to kill an intermediate immortal emperor. Many geniuses could do it, but those were all ordinary early immortal emperors. However, none of those who came to Golden Horizon this time were ordinary, especially a famous figure like Zhuge Kuang. He had participated in the trial of Golden Horizon 5 years ago and successfully walked out of it alive. How could such a peerless figure be ordinary? Despite that, he was still killed by the northern and southern dynasties in 3 punches. The whole scene was shocking. Little Qinzi, this bastard is destined to be your archenemy. De Huang Dog's tone turned solemn. I have already guessed such an ending from the beginning. Zhuge Kuang is just courting death by coming here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the northern and southern dynasties. Zhuge Kuang's death had set off a great uproar in the Broken Edge Cliff. The battle between the northern and southern dynasties was destined to spread across the immortal world. The battle at the Broken Edge Cliff was destined to establish the unparalleled prestige of the northern and southern dynasties. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Jiangchen killed Zhuge Kuang with 3 punches was already enough for the outsiders to talk about it. When they walked out of the Golden Horizon, this matter would immediately spread far and wide. It would be hard for the northern and southern dynasties not to be famous. The legend of the reincarnation of a great sovereign would also be confirmed. After all, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had subverted everyone's imagination. In the minds of countless people, perhaps only the reincarnation of a great sovereign could reach the level of the northern and southern dynasties. Voices of discussion were everywhere. More and more people gathered at the Broken Edge Cliff. Countless people were talking about it. The northern and southern dynasties continued to stand at the highest point of the Broken Edge Cliff with their arms crossed, waiting for the arrival of the next expert. Killing Zhuge Kuang wasn't enough to satisfy the northern and southern dynasties. However, everyone knew that the death of Zhuge Kuang wouldn't be enough to alarm the geniuses. There were too many arrogant geniuses. They were arrogant and supercilious. Even though they knew that the northern and southern dynasties had the strength to kill Zhuge Kuang, they still couldn't help but act. There were definitely a lot of such geniuses. On the Broken Edge Cliff, the northern and southern dynasties glanced at Jiangchen from the corner of their eyes and paused on Jiangchen for a moment. The corner of their mouth curved into a smile once again. He has discovered me, Jiangchen said with a frown. His intuition told him that the northern and southern dynasties had discovered him. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties carried a hint of wonder and hesitation. It can't be. You're just standing here and didn't release your chi. Plus, the one you killed was his clone. It's hard to sense it, right? De Huang Dog said, feeling that the northern and southern dynasties weren't that powerful. Even if he didn't find out, he has already started to have doubts. In any case, he has already noticed me. This is not a good thing. Xianxia said. He didn't want to clash with the northern and southern dynasties now, especially in the Golden Horizon. He wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties at all. Plus, the northern and southern dynasties didn't even exert their full strength when they killed Zhuge Kuang. If he was really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he must have some extremely powerful means that Xianxia couldn't handle with his current strength. The incident at the Broken Edge Cliff was just the beginning. Zhuge Kuang's death was just a prelude. This was a battle between the top geniuses, a battle of reputation. It would definitely attract more and more geniuses. More and more people were attracted. An hour later, another powerful expert arrived. A large piece of black devil cloud rose in the sky. The devil cloud was rolling, like a peerless devil king had arrived. Before the expert appeared, he had already unleashed endless pressure, making it hard for people to breathe. Judging from the formation of the expert, the strength of the expert should be above Zhuge Kuang. Naturally, the northern and southern dynasties were alarmed, but their facial expression didn't change. They were as calm as usual, as though no matter how powerful the expert was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. That was a kind of arrogance, as though he was the only supreme being in the heavens and earth. Only a few in the younger generation could achieve such a bearing. What a powerful devil chi! The genius of the devil cult has arrived. The devil cult has existed since ancient times. They practice devil skills and are stronger than ordinary cultivators. There are no strong devil cult in East Xuanyu, but there are still devil cults with a long history in the ethereal immortal domain. For example, the Mystic Yin cult in North Xuanyu. They have a long history and a deep foundation. They have countless disciples and many geniuses. As for the Miluo immortal domain and the Guang immortal domain, there should also be a strong devil cult. I wonder who the expert is. The people of the devil cult are the most arrogant. They are bloodthirsty and cruel. Their way of doing things is extremely overbearing. The geniuses of the devil cult are even more arrogant and look down on everyone. They have always treated the geniuses of the righteous path as their enemies and the target of their trial. It's not strange at all for the northern and southern dynasties to attract the appearance of a strong devil cult genius. The expert hadn't even shown himself yet, but he had already set off a storm and attracted the attention of countless people. The people of the devil cult had always been strong. Since the expert dared to come, he must have powerful means and confidence. It was imaginable that the next battle would be an exciting one. Voila, in the sky, the large devil clouds disappeared like a receding tide. A man wearing a black robe appeared. He looked to be less than 30 years old and had a resolute face. His devil chi soared to the heavens like an untamed devil dragon. The aura he exuded was terrifying. His eyes were completely black, without a trace of white. There was a devil mark between his eyebrows. It was an ancient mark that seemed to be a kind of inheritance. It's Mo Wuqing. I never thought that he would also appear. He has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm not long ago. He's the top genius of North Xuanyu. Is he Mo Wuqing? Many people know about Mo Wuqing of northern Xuanyu. He's also a peerless monstrous genius. He's very famous in northern Xuanyu. It's said that he had participated in the expedition to Golden Horizon 5 years ago and entered the tomb of a peerless immortal venerable, obtaining a powerful inheritance. Given his talent, I'm afraid that he would have been taken away by the immortal court long ago if it wasn't because he belonged to the devil cult. Mo Wuqing of Profounding cult is very famous. This man is bloodthirsty and a battle maniac. Wherever he goes, there will never be peace. More importantly, his combat strength is terrifying. He has already reached the late immortal emperor realm at such a young age. Although he has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and his cultivation base isn't very stable, he is still much stronger than Zhuge Kuang. Plus, he has obtained the inheritance of a peerless immortal venerable. He must have a lot of powerful means. I'm afraid that the northern and southern dynasties won't be a match for him. The appearance of Mo Wuching had caused a great uproar. He was a figure who had been famous for a long time. There was no one in northern Xuanyu who didn't know him. Even the other major domains had heard of his name. He was a powerful genius. If it wasn't because of the devil cult, he was afraid that he would have already been taken away by the immortal court. However, Mo Wuching had once said that he wasn't interested in the immortal court. Sooner or later, he would surpass all the geniuses of the immortal court. How many people would dare to say such words? To an immortal world, the immortal court was the supreme existence that ruled everything. No one dared to blaspheme it, not even verbally disrespect it. However, Mo Wuching was so arrogant and presumptuous that he didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. Junior brother Jiangchen, do you think that Mo Wuching can defeat the northern and southern dynasties? Xianxia asked curiously. It's unlikely. Jiangchen shook his head. Mo Wuching was indeed a powerful figure. He was the peerless genius of the devil cult, but he was afraid that he was still inferior to the northern and southern dynasties. Although Mo Wuching was a late immortal emperor, he had just stepped into this realm after all. His cultivation base was extremely unstable. It wasn't that Jiangchen looked down on Mo Wuching. Mo Wuching was naturally very powerful, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he had obtained the inheritance of a peerless immortal venerable, the outcome would still be the same. The northern and southern dynasties had killed Zhuge Kuang with just 3 punches. They didn't even exert their full combat strength. Although Mo Wuching was stronger than Zhuge Kuang, his cultivation base had just stepped into the late immortal emperor realm. In terms of cultivation base, Mo Wuching couldn't be considered as a true late immortal emperor. Of course, given Mo Wuching's current strength, it was already enough for him to be proud. At least, it would be hard for him to find an opponent in the Golden Horizon. It can't be. How could the northern and southern dynasties be so powerful? Xianzhong sighed. Initially, he thought that even if Mo Wuching couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat them. However, Jiangchen had said that they couldn't defeat them. If this was said by someone else, Xianzhong might have snorted disdainfully, but since it was said by Jiangchen, Xianzhong had no reason not to believe it. Jiangchen's words had also made Xianzhong think more highly of the northern and southern dynasties. As a genius of Eastern Xuanyu, it wasn't a happy thing to be in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties, because under the halo of such geniuses, ordinary geniuses would only appear dim. As a matter of fact, Xianzhong shouldn't feel any pressure at all. After all, he wasn't comparable to the northern and southern dynasties at all. Both of them weren't on the same level. On the Broken Edge cliff, Mo Wuching appeared in an overbearing manner. He didn't say any superfluous words. He formed a devil seal and launched an attack at the northern and southern dynasties. This was the style of the devil cult, clean and tidy, never sloppy. The same was true for battles. They wouldn't leave any chance for the enemy. A huge black devil seal rippled out, causing the sky to tremble. The devil seal was mystical and powerful, carrying a towering devil aura. It directly locked on the chi of the northern and southern dynasties. If they were hit by this attack, they would lose half of their life even if they didn't die. The northern and southern dynasties raised their heads. A strong chi of monarch erupted from their bodies. Interesting. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. His eyes started to emit a blazing light. That was the glow of battle. It was obvious that the appearance of Mo Wuching had ignited the fighting spirit of the northern and southern dynasties. At least in his eyes, Mo Wuching was more qualified to be his opponent than Zhuge Kuang. The northern and southern dynasties moved. A corporeal blood dragon rushed out from the top of his head. His blood chi had reached an extremely terrifying level. He directly grabbed the demonic seal in front of him. A golden palm descended from the sky. It was like the hand of a real great emperor. It was the hand of the heavens, a high and mighty existence, like a god. Rip, in the end, Mo Wuching's soaring demonic seal was still unable to withstand the power of the great emperors of the northern and southern dynasties, and was torn into pieces. Dong. Mo Wuqing's body shook, as though he had suffered a heavy blow. His expression became somewhat unnatural. His completely black eyes couldn't help but change when he looked at the northern and southern dynasties. As a peerless genius of the devil cult and a pinnacle figure who had received the inheritance of a peerless devil venerable, he had actually fallen into a disadvantageous position when fighting an early immortal emperor genius. This was unimaginable to Mo Wuqing. To him, this was a great humiliation. Mo Wuqing, you are no match for me. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. Their chi of monarch soared into the sky, wanting to rule the entire world and make everyone submit to them. With a sway of his feet, he took the initiative to attack Mo Wuqing. He wanted to step on Mo Wuqing's head and all the geniuses in the world to establish his own path to the monarch realm. The northern and southern dynasties formed a seal with both of their hands. A cage was formed in the void, enveloping Mo Wuqing. Once one was trapped by this cage, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a powerful confinement technique. It was equivalent to the small worlds of the northern and southern dynasties. Anyone who entered the cage would be at the mercy of the northern and southern dynasties. Northern and southern dynasties, but I, Mo Wuqing, am not a pushover. I will kill you today and absorb your luck. From now on, I, Mo Wuqing, will be the #1 genius under the heavens. Mo Wuqing's black hair fluttered in the wind. Facing the powerful northern and southern dynasties, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness or fear on his face. There was only extreme battle intent and killing intent. He could already see that these northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of great sovereigns. Such monstrous geniuses were born with countless halos and luck. If he could kill the northern and southern dynasties, he would be able to absorb the luck of the northern and southern dynasties. In that case, his luck would reach an extremely terrifying level. At that time, all kinds of opportunities would be bestowed upon him. Countless treasures would be discovered and obtained by him. He would also become the #1 genius under the heavens. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Then, he would advance step by step from early immortal venerable to late immortal venerable realm and even the legendary sovereign realm. Unfortunately, dreams were always beautiful, but the northern and southern dynasties weren't so easy to kill. My devil self is here. Mo Wuqing bellowed, chanting mysterious devil runes. It was an ancient secret art that seemed to be trying to unlock the divine treasures hidden within his body. As Mo Wuqing bellowed, his body suddenly doubled in size, and the unparalleled devil might became even more intense as well. At this moment, Mo Wuqing had truly transformed into a peerless devil king. His body had turned into a devil to enhance his combat strength. His hand formed a terrifying devil seal once more, colliding with the cage created by the northern and southern dynasties. Kong Long, the heavens and earth shook. The sky was completely destroyed. This was a true pinnacle confrontation. The power of the collision was just too strong. It made everyone's soul tremble. A black hole was created in the sky. Ka-cha. The cage of the northern and southern dynasties produced a cracking sound. It was destroyed, but Mo Wuqing didn't have it easy either. The devil seal he formed was destroyed. Cracks had appeared on his body, and blood was flowing out. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries from this move of the northern and southern dynasties. So powerful. This northern and southern dynasties is too terrifying. Not even Mo Wuqing is a match for him. Ruthless, too ruthless. Ruthless, too ruthless. No wonder he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. His means are too sharp. Even Mo Wuqing couldn't gain any advantage over him. It seems like there are very few people in this golden horizon who can suppress him. No one wasn't shocked. First, it was Zhuge Kuang. Now, it was Mo Wuqing. Although Mo Wuqing's performance was much stronger than Zhuge Kuang, he was still defeated in the end. Under the powerful attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, Mo Wuqing had already suffered a certain amount of injuries. It was imaginable that if Mo Wuqing didn't reveal any powerful trump cards, his ending wouldn't be any better than Zhuge Kuang. If he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties, he would surely die. I've said it before. You are not a match for me. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. There were golden dragon shadows coiling around their bodies. That was the performance of a peerless sovereign. Every subtle movement of the northern and southern dynasties was manifesting their strength. That was a kind of supreme strength that stood above the masses. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed powerful. Consider yourself lucky today. When I, Mo Wuching, have stabilized my cultivation base, I will surely kill you again. Mo Wuching harumphed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Mo Wuching wasn't a fool. He could see that even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties with his current strength. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Although he still had powerful trump cards in his hand, the northern and southern dynasties must have some as well. How could the reincarnation of a great sovereign not have any trump cards? Perhaps, the trump cards they had were even more powerful than his. You want to run away after coming here? You won't have the chance. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties trembled. Every time he attacked, he would kill. There had never been an enemy who could escape from his hands. It was impossible for Mo Wuching to escape after he appeared. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands. Endless waves of wind were unleashed. With them as the center, the powerful eternal immortal wind instantly enshrouded the entire void. The wind formed a huge barrier cage, sealing everything, trapping Mo Wuching who was about to leave. It's over. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog couldn't help but shake his head with a face full of pity. If Mo Wuching doesn't have any powerful means, I'm afraid that he will lose his life here today. Xianxia spoke flatly. No one knew and understood the scariness of the eternal immortal wind better than him. It was a wide-range combat technique. When it was used by the immortal emperors of the northern and southern dynasties, its power would increase by countless folds. Furthermore, the cage formed by the eternal immortal wind was even stronger than a domain. It would be very difficult to break it. Not good. Mo Wuching cursed inwardly. But shortly after, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, a black-colored talisman appeared in his hand. That was the devil talisman, emitting an ancient aura. Mo Wuching coughed out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the devil talisman. Instantly, the devil talisman transformed into a sharp blade. Mo Wuching didn't hesitate in the slightest. He fiercely swung the dagger forward, and with a ripping sound, a hole appeared in the barrier formed by the eternal immortal wind. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Wuching turned into a ray of black light and vanished, escaping from the barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Voila! The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands, keeping the eternal immortal wind. Looking at the place where Mo Wuching disappeared, their eyes were filled with unprecedented anger. No one had ever escaped from their hands, but this Mo Wuching had actually escaped. How could the northern and southern dynasties accept this? Mo Wuching, I will kill you sooner or later. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties rippled across the void, shaking the world. Mo Wuching had fled with an unparalleled imposing manner and left with his tail tucked between his legs. He was severely injured by the northern and southern dynasties and had even consumed his origin blood essence. It was almost impossible for him to recover from such injuries in a short period of time. It was imaginable that he wouldn't have a good time in the next 20 days unless he encountered some great fortune. Only then would he be able to recover quickly. Swoosh. The northern and southern dynasties didn't return to the Broken Edge cliff. Instead, they shifted their gaze to Xianxia. The change happened without warning. Even Xianxia didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would suddenly shift their attention to him. He initially thought that given the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties, they would surely return to the Broken Edge cliff and wait for the next expert to arrive. De Huang, Sister Ning, don't follow me, Xianxia said to De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Then, with a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the rear. He could sense a murderous intent from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. Perhaps the northern and southern dynasties weren't sure of his identity, but for figures like the northern and southern dynasties, even if they had the slightest doubt in their heart, they would directly kill him. Furthermore, at Nan Beichao's level, it was very difficult for strangers to attract his attention. However, Jiang Chen had already attracted his attention, and he felt a sense of familiarity from Jiang Chen. It was the feeling of a fated enemy, something he had never felt before. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the instant Jiang Chen vanished, the northern and southern dynasties also vanished, chasing in the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared. Not good. The northern and southern dynasties have discovered little Xianxia. De Huang Dog's countenance changed slightly. What should we do? The northern and southern dynasties are so terrifying now. Little Xianxia is certainly not their opponent. Doesn't that mean that little Xianxia's life is in danger? Wu Ningzhu panicked. She couldn't stay calm when it was related to Jiang Chen's safety. It doesn't matter. Given little Xianxia's means, even if he can't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, it shouldn't be difficult for him to stay alive. Let's not follow them now. It will only distract little Xianxia. They are fated enemies. Sooner or later, they will collide. This golden horizon is just the beginning. De Huang Dog said. Although he said so, everyone could hear the worry in his words. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were too powerful. Even Mo Wuqing was no match for them and was almost killed. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only an intermediate immortal king. The gap between him and Mo Wuqing was huge, let alone the northern and southern dynasties. In the void, Jiang Chen transformed into a dragon and kept breaking through the spatial barrier. He didn't want to fight with the northern and southern dynasties yet. Why are you running? A voice was heard from the void. A ray of golden light shone down from the front. Nanbei Chao, who was carrying the qi of an emperor, blocked Jiang Chen's path. His eyes were like the scorching sun, staring at Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen halted his steps and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed like he couldn't run away from this. He secretly circulated the great divination art to divine for himself. Although he couldn't divine any trace, he still had a bad feeling. I'm running. What does it have to do with you? Besides, given young Master Chao's ability, would he put a puny intermediate immortal king like me in his eyes? I have troubled young Master Chao to give up the broken edge cliff and chase after me. Jiang Chen said flatly, without the slightest hint of panic in his eyes. You aren't afraid of me? The northern and southern dynasties narrowed their eyes, seeming somewhat puzzled. One should know that if an ordinary intermediate immortal king encountered them, that person would have been shivering and prostrating on the ground, but this young man in front of them was full of calmness in front of them. That was the calmness that came from his bones. How could the northern and southern dynasties not be surprised? At the same time, they felt that their monarch qi had been slightly damaged because the other party wasn't afraid of them. Why should I be afraid of you? What do you have to be afraid of? Jiang Chen sneered. These words came from the bottom of his heart. The northern and southern dynasties might be a terrifying figure in the eyes of others, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, they were merely a defeated opponent. Moreover, they had been killed twice by Jiang Chen. A defeated opponent indeed wasn't something to be afraid of. More importantly, there wasn't anyone in this heaven and earth that could make Jiang Chen afraid. The feeling you give me is very familiar, but I don't know where I have seen you before. But this isn't important. The feeling you give me is that of an enemy, a very bad feeling. This feeling makes me hate you very much. You should know what the consequence of being hated by this young master is. Lunglin of the northern and southern dynasty spoke. That was an intuition that told him that this puny intermediate immortal king was a very powerful figure. More importantly, the moment he saw Jiang Chen, he felt that this person was very familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. So when he saw Jiang Chen leaving, he chased after him without hesitation. There are a lot of people who hate me. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen sneered. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, he would never show any weakness. His pride was higher than the northern and southern dynasties. Even if the opponent was the reincarnation of a great sovereign, Jiang Chen wouldn't care. If that's the case, you shall die now. The northern and southern dynasties' qi fluctuated. They were about to strike. Their intuition told them that they had to kill this guy in front of them, as though it was their destiny to do so. Their concern for this stranger had even surpassed the concern for a peerless genius like Mo Wuqing. Asterisk poof. Asterisk the northern and southern dynasties pointed their fingers at the void. A ray of light lunged at Xianxia like a sharp sword. They had already launched a deadly attack, leaving no room for Xianxia. Asterisk roar, asterisk Xianxia didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately turned into a dragon. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand at once, slashing at the ray of light. Clang, the ray of light accurately collided with the heavenly saint sword. The heavenly saint sword immediately let out a wail and began to tremble. Xianxia was sent flying 100 zhang away by the powerful force, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Buzz buzz, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was trembling violently. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. With his current strength, he was no match for them at all. Even a casual tap from the other party wasn't something he could withstand. The heavenly saint sword kept on wailing. It was obvious that it was severely injured. The dragon transformation skill and with spiritual qi were circulating rapidly, healing Xianxia's injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia raised his blood-red dragon eyes and glared at the northern and southern dynasties. The scene was similar to the first time the Qi province had clashed with the northern and southern dynasties. There was a huge gap between their strengths. It's you? You are the one who killed my 2 clones. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed all of a sudden. They exclaimed in shock. The death of the 2 clones in Saint Origin World and Boundless World had always infuriated them. For a long time, there was a scene that appeared in their mind, a half-human half-dragon holding a sword and standing in front of them, showing off his strength. However, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't see his face clearly. Now, they finally knew why Xianxia was so familiar to them. It was the familiarity of qi. It was the illusory figure in their mind. Today, the illusory figure had appeared in front of them. That's right. Your 2 clones were killed by me. So, you are just a defeated opponent. You don't have to be arrogant in front of me. You want to cultivate the monarch heaven art to become a true monarch, but it's a pity that your 2 clones have died tragically. Your path to becoming a monarch is fated to be incomplete. I, Xianxia, am the one who is fated to restrain you. As long as I am here, all your efforts will be like flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the water. Your northern and southern dynasties will eventually become my stepping stone. This is the greatest meaning of your existence. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Every word of his was like a sharp thorn that pierced the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. Shut up! Nanbei Chao bellowed. Both of his eyes had turned red because Xianxia had hit his sore spot. What Xianxia said was right. He had created a lot of doppelgangers in order to conquer the world in the mortal world. Now, most of his doppelgangers had returned and completed the mission perfectly. As long as all of his doppelgangers could complete the mission, his monarch heaven art would evolve to the state of perfection. With his doppelgangers' abilities, no matter which world they went to, they would be able to become a true emperor and the master of the world. However, only Saint Origin World and Boundless World had met with accidents. Both of his clones had met his greatest nemesis. The tragic death of the 2 clones had caused his monarch heaven art to be unable to reach perfection. Such a loss was unimaginable to others. Only the northern and southern dynasties knew the pain and the hatred they had towards Xianxia. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, I have touched your sore spot. Even if you don't want to admit it, my existence, Xianxia, is the biggest shadow in your heart. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Since his identity had been seen through, there was nothing to hide. Xianxia had never been afraid of anything. Plus, his current cultivation base was strong enough to protect himself. Haha, Xianxia, you think too highly of yourself. Haha. Xianxia, you think too highly of yourself. I, Nanbei Chao, am the only supreme being in the heavens and earth. I'm the true monarch. What qualifications do you have to fight me? You're just an ant. So what if you've killed 2 of my clones? You're still going to be killed by me. Once I kill you, my monarch heaven art will still reach perfection. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. Their killing intent towards Xianxia had solidified. Don't put on that high and mighty attitude in front of me. Even if you want to kill me, I, Xianxia, am not that easy to kill. You couldn't even kill me when I just ascended, let alone now. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. His previous injuries had already recovered. The effect of the double recovery from the wood spiritual chi and the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. That's right. You were lucky enough to escape and survive, but today, you won't be so lucky. The killing intent of the northern and southern dynasties was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, he had been paying attention to the changes of the world law in Saint Origin World and chose to strike when Xianxia ascended. He thought that Xianxia had already been killed by him. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was still alive and had grown to such a terrifying level. Is that so? Kill me if you have the ability. Xianxia said. The dragon wings on his back fluttered as he casted the 9 phantom wolves. Phantoms emerged one after another. Xianxia's true body easily cut open the void and escaped once again. He still couldn't confront the northern and southern dynasties head-on. Given his current combat strength, he wouldn't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Given the current situation, escaping was the most important thing for him. The reason why he didn't let De Huangdog and Wu Ningzhu follow him was to escape and attract the attention of the northern and southern dynasties. Want to leave? The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties glowed with golden light. They found Xianxia's true body in an instant. With a claw, he tore the void apart and plunged into it. Xianxia pushed his speed to the limit, attempting to shake off the northern and southern dynasties. In his dragon form, not only did Xianxia's combat strength increase by 10 times, his speed had also increased by 10 times, but the northern and southern dynasties were still chasing after him. It wouldn't be easy to shake them off. How can this bastard's speed be so fast? And his combat strength? He's only an intermediate immortal king. Could it be that his talent is even higher than mine? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That's right. That's impossible. The northern and southern dynasties were chasing behind Xianxia, their hearts filled with astonishment. The thought that Xianxia's talent was greater than theirs struck their hearts heavily. All along, the northern and southern dynasties had regarded themselves as the #1 genius in the world. Now that they had encountered someone with even greater talent than them, only they knew how they felt. The northern and southern dynasties were well aware of the power of their finger. Although it was just a casual finger, even an early immortal emperor genius wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if the genius didn't die, he would be half dead, but Xianxia was unscathed. The northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to believe that Xianxia's talent was greater than theirs, but there was a fact that they had to admit. Both of their clones had died in the hands of Xianxia, which indirectly indicated that they were inferior to Xianxia. Just like Xianxia had said, his existence was destined to become the biggest shadow in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. In order to eliminate this shadow and attain the consummate stage of the monarch heaven art, the only way was to kill Xianxia with their own hands. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties had to kill Xianxia at all costs. This was a chase that took place inside the spatial zone. It was the first time that the two-speed immortal domains confronted each other. When the northern and southern dynasties realized that they couldn't catch up with Xianxia, they immediately used a secret technique to double their speed. Then, they struck out with the hand of Great Sovereign, crushing layers of spatial zone and enveloping Xianxia with boundless power. Damn it. This bastard is too hard to deal with. It seems like I can't run away today. Xianxia cursed. This was the reason why he didn't like to encounter the northern and southern dynasties so early. Unless his strength increased again, he wouldn't have the strength to fight the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia swung his sword and slashed backwards. No one knew how many layers of the void had been torn apart by this slash. When it collided with the palm of the Great Sovereign, the void was immediately obliterated and the chi of destruction exploded. Barf, Xianxia couldn't withstand such a huge impact. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away while spurting out blood. Xianxia, you will die today. Once I kill you, my northern and southern dynasties will still be the strongest under the heavens. My monarch path will still be complete. End of chapter 1577. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.